On the vast expanse of Shenzhou continent, amidst the majestic Tianyun mountain range, lies the headquarters of the Cloud Sea sect atop Xinghua Peak. To the mountainside, there are the disciples' quarters. It is night that a striking young man wielding a sword approaches a modest dwelling, glancing around to ensure he is alone before knocking on the door. Who is it? It's me, Su Kai, senior brother Lin. Commandant Su Kai pushes the door open and enters. Inside, a solitary candle flickers, casting a dim glow over the room. The chamber is small and sparsely furnished, containing a table, several chairs, a bed, a bathtub, and a bamboo screen, seated cross-legged. On the wooden bed is a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, his features chiseled and undeniably handsome. This individual is Lin Yi, the sixth disciple of the sect leader of Cloud Sea sect, handsome and highly skilled. He is the epitome of a prodigy. Lin Yi inquires nonchalantly, Su Shidi, has the task been completed? Su Kai replies softly, yes, I buried that fellow behind the Luoxiao Peak at the mass grave. There were no complications? None at all. That brat is thoroughly dead. I even stomped on his grave a few times. Lin Yi nods slightly, saying, you handled this well, Su Shidi. However, our Cloud Sea sect is a prestigious and righteous sect. Ye Feng is a disciple of Master Yulong. His death must not implicate us. If we do, neither of us will escape unscathed. Su Kai hastily assures, rest assured, senior brother Lin. This matter will remain locked in my heart. No one will discover Ye Feng's demise, nor will anyone find his body. Even if Master Yulong returns, he will uncover no traces. That a satisfied smile graces Lin Yi's handsome face. He retrieves an item from his robe and tosses it to Su Kai. Su Kai catches it. It's a small pouch of black crystal spirit stones and quickly expresses his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Lin, for your generosity. Lin Yi waves his hand dismissively. This is what you deserve. You may leave for now. In a few days, we shall visit the medicinal garden to wrap up the aftermath. Su Kai nods and bows in farewell. After his departure, Lin Yi's expression turns somewhat sinister. He murmurs to himself, Ye Feng, I hope you find a reincarnation soon. We are merely executing orders. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with your insatiable curiosity. But at the mass grave, deep in the night, the moonlight filters through sparse clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the overgrown ground, revealing vague tombstones scattered about, accompanied by eerie white bones and flickering ghostly flames. Occasional caws from crows and yowls from wildcats add an air of the uncanny to the scene. Suddenly, without warning, a muddy hand bursts forth from the earth. A dirt-covered youth struggles to crawl out of the soil. The boy sprawls on the ground, greedily inhaling the air tinged with decay. After a while, he finally catches his breath. Sitting up, he finds himself surrounded by graves and looks utterly bewildered. What the hell is this place? Who buried me in the ground? Ah, a corpse. The boy spots a human body nearby, initially mistaking it for a dummy, and pokes at it. Suddenly, he freezes, the nauseating stench of decay. The wriggling fat maggots on the corpse and the sticky putrid flesh are unmistakably real. His pupils constrict in terror, and he screams, frantically retreating. It's real. A corpse. Having never encountered such a horrifying sight, he rolls and scrambles away for several dozen meters before finally stopping. Call the police. Call the police. Where's my phone? He fumbles around, only to be struck dumb. He realizes he is clad in a set of ancient garments, caked in dirt clothes that are certainly not his. What's going on? Who changed my clothes? Surveying his surroundings, he discovers he is amidst an unfamiliar mountainous forest. In the bright moonlight, a towering peak looms, piercing the clouds. Several other peaks seem to float in the air around it. It feels as if he has stepped into a realm reminiscent of a fantasy adventure game. What is this place? Am I dreaming? He pinches the back of his hand hard, wincing at the pain. Ouch. That hurt. This isn't a dream. Struggling to recall, he remembers the moment while heading to work when he saw an out-of-control truck barreling toward a schoolgirl on the sidewalk. In a split second, he dashed forward to push the girl to safety, only to be struck by the truck, its massive weight crushing down upon him. This how Ye Feng, met my end? Is this the underworld? As he stands in shock, he notices several figures drifting toward him in the moonlight. These figures emit a faint, ghostly glow, hovering above the ground, their faces pale and chilling. Are those ghosts? Ye Feng rubs his eyes, murmuring to himself. They can't be. A person like me, born under the red flag and raised in the gentle spring breeze, would never believe in such absurdities as ghosts. As he attempts to reassure himself, 7 or 8 spectral figures float closer, their once pale faces contorting into grotesque visages, their eyes glowing with a sinister green. Light, eager to feast upon him, they're really ghosts. Help! Mom! Uncleing! Save me! Realizing the apparitions are indeed real, Ye Feng's heart races with terror, his hair standing on end as he turns and bolts, screaming in panic. Overwhelmed by fear and the treacherous terrain, he trips repeatedly, scrambling back to his feet, wishing fervently that he had 8 legs instead of 2. The wandering spirits near the mass grave watch in bewilderment as the boy continues to stumble and rise, his cries echoing in the night. They cannot comprehend why he is so dramatically terrified. After all, they are merely spirits, not demons. Ye Feng runs for miles, falling countless times until he can run no more, finally hiding behind a large tree, gasping for breath. Thank goodness. I ran fast, otherwise I would have been devoured by those wicked spirits. What in the world is this place? Is it hell? It shouldn't be. I, Ye Feng, have neither killed nor robbed, and I never relieve myself in public. I end 6 years of elementary school. I helped elderly women across the street 3 times. This time, I even died saving someone with all these good deeds. I should be going to heaven. Ye Feng cannot fathom what went awry during his reincarnation that landed him in this strange and terrifying world. Fearing that the spirits might pursue him again, he rests only briefly, dragging his weary body to continue fleeing through the forest as dawn breaks. Tearing through the darkness and bathing the earth in sunlight, he collapses near a stream in the woods, utterly exhausted. With the sky gradually brightening, he realizes he has distanced himself from the mass grave by several miles that he gazes upon the towering black peak and the small, inverted conical mountains suspended in midair. This place is serene and picturesque. It doesn't resemble hell at all. Could it be? I have traversed into another realm. As he observes the floating mountains in the sky, he concludes that this cannot be the familiar earth. Struggling to rise, he approaches the stream. Peering into the water, he catches sight of his reflection. Though his face is caked in dirt, it is still evident that he appears youthful. He quickly scoops up water to wash his face. Moments later, a youthful yet striking countenance emerges in the water's reflection that he appears to be around 15 years old, with well-defined features and strikingly bright eyes. Ye Feng gently touches his cheek, gazing at his reflection in the water. He murmured to himself, could it be that I have truly traversed into another realm? I must admit, I appear quite presentable. If only I had possessed such looks in my previous life, I would not have languished in solitude for 3 decades. I could have captivated hearts in the campus, rather than resorting to the role of a sycophant. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sprang to his feet. He shouted, "System! System!" His voice echoed several times, startling numerous birds in the vicinity. Yet, there was no response from the realm before him. Which young man of the Huaxia nation has not harbored fantasies of soaring through the skies on a sword, traversing the vast seas of stars? And which man, raised in the countryside, has not wielded a slender stick in his youth, bending the flowers and grasses by the roadside? The yearning for the heavens above and the dream of flying on a sword have long been woven into the very essence of every Huaxia man. Take Ye Feng, for instance, who has just traversed into this realm. Upon witnessing the practitioners flying above him, he was overwhelmed with excitement, even suspecting himself to be a cultivator. Thus, he began to leap joyfully on the ground, proclaiming, I fly, I fly, I fly, fly, fly. Yet, despite his fervent attempts, he remained earthbound. Disheartened as he sat on a rock, feeling as if he had lost everything. Accepting the absence of a system and the lack of the original owner's memories, he lamented, why can't I fly? Am I truly the chosen one, or merely a forsaken child of destiny? Up to this point, aside from being somewhat satisfied with his new appearance, he found little else to be content with. His earlier exuberance, in leaping and shouting to attract the attention of the flying practitioners, had yielded no response, as they were utterly oblivious to his calls. Nevertheless, Ye Feng did not succumb to despair. He began to strategize his next steps. First, he needed to ascertain the identity of the original owner of this body. He speculated that the original owner must have been a practitioner from the towering peak nearby, as it seemed unlikely for outsiders to laboriously transport a corpse into the depths of the mountains for burial. For now, it appeared that only that peak housed any humans, while the mountains themselves bore no villages. Next, Ye Feng needed to uncover the circumstances surrounding the original owner's demise. During his earlier examination of the body, he had found no signs of external injury, nor any marks of strangulation on the neck. He suspected that the original owner had succumbed to illness or perhaps poisoning. If it were the former, it would be manageable, but if it were the latter, it could indicate murder. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his soul had traversed into this body without inheriting any of the original owner's memories. If it were indeed a case of murder, would it not be perilous for him to return, risking a second encounter with the killer? To return or to flee became a question worthy of contemplation. Should he silently endure the arrows of fate, escaping the mountains to live as an inconspicuous commoner? Or should he confront the potential murderer and perhaps emerge as a noble cultivator? Which of these choices would prove more advantageous? He murmured to himself, caught in a web of indecision. A rational individual would undoubtedly choose to escape the mountains at once, seeking to understand the identity and cause of death of the original owner before proceeding. Yet, the allure of the practitioners soaring through the skies was insatiably tempting. Furthermore, he doubted his ability to navigate out of this vast wilderness, fraught with danger and the distant roars of wild beasts. After a few minutes of hesitation, his expression gradually solidified with resolve. He dusted himself off, gazing at the towering peak before him. With head held high and purposeful strides, Ye Feng advanced toward the magnificent mountain, embodying the spirit of a hero who knowingly walks into danger. Suddenly, he stumbled, falling ungracefully to the ground. Quickly, he scrambled to his feet, peering around nervously, his earlier bravado evaporating as he adopted a rather furtive demeanor. Ensuring no one had witnessed his mishap, he finally exhaled in relief. He dared not walk with his head held high again, opting instead to depart in a dejected manner. Throughout the day, Ye Feng traversed the primordial forest. The occasional roars of unknown beasts sent chills down his spine, compelling him to fashion a branch into a makeshift weapon for self-defense. The forest was replete with resources, offering an abundance of wild fruits. Whenever hunger struck, he feasted on the fruits, and when thirst beckoned, he quenched it with the mountain's spring water, meandering along the way. By dusk, he arrived at the foot of the towering peak from the northwest. Standing there, the mountain loomed even larger, its summit shrouded in clouds, as if reaching for the heavens. This sight conjured images of the mythical Buzhou Mountain from ancient Huaxiao lore, a bridge connecting heaven and earth. The smaller hills suspended around the towering peak appeared diminutive in comparison. Ye Feng found himself at the rear of the mountain, where the steep terrain posed a challenge to climb. A modest waterfall cascaded down the cliff, forming a seemingly bottomless pool below, with a meandering stream connecting to it. As darkness fell, Ye Feng noticed there was no path to ascend from this rear side, and decided to rest for the night. Planning to find a route up the following day, he retrieved the wild fruits he had gathered, rinsing them in the pool. The waterfall's gentle descent created a shimmering surface, sparkling in the last rays of the setting sun, presenting a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The pool, clear and jade-like, seemed to cleanse the soul. Ye Feng soon shed his clothes, diving into the refreshing water. The coolness enveloped his body, invigorating him and alleviating his fatigue. Perhaps due to the invigorating chill of the water, Ye Feng suddenly sensed a warm energy coursing through his body, a soothing sensation that intrigued him. Noticing this subtle change, he swiftly swam to the shore to inspect himself. Externally, his body appeared unremarkable, yet he could feel a faint flow of energy traversing his meridians. Energy? Could it be true qi? His thoughts drifted to the tales of cultivation he had read, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Climbing atop a smooth stone, he sat cross-legged, focusing his mind. As his spirit gradually cleared, he could sense the energy flow becoming more pronounced with each breath. Inner sight. Inner sight. Ye Feng closed his eyes, silently repeating these 4 words. Gradually, he felt the wind's path, the water's flow, and the rustling of leaves. Even with his eyes closed, everything around him seemed to materialize in his mind. Joy surged within him. Could it be true? Was the original owner of this body indeed a formidable practitioner? However, a momentary distraction diminished that profound sensation. Ye Feng immediately refocused his concentration, intent on examining his internal state. He felt as if his soul had detached, allowing him to perceive the intricate structure within his body. His organs, muscles, bones, and even blood vessels were visible with startling clarity, surpassing any X-ray. Inner sight. It was indeed possible. Ye Feng marveled, hastily inspecting his internal condition. His body's internal structure was largely similar to that of an ordinary person, yet at his lower abdomen. He discovered a swirling vortex connected to 12 meridians, resembling rivers extending from various parts of his body, converging into the vortex. The warm energy he had felt was coursing through these meridians. The Dantian. This vortex must be the repository of true qi. It seemed the original owner was indeed a cultivator, and his cultivation level was likely considerable. Yet why could he not fly? Confirmation of the original owner's status as a cultivator, along with the solid foundation laid for his practice, finally made Ye Feng feel the world's benevolence towards him. He refrained from further scrutiny of his internal condition, as the sound of the nearby waterfall was rather disruptive. He needed a quieter place to contemplate. Just as he was about to dress, he realized his clothes were soiled and reeked of mud. How could this possibly live up to the exalted identity of a celestial cultivator like himself? Clad merely in a pair of oversized shorts, he had carelessly tossed his soiled garments into the stream connected to the tranquil pool, weighing them down with stones. His mind was preoccupied with matters far removed from laundry. He decided to let the water wash over them for now. Next, he gathered the wild fruits he had previously cleaned and wrapped them in a large leaf. Casting a glance around, he ventured off in one direction. After walking several dozen meters, he came upon a rock where the sound of water was notably subdued. Leaf Wind settled himself upon the stone, hastily consuming a few of the rather unpalatable wild fruits, before entering into meditation to introspect and study this new body he inhabited. For someone hailing from the 21st century, the concept of cultivation was utterly foreign. Merely understanding the incantations was insufficient. The essence of cultivation lay in unlocking the body and opos, potential, and comprehending the mysteries of nature. To begin, one must grasp the anatomical structure of the body, including every meridian and acupoint. Leaf Wind was not well versed in medicine, hence, he lacked such knowledge. However, he could utilize introspection to transition from the macrocosm into the microcosm, a discovery that filled him with ecstatic delight, akin to uncovering a new continent. As time flowed steadily, while Leaf Wind delved into the intricacies of his physical form, a magnificent white crane descended from the heavens, landing gracefully beside the nearby pool. The resonant call of the crane startled Leaf Wind from his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the majestic bird. Then, he beheld a young woman clad in ethereal white, gracefully dismounting from the crane and opos' back. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, she appeared like an angel, her flowing white dress swaying gently in the breeze, her long black hair cascading down her back. In her hand, she held a long sword. Although he could not discern her features clearly, Leaf Wind was certain that her beauty surpassed that of any actress he had ever encountered. Finally, he had laid eyes upon a living being. Leaf Wind's heart soared with joy, just as he prepared to emerge and inquire about his surroundings. He was taken aback to see the enchanting maiden by the pool start to disrobe. What was happening? This young woman was bathing in the dead of night after riding a crane to this secluded spot? Leaf Wind was momentarily stunned, his voice caught in his throat. His eyes darted about, clearly hesitant to utter a sound. I, Leaf Wind, am a man of virtue, well versed in the classics. It is she who has chosen to undress, he fervently reassured himself, striving to deny any inclination of being a voyeur. He rationalized that this must be a perk of being a transmigrator. After all, who would refuse a complimentary gift bestowed upon a novice? In no time, the maiden was completely unclothed. Under the moonlit night, she stood barefoot at the edge of the pool, her skin as white as jade, supple and smooth, appearing almost translucent after being bathed in moonlight. Her figure was exquisite, particularly her long, straight legs, which would captivate any man. With a delicate step, she entered the crystalline waters, creating gentle ripples. Gradually, her graceful form became enveloped by the pool's depths, her dark hair fanned out on the water's surface like spilled ink. The maiden closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility and comfort of the moment, her stunningly beautiful face displaying a serene expression. This scene left Leaf Wind, hidden in the shadows, utterly entranced. It seemed as though the distance between them was diminishing. He finally discerned the features of the young woman. Her face was flawless, with delicate, artistic features. Her visage well-defined and soft, resembling a finely sculpted piece of jade. Her large, bright eyes held an otherworldly chill. evoking the image of the enchanting little dragon girl from Jin Yong's tales, as if a character from the pages of a novel had stepped into reality. How could there exist such breathtaking beauty in this world? Leaf Wind was utterly spellbound, yearning to be like the valiant Ye Feng, yet he lacked the courage to approach, paralyzed by timidity and fear. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away until he felt a breath upon his neck and heard a menacing growl in his ear. Startled, he broke from his reverie, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In his distraction, he had failed to notice the imminent danger. He sensed a beast lurking behind him. Slowly turning his head, he beheld a massive white tiger less than 4 meters away. The creature was enormous, 2 to 3 times larger than a Siberian tiger. In the darkness, its eyes glimmered like 2 blue gemstones, exuding an eerie light. The tiger crouched low, a posture familiar to those who have observed the animal kingdom. It was preparing to pounce on its prey. Leaf Wind swallowed hard, observing the tiger's formidable size and its formidable fangs. He surmised that it would take 3 of him to satiate the beast's hunger. Stay calm. Stay calm. He could feel every cell in his body trembling with fear. The distance was too close. With a single leap, the tiger could reach him. In that moment, his only hope for survival lay with the beautiful maiden still swimming in the water. She was likely a cultivator. Leaf Wind cautiously shifted his body. His gaze locked onto the tiger and Appo's eyes. An unusual standoff ensued, as if the tiger too harbored some trepidation towards him, refraining from striking immediately. Instead, it inched closer, testing his resolve. Realizing he could wait no longer, Leaf Wind suddenly pointed skyward and shouted, "Flying saucer." The tiger, startled by his unexpected outburst, instinctively looked up, albeit unable to comprehend the term. The night sky was awash with stars, revealing nothing amiss. When the tiger glanced back down, it found the boy clad only in shorts had already made his escape. Realizing it had been outsmarted, the tiger let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest. Leaping after Leaf Wind, the latter screamed, "Help! Help! Maiden, save me! Celestial being, save me!" The young woman, Yun-Sung-er, who had been bathing in the water, was startled by the sudden commotion. She had never anticipated encountering a man in this secluded area of Xinglua Peak's rear mountain. At that moment, she was completely bare, submerged in the water. Following the sound, she spotted a young man in oversized shorts being chased by a colossal tiger under the moonlight. Leaf Wind. Recognition dawned upon her in an instant, her brows furrowing in surprise at his presence. Meanwhile, Leaf Wind had rolled several times on the ground, narrowly avoiding the tiger's onslaught. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the pool. At that moment, a sharp cry from the crane pierced the air. The massive bird took flight, soaring toward them. Within mere moments, it was upon them, diving down with its formidable talons aimed at the tiger. Though the tiger attempted to evade, it still bore several deep gashes from the attack. Roaring in fury, the tiger seemed to regard the crane with caution, leaping high to escape into the dense forest. The crane ascended, giving chase. With the tiger fleeing, Leaf Wind finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Good heavens! This world was truly terrifying. He had nearly become the tiger's midnight snack. He struggled to rise, having rolled several times moments ago, his body marred with numerous abrasions. Although the injuries were not severe, the pain was indeed excruciating. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he saw the woman who had been swimming in the water now standing on the shore. Her movements were swift, and she was already wrapped in a white garment. This sight filled Ye Feng's heart with a sense of loss. However, he feigned the demeanor of a gentleman, mimicking the characters from period dramas, and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Ye Feng, were you not guarding the herb garden? How did you end up here? When did you arrive?" Yun Shuang and Appo's icy voice slowly resonated. Ye Feng was taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, "Miss, you know me?" Yun Shuang and Appo's gaze was frigid. "I would recognize you even if you were turned to ashes." "What? Do you not remember me?" It was only then that Ye Feng realized the stunning woman before him recognized the original owner of this body, not him. Whether by coincidence or fate, he discovered that the original owner also bore the name Ye Feng. Additionally, he comprehended another truth. He indeed had a role to fulfill. Nevertheless, the task of guarding the herb garden felt akin to that of a menial disciple. Could it be that the original owner held a lowly status? Noticing Ye Feng's silence, Yun Shuang'er floated closer, seemingly unaware that her previous exposure had inadvertently favored this young man. She remained as cold as ice. Fixing her gaze upon him, "Ye Feng, taken aback by the sight of this beautiful woman, her hair damp and draped in a white dress. Felt a sense of confusion wash over him. "Who are you?" he inquired. Yin Shuang'er frowned. "You truly do not recognize me?" Ye Feng shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I have lost my memory." "What? You've lost your memory? Don't think you can deceive me. Speak honestly. How did you come to be here? Did you see something you should not have?" Ye Feng understood her implication. As a transmigrator, he had encountered countless melodramatic plots. In such situations, he could not dare to admit the truth. He quickly shook his head and insisted, "No, I saw nothing. I was just chased here by that massive tiger. My lady, I truly have lost my memory. Last night, I emerged from a grave in a chaotic cemetery at the northern base of that mountain to the west, and I remember nothing at all. Since you know me, could you enlighten me on who I truly am?" Ye Feng desperately sought to understand this world and the identity of the original owner. Otherwise, it would be easy to expose his secret as a transmigrator. He realized that to avoid detection in his deception, he must utter some truths. The claim of having seen nothing was a lie, while the rest was the truth. Yin Shuang'er scrutinized the confusion in Ye Feng's eyes, her expression wavering as she seemed to assess the veracity of his words. Ultimately, she concluded from his eyes and demeanor that he appeared to be sincere. With a huff, she remarked, "You offended many at the Yunhai sect and were killed, buried in a chaotic cemetery. I am not surprised in the least. However, you are quite fortunate to have crawled out of the ground. Yunhai sect? The original owner offended many and was likely murdered?" With her words, Ye Feng gleaned some crucial information. He wished to extract more details, yet Yun Shuang and Appos was in no hurry. She coldly stated, "I shall go dress. You keep your distance. If you dare to peek, I will gouge out your eyes." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng hastily shook his head, exclaiming, No, I will retreat at once." Ye Feng ventured into the dense northern forest, where flourishing flora obscured his view. Yin Shuang'er, feeling insecure, picked up her garments from the riverbank and approached a large rock near the mountainside to begin dressing. Moments later, she emerged, calling out, "Ye Feng, come here." Hiding anxiously among the trees, Ye Feng was apprehensive that a fearsome, white-eyed tiger might leap out to devour him. Upon hearing Yin Shuang'er's voice, he quickly dashed out from the thicket, scurrying towards her. Sitting at the edge of the pond, Yin Shuang'er gently dried her hair with a cloth, her movements graceful and practiced. As Ye Feng gazed upon her enchanting profile illuminated by the moonlight, his heart stirred with emotion, reflecting on how such beauty could only be celestial. "Do you truly remember nothing?" Yun Shuang and Appos inquired as she continued to dry her hair. Ye Feng nodded vigorously. With a scoff, she remarked, "Serves you right. With Master Yulong around, you could afford to be reckless. Yet, with his disappearance for over 3 years, your lack of restraint has led you to this unfortunate fate, which is hardly surprising." "Master Yulong?" Ye Feng pondered. Realizing that his connection with this Master Yulong was significant, could it be his mentor? He asked, "What is your name, fair maiden?" "I am Yin Shuang'er, the 7th disciple of the esteemed Yu Ying of the Yunhai sect." "Ah, so she is Miss Yin." "No, it would be more appropriate to refer to you as Sister Shuang and Appos." Do I have a master?" "ISN and Appos. T your Master Yulong?" Ye Feng thought to himself that this must indeed be the case. "Sister Shuang'er, since I emerged from the grave, I have lost all my memories. Could you kindly provide me with a brief introduction to my circumstances? I would be immensely grateful." Yin Shuang'er observed Ye Feng, recalling how he had never displayed such earnestness before. Typically, he was a carefree lad mingling with dubious companions, engaging in unscrupulous deeds that often harmed others without benefiting himself. He was indeed a peculiar specimen of the Yunhai sect. Perhaps this amnesia was not a misfortune, but a fresh beginning for Ye Feng. "I can share some information, but I must ask you once more. Did you truly see nothing tonight?" "Of course not. I was merely resting in the woods when that ferocious tiger chased me, forcing me to flee here. Thankfully, Sister Shuang and Appos was present. Otherwise, I would have become the tiger and Appos' midnight snack." Seeing the seriousness in Ye Feng and Appos' expression, Yun Shuang and Appos ceased her doubts, warning, "You had better be speaking the truth. If you deceive me, I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant." "How could I? Ye Feng, swear to the heavens that I would never deceive Sister Shuang'er, otherwise may lightning strike me." Just then, the white crane that had pursued the tiger returned, landing beside Yin Shuang and Appos, prompting Ye Feng to halt his oath. For an extended period thereafter, Yun Shuang and Appos enlightened Ye Feng about this world and his identity. They were currently situated on the divine continent, a realm dominated by cultivation where humans, demons, spirits, and monsters coexisted, with humanity holding absolute supremacy. The divine continent boasted a history of millions of years, with a flourishing culture of cultivation. The cultivation system in this world had developed comprehensively over the years, encompassing various sects such as Tao, Demon, Buddha, Witch, and Ghost, each with its distinct cultivation framework and hierarchy. There were 10 levels in total, ranging from chi refinement to the ultimate stage, the heaven-stopping realm. The towering peak before them was known as the Xing Luo Peak, named so due to the hundreds of mountains suspended in the air around it, resembling a cluster of stars. This was also the headquarters of the renowned Yunhai sect. Established for over 4,000 years, the sect practiced the supreme cultivation technique, Yunhai Ju, which, when mastered, could lead one to the 10th level of heaven-stopping. Ye Feng was the 27th generation disciple of the Yunhai sect, aged 16, and had been taught by Master Yulong. He was currently at the 3rd level of the 100 Meridians realm. Over 3 years ago, his lecherous master, Master Yulong, had claimed to venture into the mortal realm to refine his mind and rescue fallen women, only to vanish without a trace, leaving his whereabouts unknown. With the disappearance of his mentor, Ye Feng's status within the Yunhai sect plummeted from an inner disciple to a mere herbalist. The place from which he had emerged last night was the chaotic graveyard at the foot of the falling sunset peak on the western side of Xing Luo Peak. Gradually, Ye Feng pieced together many crucial details. He had a master who was missing, a job as an herbalist, and he was at the 3rd level of the 100 Meridians realm. Sister Schwanger, you mentioned that I was murdered and buried in that graveyard. Do you know who the culprit is? No, Yin Schwanger replied, raising an eyebrow. Your reputation in the Yunhai sect is abysmal, much like your master, engaging in deceit, gambling, and lewd behavior. You have offended many. How would I know which gallant hero sought to enact justice? Hero? Ye Feng's expression stiffened. From Yun Schwanger's words, it seemed the original owner of his body was not merely flawed in character, but was, in fact, an outright tyrant. How could this be? Had he, a chosen one, transmigrated into the body of a villain? Ye Feng found this difficult to accept. Noticing Ye Feng lost in thought, displaying a pained and confused expression, Yin Schwanger chose not to disturb him. She had come to fully believe that he had indeed risen from the grave. Having undergone a baptism of life and death, Ye Feng's loss of memory served as a form of self-reflection, grappling with the misdeeds of his past. Little did she know, at that moment, Ye Feng was internally cursing the original owner. In a great sect of cultivation, why squander time on such frivolities? You are dead. Yet I have just arrived and wish to live well, to learn sword flight, and to court celestial maidens. You have offended so many and committed so many wrongs. Are you not digging a pit for me? As dawn broke in the eastern sky, Yin Schwanger rose, stating, I must return. What are your plans? Ye Feng regained his composure and contemplated before responding. Sister Schwanger, could you take me up the mountain? After a brief hesitation, Yin Schwanger nodded, very well. Ye Feng rejoiced. Thank you, Sister Schwanger. Please wait for me. Under Yin Schwanger's skeptical gaze, Ye Feng hurried to the north bank of the pond, moved aside a few stones, and retrieved his garments, which had been soaking in the stream overnight. I will dress quickly. At that moment, Yin Schwanger's beautiful face darkened significantly as she approached him with a fierce expression. Unaware of her unusual demeanor, Ye Feng continued to put on his clothes. Suddenly, she exclaimed, How did your clothes end up here? Did you not say you were fleeing from a tiger? Ye Feng was taken aback, realizing he had made a grave mistake. Looking up, he saw Yin Schwanger radiating a chilling aura. He staggered back, stammering, Sister Schwanger, please listen. I saw nothing last night. Truly, I did not spy on you while bathing. At that moment, Ye Feng scolded himself for being a fool. Why had he gone to retrieve his soiled clothes from the stream? Was he not inadvertently revealing that he had been here all along? Just then, a white shadow flashed before his eyes, and he felt himself soaring through the air. Wait, hadn't and Apos. He not yet reached the level of flight? The next moment, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen as he flew backward several yards, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood surged within him, and he spat out a mouthful of essence. Yun Shuang and Apos retracted her long legs, and with a sound reminiscent of a phoenix and Apos' cry, the celestial sword in her hand was unsheathed. The 3-foot-long blade emitted a blinding white light. You little rascal, dare to peek at me. I shall kill you. The long sword lunged forward, and Ye Feng's pupils contracted in terror his spirit leaving his body, his heart torn with fear. With a roll of his eyes and a tilt of his head, he fainted. The blade of the white celestial sword halted just 2 inches from Ye Feng's throat. Her expression fluctuated as she glared at the youth on the ground. As a prodigy of the Yunhai sect, she was exceptionally astute and had already surmised that Ye Feng had been secretly observing her bathe. The thought of her body being fully exposed to this boy filled her with shame and anger. Biting her lower lip, she was tempted several times to thrust the sword, yet ultimately could not bring herself to do so. After a couple of minutes, Yun Shuang and Appos, seethed, "Ye Feng, just wait. Our affair is far from over." With that, she sheathed her sword, soared into the air onto the back of a celestial crane, and flew towards the front peak of the starry mountain. No sooner had Yun Shuang departed than Ye Feng's eyes fluttered open. Upon seeing her riding the crane flying away, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had feigned death. Otherwise, his life would surely have been forfeit. Struggling to rise, he examined the reddened imprints on his chest. How could someone from the same sect be so ruthless? Besides, this situation wasn't entirely my fault. She came here in the dead of night, stripped without a word, forcing me to watch. I'm also a victim here. Ouch! The searing pain felt like fire, leading Ye Feng to believe he had sustained internal injuries. He hastily assessed himself and discovered he had fractured 3 ribs. Fortunately, the broken bones had not punctured any organs, so he was not in immediate danger. However, the pain was undeniable, and he could not continue his journey. Any slight movement sent waves of agony through him. With no physician available, Ye Feng could only resort to self-treatment. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he snapped several slender branches and tore his clothing into strips, which he tied together to use as makeshift bandages. After completing this task, he bit down on a stick, sat cross-legged, and entered a meditative state. Using his palm to feel and focus his internal energy, he confirmed the locations of the fractured ribs. Gradually, he began to realign the broken bones. Each gentle touch to the fracture sent sharp pains coursing through him, as if thousands of needles were piercing his marrow, making it nearly unbearable. The pain blazed within him, affecting the surrounding muscles and nerves, rendering even breathing a challenge. Nevertheless, through sheer determination, he endured the agony, letting out pained cries akin to a slaughtered pig as he successfully reset the 3 fractured ribs. At that moment, Ye Feng's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cheeks, and neck. By the heavens, it hurt. After a brief respite, he picked up the wooden sticks he had gathered to serve as a splint, utilizing the strips of cloth as bandages to secure the broken bones and prevent further displacement. Exhausted, he lay back slowly, watching the disciples practicing sword flight in the morning light, panting heavily. As his body stabilized, the fiery pain began to subside, albeit slowly. He then contemplated utilizing his internal energy for healing. Although he lacked knowledge of specific cultivation techniques, the original owner of this body had attained the 3rd level of the 100 Meridians realm, near the threshold of sword flight, and there was still some true essence within his dantian. Closing his eyes, he adjusted his breathing and gradually directed the energy through his meridians, nourishing the fractured areas. Almost instantly, a cool sensation washed over him, and the pain diminished significantly. Realizing this method was indeed effective, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy. I am truly a genius. There is an old saying, injury to muscles and bones requires 100 days to heal. This applies to ordinary mortals. For cultivators, broken bones are not a concern. As long as the bones are realigned and nourished with true essence, not only can the pain be alleviated swiftly, but the healing process can also be expedited. With his injuries, he would be able to walk freely in 2 or 3 days, and fully recover in at most 10 to 15 days. When Ye Feng opened his eyes again, it was already afternoon. The pain from the fractured ribs had lessened considerably, but his true essence had been significantly depleted, leaving him feeling quite hungry. He contemplated searching for food, yet feared aggravating his injuries. Remaining here also seemed unwise. A large tiger had appeared the previous night, and who knew if it would return tonight. However, leaving was not a prudent choice either, as in his current condition, he could hardly travel far. After some deliberation, Ye Feng ultimately resolved to stay here for another night. After several hours of cultivating to heal, the area around his fractures began to mend under the nurturing flow of true essence. He believed that if he continued to cultivate through the night, he would be nearly healed by the next day. He could not help but marvel at the benefits of being a cultivator. Injuries healed so rapidly. The hunger pangs in his stomach felt as unbearable as flames. And as Ye Feng wrestled with whether to endure hunger for a day or risk further injury in search of food, he suddenly noticed a fish swimming leisurely in the nearby stream. Given his current condition, catching fish from the large pond would be quite challenging. However, this narrow stream, merely half a meter deep, presented an opportunity. Struggling to his feet, he gathered smooth pebbles from the surroundings and fashioned a simple trap in the stream. After a brief wait, he spotted a sizable white fish swimming downstream from the pond. Once it entered the trap, Ye Feng quickly sealed the entrance with stones, capturing the fish amidst the rocky enclosure. With a branch, he deftly skewered the fish, which weighed over 10 pounds. Ecstatic, he exclaimed, "What a bountiful world! Fishing has never been so easy." He then struck the fish's head several times with a stone, shattered a larger rock to obtain a sharp shard, and proceeded to gut the fish, rinsing it in the stream. Without a fire, he could only eat it raw. This was the one drawback he felt. Nevertheless, the plump white fish had delicate flesh with no fishy taste, making it quite palatable even when consumed raw. After devouring more than half of the fish, Ye Feng finally leaned back, satisfied. As the sun dipped below the horizon, concerned that wild beasts might return, he leaned on his stick and made his way to a large stone east of the waterfall. This was where Yun Shuang'er had dressed the previous night, providing excellent cover and greater safety than staying near the pond's edge. However, the uneven surface of the stone made lying down uncomfortable. He could only sit cross-legged and continue to channel his energy to nourish his fractured ribs. This session lasted about 5 hours before Ye Feng opened his eyes again. Not out of laziness, but because the true essence in his dantian had nearly depleted, the energy flowing through his meridians was considerably weaker than the previous night. "I thought you were a skilled practitioner. How could your true energy be exhausted so quickly?" Ye Feng grumbled, feeling discontent with the original owner. Lacking knowledge on how to absorb true essence, he could only cease his efforts. Soon, fatigue enveloped him, and he fell into a deep sleep against the large stone. When he awoke, the sky was already bright. Ye Feng immediately turned his attention inward to assess his injuries. It surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. Through his own efforts, the fracture had healed significantly, and he could hardly feel any pain, only a slight tingling sensation. This brought immense joy to Ye Feng. After moving his body a bit and gently touching the fractured area to confirm it wasn't an illusion, he finally stood up. He made his way to the stream where he had dined on fish the previous evening. It appeared that no wild beasts had visited this place last night. A small portion of the fish remained on the rocks by the stream. Ye Feng considered eating it, but, upon smelling it, found it somewhat stale. Turning his gaze back to the stream, he spotted a large white fish swimming freely. He decisively discarded the leftover fish and, employing the same method as yesterday, effortlessly caught another sizable fish. This time, Ye Feng had no intention of consuming it raw. With the pain in his fracture subsiding, he ventured into the dense northern forest to gather some dry branches and withered rushes. Using the most primitive method of friction to ignite a fire, he rubbed for a long while, nearly wearing the skin off his palms, before finally igniting the tinder. As the flames flickered to life, a wave of accomplishment washed over him. The survival documentaries he had watched were not in vain. Before long, the aroma of roasted fish wafted through the air. As Ye Feng savored his meal, he gazed up at the shimmering lights above, feeling no longer the initial envy, but rather a sense of bewilderment. He stood once again at the crossroads of his life. The kick he received from Yun Shuang and Appos was not in vain. Not only had he witnessed the beauty of a maiden emerging from her bath, but he had also gleaned valuable information from her. Before encountering Yun Shuang and Appos, Ye Feng had merely speculated that the original owner of this body may have been murdered. Now, he was completely convinced. Having inhabited this body for over 2 days, his mind was still filled solely with his own memories, leaving him entirely ignorant of the original owner's past. This posed a significant disadvantage for Ye Feng. Without the original owner and Appos' memories, he had no way of identifying the murderer. Recklessly returning to the Yunhai sect would be exceedingly perilous. If the murderer had successfully killed the original owner once, they could easily do so again. Yet, if he chose not to return, where else could he possibly go? Alas! Ye Feng let out a mournful sigh. Ye Feng harbored doubts about his ability to escape the vast mountainous region. Yun Shuang'er informed him that the Tianyan mountain range spanned nearly 1,000 miles, with his current location almost at its very heart. Regardless of the direction he chose to take, he would have to traverse 400 to 500 miles through the mountains, and that was merely the straight-line distance. Given the continuous chain of mountains, it would likely require months to find a way out. While the passage of time was not the primary concern, the presence of numerous wild beasts and beastly demons within the Tianyuan mountain range posed a significant threat. Star Luo Peak, being the headquarters of the Yunhai sect, was devoid of such creatures, only hosting some tigers and monkeys. However, venturing beyond its borders would expose him to many cunning beast demons. Lacking the ability to fly, Ye Feng found the prospect of escape utterly impossible. The night before, he had inquired of Yun Shuang, and not only about the world structure, but also about various details, particularly concerning his master, Yulong, and the medicinal garden where he was employed. As for his master, the situation was quite lamentable. Once a figure of great esteem as the revered elder brother of the current sect leader, Yun Yi, he had disgracefully transformed into a despicable lecher. Frequently descending from the mountains to indulge in brothels, he had vanished without a trace for over 3 years. Ye Feng realized he could not rely on this negligent master. Regarding the medicinal garden, there were many such gardens and animal enclosures belonging to the Yunhai sect situated to the south and east of Star Luo Peak, primarily cultivating precious herbs and raising livestock for the elders and inner disciples. His workplace was located approximately 70 miles south of Star Luo Peak, in a valley where his daily responsibilities included watering, fertilizing, and weeding the extraordinary flora. Ye Feng meticulously organized the information he had gathered from Yun Shuang. His workplace lay 70 miles south of Star Luo Peak, while the place he had emerged from was the desolate burial ground located on the western side of the nearby Luoxia Peak, nearly 200 miles apart. If the perpetrator of the original owner's demise were one of the other herbal apprentices, it would be implausible for them to transport a body such a distance. Typically, one would bury it nearby or even within the medicinal garden to nourish the plants. After all, this was the headquarters of the Yunhai sect, which boasted 40,000 disciples. The act of flying with a corpse might attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, Ye Feng speculated that his death was likely unrelated to the other apprentices. Currently, the Yunhai sect was a prestigious sect with strict rules. Any altercations among disciples were met with punishment, let alone the grave sin of killing a fellow sect member. If he were to return to the Yunhai sect, even if he had amnesia and could not recall who had slain him, the murderer might still seek to eliminate him for safety's sake. Trapped in this conundrum, he pondered whether he would be condemned to live as a wild man in the mountains for the rest of his life. The most frustrating aspect was the absence of the original owner's memories, hindering his ability to cultivate. Otherwise, he could have hidden in the back mountains of Star Luo Peak to practice until he reached the level of flight. After a day of inner turmoil, Ye Feng remained undecided about whether to stay or leave. Yet, there was a glimmer of good news. Uncertain whether it was due to overindulgence or the natural circulation of his vital energy absorbing the spiritual essence of the world, he found that the substantial depletion of his vital energy from the previous night had unknowingly replenished itself. Ye Feng was once again able to meditate, harnessing his energy to heal and accelerate the recovery of his fractured bones. He lingered near the waterfall for another day, and by now, his injuries had healed considerably. Acknowledging that he could no longer remain in this place, he resolved to return to the medicinal garden. Star Luo Peak was vast. At present, he found himself in the northwestern corner, while his workplace lay 70 miles to the south. To avoid encounters with large beasts and demons, Ye Feng had no choice but to navigate around the mountainous base. Departing in the morning, he only reached the southern side by dusk. Signs of human activity emerged in the southern region, with well-trodden paths through the dense underbrush. He made every effort to steer clear of these trails, for his injuries had not fully healed, and he dared not engage with others. An encounter with the murderer would be perilous, as the remote wilderness was an ideal location for foul deeds. That night, Ye Feng rested in the woods, consuming some wild fruits before channeling his energy to mend his wounds. On the 9th day of the 3rd month, in the year of Guihai, it marked his 6th day since traversing into this world. The once tranquil medicinal garden now buzzed with unusual activity. Approximately half a month prior, while he was managing the Jiazi No. 7 medicinal garden, a routine inventory revealed the disappearance of several hundred rare herbs and 4 invaluable 1,000-year-old spirit mushrooms. As the overseer, Ye Feng, began investigating the theft, Ye Feng had suddenly vanished, marking today as the 7th day of his absence. This incident stirred considerable commotion within the medicinal garden. On the 3rd day following Ye Feng's disappearance, Ye Feng reported the matter to Star Luo Peak. Today, Lin Yi, a direct disciple of the sect leader Yun, along with Su Kai, a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Discipline Hall, arrived to investigate both the circumstances of Ye Feng's disappearance and the loss of the spirit herbs. Lin Yi was a prominent figure among the younger disciples of the Yunhai sect. In his 30s, he had cultivated for merely 2 decades, yet had already attained the 6th layer of the Yunhai scriptures. During his time in the mortal realm, he gained fame as the Fulong sword hero after defeating 3 demonic disciples with his Fulong sword. The Elder Hall dispatched Lin Yi primarily due to Ye Feng's unique status. Although Yulong's reputation within the sect was less than favorable, he was nonetheless the elder brother of the sect leader Yun. Over 200 years ago, during a critical internal conflict for succession, it was Yulong who valiantly protected Yun, enabling him to ascend to the position of sect leader. Consequently, as long as Yulong refrained from committing heinous acts, Yun had chosen to overlook his transgressions. Despite Yulong's disappearance 3 years ago after engaging in debauchery, rumors abounded regarding his fate, yet no one had ever seen his body. Ye Feng was Yulong's sole disciple. If Yulong were to return one day, there would be an expectation for an explanation regarding Ye Feng's circumstances. Thus, Lin Yi personally came to investigate. The Jiazi medicinal garden comprised 12 sections, each managed by 1 to 3 apprentices, overseen by Guo Wenfeng. Guo, in his 40s, was a cultivator at the 5th layer of the divine manipulation realm, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. His own history mirrored Ye Feng's. Over 20 years ago, his master was slain by a demonic cultivator, leading to a drastic fall from grace. After spending over a decade in the medicinal garden, he rose from a mere apprentice to the overall supervisor of the Jiazi medicinal gardens. At this moment, Guo Wenfeng was reporting to Lin Yi and Su Kai about Ye Feng's disappearance. The recent theft of precious spirit herbs from the No. 7 medicinal garden placed him in a position of accountability. In an effort to evade responsibility, Guo Wenfeng naturally shifted the blame onto Ye Feng. Junior brother Lin, Guo Wenfeng stated, after my investigation over the past few days, I can almost certainly conclude that Ye Feng has embezzled the herbs and fled in fear of punishment. As the overseer of the Jiazi medicinal gardens, I bear undeniable responsibility, and I shall accept the consequences from the Elder Hall. Lin Yi gently shook his head and replied, Brother Guo, since you assumed management of the medicinal garden, there have been no faults to speak of. This matter cannot be attributed to you. Since it has been ascertained that Ye Feng has been embezzling, upon my return, I shall report truthfully that Ye Feng has not yet attained the realm of void flight. He cannot escape for long. He will inevitably be captured. No sooner had I spoken than a young apprentice shouted, Ye Feng, Brother Guo, Ye Feng has returned. After leaving the waterfall, Ye Feng traveled for another 2 days. This morning, he set foot on a desolate path through the forest, heading south until he finally returned to a vast valley basin. Here, the air was fragrant with the songs of birds and blooming flowers, resembling a paradise on earth. Within the valley, an array of exotic flora flourished, none of which Ye Feng had ever encountered. As he approached the outskirts of the medicinal garden, he noticed a crowd gathered at a distance. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to move toward the throng. As he drew near, voices rang out, Ye Feng is back. Brother Guo, Ye Feng has returned. The crowd surged towards him, and he was taken aback, though he feigned calmness. Guo Wenfeng stepped forward, his tone icy. Ye Feng, how dare you return? Seize him. Ye Feng appeared bewildered. This was merely an act. At that moment, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The phrase, how dare you return, revealed that these individuals were unaware that the original owner had perished. They presumed he had gone missing or fled for some reason. Ye Feng scrutinized the expressions of the crowd. If he emerged from the grave, it would undoubtedly startle the murderer. If the culprit was among them, they would surely betray themselves. However, he had failed. Dozens of similarly clad apprentices surrounded him, obscuring any individual expressions. Behind the crowd, Lin Yi and Su Kai wore peculiar expressions. Shock, confusion, and disbelief painted their faces. Didn't you say you buried him? How is he alive? You didn't let him go, did you? Lin Yi glared at Su Kai, whispering fiercely. Su Kai, equally perplexed, replied softly, Senior brother Lin, you must believe me. I truly buried him. Moreover, when I took him away that night, he was already dead. Lin Yi's expression swiftly stabilized. Indeed, he had personally checked Ye Feng's body that day, confirming he was utterly lifeless before allowing Su Kai to dispose of the corpse. Lin Yi could not fathom how a corpse could revive on the 7th day. He felt trapped. If Ye Feng publicly revealed what had transpired, he would be doomed. Murdering a fellow disciple was a grave sin, and even as a disciple of the sect leader, he would face severe consequences. As Lin Yi and Su Kai grappled with their predicament, Ye Feng suddenly shouted, "Who are you all? Let me go? Quickly, let me go." Guo Wenfeng retorted, "Ye Feng, you don't even recognize me?" Ye Feng, with a perplexed expression, asked, "Who are you?" Guo Wenfeng frowned, "You don't remember me?" Ye Feng shook his head lightly. Guo Wenfeng pressed, "Where have you been these past 7 days?" "I don't know. A few nights ago, I crawled out from a grave behind a mountain. And I can't remember anything," he confessed. Upon hearing this, the apprentices exchanged glances. Guo Wenfeng's demeanor stiffened, revealing his skepticism as he studied Ye Feng's face, trying to gauge the credibility of his words. At that moment, Lin Yi stepped forward. Observing that Ye Feng was restrained by 2 apprentices, he gestured for them to release him. Ye Feng rubbed his arms and surveyed the surroundings, asking, "Do you all know me?" Lin Yi inquired, "Junior brother Yi, you truly do not remember us?" Ye Feng shook his head in confusion. "I don't remember." "Oh, I am Lin Yi. We have had many dealings in the past. Tell me, have you fled out of guilt these past few days?" Ye Feng's heart raced. Fled out of guilt? Had the original owner committed a crime? He protested. Fled out of guilt? No, I haven't. How could I possibly flee? I barely escaped from the grave. He implored Lin Yi for understanding. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Who harmed you?" Su Kai's expression soured. How could Lin Yi publicly question this? Ye Feng had already severed ties with them. If this fellow had not lost his memory, wasn't he pushing himself into a trap? Yet, Lin Yi was merely testing Ye Feng. He believed that Ye Feng's return from the dead implied 2 possibilities. He either fled and assumed a new identity, or he reported the incident to the elders immediately. However, Ye Feng had not fled, nor had he reported anything. Instead, he returned boldly to the medicinal garden, claiming amnesia. This led Lin Yi to suspect Ye Feng was not lying, and most likely had genuinely lost his memory. Otherwise, seeing Lin Yi and Su Kai, he would not have concealed his emotions so well. Ye Feng scratched his head. "I can't remember. I woke up buried in the ground, and after I crawled out, my mind was blank." "Senior brother Lin, what do you mean by fleeing out of guilt?" The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Lin Yi replied, "Recently, in the medicinal garden you oversaw, many precious herbs and spirit mushrooms went missing. Was it not you who pilfered them?" "I don't recall that. How could the herbs I oversaw have gone missing? What should I do?" At this moment, Ye Feng grasped the cause of the original owner's death. It must be linked to the missing herbs. The original owner surely knew the truth behind their disappearance. He had been silenced. Seeing Ye Feng's panicked demeanor, the crowd exchanged glances once more. Guo Wenfeng grew anxious. If Ye Feng did not take the blame, he would have to, while his life was not at stake. His position as the overseer of the medicinal garden would certainly be jeopardized. He barked, "Ye Feng, cease pretending to have amnesia to evade this matter. Apart from you, who else could have stolen the precious herbs from your garden?" "I truly don't know. I am innocent." Ye Feng shouted again. Observing the crowd's reactions, he deemed Guo Wenfeng the most suspicious, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Lin Yi pressed further, "Ye junior brother, if you have lost your memory, how did you find your way here?" Ye Feng replied, "A few days ago, I encountered a lady in white named Yun Shuanger on the back mountain of the Xinglua Peak. She informed me that my name is Ye Feng, that I have a master, and that I work in the medicinal garden 70 miles south of Xinglua Peak, so I came here." "Yin Shuanger? You have met Sister Yin Shuanger?" Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly. "Yes," Ye Feng affirmed. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her. I truly don't remember anything." Lin Yi did not press further, but appeared deep in thought. After a while, he spoke. "I will seek Sister Yin to verify your story. Ye Feng, while you have returned, this does not absolve you of the suspicion of theft. I have been instructed to investigate this matter. I will not wrong an innocent person, nor will I let a guilty one go free." With that, he turned to Su Kai and Guo Wenfeng, instructing, "Su junior brother, take Ye Feng back to the discipline hall at Xinglua Peak for proper confinement until this matter is resolved. As for the medicinal garden you managed, with senior brother, please assign other apprentices to oversee it." Su Kai and Guo Wenfeng nodded in agreement. Thus, Ye Feng, having just returned and still bewildered by the situation, found himself bound like a human dumpling. However, he was not overly concerned, even feeling a twinge of relief. He had passed the first hurdle. Having never experienced air travel in his past life, today he savored the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies like a celestial being. Su Kai, carrying the tightly bound Ye Feng, soared into the clouds atop his enchanted sword. For the past few days, he had been gazing upward at the celestial beings soaring through the sky. At this moment, he finally experienced the exhilarating sensation of flying on a sword. Feeling the fierce winds of the high altitude and gazing down at the vastness of the earth below, a surge of lofty emotion welled within him. At least in this moment, Ye Feng had utterly fallen in love with this world, enamored by the feeling of soaring through the heavens. He silently resolved to diligently cultivate his skills to swiftly attain the realm of sword flight. Su Kai's method of sword flight resembled that of the sword immortals he had observed in fantasy dramas, where one stands upon a celestial sword, and a translucent protective barrier forms in front of the body to shield against the fierce winds of flight. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was different. He stood with his hands behind him, treading upon emptiness, relying solely on his physical form to fly. The contrasting styles of their flights revealed that Su Kai's cultivation was inferior to that of Lin Yi. Midway through their flight, Lin Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Su Kai and accelerated away. Su Kai understood the signal. As he noticed Lin Yi had flown far ahead, Su Kai suddenly halted in midair, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Ye Feng. "Brother Su, why have you stopped?" Ye Feng inquired, puzzled. "Junior brother Yi, do you truly not remember the past?" Su Kai pressed. "Speak the truth, or I shall not hesitate to cast you down from this 1,000-foot height. I have mentioned it many times. I emerged from the graveyard with no recollection of anything. Brother Su, you must stand up for me and ensure that those who have wronged me are brought to justice." Ye Feng was struck with alarm. He had not yet reached the realm of sword flight. If he were to fall from such a height, it would be catastrophic. He would not only lose his life, but perhaps even suffer far worse. Su Kai grasped Ye Feng firmly, his tone frigid. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Brother Su, do not jest. I am quite timid." Before Ye Feng could finish his plea, Su Kai had already released his grip. Ye Feng soared through the air, experiencing the exhilarating sensation of free fall. The only drawback was that he was bound and lacked a parachute. As he plummeted, he let out a piercing scream, filled with regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have returned. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, a radiant light descended from above. Ye Feng felt the force of his descent suddenly vanish and, upon opening his eyes, found himself less than 10 meters from the ground. Su Kai, standing on his ethereal sword and holding Ye Feng, spoke gently. "Junior brother Yi, have you recalled anything?" Ye Feng's face turned ashen as he gasped for breath, exclaiming, I truly cannot remember. I am not guilty of any theft. It must be the thief of the spirit mushrooms who wishes to silence me. I am innocent." Su Kai furrowed his brow, asking, "Do you wish to try again? Next time, I may not catch you." Ye Feng shook his head vigorously. "Senior brother, please spare me. I am the victim. Why am I being treated as a suspect when you should be pursuing the real assailant?" Seeing Ye Feng terrified and still denying his guilt, Su Kai pondered that perhaps Ye Feng had indeed lost his memory. After all, the Ye Feng he knew was timid and terrified of death, incapable of withstanding such fright. A smile spread across Su Kai's face as he said, "Junior brother Yi, I was merely testing your honesty. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. Rest assured, our Yunhai sect is a prestigious establishment and will surely punish those who have harmed you." With that, Su Kai ascended into the sky on his sword, this time without any tricks. It was not that he wished to harm Ye Feng, but rather that with Ye Feng's recent return and the public nature of his departure, any untoward incident would surely raise suspicions. Starfall Peak, the headquarters of the Yunhai sect, is adorned with numerous buildings from the base to the sunlit slopes. Atop the peak stands the Grand Cloud Sea Hall, accompanied by a vast square capable of accommodating tens of thousands. The Elder Hall is located midway up Starfall Peak and comprises 6 divisions: the Discipline Division, the Spirit Treasure Division, the Heavenly Salary Division, the Guest Reception Division, the Beast Spirit Division, and the Transmission Division. Each division manages specific affairs within the sect. For instance, the Beast Spirit Division oversees the herb gardens, spiritual beasts, fruits, vegetables, poultry, livestock, and the monthly provisions for the sect. The Guest Reception Division functions like a diplomatic office, welcoming visitors and liaising with other sections. The Transmission Division is responsible for the registration of all disciples and personnel changes, with many elders favoring it for recruiting students. The Spirit Treasure Division manages all spiritual artifacts, elixirs, spirit stones, and medicinal herbs. The Heavenly Salary Division handles the salaries and spiritual stones for all disciples and elders each month. The Discipline Division, quite straightforwardly, serves as the court. dealing with disciples who violate sect regulations. Sukai brought Ye Feng to the discipline division of the Yunhai sect, with over 40,000 members. The grand scale of the discipline division reflected its importance in upholding sect rules. It is situated on the sunlit slope of Starfall Peak, characterized by an imposing hall with 25 steps made of white marble leading to a magnificent entrance, inscribed with the words discipline and justice. Flanking the entrance are towering pillars adorned with couplets. The upper line reads discipline, concentration, wisdom, and understanding the law, while the lower line states strict laws, righteousness. Entering the path. Among the 6 divisions, the discipline division holds a position second only to the transmission division. Upon entering the hall, one would find it reminiscent of ancient courtrooms. A table faced the entrance, adorned with an ornate plaque in a flowing script, the meaning of which Ye Feng did not grasp. On either side of the hall stood several redwood armchairs, with rows of tables behind the left chairs, likely serving as the administrative area, while behind the right chairs were towering wooden bookshelves. The sheer size of the discipline division's main hall was comparable to the grand Qianqing Palace of the Qing dynasty, and despite being partitioned into several areas, it retained an expansive atmosphere. The discipline division is presided over by a chief elder, Sukai's master, Yu Qinzi, along with 16 elder assistants, each responsible for overseeing 8 law enforcement disciples. The chief elder rarely appears in the discipline division, where typically only one elder assistant and a few enforcement disciples are present. As a leader among the righteous paths, Yunhai sect enforces strict regulations, and its disciples generally adhere to them. A troublemaker like Ye Feng, who constantly causes disturbances, is a rarity within the sect. Thus, the workload in the discipline division is relatively light, allowing the elder assistants and disciples to focus on their cultivation. Sukai led the bound Ye Feng into the grand hall of the discipline division. Senior Brother Su. A few enforcement disciples greeted Sukai upon his entrance. He nodded slightly and proceeded to the left administrative area, where an elderly man with a white beard sat leisurely sipping tea. The man was slender and clad in a gray robe, his hair and beard flecked with white, indicating his advanced age. Uncle Yang, you are on duty today. Sukai greeted him with a slight bow and a smile. Ah, Sukai. It has been a while since I last saw you. What have you been busy with lately? Ah, do not mention it. There has been a situation at the herb garden. Several hundred precious spirit mushrooms have gone missing. I have been investigating this matter with Senior Brother Lin Yi. Who would be so audacious as to steal from the herb garden? Have the thieves been apprehended? Elder Yang asked, astonished. Having served in the discipline division for over 200 years, he had encountered various cases, including herb thefts. But never had he seen so many stolen at once. Sukai nodded, saying, I have brought the culprit back for registration. Senior Brother Lin said to detain him in the stone prison of the discipline division. Ah, kid, come here. I wish to see what kind of person would dare commit such a bold act. As Sukai conversed with Elder Yang, Ye Feng hurried forward, exclaiming, Grandpa, I am innocent. I did not steal those spirit mushrooms. I am the victim. Before he could finish, Elder Yang interrupted him. Ye Feng? Elder Yang expressed surprise, quickly realizing the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, among all in the Yunhai sect, only Ye Feng could commit such a notorious crime. The apple does not fall far from the tree, he mused, recalling that Ye Feng's master, Yu Long, was hardly a paragon of virtue. Grandpa, you know me? Ye Feng inquired. Elder Yang replied, Of course I know you. But why do I feel something is amiss? You do not recognize me? Sukai interjected, Uncle Yang. It seems that junior brother Yi has suffered some memory loss and cannot recall many people and events. Humph. This kid has always had issues, otherwise he would not have committed so many self-destructive acts. Yu Long has not returned in over 3 years, complicating matters. While this child is indeed troublesome and unrepentant, he is still the only disciple of that lecherous Yu Long. If he is punished too severely, what will happen if Yu Long returns? He might seek revenge on me. But he did steal hundreds of spirit mushrooms. I am innocent. Innocent, my foot. Think about it. Aside from you, who else would have the audacity to steal so many spirit mushrooms? If not for the decades-long friendship with your master, I wouldn't even bother with you. Very well. Let us confine you for a few days to engage in some deep reflection. Allow Brother Yu Chun to pass judgment upon you. Ye Feng was taken aback, on the verge of revealing that he had emerged from the graveyard behind the falling sunset peak, possibly the true perpetrator of the murder. However, Sukai interjected first. Uncle Yang, I will escort Yi Shidi to the stone prison in the back. Go ahead. Elder Yang waved his hand dismissively. Seemingly reluctant to involve himself in this matter, particularly with Ye Feng. As the duty elder of law enforcement, he could have condemned Ye Feng on the spot. Yet, Ye Feng's identity was exceedingly unique. More specifically, it was Ye Feng's erratic and lecherous master who was particularly special. Master Yulong was fiercely protective, and with only Ye Feng as his disciple. Should Yulong return to the mountain one day and discover that his disciple had not only fallen to the status of a mere medicine boy, but was also severely punished, this old lecher would undoubtedly create a ruckus in the discipline hall, potentially wreaking havoc in the spirit beast hall that managed the medicinal garden. To avoid future complications, Elder Yang decisively chose to imprison Ye Feng for the time being. It was likely that only the chief law enforcement elder, Yu Qinzi, could handle this hot potato. Su Kai pushed Ye Feng through a small side door of the main hall. Ye Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had sensed that the white-bearded Elder Yang was utterly unreliable. Initially, he had planned to report the truth upon arriving at the discipline hall, believing they would apprehend the true murderer of the original owner, thereby alleviating his crisis. Little did he expect Elder Yang's utter apathy, who did not even grant him the opportunity to speak. Su Shixiang, does Elder Yang often silence others? No, it's just you. Why? Have I offended him? Su Kai replied with a smirk. Perhaps you truly have amnesia. When it comes to theft, gambling, swindling, and flirting with young ladies, any issue related to you is dismissed by all law enforcement elders, and punishment is dealt with according to the sect's regulations. In that instant, Ye Feng comprehended Su Kai's insinuation. He began cursing the original owner in his heart. What on earth? How many misdeeds has this fellow committed? The two exited the main hall and arrived at the back, where 2 rows of houses built of blue brick stretched for about 30 to 40 rooms. These structures were neither grand nor luxurious. Many of the doors had clothes hanging out to dry, indicating they were residences for some disciples of the discipline hall. Since all buildings in the Yunhai sect were constructed against the mountains, Su Kai soon led Ye Feng to a rock wall. Su Shixiang, why have you brought me here? I do not need to relieve myself. Ye Feng inquired, puzzled. Su Kai shot him a disdainful glance, but remained silent. Instead, he extended his right hand, pointing as if wielding a sword, chanting a spell. Suddenly, a faint green light emanated from his fingertips. He traced a circle in front of him, and the glow coalesced into a green Tai Chi symbol, undulating like smoke. With a flick of his finger, the Tai Chi symbol shot towards the rock wall. Whoosh! The Tai Chi symbol sank into the rock, causing the massive, solid wall to ripple as if disturbed by water. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Shixiang, what kind of magical power is this? Incredible. It can even dissolve rock. Magic? No, this is merely a barrier formation. Su Kai explained as he shoved Ye Feng forward. Ye Feng's body collided with the watery barrier, stumbling and falling through. Upon regaining his footing, he found himself in a dimly lit rocky corridor. Su Kai had also passed through the watery barrier and entered. Ye Shitty, this place should be quite familiar to you. Su Kai remarked teasingly. Familiar? Have I been here before? Ye Feng's expression was one of disbelief. Of course, you are a frequent visitor here. Su Kai pulled Ye Feng along as he walked ahead, stating, this is the stone prison of the discipline hall. It contains 12 cells, and for centuries, it has only housed one madman. Ever since you were brought back by Uncle Yulong, it has been opened for you at least twice a year. Ye Feng felt speechless upon hearing Su Kai's words. He had begun to grasp the character of the original owner. Bad, ingrained to the core. In both film and literature, such individuals are unequivocal villains. Previously, Ye Feng had concluded that the original owner's death was due to the loss of the spirit herb in the medicinal garden, resulting in a murder to silence him. Now, he found himself doubting his earlier deduction. Perhaps the enchanting Yun Shuang was indeed correct. It might have been a certain young hero acting in the name of justice. At that moment, Su Kai arrived at a stone cell. This one will do. You were confined here every time you were punished. It can be considered your exclusive cell. Su Kai produced a key and unlocked the rusted iron door, pushing Ye Feng inside. The space was rather small, entirely hewn from rock, lacking windows and featuring only an iron door. The air was far from pleasant, filled with a musty, decaying odor that permeated every corner. Suddenly, the darkness of the cell was illuminated by a flicker of flame. Ye Feng turned to see Su Kai, pinching his nose, igniting a lamp on the wall with a fire starter. Ye Shitty, you will stay here for now. Once the investigation is complete, you will be released. In the meantime, I will bring you food every day. If you remember anything, you must inform me immediately. During this time, it is best for you to behave yourself. as Fong Tong is still waiting for your return. Su Kai's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his tone grew serious. Ye Feng nodded, replying, "Understood, Su Shixiao. I will engage in soul-searching repentance." Su Shixiao, who is Fong Tong? Su Kai smiled. "He is your closest friend." "What? Do you not even remember him?" "My closest friend?" Ye Feng's expression shifted to one of confusion. Is it truly possible that the original owner, so vile, had a friend? Unbelievable. You are a perceptive individual. Some matters need not be stated outright. You should understand yourself. Well then, make yourself comfortable here. Su Kai did not linger, untied Ye Feng's bonds, locked the cell door once more, and turned to leave down the dim passage. Su Kai was also quite astute. Whether Ye Feng truly suffered from amnesia or was merely pretending, once he mentioned Fong Tong, he had secured his position in this game. Ye Feng was widely acknowledged as a morally corrupt individual within the Yunhai sect. Nevertheless, he was also known for his loyalty and strong sense of camaraderie, which might be one of Ye Feng's few redeeming qualities. With the mention of Fong Tong, Su Kai was warning Ye Feng to remain silent, even if memories returned. He was to stay compliant, or else his best friend Fong Tong might meet a similarly grim fate, buried unceremoniously in the graveyard. As Su Kai's footsteps gradually faded into the distance, Ye Feng felt an unexpected sense of tranquility wash over him. There was no safer place than here. Even if the murderer of the original owner sought to eliminate him, they could not breach the stone prison of the discipline hall. Before leaving the cell, Ye Feng felt a sense of security. However, the conditions within the prison were deplorable. The ground was littered with decaying, moldy straw, alongside a dilapidated wooden bucket that served as a makeshift toilet. Fortunately, it had not been used in quite some time, and the waste had long since solidified. Well, since I am here, I might as well make myself comfortable. Ye Feng began to arrange his meager living quarters. "Young man, it has been a long time since you last visited. I thought you had turned over a new leaf," a suddenly raspy, aged voice echoed. Ye Feng was startled by the unexpected sound and looked around, exclaiming, Who is speaking? What? Do you not remember me?" The hoarse voice echoed once more. Ye Feng felt as if this sound detonated directly in his mind, rendering him unable to discern its origin. Could it be a ghost? He shrank his neck and called out loudly, "Who are you? Don't hide and play tricks. I'm not afraid of you." The figure in the shadows seemed to sense Ye Feng's unease and slowly uttered 3 words. "Who are you?" Ye Feng was taken aback and replied, "I am Ye Feng." Suddenly, he recalled what Su Kai had mentioned before he entered, that there was a madman confined in this place. Could this be the voice's owner? "You are not Ye Feng." The low, hoarse voice resounded again in Ye Feng's mind. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. He feared that this mysterious madman had seen through his secret. He forced himself to remain calm, declaring, "I am indeed Ye Feng, unequivocally so. If not, I would pay tenfold. Since you are Ye Feng, how can you not remember me?" The voice continued, "Well, I lost my memory and cannot recall anything." "Lost your memory?" The other party seemed to fall into deep contemplation, and after a moment, asked, "Why did you lose your memory?" Ye Feng sensed that this person was far from ordinary. Similar scenarios often appeared in novels and films, where protagonists, while facing punishment or imprisonment, encountered extraordinary individuals who bestowed upon them significant fortunes. He believed this mysterious figure was his chance encounter. "I do not know," he replied. "A few days ago, when I awoke, I found myself buried in a mass grave. I cannot remember anything from before." "Senior, who are you? Are you from our Cloud Sea sect?" "Who am I? Who am I?" The figure repeated these words, followed by a bitter laugh filled with desolation. Ye Feng carefully surveyed his stone prison. Within this small chamber, he was alone, making it impossible for anyone else to exist here. It appeared that this enigmatic individual was confined in another cell. However, there were 12 stone cells, each several meters apart, meaning the rock thickness between them was substantial, making conversation impossible. Thus, Ye Feng suspected that the other party might be utilizing some mysterious method to communicate over distance. He continued to inquire about the identity of this mysterious individual, but the voice fell silent. Su Kai exited the discipline hall and made his way to Lin Yi's residence. The distance was considerable, and he walked along the stone path for quite a while before arriving at Lin Yi's door. Upon entering, he casually closed the door behind him. As the 6th disciple of the sect leader, Lin Yi was a prominent figure among the young disciples of the Cloud Sea sect, yet his abode was remarkably simple. The wooden furniture and bed were quite old, with only the large bathtub appearing somewhat new. Sukai cupped his hands in respect and greeted, "Senior brother Lin." Lin Yi inquired, "Is Ye Feng's amnesia a ruse?" Sukai shook his head slightly. "It seems to be genuine." "Oh, what leads you to this conclusion?" Sukai then recounted the incident where he had tested Ye Feng by dropping him from a great height. After listening, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. Sukai continued, "I have already hinted to Ye Feng, whether he is pretending or truly regains his memory, he will likely be cautious and refrain from revealing any secrets." Lin Yi nodded slightly, and then suddenly chuckled. "It is indeed peculiar. This fellow lacks any skill, but is deeply loyal. In this cruel world, those who are loyal find it exceedingly difficult to survive, especially in our current Cloud Sea sect. Junior brother Su. Although we are not the ones who harmed Ye Feng, he possesses too many of our secrets. He cannot be allowed to live. Now that he has just returned, we must act before the storm passes." Lin Yi gestured as if to silence him. He spoke in a calm tone. This is also the wish of that esteemed individual. Upon hearing the mention of that individual from Lin Yi's lips, Sukai's demeanor shifted. An unmistakable unease mixed with fervent admiration reflected in his eyes. Sukai nodded heavily. "Rest assured, senior brother Lin, I know what must be done. However, I am a bit concerned. Before Ye Feng returned to the medicinal garden, he had an encounter with Yun Shuang'er in the mountains. Might he have said something he should not have?" Lin Yi replied, "I share that concern. Alas, it seems we must seek out junior sister Yun to ascertain the details. This matter is of great significance. If it comes to light, not only will we suffer, but many others in the Cloud Sea sect may also be implicated. The current Cloud Sea sect resembles a grand chessboard, with elders and disciples alike merely pawns. Yet Ye Feng occupies a critical position. Only by sacrificing him can the game continue. His existence, for us, is a deadlock." Sukai nodded, somewhat understanding. Before long, both departed. Sukai returned to the discipline hall while Lin Yi walked alone along the mountainside path. He arrived at the Elders' Hall, a residence for many of the Cloud Sea sect's elders. In front of a somewhat dilapidated courtyard, Lin Yi halted. This courtyard was ideally located, facing the sun on the Starfall Peak, unobstructed, and situated in the central area of the Elders and Appos Hall. This was the residence of the esteemed Yulong and his disciple, Ye Feng. After Yulong's scandal more than a year ago, Ye Feng had lived here alone until he was assigned to work in the medicinal garden. Having not reached the level of void ascendancy, he seldom returned. Now, the courtyard had fallen into disrepair, with weeds overtaking the walls. Lin Yi's gaze grew complex as he gently shook his head, seemingly murmuring softly before continuing along the path. Lin Yi arrived at the most secluded courtyard at the periphery of the Elders' Hall. Surrounded by a fence, the yard was adorned with various exotic flowers and plants. This was the renowned Mo Zhu Xian of the Cloud Sea sect. Its owner, the venerable Yu Ying, was over 360 years old, yet in her youth, she was a stunning beauty who captivated the world. Yu Ying had 7 true disciples, and Yun Shuang'er was the youngest among them. Lin Yi adjusted his attire before stepping into Mo Zhu Xian. A beautiful young fairy clad in green approached with a smile. "Junior brother Lin, what brings you to Mo Zhu Xian today? Is there something you need?" This young woman was Jin He, Yu Ying's eldest disciple. Though she was much older than Lin Yi, nearing 60, she appeared no older than 25, her cultivation having reached the 7th layer of the divine silence realm. Capable of standing on her own, Lin Yi slightly cupped his hands. "Senior sister Jin, I apologize for the intrusion. I wish to ask junior sister Yun about something." "Junior sister?" Jin He's fair face revealed a hint of confusion. Yun Shuang'er was known for her aloofness, rarely engaging with other disciples aside from her senior sisters in Mo Zhu Xian. Jin He found it surprising that Lin Yi sought out the junior sister. Lin Yi nodded. "Yes, is junior sister Yun in Mo Zhu Xian?" "She is. Please follow me." Jin He led Lin Yi into a bamboo house directly facing the courtyard gate. The bamboo house was exquisite, with nearly all the seating made of bamboo. The venerable Yu Ying, donned in Taoist robes, sat in a bamboo chair, sternly reprimanding 2 female disciples. Although Yu Ying was over 360 years old, her refined cultivation kept her looking remarkably youthful, appearing merely in her 40s. Yet, time had left its mark on her enchanting visage, regardless of her high cultivation. Upon noticing Jin He and Lin Yi's entrance, Yu Ying's brows knitted slightly. Lin Yi hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior Lin Yi pays his respects to Master Yu Ying." The disciples of the righteous path place great emphasis on hierarchy. Although Lin Yi is a direct disciple of the sect leader, he still displayed utmost humility when meeting an elder of his sect. It is precisely due to this demeanor that he enjoys an excellent reputation within the Yunhai sect, earning the fondness of many elders. Lin disciple, what brings you here? Did the sect leader have any instructions? Given that the Moku Pavilion is comprised solely of female disciples, it is rare for male disciples to visit, especially Lin Yi, known as the dragon-slaying swordsman, who values his reputation highly and typically avoids congregating in places frequented by female disciples to evade being labeled a lecher. Genie spoke up. Master, Lin disciple claims to be looking for junior sister Xia. Looking for Shuanger? Yu Ying's brow arched, her expression slightly displeased. She coolly inquired, Lin disciple, are you well acquainted with Shuang? What is your purpose in seeking her? Yu Ying has 7 true disciples, but only her eldest disciple Jin He and her youngest disciple Yun Shuang possess exceptional talents for cultivation. She holds high expectations for these two, having once been young herself. Yu Ying had countless suitors, and her past entanglements with love had left her with unresolved issues, hindering her cultivation. She does not wish for her disciples to squander their precious time on romantic pursuits. Thus, she is quite strict with her 7 disciples. Jin He, her eldest disciple, is now several decades old and is considered a beauty by worldly standards, yet remains single, having never engaged in a romantic relationship. As for her most cherished youngest disciple, Yun Shuang, who is just over 20, she is at a perilous age where feelings begin to blossom. As a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Yunhai sect, Lin Yi and Yun Shuang indeed make a handsome pair. Thus, upon hearing that Lin Yi sought Yun Shuang, Yu Ying immediately became vigilant. Lin Yi, well aware of Yu Ying's character, quickly clarified, Master, please do not misunderstand. I came to inquire about some matters from junior sister Yin. Yu Ying regarded Lin Yi with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity before nodding. Jin He, go fetch Shuanger. Yes, master. Jin He subtly exchanged glances with her 2 younger sisters, who had just been reprimanded by their master, signaling them to follow her outside to avoid further scolding. Yu Ying turned to Lin Yi, please wait a moment. Lin Yi nodded and seated himself on a bamboo chair. Yu Ying asked, it has been some time since I ventured out. How is the sect leader faring? Is he still in seclusion? Yes, Lin Yi replied, slightly bowing. Master has recently gained insights into the Tao and remains in seclusion. A glimmer of light flickered in Yu Ying and Appo's eyes as she commented. I have heard that Chong Kong and Jing Hong have been quite tumultuous lately. You haven't gotten involved in their affairs, have you? Lin Yi's body trembled slightly, clearly taken aback by Yu Ying's directness. He shook his head and chuckled, eldest and second brothers, during Master S seclusion. They have been managing the sect S affairs. There may be some disagreements, but their actions are all for the sake of the sect. Yu Ying was evidently dissatisfied with Lin Yi's ambiguous response. Her fiery temperament prompted her to declare, Lin Yi, you are a rare talent. It is best that you do not involve yourself in the matters of Chong Kong and Jing Hong. I have experienced power struggles before and understand how treacherous these waters can be. How many of the past sect leaders ascended to power without treading over a mountain of corpses? You and Xiao Rou entered the sect the latest. And you are both good children. It is wise to remain neutral. If necessary, take a few years to travel the world. Return only when the victor between Chong Kong and Jing Hong has been decided. Do you understand? I am the only one in the Yunhai sect who will speak to you in this manner. Others will not. Lin Yi slowly nodded, rising to bow again. Thank you for your guidance, master. I will remember your words. In truth, he wished he could evade these issues, but it was too late. He was already embroiled in this brutal power struggle. Yu Ying gestured for Lin Yi to sit, and then asked, what brings you to seek Shuang? Lin Yi replied, after Master entered seclusion, I have been assisting Master Yu Hong in the Beast Spirit Institute. Recently, several hundred spirit herbs and 4 millennium-old celestial grasses were lost from the Jiazi No. 7 herb garden, and I am currently investigating this matter. Oh, Yu Ying frowned. How does this concern Shuanger? Lin Yi wore a wry smile as he said, Master, please do not misunderstand. This matter has no relation to junior sister Yin. It merely involves a certain disciple, Ye Feng, who has encountered some issues. Ye Feng, the disciple of the Yaolong sect? Yu Ying interrupted, her elegant features revealing disbelief. Have the heads of the Beast Spirit Institute gone mad? How could they entrust that lad to guard the herb garden? I must be mistaken. Yu Ying's incredulity was palpable. Assigning Ye Feng to guard the herb garden was akin to appointing a rat as the grain storekeeper. The chief elder of the Beast Spirit Institute, Master Yu Hong, is not a fool. How could such a thoughtless decision be made? Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn on Yu Ying, and her brow furrowed slightly. Lin disciple, how could Ye Feng's actions compel you to consult Shuanger? They should not know each other, right? Just as Lin Yi was about to elaborate, two figures entered, Jin He clad in green and Yun Shuang in white. Both were stunningly beautiful, yet they exuded entirely different vibes. As Yu Ying's eldest disciple, Jin He often shoulders the responsibility of imparting teachings. Most elders prefer gentle and virtuous personalities for such roles, which is why Jin He has a refreshing demeanor, like a warm spring breeze, always adorned with a gentle smile that invites familiarity. Conversely, Yun Shuang possesses an otherworldly beauty, yet wears a cold expression, reminiscent of ice that never sees the sun. An aura of aloofness emanates from her eyes, enveloping her entire being, as if even her hair is imbued with frost. Upon entering, the two offered a slight bow to Yu Ying. Jin He said, "Master, junior sister has arrived." Yu Ying nodded slightly and glanced at Lin Yi, Lin disciple. "Since Shuanger is here, you may ask your questions. My disciples of Moku Pavilion would never act against the sect's rules." Yun Shuang's icy gaze fell upon Lin Yi, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. After more than a decade in the sect, this was seemingly the first time someone sought her out, especially a male disciple. She remained silent, simply holding her white celestial sword, standing quietly. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi stood and said, "Junior sister Yun, I have come regarding the matter of Ye Feng and would like to seek your confirmation." Yun Shuang understood and replied coolly, "Ye Feng? That lecher is dead?" Lin Yi's gaze sharpened momentarily before he shook his head. No. Ye Feng has returned today to confess and is now detained in the Discipline Institute. I have already dealt with him. The remaining actions will be handled according to sect rules. I trust Master Yu Chun will uphold justice and impose strict punishment on this scoundrel. Scoundrel? The three within the bamboo hut exchanged perplexed glances. Yu Ying inquired slowly, "Shuang, do you know Ye Feng? Did he do something to you?" Yun Shuang's expression shifted slightly, and her previously cold demeanor wavered. She slowly shook her head. "I encountered him a few days ago. He spoke somewhat frivolously, but I had already reprimanded him then." Yun Shuanger did not speak the truth, for as a young lady, she could not publicly confess that Ye Feng had spied on her while she bathed, exposing her innocent form to that scoundrel. How could she maintain her dignity thereafter? Master Yu Ying gazed intently at Yun Shuanger. Having raised her, she knew this little disciple better than anyone. At that moment, she perceived the subtle shifts in Yun Shuanger's expression, realizing that she was not disclosing the complete truth. Lin Yi inquired, "Sister Yun, when did you encounter Ye Feng? Did he say anything to you?" The flicker in Yun Shuanger's gaze betrayed her again, akin to a small stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating faint ripples. "Are you investigating the matter of Ye Feng's assault?" Yun Shuanger asked in a calm tone. Master Yu Ying and her senior disciple, Jin He, were left puzzled. Lin Yi, however, remained composed. Since Yun Shuanger had indeed met Ye Feng, it was certain that Ye Feng had informed her of his emergence from the graveyard. Thus, Yun Shuanger's knowledge of this matter did not astonish Lin Yi. He added, "Not entirely. Currently, I am assisting Master Yu Hong at the Beast Spirit Institute. This time, I am primarily investigating the loss of medicinal herbs from the Jiazi No. 7 herb garden, while other matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Discipline Institute, which I cannot interfere with." When Ye Feng reported today, he claimed amnesia and could recall nothing. He mentioned that he had encountered Sister Yun near Xing Luo Peak a few days prior, and it was you who informed him of his identity and other details. Is that true? Master Yu Ying sensed the unusual nature of the situation. "Shuanger, what exactly transpired?" Yun Shuanger hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Approximately 5 or 6 days ago, I did encounter Ye Feng on the back mountain. At that time, he was being pursued by a giant tiger, and I intervened to rescue him. Later, I learned that he had lost his memory, forgetting everything, even his name, only remembering that he had emerged from the soil of the graveyard behind the falling cloud's peak. As we are of the same sect, I introduced him to his identity and some matters regarding the Yunhai sect." "What?" Master Yu Ying's expression turned grave, mirrored by Jin He's peculiar demeanor. Jin He remarked, "Regardless, Ye Feng is a registered inner disciple of Yunhai sect, who would dare to secretly harm a true disciple of Master Yulong, even going so far as to commit murder and dispose of the body in the graveyard? This is utterly lawless. That brat Ye Feng has offended countless individuals over the years. Previously, with Master Yulong's protection, no one would dare lay a finger on him. Now that Master Yulong has been missing for more than 3 years, it is only natural that someone would target him." Master Yu Ying spoke in a calm tone. "Indeed, it should be punished," Yun Shuanger murmured. Lin Yi's anxious heart eased considerably. It seemed Ye Feng truly had lost his memory. He nodded, expressing gratitude to Yun Shuang'er, stating, "I have no further questions." He then turned to Master Yu Ying and said, "Master Yu, if Ye Feng has been secretly harmed, there may be deeper implications. After all, we, the Yunhai sect, are a renowned righteous sect, if word gets out." Before he could finish, Master Yu Ying interrupted, "Lin Shizi, I understand your concerns. We of the Mo Zhu Pavilion are all women and have no interest in the affairs within the sect. We do not wish to become involved. You may conduct your investigation without interference from us, and the disciples of Mo Zhu Pavilion will not speak of this matter. If you have finished your inquiries, you may return." Lin Yi nodded slightly and respectfully took his leave. Jin He escorted him out of the Mo Zhu Pavilion, and upon returning, observed her master's unusual expression as she twirled a teacup, seemingly deep in thought. "Master, Lin Shidi has left. If there is nothing else, I and junior sister will return to our quarters." Master Yu Ying, awakened from her reverie, set down the teacup and looked at Yun Shuang'er. "Shuang'er, recount your encounter with Ye Feng to me once more, leaving out no details." Yun Shuang'er frowned slightly, reluctant to revisit the memory of that lecture. However, seeing her master's serious demeanor, she relented and briefly recounted the events, omitting the part where Ye Feng had spied on her while bathing. After listening, Master Yu Ying slowly said, "Jin He, what is your perspective on this matter?" Jin He pondered before responding. Ye Feng's recent assault appears to be connected to the loss of the spiritual herb he was guarding. Someone may have sought to eliminate him to cover their tracks. Master Yu Ying shook her head slightly. To kill Yulong's disciple over a mere spiritual herb is unreasonable. Although Yulong may seem carefree and uncommitted, his status within the Yunhai sect is significant. He has served as the chief elder in the Discipline Institute, Transmission Institute, and the Tianfeng Institute for nearly 80 years. No one would risk killing Ye Feng simply for a spiritual herb. Moreover, it is inherently illogical that Ye Feng, as Yulong's sole disciple, was assigned to guard the herb garden. Jin He silently nodded. Meanwhile, Yun Shuang'er stood there with an expressionless face, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Master Yu Ying suddenly asked, "Shuang'er, how did Ye Feng behave inappropriately towards you?" "It was merely some inappropriate words. Speak honestly." Master Yu Ying's brow furrowed, her tone growing somber. Yun Shuang'er lowered her head, torn over whether to divulge what had transpired that night. Observing her hesitation, Master Yu Ying instructed, "Jin He, close the door." Although Jin He was puzzled, she obeyed and shut the door. The bamboo cottage was enchanted with a soundproof barrier, ensuring that once the door was closed, no sound could escape. "Shuang'er, speak up. What truly happened that night?" Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Yun Shuang'er recounted the events of that night, detailing how she had gone to the cold pond on the back mountain to bathe and unexpectedly encountered Ye Feng, who was half naked and being chased by a tiger, along with the subsequent events. "What? You mean to say Ye Feng spied on you while you bathed?" Jin He was furious. "Yes, senior sister. At that time, I was deceived by his words, believing he had fled to the pond to escape the tiger. It was only after dawn, when he asked me to help him retrieve his clothes from the water, that I realized I had been tricked. He had arrived at the pond before me and had been secretly. That little brat. I shall gouge out his eyes." Jin He exclaimed in exasperation, rolling up her sleeves, ready to confront Ye Feng. "Jin He," Master Yu Ying said slowly, "you cannot approach him in such a manner. Nor should you confront Ye Feng directly." Jin He was taken aback. "Master, how can we allow that scoundrel to escape after what he did to junior sister? I did not say to let him go. This matter requires my direct intervention with the Discipline Institute to speak with Yu Qinzi." "What?" Jin He exclaimed. "Master, if you intervene, this will surely escalate, and junior sister's reputation." Master Yu Ying glanced at Yun Shuang'er, whose expression was pained. "This matter must be handled differently. We cannot accuse Ye Feng of spying on Shuang'er while she bathed. We can only state that he made lewd remarks towards her. It cannot be blown out of proportion, yet it cannot be ignored either." Yun Shuang'er did not comprehend her master's intentions, but Jin He seemed to grasp them. "Master, are you suggesting?" Master Yu Ying raised her hand to silence her. "I merely aim to seek justice for Shuang'er, allowing Ye Feng to endure a longer period in the Discipline Institute stone prison, to suffer a bit more, with no ulterior motives." Jin He's expression suddenly grew somewhat unnatural. As the eldest disciple who had been with Master Yu Ying the longest, she fully understood her master's intentions, but remained puzzled about the rationale behind it. The stone prison of the Discipline Institute awaited. A mysterious barrier envelopes this place, making the stone cell a rarely opened, exceedingly secluded space where air circulation is nearly impossible, perpetuating a foul odor reminiscent of a decaying corpse. Although the stench has lessened over time, it still lingers in this confined area, refusing to dissipate. The cell is modest in size, approximately 4 meters in length and width, with a height of 3 meters, resembling a chamber hewn from the solid rock of a mountain. The only entrance is a locked iron door, making escape as improbable as if the banker Andy attempted to dig a tunnel with a mere spoon. However, Ye Feng has no intention of escaping. In the absence of clarity regarding the original owner's demise, there exists no safer place than the stone prison of the Discipline Academy. Yet, the presence of a madman within the cell leaves Ye Feng feeling unsettled. Who knows whether this deranged individual might suddenly unleash his madness upon him. Fortunately, Ye Feng is acquainted with this lunatic. Upon his arrival, the madman communicated with him through a secretive method, yet remained silent for several hours thereafter. Ye Feng had attempted to call out, hoping to ascertain which cell the madman occupied, but received no response. It seemed as if the previous encounters had been mere figments of his imagination, and the seemingly amnesiac madman was nothing but an illusion. With the madman remaining silent, Ye Feng sat in one corner of the cell, contemplating his predicament and future. No matter how grand his thoughts, he could not escape the inescapable truth. Who was responsible for the original owner's death? This question loomed like a ticking time bomb, and until resolved, even if he were to escape the cell, he could face a similar, mysterious demise. With no clues to the identity of the murderer, Ye Feng decided to establish a temporary direction for his future, survival. In 12 words, seek to survive, strive for advancement. Survival is paramount. Life comes first. Ye Feng now understood that the original owner held a significant status within the Yunhai sect. Yet his reputation was severely tarnished due to numerous misdeeds and enmity with many individuals. If he were to secure his release, he must adopt a low profile. Even if he were to regain the original owner's memories or learn who had killed him, he could not recklessly expose the truth without absolute certainty. He must continue to feign amnesia. Only by pretending to be forgetful might he preserve his own life. As he pondered, fatigue overtook him, and he fell into a restless slumber. He was awakened some time later by the sound of approaching footsteps, echoing like a distant tolling bell in the quiet corridor of the stone prison. Ye Feng quickly rose, on high alert, as the footsteps halted outside his cell. "Sukai, you finally made it. I thought I was going to starve," Ye Feng exclaimed, his face breaking into a sycophantic smile upon recognizing his visitor. Sukai, however, wore an expression of disdain. He did not unlock the door but placed a food container on the ground, speaking through the iron bars. "You shitty, a day has passed. Have you recalled anything?" Ye Feng shook his head. Sukai responded with a slight grunt, then continued, "I never expected you to be so audacious. I admire your courage." Ye Feng frowned, confused. "Sushi-xiang, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. You can't possibly think I stole from myself, can you? It's clear to any discerning eye that I have been wronged. The true thief sought to frame me, but little did he know that I, Ye Feng, possess great fortune and have emerged from the grave." Sukai shook his head. "That's not what I meant. This morning, Aunt Yuing came to the Discipline Academy to speak with my master. She mentioned that you had, in an exceedingly frivolous manner, provoked Sister Yin on the back mountain a few days ago, demanding that the Discipline Academy punish you according to sect rules. Is there any truth to this?" Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. He eventually realized that Sister Yin referred to the beautiful girl, Yin Shuanger, whom he had encountered bathing on the back mountain. However, he had been nothing but congenial towards her. Just as he was about to argue, he suddenly fell silent. True, he had not provoked her, but he had indeed spied on her bathing. The distinction between frivolous words and the act of voyeurism was significant. The former might warrant a mere reprimand, while the latter could lead to the loss of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Ye Feng quickly grasped the situation. Sister Yun, concerned for her own reputation, had concealed the fact that he had watched her bathe but, unable to suppress her indignation, had reported him for verbal harassment. Seeking to ensure he faced punishment within the Discipline Academy, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at this revelation. How could such a heavenly beauty possess such a small heart? She had shattered 3 of his ribs, and still wouldn't he let him off the hook? Moreover, Ye Feng felt that he had been compelled to watch, which was entirely different from the act of sneaking a peek. With a forced smile, he said, "Well, at that moment, I was quite dazed and did say a few inappropriate words to Sister Yun. Sushi-xiang, Do you have any idea when I might be released? Released? If it weren't for Sister Yun's complaint, you'd likely be out in 3 to 5 days. But now the situation has changed. Ankyuing caused quite a scene at the Discipline Academy today, and my master has promised to punish you severely. You might as well remain here quietly. Su Kai replied as he squatted down and opened the food container, taking out some dishes to pass through the hole at the bottom of the cell door. Su Shixiao, could you possibly get me some cultivation manuals? I remember nothing and would like to practice while I pass the time. It's dreadfully dull here, Ye Feng pleaded. Su Kai replied with a forced smile, I Haven Tea sealed your meridians, which is already a favor considering our long-standing acquaintance. You still wish to practice? Have you not grasped the gravity of your situation? As Su Kai turned to leave, Ye Feng called out again, Su Shixiao, wait. Who is that elderly person residing in the stone cell? How long have they been imprisoned? Su Kai frowned, instinctively glancing at the cell directly opposite Ye Feng's. He slowly replied, You've lost your memory, yet your curiosity remains insatiable? Stay put and don't cause me any more trouble. After speaking, he approached the opposite cell door, peered inside, and placed a plate of roasted chicken and a jug of wine through the opening before retrieving an empty plate and wine jug to take back with him. He uttered not a word to the occupant of the cell and departed with the food container. The sound of his footsteps soon faded into the distance, leaving the dim space in silence once more. Ye Feng realized that the madman indeed resided in the cell across from him. He crouched to gather his food, having anticipated a sumptuous feast after days of subsisting on wild fruits. Instead, he was met with 2 hard buns, a small jar of water, and a tiny dish of excessively salty pickles. What was this? How was it that, in the same wretched prison, he received only cold buns while his neighbor enjoyed roasted chicken? The disparity in treatment was staggering. Ye Feng could not help but curse a few times. Yet the hunger gnawing at his stomach felt as if it were set ablaze. He could only seize the hard bun and begin to gnaw on it. Although it was somewhat unpalatable, it was better than nothing. Ye kid, do you wish to have some roasted chicken? The voice that had been silent for a long time echoed once more in Ye Feng's mind. This time, he was not as startled as before. Sitting before the cell door, he continued to chew on the bun and replied, Of course, who wouldn't want roasted chicken? Old senior, I just saw that roasted chicken, and it seemed rather large. I doubt you could finish it all by yourself, so why not share a bit with me? I promise to bring you some delicious food once I get out. Humph, you say that every time, yet you deceive me each time. However, I'm not particularly hungry today, so you may have this roasted chicken. Really? Thank you, old senior. But how am I supposed to get it? A rope? Yes. The rope that had bound Ye Feng just yesterday was now in the cell. Ye Feng quickly retrieved it and tossed one end through the opening at the bottom of the iron door. The 2 cell doors faced each other with only about 3 meters of passage in between. The ropes end easily landed near the opening of the opposite cell. The passage was dimly lit, and Ye Feng saw a pair of withered, skeletal hands reaching out from the hollow of the opposite cell. After a moment of groping, they grasped the rope and pulled it into the hollow. Shortly thereafter, Ye Feng felt a slight tug on the other end of the rope. He swiftly pulled it back, and indeed, a plump roasted chicken was tied to it. Though it had picked up a layer of dirt, it was still edible after removing the skin. Thank you, old senior. The roasted chicken was evidently fresh and still warm. The aroma wafted through the air, causing Ye Feng's fingers to itch with desire. He immediately tore off a chicken leg, discarding the soiled skin, and began to devour it. Don't mention it, the old man said. Who told you that you are my only friend after all these years? Old senior, how long have you been imprisoned here? I've lost track, but it must be around 200 years. What? 200 years? Ye Feng was taken aback. What grave crime did you commit? Even stealing a cow wooden and Appos, T warrants such a lengthy sentence. I don and Appos, T recall the details. I suspect it is a wrongful conviction. The old man's confident voice resonated in Ye Feng's mind. Old senior, how can you be so sure you are wronged? Ye Feng inquired. According to Yun Shuanger, Yunhai sect is a major righteous sect in the mortal realm, where disciples uphold justice and act on behalf of heaven. If it were a wrongful conviction, how could a disciple be imprisoned for 200 years? Therefore, Ye Feng leaned towards the notion that the old man must have committed a significant breach of the sect's rules to receive such a severe punishment. The old man transmitted his thoughts. Consider this. I neither kill nor commit arson. I do not rob nor deceive, and I do not engage in immoral practices. If that is not a wrongful conviction, then what is? Old senior, you are too modest. Ye kid, what do you mean? And nothing, just praising you. Enough of that. Having consumed my roasted chicken, tell me about the outside world. It has been ages since you last visited. Do you have any idea how dull it has been for me? The outside world. Senior, I mentioned upon entering that I have amnesia. I do not remember anything. Ye Feng felt somewhat troubled. He could hardly recount the affairs of Earth to this old madman. However, he truly had no knowledge of current events in this realm. Then tell me how you lost your memory and what crime led to your current imprisonment. Senior, I assure you, this time I am truly wronged. The old man's single roasted chicken had completely captivated Ye Feng. He recounted all that had transpired in recent days. After listening, the old man asked, "Do you remember why you initially went to the herb garden?" "I do not recall." "I do," the old man stated. "What?" Ye Feng asked, puzzled. "How do you know?" "Kid, over a year ago, you were imprisoned here for more than half a month. You deliberately committed an offense to be assigned to the herb garden. I remember you saying that you sought the 4,000-year-old immortal herbs. Someone needed those 4,000-year-old immortal herbs, so you intended to steal them back." The old man's words sent a shiver through Ye Feng. He immediately inquired, "Senior sister? Old senior, for whom was I stealing?" As long as he could ascertain for whom the original owner sought to steal the immortal herbs, the perpetrator would soon be revealed. It must be that person who, after obtaining the herbs, resorted to foul play to silence the original owner. You did not mention it, but I suspect it must have been a young lady. A young lady? Are you certain? For a woman to pursue the scholar's laurels. You are a young and talented lad. Surely you would not steal for a man. The old man's words plunged Ye Feng into deep thought. While there was some truth to the old man's reasoning, it did not definitively confirm that the original owner acted out of affection for a woman. Firstly, the original owner was hardly a virtuous character, often teasing the maidens of the Yunhai sect. Such a scoundrel would not suffer so much for a mere girl, nor take such a grave risk. Secondly, the original owner had already infiltrated the herb garden a year and a half ago. Why wait so long to steal the spirit herbs? It made no sense. He could have acted within the first 10 days to half a month. If the original owner had delayed for over a year out of concern for being suspected of theft, it would have been unnecessary. Considering his character would lead everyone to believe he was the culprit without a doubt. Moreover, Ye Feng did not believe that within the esteemed Yunhai sect, there existed a female disciple so ruthless that after obtaining the spirit herbs, she would resort to murder to cover her tracks. This was murder, not merely slaughtering a chicken. Although Ye Feng was skeptical of the old man's conjecture, the old man's words indeed provided him with valuable insights. At the very least, he could ascertain 2 points. Firstly, the original owner had intentionally committed an offense to enter the herb garden with the aim of stealing the spirit herbs. Secondly, this was not the original owner's intention. There must have been someone behind the scenes orchestrating this, and that person was likely the one who killed the original owner. Otherwise, the timing could not be coincidental. The spirit herbs had just been discovered missing, and the original owner was buried in a mass grave. Ye Feng found the once delectable roasted chicken in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. He sighed and murmured to himself, "What on earth am I to do? Am I to face death once more?" At that moment, the old man's hoarse voice echoed again in his mind. "Ye kid, there is one thing I cannot comprehend. You are Huang Yudao's disciple. Who would dare harm you?" "Huang Yudao?" Ye Feng was taken aback. "Old senior, who is Huang Yudao? I have heard that my master is Yulong Shangren." The old man spoke slowly. Yulong's real name is Huang Yudao. He was highly regarded in Yunhai sect for his contributions, and you are his only disciple. Thus, it stands to reason that no one would dare to harm you lightly. Ye Feng finally understood. Then he replied, "If my master were here, I would not find myself in such dire straits." "What? Your master is not present?" "Well, my master is not dead. I heard he went down the mountain for social visits and has yet to return. I recall you mentioning this before. It has been 3 years, and your master has not returned?" "He hasn't perished in the embrace of a woman, has he?" Ye Feng coughed lightly and replied, "That should not be the case. He must be delayed by something." Ye Feng wanted to ask the old man if he had mentioned any other names during his previous time in this grim place. However, the old man fell silent once more, and no further words came forth. Considering the elder was likely asleep, Ye Feng refrained from calling out again. After consuming half of a roasted chicken, his appetite waned, and he sat in the corner, contemplating strategies. His current predicament was rather passive, without any memories. He found it challenging to devise targeted responses. The only feasible solution was to hasten the enhancement of his cultivation. He believed that once his cultivation improved, he might attain a semblance of self-preservation. Though he was unaware of any cultivation techniques, during this time spent channeling energy to heal. He had gathered some experience in mobilizing the true essence within his body, as well as absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth through breathing techniques, transforming it into spiritual power to be stored in his dantian. This seemed consistent with what he had read in novels. The stronger the spiritual energy within, the higher the level of cultivation. He had already begun to absorb spiritual energy, and as long as the reserves in his dantian increased, he estimated he could break through to the void flight realm. He was a man of action, and thus he immediately commenced his practice. However, apart from this endeavor, he found little else to occupy his time. He underestimated the complexity of cultivation. Lacking techniques and methods, he could at best rely on mobilizing the true essence within his meridians for self-healing while absorbing some natural spiritual energy to replenish his depleted reserves. Elevating his cultivation level was not solely achievable through the meager absorption of spiritual energy. It required the expansion of meridians, the cultivation of consciousness and mental power, and the purification of impurities within his body to achieve clarity of mind and body. He was utterly ignorant, merely playing a child's game of make-believe. After sitting in meditation for several hours, his dantian and meridians brimmed with spiritual energy. Yet, regardless of how he absorbed spiritual energy, it could no longer be converted into true essence. Instead, it rapidly escaped his body through his pores. It was akin to a water-filled bottle. No matter how much water he poured in, the excess would inevitably overflow from the top. Upon realizing this, Ye Feng felt quite disheartened. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How foolish of me. Isn't there a senior from the Yunhai sect living next door? I should ask him to teach me. With this in mind, he hurried to the iron door, knocking fervently. Senior, are you awake? Ye brat, have you lost your mind? What are you shouting about? Do you want me to end you? Hearing the elder's response, Ye Feng quickly replied, Please, senior, if you kill me, who will keep you company? Old senior, I have a request. Could you teach me cultivation? You are a disciple of Yulong, and you still want me to teach you? Hasn't Yulong instructed you? Well, I seem to have lost my memory. The elder fell silent once more. Just as Ye Feng thought the matter was doomed, the elder's voice suddenly resounded. Ye brat, I can impart supreme teachings to you, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Ye Feng exclaimed with delight. Isn't it obvious? Which chosen one falls into a chasm or ends up imprisoned without an adventure? Heaven has already paved the way for me. The elder's voice continued. I can teach you the true methods, even impart my entire life's knowledge, but you must not reveal this to anyone, not even your master Yulong. My existence must remain a secret. Is that all? Senior, I'm quite clever and resourceful. You might want to raise the stakes. I have only this one request. If you agree, I shall teach you. Fine, I agree, Ye Feng replied eagerly. Initially, he feared the elder would impose some bizarre demand, perhaps something unsavory. But he found the elder's request rather straightforward. In truth, even if the elder had not made this demand, Ye Feng would never have disclosed the teachings. Swear it. The elder seemed unconvinced. He had known Ye Feng for several years, and their time together in the stone prison added up to several months. He was well aware that Ye Feng had a penchant for boasting. Ye Feng promptly raised his hand and declared, Today, I, Ye Feng, swear before the heavens that if I reveal to anyone the teachings imparted to me by the senior, may I be eternally impotent, suffer paralysis, develop sores on my head, and have my feet fester. Enough. Why are you making this sound so grotesque? Thus, Ye Feng became the elder's unofficial disciple without incurring any significant cost. Though the title was somewhat convoluted, it was indeed the case. Ye Feng believed he had stumbled upon a great fortune, unaware that he had unwittingly invited tremendous trouble. The elder spoke slowly. Since you have no memories, I shall start from the very beginning. The divine continent is vast and boundless, where myriad races coexist. Millions of years ago, humanity emerged. Senior, can we skip the prologue? Why the haste? The most detestable trait of a cultivator is impatience. Desiring swift results will lead you to the brink of madness. Listen attentively, young one. Ye Feng, chastised, fell silent. Although he was eager to obtain the cultivation techniques of the Yunhai sect, he understood that the elder's words held merit. Great towers rise from humble beginnings. One cannot become plump overnight. If one cannot temper their arrogance and impatience, the path of cultivation becomes exceedingly perilous. Thus, Ye Feng had no choice but to listen attentively. In today's world, numerous sects abound, with the Tao, demon, Buddha, ghost, and shaman schools being the most prominent. A saying goes, the Tao divides into north and south, the Buddha into east and west, the demon into heaven and earth, the ghost into yin and yang, and the shaman into black and white. Our Yunhai sect is the leader of the Southern Dao school, while the Northern Dao is led by the Xuanzhen sect. The Buddha's leader is the Lingtai temple, alongside the Chaotian sect in the west and the Yunhu sect in the east. These constitute the 5 major righteous factions of the world. In opposition to the righteous path stands the demon path, which is divided into 2 major forces, the demon sect and the ghost sect. The demon sect includes the 5 poisons sect, the goddess palace, and the Shuriwa sect, while the ghost sect comprises the soul capture sect, the Yuquan sect, and the Tianyin sect, forming the 6 major factions of the demon path. The structure of the 5 righteous sects and the 6 demon sects has persisted since the Hunter War over 2,000 years ago. For years, the righteous and demon factions have engaged in relentless conflict, each striving to vanquish the other. Yet, each battle has ended in mutual destruction. Our Yunhai sect has a history of over 4,000 years, with its first-generation founder, Li Xingfeng, known as the Celestial Walker. The elder spent considerable time recounting the history of the Yunhai sect. Some of the content Ye Feng had already learned from Yun Shuang'er, but much of it was information she had not shared. It was evident that Yun Shuang'er's understanding of the history of the Yunhai sect paled in comparison to that of this eccentric old man, imprisoned for over 200 years. This elder even knew the names of all the sect masters throughout the sect's history. It seemed these memories were etched into his very blood. The principles of the Yunhai sect are rooted in the Southern Dao, yet it has developed its own unique lineage. Many disciples pursue the path of the sword. Hence the Yunhai sect is also referred to as the Yunhai sword sect or Yunhai sword school, having existed for over 4,000 years. It is one of the oldest sects in the mortal realm, boasting countless sword techniques. In summary, they include the 1 decision, 2 truths, 3 formations, 4 swords, 5 palms, 6 legs, and 7 body techniques. The so-called 1 decision refers to the Yunhai decision, a cultivation method of profound mystery. Mastering it to the utmost can lead one to the celestial stop realm. 2 truths pertains to the divine swords thunder-calling true method and the sky-slashing true method. 3 formations refers to the 2-yin sword formation, the heavenly gang sword formation, and the 7-star sword formation. 4 swords encompasses the 9 styles of sword control. The autumn wind sword technique, the 6 harmonies sword technique, and the cloud wave sword technique. The elder truly proved himself to be a qualified master. He elaborated at length to Ye Feng about the various profound sword techniques of the Yunhai sect. The enduring prosperity of Yunhai sect over thousands of years can be attributed to these formidable sword techniques. Each type of divine power, when cultivated to its zenith, possesses the potential to wreak havoc upon the heavens and the earth. However, when the old man finally concluded his exposition on the dozens of intricate sword techniques, Ye Feng assumed that the elder would impart to him the secrets of the heart method. To his dismay, the elder said, "I've spoken for quite a while. I'm fatigued now. We shall continue this tomorrow." This left Ye Feng feeling profoundly disappointed. Yet, as a vigorous young man, after listening to hours of tales, he felt dazed and weary. The elder, being so advanced in age, must surely be exhausted as well. Thus, Ye Feng quelled his impatience and decided to wait until the elder had rested the following day. In the dim confines of the stone cell, Ye Feng's sense of time became nebulous. He could only gauge the passage of time by the meals that Su Kai brought him each day. One night, while in a dreamlike state, he heard footsteps approaching. He recognized that Su Kai had come again to deliver his meal. Without opening the cell door, Su Kai called out, "Ye Feng, have you recalled anything?" Ye Feng, stifling a yawn, shook his head and replied, "Su Shixiao, must you always start with that same question about whether I remember anything? Amnesia, do you understand what that means?" Ye Feng no longer felt the need to be overly courteous to Su Kai. In this wretched place, he not only evaded the pursuit of enemies, but also had the opportunity to learn the arcane arts from the elder. He had grown fond of this environment. If they were to release him now, he would be reluctant to leave. Seeing Ye Feng's attitude, Su Kai frowned. However, he did not express anger and remained silent. He retrieved 2 cold buns, a dish of pickles, and a small cup of clear water from the food box, passing them through the gap at the bottom of the cell door. He then carried the food box to the opposite cell, where a plump roast chicken and a jug of liquor awaited. The disparity in the quality of meals between Ye Feng and the elder was stark. After Su Kai departed and his footsteps faded in the corridor, Ye Feng's mind was suddenly filled with the elder's voice. "Young man, Do you wish to have some roast chicken? Ye Feng picked up half a roast chicken left over from the previous day and sniffed it. No, no, senior. You can enjoy today's roast chicken. I still have half from yesterday, and it hasn't spoiled. It's perfectly fine. Ah, you young fellow certainly knows how to live. Very well, I shan't be polite then. With that, the elder's voice faded away. After consuming the half chicken and finishing the buns, Ye Feng finally spoke. Senior, yesterday you shared with me the history and techniques of our Yunhai sect. Today, might it be time for you to impart the heart method to me? Patience. The heart method is the last to be taught. Before you begin cultivating, you must first understand the meridians and acupoints within your body. Otherwise, you risk damaging your meridians during the cultivation process, which could be life-threatening. Since you cannot even remember your master, I presume you have also forgotten the distribution of your internal meridians and acupoints. Ye Feng nodded. Indeed, I can only perceive the meridians and acupoints within me through introspection. As for their names, I remember none. Then today, I shall teach you about the meridians and acupoints. Thank you, senior. Ye Feng. First, find an object that you can use to draw while you introspect, sketching out the layout of your internal meridians and acupoints. There are 12 meridians and 362 acupoints in the human body. Once you have drawn them all, I will teach you their names. During this period, do not disturb my rest. Understood. Senior, rest assured. I will complete the task swiftly. Ye Feng initially thought this would be a simple endeavor, as he could clearly visualize everything during meditation. Identifying the acupoints and meridians would surely be easy. However, he soon realized he had been overly confident. The first challenge he encountered was determining what tool to use for drawing. The stone cell was barren, with only dried, moldy straw on the ground. There were no branches to be found. How could he possibly depict the human anatomy on the hard stone wall? Pondering his predicament, his gaze fell upon the oil lamp affixed to the wall. The lamp's design was peculiar, unlike any kerosene lamp he had seen in his childhood. Made of bronze, it resembled a duck swimming in water, with the wick extending from its beak. The lamp was not large, holding no more than 3 pounds of kerosene. Sukai had lit it when Ye Feng was imprisoned, and it had been burning for 3 days, seemingly fueled by an inexhaustible supply of oil. Ye Feng approached the lamp, intending to remove it from the wall, only to discover it was firmly embedded. He could only open the oil cap, which appeared to be coated in years of grime, dark as coal. Peering inside, he was surprised to find that the burning substance was not the anticipated kerosene, but an unusual solid-like material, pale in color, reminiscent of lard solidifying in winter. This strange fuel burned for an extended period, likely lasting 3 to 5 months without extinguishing. Ye Feng delicately scooped a small piece with his finger, confirming it was some form of congealed grease, which emitted a faint, unpleasant odor when sniffed. He rubbed the oily substance on the stone wall, but to his disappointment, the marks were faint and unsuitable as a drawing medium. What else could be used for drawing upon the wall in this wretched place? Ye Feng abandoned the oil lamp and turned to seek other materials. The cell contained only 2 remaining items, a toilet in the corner for waste and the small dish that Sukai had brought with the meal. An idea struck him. He discarded the overly salty pickles from the dish, smashing it with a satisfying crack. The white dish shattered into numerous fragments, and Ye Feng picked up a shard, vigorously scraping it against the stone wall. To his delight, it left a faint mark. Indeed, I am a genius. Having secured a makeshift drawing tool, Ye Feng wasted no time. He quickly cleared a relatively smooth section of the wall beside the oil lamp and sketched a rough outline of a human figure, complete with limbs. He then closed his eyes to meditate, entering an introspective state, and began to draw the internal structure he perceived within himself, meticulously transferring the details onto the stone wall. This was a tedious and time-consuming task. Ye Feng oscillated between meditation and reality, driven by his eagerness to learn the arcane arts. However, the progress of his work seemed to lag behind his fervent efforts. The 12 meridians within his body, while seemingly few, twisted and turned like winding rivers. These were the main meridians. Each primary meridian was interwoven with countless smaller ones, each connecting to various acupoints. The human body resembled a towering tree, with the main meridians as its trunk and the myriad acupoints as its leaves. Just as he neared completion of 1/3 of his task, footsteps echoed once more in the corridor. Though initially soft, the sounds reverberated painfully in the silence. Ye Feng approached the cell door and saw Sukai, carrying the food box. Sukai delivered meals to both Ye Feng and the elder once daily. This meant Ye Feng had spent an entire day drawing the anatomical structure, Sukai's first words remained unchanged. Ye shitty, have you remembered anything today? Ye Feng, feeling somewhat bewildered, shook his head. Upon observing his expression, Sukai's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly pleased with the outcome. He nodded and said, no worries. There is plenty of time. I believe you will regain your memories. He then crouched down to feed Ye Feng, offering 2 hard, cold steamed buns, a small dish of pickles, and a bowl of clear water. Gradually coming to his senses, Ye Feng inquired, Su Shixiao, how is the investigation into the theft of the medicinal garden progressing? This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Beast Garden, and I am not privy to the details. Nonetheless, you should remain here obediently. Once the investigation is concluded, they will certainly release you, Sukai replied, carrying the food to the opposite cell. The elderly man's meals remained lavish, featuring roast chicken and fine wine. After placing the food inside, Sukai retrieved some plates and an empty wine jug from the neighboring cell, adding them to the food box. He did not utter another word to Ye Feng. In his eyes, Ye Feng was drawing ever closer to death. Would one engage in idle chatter with a man facing his demise? It was already the 4th day. Ye Feng's continued survival was attributed to the recent commotion caused by Master Yu Ying at the Discipline Academy. Many were aware of Ye Feng's confinement there. They could only wait a while longer for the uproar to settle before allowing Ye Feng to perish in the stone cell, an exquisite excuse for suicide born of guilt. After Sukai departed, the old man's voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind. Kid, it's been a day. How is your drawing of the meridian and acupoint map progressing? Senior, I've only managed to complete the drawings for 2 legs. That quickly? You Haven and Damp, Oppos, T spent the entire day without rest, have you? The elder expressed surprise. Each leg of the human body comprises 6 meridians and over 100 acupoints. He anticipated that Ye Feng, being perpetually lazy, would only manage to finish 1 leg in a day. Chewing on the cold bun, Ye Feng retorted, what do you think? I'm nearly exhausted. At this rate, I'll need at least 2 more days to finish. The old man transmitted, impressive. This recent turn of events has greatly transformed you. Keep up the good work. Wait, senior, about that roast chicken. Seeing you toil all day, you can have half of today's roast chicken. Ye Feng was elated and quickly tossed a rope through the lower hole. Soon, a frail, withered hand emerged from the opposite cell, fumbling until it grasped the rope. The elder seemed particularly generous towards Ye Feng. Although he claimed to divide the chicken, he only retained a drumstick, giving the rest to Ye Feng. After that, the elder fell silent. Having feasted, Ye Feng did not continue his drawings. He was too weary and soon found a comfortable position to drift into slumber. It was unclear how long he slept, but upon awakening, most of his fatigue had dissipated. He finished the remaining chicken and buns before diving into a new day's work. Time appeared to crawl during moments of boredom, yet flew by when engrossed in tasks. Ye Feng devoted over 3 days to meticulously sketching a complete human meridian and acupoint map on the rocky wall using shattered porcelain plates. This marked the 8th day since he had entered the stone cell. Gazing at the anatomical diagram on the wall, Ye Feng felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. 12 meridians, 362 acupoints, and the 8 extraordinary meridians were vividly rendered upon the stone surface. Next, he sought the elder's guidance in naming these meridians and acupoints. Mastering the pathways of all the meridians and the names of the acupoints would enable him to commence formal cultivation. The elder had been closely observing Ye Feng's diligence over the past few days and was quite satisfied. He proceeded to explain the human meridian and acupoint system. The cultivation process consists of 3 stages. The first stage is body refinement, applicable to both the long-lost martial arts and the flourishing immortal path. Body refinement in martial arts fortifies the body, while in the immortal path, it purifies internal impurities, unblocks the meridians, and comprehends the 8 extraordinary meridians and acupoints. Remember this. The 12 meridians of the human body are the hand 3 yang, hand 3 yin, foot 3 yang, foot 3 yin, while the 8 extraordinary meridians are ren, du, chong, dai, yangwei, yinwei, yangqiao, and yinqiao. Senior, hold on. Don't just list the names. You must specify which meridian corresponds to which so I can mark it on the wall. Otherwise, I won't know where these meridians and acupoints are located. What followed was a monumental volume of work. However, this time, Ye Feng was not alone. He had the elder's assistance. After 2 full days, the human structure diagram on the wall underwent a significant transformation. Each meridian and acupoint was labeled appropriately by Ye Feng. He then spent another 3 days memorizing all the meridians and acupoints. Ye Feng felt he had chosen the wrong major in university. He should have pursued traditional Chinese medicine instead of international trade, which offered no job prospects. On the 23rd day of the 3rd month of the Getaway year, Ye Feng had been imprisoned in the stone cell for 13 days. The elder finally began imparting the true methods and sword techniques of the Yunhai sect to Ye Feng. Kid, you may have lost your memory, but you are not incapable. You had already cultivated the Yunhai Ju to the 3rd level, the pinnacle of the 100 meridians, and are merely a hair and amp, Appos, breadth away from the 4th level, the void realm. You possess a solid foundation. It shouldn't and amp, Appos, take long for you to break through. Today, I will first teach you the cultivation mantra. Remember, in cultivation, impatience is the worst enemy. You must always maintain inner tranquility and never allow your mind to become unsettled. Anxiety breeds chaos. Chaos invites demons, and once a cultivator harbors inner demons, there is seldom a favorable outcome. Do you understand? Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will remember, Ye Feng replied. By now, he no longer needed to speak directly to the elder. The old man and Appos' voice could resonate directly in his mind, allowing him to converse silently. This discovery had occurred a few days prior when the elder taught him to identify acupoints. The Yunhai Ju was a lineage passed down from the 1st-generation ancestor, Master Tianxing, of the Yunhai sect, which had been refined through countless generations. Typically, the transmission cord of the Yunhai sect and certain elders would not impart the entirety of the cultivation mantra to disciples. This was not only to prevent the leakage of the Appos, Yunhai Ju and Appos, but also to deter young disciples from being overly ambitious and impatient. However, I held a contrary view. Advancing a level and imparting a layer of the mantra, while reducing the risk of the young disciples falling into madness, would also slow their progress. Today, I shall transmit the complete content of the Yunhai Ju to you. Listen closely. The 1st level, refining qi, calm the heart, focus the spirit, guard the dantian. Breathe out the impure and inhale the pure, as fine as silk, with a clear mind. Inhaling and exhaling. The qi moves with intention. The intention moves with the heart. The vital energy flows through the yang pass, reaches the heavenly spirit, turns at the wind gate, circles through the 3 yang meridian, converging at the yongquan, gathering at the bai wei, qi circulating throughout the body, unbroken and concealed within the meridians. The 2nd level, foundation establishment, commanding the meridian qi, washing the marrow, refining the bones, expelling impurities, and opening the dantian vortex. The 3rd level, 100 meridians, unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians, connecting to the dantian, gathering the 100 meridians, flowing ceaselessly. The 4th level, void control, concentrating the mind, manipulating objects from a distance, activating true essence, and wielding the sword with ease. The 5th level, divine control. The 7th level, returning to origin. The 8th level, divine silence. The 9th level, heavenly man. The 10th level, transforming void. The 11th level, heavenly stop. The entire Yunhai Ju comprises over 6,000 words, with increasing profundity as one progresses. Ye Feng comprehended not a single word. However, he did not rush, diligently memorizing the mantra, thanks to the original owner's relatively high cultivation level. Though he could not remember everything at a glance, his memory was far superior to that of an average person. After the elder recited it 3 times, Ye Feng astonishingly managed to memorize all over 6,000 intricate verses. This left Ye Feng utterly astonished. If he possessed such intellect and memory, he would undoubtedly be able to gain admission to prestigious institutions like Peking University or Tsinghua University. The first 4 tiers contained intricate teachings, detailing how to channel the internal energy for cleansing the marrow, which meridians to traverse, which acupoints to engage, and how to cultivate the dantian vortex. Thus, the incantations in the initial 4 tiers comprised nearly 2/3 of the entire text. However, upon reaching the 5th tier, the realm of divine control, the style of the incantations underwent a dramatic transformation. Terms related to meridians and acupoints scarcely appeared, replaced by convoluted phrases. For instance, the heart's breath flows onward. The spirit and energy merge harmoniously. The heart is formless, birthed by circumstance. If one fails to master the 6 senses, nothing can be attained. Consciousness is awareness, not the original awareness. If the path of awareness remains untraveled, one is lost in ignorance. The original spirit of the heavenly valley must be guarded with utmost sincerity. Each word was commonplace, yet when strung together, Ye Feng felt like an unparalleled illiterate. He voiced his doubts, to which the elder responded. The source of cultivation lies in comprehending the natural order of the universe and glimpsing the laws of creation. Only those with extraordinary talent may aspire to this. Among the myriad beings in existence, how many truly enter the gates of immortality? No more than a handful may ascend to the great vehicle, and in a millennium, not a single soul has attained the true path. Were it simple and comprehensible, would not all people achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality? Young Ye, how far you traverse the path of cultivation in this life is contingent upon your own fortune. Ye Feng understood the elder's words. It was akin to schooling. The same textbooks, the same duration of classes, yet some individuals were admitted to elite universities while others floundered. Since he was, after all, a chosen one traversing realms with a mysterious elder as his guide, he was certain he would not be among the latter. Ye Feng then inquired when he would be taught the sword techniques. The elder replied, "There is no need to rush. The sword techniques of the Yunhai sect are predicated upon the foundation of the fourth tier, the air control realm. You are currently at the third tier, the 100 vessels realm. Once you reach the air control realm, it will not be too late to impart them to you. Your current state is commendable. Your mind is as blank as a sheet of paper, free from external distractions, allowing you to concentrate wholly on cultivating the Yunhai method. If I were to impart the sword techniques now, your heart would be tethered elsewhere, hindering your focus." Ye Feng silently nodded, acknowledging the elder's wisdom. In the days that followed, he spent each day in meditation, not rushing, but rather starting with the fundamental breath control of the first tier, gradually progressing upward. It took him 5 or 6 days to familiarize himself with the first 3 tiers and align with the original master's cultivation pace. Time passed slowly, and soon it was early April. Su Kai continued to bring Ye Feng meals daily, speaking little, merely inquiring if Ye Feng had remembered anything before departing. In the beginning, Ye Feng would ask Su Kai when he might be released. Now, however, he paid no mind to such queries, often neglecting to respond during meal deliveries, seeming disinterested in leaving. This led Su Kai to believe that Ye Feng had lost his sanity and that it was time to eliminate him. Little did Su Kai know, Ye Feng was in a crucial moment of breaking through to the fourth tier, the air control realm, with his mind consumed by cultivation. He had no time to entertain distractions. With the elder's guidance, he had touched upon the threshold of the air control realm, just a moment of enlightenment away. One morning, the Tianyan mountain range was shrouded in mist, and the towering Xinglua peak pierced through the clouds, resembling a crane among chickens. Surrounding it were numerous floating hills, intermittently revealed within the sea of clouds. Countless disciples of the Yunhai sect practiced sword techniques in the air or cultivated their sword arts, creating a mesmerizing and surreal scene akin to a celestial painting. A radiant beam of light approached from the north, revealing a massive sword over 10 feet long, upon which stood 2 figures. One was a plump old man clad in tattered garments, of short stature, with silver hair and a short beard, whose small eyes exuded a rather unsavory demeanor. The other was a young girl, seemingly 14 or 15, dressed in fiery red, with fair skin, bright eyes, and delicate features, her round face exuding an endearing charm. At this moment, the girl stood on the soaring sword, wide-eyed and excitedly observing her surroundings. "Father, are there really floating mountains? Why don't they fall? It seems to be due to a magical array, though such arrays have long been lost. That bird is enormous. There's even an old man sitting on it. That is a celestial crane, Linger. Ahead lies Xinglua Peak. It has been 3 years since I last returned, and I wonder how your senior brother is faring." The plump old man steered the celestial sword toward Xinglua Peak. Along the way, they encountered several elders and disciples of the Yunhai sect, many expressing surprise upon seeing the old man. "Uncle Yulong, where have you been these past 3 years?" "Just took a trip down the mountain. Ha! You all continue your sword practice. Brother Yulong, you've returned. Weren't you said to have perished in the embrace of a courtesan? Who spread such rumors? I descended the mountain to temper my mind, slay demons, and uphold justice. What is a brothel? I've never even heard of it. Brother Yulong, is this girl your new disciple from below?" No, she is my daughter, my dear daughter." "Ha ha ha, envy me, you old bachelor." The plump old man was none other than Master Yulong, the very teacher who had mysteriously vanished 3 years prior. Master Yulong, whose secular name was Huang Yudao, was a direct disciple of the former sect leader, Xuanfu Zhenren, and the 6th disciple of the current sect leader, Yun. Younger than Yun by several decades, he was over 380 years old and held a position of considerable esteem within the Yunhai sect. From a young age, Master Yulong had little ambition, especially after his mentor returned to his homeland more than 2 centuries ago. He had completely indulged himself, spending his days pursuing the company of celestial maidens. Regrettably, his appearance was unremarkable, and no maiden of ethereal grace could find him appealing. Now, over 100 years old, he remained a solitary figure. Gradually, he came to terms with reality and sought pleasure in the mundane brothels of the mortal realm, frequently descending the mountain under the pretext of honing his skills. 3 years ago, he had vanished amidst such escapades, leading many to believe he had perished. Little did anyone expect that the missing Master Yulong had returned. Before long, Master Yulong and the girl in red alighted on the mountainside of Xinglua Peak. "Father, how is senior brother Ye Feng faring? Your senior brother is as unremarkable as a decayed piece of wood, not worth chiseling. I thought him clever as a child, which is why I took him as a disciple, but he has only become more mischievous, often getting into trouble. Enough of him. Let us go home." As the two walked along the stone path on the mountainside, they soon arrived at the courtyard where they had once resided. Along the way, many recognized Master Yulong and greeted him, while he took every opportunity to boast about his daughter, Huanglinger. Su Kai stared blankly at Master Yulong as he passed by the entrance of the discipline hall, taking a long while to regain his senses. Alarm bells rang in Su Kai's mind as he hastily sought out Lin Yi. "What? Master Yulong has returned? Are you certain?" In the room, Lin Yi's expression shifted upon hearing Su Kai's words. "Yes, I am certain. Master Yulong has brought back a young girl in red. They should have returned to their previous residence by now. Brother Lin, now that Master Yulong is back, how should we handle Ye Feng's situation?" Su Kai's voice trembled, his cowardice gnawing at him for the misdeeds he had committed. The Yunhai sect, as a paragon of righteousness, upheld strict rules. If this matter were to come to light, he would face insurmountable consequences. Seeing Su Kai in a state of panic, Lin Yi scoffed. "You couldn't even handle a simple task. If you had been more meticulous earlier and ensured that Ye Feng was indeed dead before burying him, we wouldn't oppose TB in this predicament today." Su Kai-sen pondered. It was not he who had killed the man. He merely bore the responsibility of burying him. Moreover, you had personally verified that Ye Feng had already breathed his last. Why, then, was the blame now thrust upon him? Naturally, Su Kai did not dare to openly rebut Lin Yi and could only grumble silently in his heart. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before continuing. "How has Ye Feng fared in recent days? Has there been any sign of memory recovery?" Su Kai gently shook his head. "I personally deliver his meals every day, and there are no signs of memory recovery." Lin Yi replied, "That is fortunate. His lack of memory recovery is highly advantageous for us." As he spoke, a vengeful expression flickered across Lin Yi and Apos' face. "I had intended to detain him for another 3 to 5 days and stage a suicide, but alas." In truth, Lin Yi had long desired to eliminate Ye Feng, but his superior had advised him to wait. The primary reason being that Ye Feng was currently under the scrutiny of the esteemed Yuing. Within a month, Yuing had approached the discipline hall 3 times, demanding that severe punishment be meted out to Ye Feng for his disrespectful behavior towards her female disciples. This matter had already become widely known within the Yunhai sect. Should Ye Feng die in the stone prison now, it would undoubtedly stir significant turmoil, perhaps due to considerations of the repercussions, or perhaps out of fear of suspicion. That superior had hesitated to act against Ye Feng. Now, however, matters had escalated as Ye Feng and Apos' master, Yulong, had returned to the mountain. If Ye Feng were to be killed at this juncture, even if Yulong were somewhat daft, he would surely realize that there must be hidden circumstances surrounding his disciple's death. Given Yulong's character and his standing within the Yunhai sect, would he not cause a great uproar? Su Kai inquired, "Brother Lin, what should we do now? Should we release Ye Feng?" "No," Lin Yi asserted. Ye Feng was detained due to suspicions of embezzlement and his disrespectful words towards junior sister Yun. There are laws of the land and regulations of the sect. Even if he is the senior disciple of Yulong, he must be dealt with according to the rules. However, now that Yulong has returned, we must inform him of this matter." After a pause, Lin Yi continued, "Once Yulong learns of this, he will undoubtedly plead for leniency with the discipline hall. Yu Chenzi will not impose a severe penalty on Ye Feng for a mere spiritual herb. After all, Ye Feng is Yulong's senior disciple, and that must be taken into account. I suspect Ye Feng will be released soon. Brother Su, once Ye Feng is out, you must keep a close watch. If his memory shows any signs of recovery, we must take action. I understand. Su Kai nodded slightly. Observing Lin Yi's composed demeanor, his own anxious heart began to settle. The two engaged in further discussions before Lin Yi instructed Su Kai to return to the discipline hall while he would personally report to Yulong. Yulong's residence was situated to the south of the Elder's court, a modest courtyard nestled against the mountains, featuring a hall, 2 rooms on either side, and a small independent kitchen connected to a modest dining area. Although rumors had circulated for 3 years that Yulong had perished, no body or concrete evidence had ever surfaced. The courtyard had not been reclaimed by the Elder's court nor reassigned to other elders. Ye Feng had been quite busy with his duties in the medicinal garden and had only returned a couple of times in over a year, resulting in the courtyard becoming overgrown with weeds and covered in dust. Upon pushing open the cobweb-covered gate and witnessing the neglected state of the courtyard, Yulong furrowed his brow. "Father," Huang Linger remarked, "didn't you mention that there was another senior brother Ye Feng on Xinghua Peak? Why does this courtyard appear to have been uninhabited for so long?" Yulong shook his head. "I do not know. Could it be that Feng has encountered misfortune?" Ye Feng had been an orphan picked up by Yulong over a decade ago, and their master-disciple bond was quite strong. Seeing the state of the courtyard, Yulong realized that something must have happened to his senior disciple, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. At that moment, a frail old man approached. "Ha ha, Brother Yulong, it truly is you. I just heard from a disciple that you've returned, but I couldn't believe it. 3 years without a word. I thought you had perished." Yulong turned at the sound. The man was clad in a dark green Taoist robe, with his hair tied back and exuding an otherworldly aura. His features were peculiar, giving him an air of ethereal elegance. In terms of both demeanor and appearance, this old man dwarfed Yulong by a significant margin. Yulong frowned slightly. "Brother Yuhai, must you curse me with death the moment we meet? You arrived just in time. Has something happened to my senior disciple Ye Feng?" "Ye Feng," the Taoist pondered before responding, "I recall now. Your disciple was dispatched to guard the medicinal garden over a year ago." "What? My senior disciple has fallen so low as to guard the medicinal garden? Damn it. I must settle the score with that bastard Yuhang from the Beast Spirit Institute." The way Yuhai spoke was quite tactfully, using the term dispatched. But Yulong was not foolish. He understood that it was likely due to his 3-year absence that his disciple had been marginalized and forced into this menial position. Guarding the medicinal garden was akin to being exiled, ensuring he would never return to Xinghua Peak. As Yulong rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the Beast Spirit Institute, Yuhai quickly restrained him. "Oh, Brother Yulong, this is hardly Yuhang's fault. You've been absent for 3 years, leaving your disciple without guidance, causing his cultivation to stagnate. That he was assigned to guard the medicinal garden is already fortunate. In other sects, he might have long since met his demise. It's good that you are back now. Tomorrow, just bring him home." Faced with Yuhai's reasoning, Yulong was unconvinced. "I am a 4th-tier elder of the Yunhai sect, a direct disciple of the previous sect master. Even if my disciple is lacking, he should not be treated so poorly. Does this not slap me in the face? How can I continue to hold my head high? No, I must tear down the Beast Spirit Institute. It must be done, and nothing can stop me." "Calm down. You've just returned, and you haven't even entered the courtyard yet. If you're going to cause trouble, at least get settled first. I'll call a few servant disciples to help tidy up your courtyard." "Yes, Father. Let us clean up first, bring my senior brother back, and then confront that Beast Spirit Institute." While no one could deter him, he certainly had to heed his beloved daughter's wishes. Yulong reluctantly suppressed his fury. "Very well, I shall heed Linger's counsel." Yuhai looked at Huang Linger with surprise. "Brother Yulong, when did you have such a daughter? Surely she wasn't picked up from the mountains like your senior disciple?" Yulong grinned widely. "Picked up? Linger is my own daughter. Just look at her nose and chin. She resembles me greatly. You see, I only discovered I had a daughter 3 years ago. For the past 3 years, I've been searching for her in the mortal realm, which is why I never returned to the mountain. Fortunately, heaven did not forsake the diligent. I finally found her half a month ago, and we have been reunited after 15 years. From the smug and proud expression on Yulong's face, Yuhai realized that this old lecher, who fancied rescuing fallen women, was not lying. The lovely and charming girl in red truly was Yulong's daughter. However, instead of congratulating him, Yuhai's expression darkened. The once ethereal old Taoist suddenly transformed into a disgruntled old man. He pulled Yulong aside and said fiercely, "Huang Yudao, what in the world is going on? In our youth, we all agreed to remain single until we grew old. How did you secretly father a daughter? Huang Yudao was Yulong's secular name, and only the elders of the Yunhai sect dared to call him by it. Yulong, the elder, chuckled, "My dear brother, I too do not wish for this. But how can I resist when my prized blade remains sharp and my vigor undiminished?" The tale unfolds thus. Over a decade ago, I happened upon the Wanhalu in the capital and engaged in profound exchanges with the illustrious courtesan, Rian. Subsequently, I continued my journey through the mortal realm. 3 years passed. I returned to the capital and visited Wanhu once more, only to find Rian aged and ailing, on the brink of death. In her final moments, she revealed to me that she had borne my child, a daughter. She entrusted this infant to a rural couple for nurturing. In pursuit of my daughter, I have traversed countless miles over the past 3 years. You, old scoundrel, are lacking in integrity and character. Do you think you can simply retract your words? You cannot have a daughter. I oppose this. Oppose? Nonsense. I have already brought my daughter back. What do you intend to do about it? Perhaps I should introduce you to a dual cultivation partner? You are not even 400 years old. You can still procreate. It is settled then. I seek a fairy under 200 years of age, preferably with ample curves for childbearing. How shameless. I was merely jesting, and you took it seriously? As if I would introduce anyone to you. In a fit of rage, Yuhai stomped away. Yulong called after him. Remember to summon a few servant disciples from the elder hall to help with the cleaning. Do you not have legs of your own? I shall seek out Yuheng and the other old bachelors to protest against your shamelessness. Observing Yuhai's vexed demeanor, the stout Yulong burst into hearty laughter. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of Yulong's residence. The gate stood wide open, and a young girl in red was tending to the weeds in the courtyard. Lin Yi adjusted his attire and called out, "Is Master Yulong in?" Huang Linger looked up and replied, "My father has gone to the elder hall to summon some servant disciples for cleaning. Is there something you wish to discuss with him, sir? Your father?" Lin Yi's expression stiffened. "Indeed. I am his daughter, Huang Linger, here with my father today." Lin Yi scrutinized Huang Linger, perplexed. How could it be? Master Yulong had vanished into the world of carnal pleasures for 3 years, and now he had a teenage daughter? Just as he pondered, Yulong's voice rang out from behind. "Hey, who are you? Standing at the entrance of my abode. What do you seek?" Lin Yi turned to see a plump old man, with a rotund figure, scruffy stubble, and a lecherous expression. Indeed, it was Master Yulong. Even if someone were to disguise themselves as him, they could not mimic that unmistakable demeanor. Immediately, Lin Yi clasped his hands in greeting. Lin Yi pays respects to Master Yulong. "Lin Yi, it truly is you. After 3 years, you seem to have changed considerably, reaching the returning origin stage, I see. Remarkable." Lin Yi, a direct disciple of the sect leader Yun Yi, shared a close bond with Master Yulong. It was no surprise that Master Yulong had grown quite rotund, owing to Lin Yi's generous offerings in the past. Lin Yi humbly replied, "You flatter me, Master." Yulong then instructed the several servant disciples who accompanied him to enter the courtyard and begin their chores. Seeing Huang Linger approach, he smiled. "Linger, allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Yi, the 6th disciple of your master's sect. He is a distinguished talent among the younger generation of our Yunhai sect, highly esteemed by the leader. You should greet your senior brother." Huang Linger performed a respectful bow. Linger greets senior brother Lin. Lin Yi bowed slightly in return, then inquired, "Master Yulong, is Linga your daughter?" Yulong's face broke into a wide grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. He proudly declared, "Indeed, without a doubt my own flesh and blood. I never imagined that even as I approached the grave, I would have a daughter. However, being separated for 15 years, Linger has endured much hardship." Once Lin Yi confirmed their familial ties, he quickly congratulated Master Yulong on their reunion. Yulong beamed. "In a few days, I plan to host a banquet to celebrate. You must attend. By the way, Lin Yi, you did not come here because the leader summoned me, did you?" Lin Yi shook his head gently. "Master is currently in seclusion and will likely remain so for some time. I have come not only to pay my respects, but also to report a matter regarding junior brother Ye Feng. I am aware of this situation and had intended to seek out the Beast Spirit Hall once I completed my tasks here. It is utterly unacceptable. In my brief absence, they have exiled my eldest disciple to guard the medicinal garden. I shall not let this pass. Lin Yi, you are just in time. I have just returned and cannot leave. Please assist me by retrieving foam from the medicinal garden." Junior brother Yi is not at the medicinal garden. He is currently in the stone prison of the discipline hall. What? The stone prison of the discipline hall? What has transpired? Has he committed murder or arson? Or perhaps sullied the virtue of a maiden? Lin Yi coughed lightly. "Not at all. It is merely that some rare herbs and several millennium-old spiritual mushrooms went missing from the area he was overseeing, and he was reported for misappropriation. Moreover, he made some inappropriate comments towards junior sister Yin Shuang. I have since brought him back from the garden and placed him in the stone prison for proper care. Yulong furrowed his brow. Misappropriation and harassment were certainly unbecoming of a disciple. After all, he was still his disciple and required guidance. Yulong inquired, Lin Yi, is it truly the case that Feng has misappropriated? Lin Yi shook his head. The investigation is ongoing, and nothing is certain as of yet. Yulong rolled his eyes. If it remains unconfirmed, then it is possible it was not his doing. Why keep him imprisoned? Very well, accompany me to the discipline hall to retrieve him. Huang Linger chimed in. Father, I shall go with you. Their residence was not far from the discipline hall, merely a few hundred paces away. After arranging for the servant disciples, Yulong, Lin Yi, and Huang Linger set off towards the discipline hall. The discipline hall ranks second among the 6 halls, second only to the transmission hall. Currently, the chief enforcement elder of the discipline hall is Yu Kenzi, whose secular name is Du Qinfeng, a direct disciple of the esteemed Xianshu. In the Yunhai sect, the previous sect leader Xianshu had 6 true disciples. The current leader, Yun Yi, ranks second. Yu Kenzi ranks 4th, while Yulong is the youngest, ranking 6th. The eldest, Yun He, the 3rd, Yulin, and the 5th, Yamian, all fell from grace over 2 centuries ago during the struggle for the sect leader position. At that time, Yun He vied with Yun Yi for leadership, while Yu Kenzi and Yulong supported Yun Yi, and thus they emerged victorious. Yulin and Yamian had backed the elder brother, Yun He. In any situation, the defeated often meet with unfortunate ends. After Yun Yi ascended to leadership, Yun He vanished without a trace. Yulin, Yamian, and many elders who had supported them were left to languish in obscurity, enjoying their twilight years in peace and idleness. Yulong had been a staunch supporter of brother Yun Yi and had reaped numerous rewards. He served as the chief elder of the transmission hall for several years before becoming an enforcement elder. Regrettably, this rotund old man had a penchant for carnal pleasures and loathed the rigors of a 9-to-5 job. After lingering in the elder hall for over 80 years, he resigned and became the sole idle 4th-tier elder in the Yunhai sect. Today was the beginning of the month, and the usually reclusive Yu Kenzi, along with 5 or 6 enforcement elders, were in the discipline hall, reviewing the records of disciples who had erred over the past month as part of their end-of-month summary. Su Kai was also present. He was a junior disciple of Yu Kenzi, hailing from a prestigious lineage. He is surrounded by numerous senior brothers and sisters, making it exceedingly difficult for him to achieve great success in this lifetime. In recent years, he has been relying on the long legs of brother Lin Yi. Old four, what is the meaning of locking up my disciple? Boomed the boisterous Yulong Shangren, his voice echoing even before he entered the discipline hall. Yu Qizhi looked up and indeed saw his plump junior brother striding in, followed closely by Lin Yi and Huang Linger. Yu Qizhi rolled his eyes and retorted, Old 6. What brings you back? Why haven't you perished outside? Indeed, who else would dare speak such words to Yulong Shangren, a brother raised together since childhood? Yulong Shangren huffed indignantly, Old 4, is it really necessary to wish me dead upon our first meeting? Come, let me introduce my daughter, Huang Linger. Linger, quickly greet your 4th master uncle. Huang Linger immediately knelt, bowing respectfully. Huang Linger pays her respects to 4th master uncle. Yu Qizhi, with his long beard and ancient countenance, rose from behind the broad desk, astonished. Old 6, what on earth is happening with your sudden return? Yulong Shangren grinned. As you can see, Linger is indeed my daughter. Born 15 years ago from a woman in the mortal realm. I have been searching for her all these years. Yu Qizhi pulled Yulong Shangren aside and whispered, Old 6, are you certain? Is she truly your flesh and blood? The rotund elder glanced at his still kneeling daughter and replied softly, I have used 3 secret methods to trace the bloodline, all confirming she is my kin. There is no mistake, otherwise I would not have gone through such trouble to bring her back. Yu Qizhi scolded you. What can I say? I knew your reckless behavior would lead to trouble eventually. How many illegitimate children do you have? Only this one, Yulong Shangren stated. Having confirmed Huang Linger as his niece, Yu Qizhi approached her with a smile. Niece Linger, no need for formality, please rise. Yulong Shangren interjected, Old 4, it's one thing for others. But we are sworn brothers of the same lineage. Today is the first time my daughter meets you, and Linger has shown you respect. Shouldn't you, as the elder, reciprocate? Hey, let me remind you, having served as the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement for over 200 years, your status in the Yunhai sect is quite significant. If your greeting gift is too meager, it may tarnish your esteemed position. Hearing Yulong Shangren's shameless demand, Yuchitsi nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Who directly asks for gifts upon meeting? Yet, knowing his junior brother's personality, Yuchitsi could only smile wryly. You need not remind me. I would not be stingy with the gift for my niece. As he spoke, a bracelet on his wrist suddenly gleamed, and a long sword, sheathed, hovered in the light. Yulong Shangren grasped the hilt, drawing the sword, and a wave of heat surged throughout the discipline hall. The burning silence sword? A splendid treasure. Truly, my dear fourth brother, he exclaimed. Linger, do not delay in thanking your fourth master uncle for this gift. Huang Linger bowed once more. Thank you, fourth master uncle, for your generous gift. Yulong Shangren was well aware of the sword's value. The burning silence sword was a rare fire-type celestial sword, among the highest grade of celestial artifacts, with few in the entire Yunhai sect able to rival it. Su Kai, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of envy. As the direct disciple of his master, after years of toil, he still wielded only a treasure-grade sword. Yet, as soon as his master made a move, he presented a celestial sword to the newly initiated Huang Linger. Su Kai felt an imbalance in his heart. But what could be done? This world was inherently unequal. For many, the culmination of a lifetime of struggle was merely the starting point for others. Numerous stewards in the discipline hall approached to congratulate Yulong Shangren on the reunion with his daughter. Yulong Shangren's face beamed with pride, his grin wide enough to show his teeth. After the congratulatory exchanges, he finally stated, Old Four, my eldest disciple is still locked up in the stone prison. I am here to take him back. Yuchitsi maintained a stern demeanor. Regarding Ye Feng, I have reviewed the case files. His offenses are quite serious. What about some spiritual herbs? How grave can that be? Just let me take that brat back. I will discipline him myself. Moreover, Lin Yi's disciple has indicated that it may not have been my disciple's doing. The spiritual herbs are merely part of your disciple's case. He also insulted junior sister Yueying's disciple, Yun Shuanger, remarking on her beauty and expressing a desire for dual cultivation with her. Junior sister Yueying has come to the discipline hall multiple times, insisting that Ye Feng must be severely punished. She demands that upon his release, he must personally apologize to junior sister Yun Shuanger at the Mumei Pavilion. What? Such a thing occurred? This brat is truly undisciplined and shameless. Even if he is fond of Yun Shuanger, he should not be so brazen with his words. The crowd within the discipline hall nodded in agreement, recognizing the old adage, like master, like disciple. Old Four, grant me this favor. Allow me to take this shameless boy back for proper discipline. Tomorrow, I will lead him to junior sister Yueying's Mumei Pavilion to apologize to Yun Shuanger. Yuchitsi understood that if he did not permit his plump junior brother to take Ye Feng today, there would be chaos in the discipline hall. Thus, he reluctantly waved his hand. Old Nine, go bring Ye Feng here. Su Kai, Yuchitsi's ninth direct disciple, nodded and offered a slight bow to his master and Yulong Shangren before departing the discipline hall with Lin Yi. In the stone prison, Ye Feng sat cross-legged, meditating. Recently, he felt a profound sensation during his meditations, as if immersed in a slowly rotating vortex. It made his head slightly dizzy, yet it was accompanied by an exhilarating feeling of weightlessness from an invisible force flowing within and around him. The first significant challenge faced by cultivators is the fourth level of cultivation, known by many names such as sky control, object manipulation, and sword mastery. Only by reaching this level can one distinguish themselves from mortals. In the first three levels, practitioners refine their qi, expanding their meridians, purifying internal impurities, and opening their dantian. However, sword mastery is not achieved through qi, but through intent. The transition from the third level of 100 meridians to the fourth level of sky control is akin to a qualitative transformation, shifting from qi to intent. This intent, in the language of cultivators, is referred to as thought power. It is a newly birthed force arising from the connection of the 100 meridians, generated by the heart. When a cultivator's mind stirs, and the sword techniques are invoked, countless sword shadows blot out the sky, encapsulating this principle. The ability to use magical artifacts, manipulate objects from a distance, and even fly relies on the practitioner's thought power driving their spiritual energy. In recent days, Ye Feng felt his thought power growing stronger. However, he could not control even the smallest pebble from afar. The elder explained that Ye Feng's predicament was not due to a lack of thought power, but rather a deficiency in enlightenment. Yet, This moment of enlightenment eludes countless cultivators. It acts like a sieve, filtering out the mediocre from those wise enough to enter the realm of immortals. External assistance is futile. Only through one's understanding of the immortal arts can true enlightenment be attained. Since yesterday, Ye Feng had ceased his attempts to manipulate the pebble, opting instead for seated meditation. Striving to clear his cluttered thoughts. The more one desires enlightenment, the more elusive it becomes. As he emptied his chaotic thoughts, Ye Feng's mind entered an unprecedented state of tranquility. Before long, he sensed his body seemingly rotating with the vortex. He did not resist this rotational force, but instead chose to merge with it, mistakenly believing it to be a mere illusion born of his cultivation process. In truth, he was mistaken. At this moment, Ye Feng sat cross-legged, yet his body gradually ascended, slowly rotating at a height of approximately 1 meter above the ground. Above him, a faint mist of rosy light gathered. This phenomenon occurred during a breakthrough in cultivation, necessitating a substantial amount of spiritual energy for support. The surrounding spiritual energy converged here, unable to be absorbed into his body immediately, forming a thick aura around him. This extraordinary sensation lingered for an extended period, lasting a full 7 or 8 hours. Although for Ye Feng, it felt as if only a mere 10 minutes had passed. Once he acclimated to the swirling force, he endeavored to harness this power. In that moment, Ye Feng could distinctly perceive the intense transformations occurring within him. The rotation speed of his dantian accelerated, and the spiritual energy within his meridians surged wildly into the dantian. The dantian seemed to transform into an insatiable abyss, absorbing all the spiritual energy from the meridians without reaching saturation. Consequently, wisps of spiritual energy rapidly flowed into his body from the external environment, swiftly converting into faint spiritual power, replenishing the meridians, and then converging in the dantian. Ye Feng felt his mind remarkably clear, the slight dizziness he had experienced completely dissipating. He recognized that he had finally transcended the threshold that seemed unattainable to mortals. Overjoyed, Ye Feng suppressed the impulse to conclude his meditation and attempt to fly. Aware that he had ascended to the realm of aerial movement, his dantian had expanded significantly, and he needed to absorb sufficient spiritual energy in the shortest time possible to replenish it. Time passed without his noticing until the rotation speed of his dantian began to slow, as if it had reached fullness. The influx of spiritual energy ceased to integrate through the meridians into the dantian. Realizing it was nearly time, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. In the next instant, a strange cry echoed within the stone prison. What is happening? Why am I floating in the air? Bang! Ouch! My backside! Indeed, Ye Feng's energy dissipated, causing him to plummet to the ground. With no landing gear, his posterior bore the weight of an impact that was not befitting his age. Fortunately, he had only been suspended at a height of 1 meter. Had it been 3 or 5 meters, he might have suffered grievous injury. Clutching his backside, he stood up, wincing in pain. Then, the voice of the old man resonated in his mind. Kid, why are you making such a racket? Senior, I just woke from meditation and found myself suspended in the air. What is going on? What do you think? How would I know? Suddenly, Ye Feng fell silent. His eyes darted, and with a powerful leap, he sprang upwards. Instantly, he sensed a profound change in his body, as if he had lost all weight. His entire being shot upwards. However, the stone prison was only slightly over 3 meters high. Bang! Ouch! My head! Ye Feng's head collided painfully with the rocky ceiling. He clutched his head, letting out a pained cry, and then quickly fell back down. Bang! Ouch! My backside! Ye Feng had finally reached the 4th level of aerial movement, yet he had no time to celebrate. With one hand cradling his head and the other his backside, he curled up on the ground like a large shrimp. The old man seemed utterly exasperated with this fool, who practices lightness skills in a stone prison. Isn't that asking for disaster? After a while, Ye Feng struggled to his feet, then joyously danced about. Ha! I've achieved the realm of aerial movement. I've become an immortal. I am a genius. The greatest genius in the world. Is there anyone else? I ask, is there anyone else? Ye Feng's arrogant, yet foolish laughter reverberated throughout the stone prison. Since his arrival in this world, he had witnessed cultivators soaring through the skies, flying on swords, and had long been envious. Now, with a sword in hand, he too could soar. If he were to return to Earth, he would undoubtedly be a Superman, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life. I say, ye kid, enough already. So what if you've attained the realm of aerial movement? You've just scratched the surface. Is it really necessary to be this ecstatic? Immortal. What nonsense. Senior, you cannot fathom my longing for sword flight. Allow me to attempt remote manipulation. Ye Feng scanned the stone prison and quickly spotted a small stone. He extended his hand toward the stone, focusing his mind and channeling his will. Whoosh! A strange sound erupted as the small stone, 2 meters away, instantly flew into his grasp. This sensation was astonishing, as if everything around him was within his control, as if he possessed invisible, transparent arms. Wow, I've struck it rich. Ye Feng's shriek echoed once more in the stone prison. His fellow inmate, on the opposite side, was left speechless by Ye Feng's antics. Ye Feng continued to manipulate various objects with his will. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastily said, "Old senior, you mentioned that once I reached the 4th level of aerial manipulation, you would impart the sword techniques and divine powers of our Yunhai sect. May I receive them now?" The old man replied, "When I speak, I keep my word. Very well, I shall now teach you." Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the dimly lit cave. From the sound, it seemed there were multiple individuals. This made Ye Feng uneasy. Approaching the stone door, he peered through the gap into the corridor. Soon, 2 figures emerged within the shadows. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Ye Feng retreated to the corner of the stone prison. This situation seems amiss. They don't appear to be here to deliver food. Could it be that the assailants have come to silence me? At that moment, the footsteps halted outside his stone prison, followed by the sound of chains rattling. The iron door of the prison, which had remained closed for nearly a month, finally creaked open, revealing Lin Yi and Su Kai, both wearing smiles. Ye Feng's heart relaxed. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Ah, it's senior brother Lin and senior brother Su. What brings you here?" Lin Yi smiled, scrutinizing Ye Feng, who bore an expression of lingering fear. Clearly, this lad showed no signs of regaining his memory. Otherwise, upon seeing them, he would have expressed anger, fear, or hatred rather than apprehension. Lin Yi then said, "Junior brother Yi, I'm here to inform you that you may leave." "Really? Has everything been investigated? I was indeed wronged." "And senior brother Lin, have they identified who sought to harm me?" Lin Yi shook his head. "The matter is still under investigation. We currently have no leads." Ye Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he was also perplexed. Why would they suddenly release him without a thorough investigation? Ye Feng's expression shifted to one of oddity. Senior brother Lin, senior brother Su, since the investigation is incomplete, perhaps it would be best if I remained here for a while longer." He genuinely wished to stay, not due to any affliction of confinement addiction, but because he had just reached the 4th level of aerial manipulation, and the old man was about to impart the sword techniques of the Yunhai sect. To be released now would be a significant setback. Lin Yi and Su Kai exchanged glances. Su Kai asked, "Junior brother Yi, have you lost your mind? We're here to release you. And you don't want to leave?" Ye Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Senior brother Su, I assure you, it's not that I don't want to leave. Just let me stay here for another 5 days. No, 3 days. Just 3 days will suffice." Su Kai shook his head. "I think you truly are daft. We need to tidy up and get you out of here immediately." Ye Feng began to act stubbornly, plopping down in the corner. "I'm not leaving, no matter what. I refuse to go out today. I implore you, just keep me here for a few more days." Upon witnessing Ye Feng's obstinate demeanor, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Sensing that Ye Feng was not merely feigning ignorance, but had instead become more astute. Though this young man suffered from amnesia, he recognized that the stone prison of the Discipline Institute was far safer than the outside world. His reluctance to depart from the confines of the cell stemmed from a profound concern for his own safety beyond its walls, hence his refusal to leave. At that moment, the voice of the elder resonated within Ye Feng's mind. "Young one, go with them. Go with them. What nonsense. You have yet to impart the sword techniques and divine powers to me. If I step outside now, I would undoubtedly be slain by those malevolent individuals." Ye Feng lamented. "These 2 individuals could have arrived a few hours later. They just had to show up when you were poised to teach me the sword techniques. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon." "Meet again soon? What does that imply? You have been confined here for over 2 centuries. Are you expecting to be released imminently? You will soon comprehend my meaning. Go with them. Trust me, there is no folly in doing so. Would I ever wish you harm?" Ye Feng furrowed his brow slightly. This old senior had been cooking chicken for him every day, imparting cultivation techniques and guiding him in his practice. He was certainly more reliable than his previous master, who had been utterly untrustworthy. Nonetheless, Ye Feng harbored some doubts. But he hesitated. "Don't worry, Everything is under my control. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately chose to trust the elder. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said, "Hey, Brother Su, Brother Lin, I'm ready to go with you." Lin Yi smiled and replied, "That's the spirit, let's go." As Ye Feng stepped out of the prison cell, he approached the opposite cell and peered inside, eager to see what this old senior looked like. However, the cell was shrouded in darkness, devoid of candlelight, leaving him unable to discern anything. He thought to himself, "Old senior, I'm leaving now. Please don't deceive me." The elder offered no response. With a heart full of questions, Ye Feng followed the two out of the stone prison. Basking in the azure sky, inhaling the fresh air, and gazing at the fleeting lights and the hovering peaks around him, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy wash away his previous gloom. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world and shouted, "I am finally free. Even if the road ahead is fraught with peril, I shall forge ahead, bravely overcoming obstacles and scaling new heights. In this realm, I shall determine my own fate, and amidst the shifting winds and clouds, I shall stand supreme." There was a hint of youthful bravado in his declaration. Yet, after a month of confinement, his disheveled hair and tattered clothing made him resemble a ragged little beggar shouting aimlessly at the sky. Lin Yi and Su Kai exchanged glances, contemplating. This guy has died once, and it seems he has not only lost his memory, but also his mental stability. Lin Yi cleared his throat and said, "Brother Yi, let's not dwell on that for now. Master Yulong is waiting for you in the main hall." "All right, I'll head there right away." "Wait a moment," Ye Feng suddenly recalled. "Master Yulong? That name sounds so familiar, my master. Is my master back?" "Indeed. Master Yulong just returned to the mountain today," Lin Yi confirmed with a smile. Understanding dawned on Ye Feng. The reason for his sudden release became clear. His lecherous old master had returned. A wave of unprecedented joy flooded through him. During his confinement in the stone prison, he had envisioned countless difficulties he would face, including the potential danger of being killed by an assassin again. Yet all of this was predicated on the assumption that Master Yulong had perished in the belly of the young lady. Now that he learned his master was not only alive but had returned, all of Ye Feng's speculations and plans lost their significance in an instant. His face lit up with joy, but a flicker of uncontainable worry glimmered in his eyes. As Master Yulong was the closest person to the original host, Ye Feng feared that he might see through his identity. A whirlwind of thoughts surged in his mind as he contemplated how to deceive Master Yulong into believing he posed no threat. Amnesia. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt that not inheriting the original host's memories might not be a bad thing after all. "Let us go, let us move quickly," he urged the two. Lin Yi halted, saying, "Brother Yi, the main hall is filled with elders. In your current state, you should change into clean clothes and freshen up." Ye Feng glanced down at himself, realizing just how disheveled he appeared. He shrugged and replied, "I didn't bring any spare clothes." Lin Yi chuckled as he retrieved a set of azure robes from his storage artifact. "I just happen to have an extra one. Let us tidy you up before you meet Master Yulong." Ye Feng's appearance was too pitiful, and if Master Yulong saw him like this, Lin Yi wouldn't know how to explain it. Ye Feng, unsuspecting, gratefully accepted the clothes, thinking to himself that Lin Yi was quite a decent person. In the grand hall of the Discipline Institute, Master Yulong was enthusiastically boasting about his daughter to Yu Chunzi, urging him to find a partner while he was still youthful and vigorous, suggesting that he might have children like himself, despite his advancing age. As Master Yulong displayed his boastful demeanor, Yu Chunzi gritted his teeth in response. It would be a lie to say he was not envious. However, at 400 years old, his former companions were difficult to awaken, and he no longer possessed the youthful vigor to pursue glory. The prospect of having offspring in this lifetime seemed increasingly distant. Just then, Ye Feng's raucous voice echoed from afar. "Master, where is my master?" Having changed his clothes and tidied up, Ye Feng burst into the hall. The room was filled with many people, some of whom appeared quite elderly, and he truly did not know which one was his master. Fortunately, Master Yulong spoke up. "You little rascal. What have you been up to in the 3 years I've been away?" No need for further speculation. This short, stout old man was undoubtedly his master, Master Yulong. Ye Feng hurried forward, and before the portly old man could react, he embraced him. Master, I've missed you so much. Where have you been these past 3 years?" Master Yulong looked utterly bewildered. When did his disciple become so affectionate? 3 years apart had seen Ye Feng grow taller. Though his appearance had changed little, he was more mature, yet appeared rather haggard. After all, he had raised Ye Feng by himself, and their bond was genuine. Thinking of the hardships Ye Feng had endured during his absence, Master Yulong couldn't help but shed tears. My child, now that I have returned, no one will bully you again. At that moment, Ye Feng's heart swelled with excitement, akin to a lost ship finding a lighthouse in the vast ocean. Surviving on his own in this world had been arduous, but now that his master had returned, he had a solid support. No longer would he fear being bullied, ostracized, or even meeting the same fate as the original host. With no worries behind him, he could devote himself entirely to his endeavors. The two embraced tightly in the grand hall of the Discipline Institute, weeping for a considerable time before they managed to temper their overwhelming emotions. Master Yulong then turned to Huang Linger and said, Fenger, this is my daughter. She will be your junior sister from now on. Huang Linger performed a respectful bow, saying, Huang Linger greets senior brother. Wait, we're not familiar yet. Let us hold off on that title for now, master. Are you saying this lovely young lady is your daughter? Ye Feng inquired with skepticism. Indeed, Master Yulong grinned. By blood? Ye Feng questioned, doubtful. Absolutely genuine, it's not something that can be explained in a few words. Let us head back first. As he spoke, Master Yulong clasped his hands together before the elders in the hall and took Huang Linger by the hand, preparing to leave. Ye Feng scratched his head, eyeing the peculiar pair with suspicion. One was ethereal and captivating, with delicate brows and eyes, while the other was stout, with beady eyes and a coarse appearance. Were they truly father and daughter? Had they undergone a DNA test? Ye Feng mused to himself, feeling a sense of unease as if the absence of his master had allowed the neighbor to intervene. Being somewhat courteous, Ye Feng waited until Master Yulong and his junior sister had walked far enough before bowing to Yu Chunzi and the others in the grand hall. Then he hurried to follow his master out of the Discipline Institute. Lin Yi and Su Kai, seeing that Ye Feng had departed, both breathed a sigh of relief. They were now certain that Ye Feng had indeed lost his memory. Otherwise, he would have already informed Master Yulong of everything. However, no one could guarantee whether the memories Ye Feng had lost would ever resurface. Lin Yi began to scheme, considering how to eliminate this little troublemaker. After all, Ye Feng was privy to secrets of immense magnitude, entangling countless individuals. As for the lost spiritual mushrooms from the medicinal garden, they were of little consequence. Ye Feng followed his master along the stone path winding through the waste of Xinghua Peak. The jade-robed elder inquired, You rascal, are you truly so incorrigible as to dare steal from the medicinal garden? Ye Feng shook his head, replying, Master, I do not recall. It is most likely a grave misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding? The jade-robed elder retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Do you still have the audacity to proclaim your innocence? Are you not aware of your own character? I have taught you since childhood that if you are to thieve, you should aspire to be a grand bandit. For petty theft lacks finesse. How is it that you never heed my words? You have brought disgrace upon me. Ye Feng felt a profound sense of speechlessness. He finally grasped why the original owner was a universally despised villain. His master, the jade-robed elder, bore significant responsibility for this outcome. With such a pedagogical approach, it would be miraculous if he could cultivate a disciple of integrity and righteousness. Scratching his head, Ye Feng said, Master, I am not claiming innocence. The loss of the medicinal herbs occurred shortly before I was covertly harmed and buried in the graveyard behind Luoxia Peak. Fortunately, I am resilient and managed to crawl out of the grave at midnight. I suspect someone intended to silence me. What? Such a matter exists? The jade-robed elder abruptly halted, his previously lecherous expression replaced by a grave seriousness. He slowly asked, Who harmed you? Ye Feng shook his head. I cannot recall. Cannot recall? What do you mean? The elder's face displayed skepticism. After crawling out of the grave, my memory is a blank. I cannot remember many things. The jade-robed elder's gaze flickered, his demeanor shifting dramatically. He looked at Ye Feng with a peculiar expression, as if sensing that Ye Feng harbored a secret capable of inciting fatal peril. Noticing disciples of Yunhai sect passing by, he said, This is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us speak later. The three master and disciple returned to their quarters, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The courtyard, once overgrown with weeds and cloaked in dust, had been meticulously cleaned. At present, the servant disciples were tidying the rooms. Upon seeing the jade-robed elder's return, a young man with a somewhat dark complexion approached, bowing in greeting. Uncle Yulong, your residence will soon be cleaned. Would you like to keep a couple of servants to attend to your daily needs? Originally, the jade-robed elder intended to select 2 clever maidservants. especially since his daughter was of age and would require instruction in cultivation. He certainly did not want her wasting time on laundry and cooking. Her daily affairs indeed needed tending. However, upon learning that Ye Feng had been harmed and buried in the graveyard, the jade-robed elder changed his mind. He did not wish to have spies placed near him. Thus, he waved his hand, saying, "I have lived a leisurely life. I fear the burden of being attended to. Let us revisit this matter later." The young disciple nodded slightly, stating, "If you require servants, you may select from the outer sect." Before long, the rooms, kitchen, and dining hall were all spotless. The outer sect disciples worked diligently, ensuring even the corners were immaculate. Their earnestness stemmed from the desire to leave a favorable impression on the jade-robed elder. These outer sect servants held a low status. If they caught the attention of an elder, they could significantly elevate their standing. Just as the rooms were finished, the jade-robed elder was about to close the door and inquire about Ye Feng's burial in the graveyard when a large number of individuals arrived outside. Led by the chief elder of the Beast Spirit Institute, Elder Yuang. Accompanying him were numerous disciples carrying various provisions. The jade-robed elder had returned with his long-lost daughter after 3 years, and the news had already spread throughout Xinghua Peak. Rumors suggested that the jade-robed elder was furious about his disciple, Ye Feng, being sent to guard the medicinal garden and had threatened to attack the Beast Spirit Institute the following morning. Elder Yuang, upon hearing this news, felt quite anxious. Being old friends for 300 to 400 years, he understood the jade-robed elder's temperament well. When others spoke of attacking the Beast Spirit Institute, it was often in jest. However, when the jade-robed elder mentioned it, it was likely to be taken seriously. To prevent the situation from escalating, Elder Yuheng personally came to visit. Among the 6 institutes of Yunhai, the Beast Spirit Institute was the largest, handling the most affairs and overseeing a wide array of responsibilities. It resembled the Ministry of Revenue in a court, not only managing the spiritual beasts and herbs within the sect, but also overseeing the provisions for the thousands of disciples, including fruits, vegetables, and even various enterprises belonging to Yunhai sect in the mundane world. Elder Yuheng stood at 7 feet tall, slender in build, with a Taoist topknot. Although he had a sparse goatee, his cheeks were somewhat sunken, giving him a sharp appearance, yet his eyes were piercing like an eagle's. Over a century ago, he had reached the 8th level of the celestial realm, and now he was certainly at the pinnacle of that realm. He had been in charge of the Beast Spirit Institute for only 50 years, and while he had 16 elders and numerous disciples under him, he rarely made public appearances unless necessary. "Brother Yulong, I have heard that you found your biological daughter in the mundane world. Congratulations are in order. I understand you have just returned, and there must be many inconveniences. Hence, I have brought you some essential supplies." Entering with a harmless smile, Elder Yuheng appeared eager to offer assistance. However, upon hearing the voice of the jade-robed elder emerging from within, he seemed less than impressed, rolling his eyes and huffing. "Yuheng, I was just planning to come find you at the Beast Spirit Institute tomorrow morning. You have conveniently presented yourself. I expect a reasonable and flawless explanation regarding the exile of my eldest disciple to the medicinal garden. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest today. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this inside," Elder Yuheng urged, pushing the jade-robed elder into the room. Recognizing that Elder Yuheng's insistence to enter was laden with ulterior motives, the jade-robed elder decided not to voice his concerns in front of others. Thus, he instructed, "Feng, have these disciples move the supplies into the kitchen and place the beverages in the cellar below." "Understood, Master." Elder Yuheng had indeed made a substantial contribution today, bringing numerous necessities, including over 30 jars of fine wine. Considering the mountain's cold climate and the fact that Huang Linger lacked cultivation, he had also provided several sets of bedding. As a 4th-tier elder, the jade-robed elder and Appo's quarters were quite simple. Upon entering, he did not offer tea to his guest, but instead sat down with a dark expression. Elder Yuheng glanced around, hesitating to speak. "Rest assured, my room is soundproofed. Once the door is closed, even if we were to chop someone into mincemeat, it would remain unheard outside. That is reassuring. Brother Yulong, I know you are displeased with your disciple Ye Feng being assigned to guard the medicinal garden, but this matter was beyond my control," Elder Yuheng said, his expression revealing his predicament. "Elder Yuheng, speak plainly. Has something occurred in my absence these past 3 years?" It concerns that chair," Elder Yuheng replied, lowering his voice despite the soundproofing. The jade-robed elder slightly furrowed his brow, fully aware that the chair in question referred to the coveted position of the sect leader's throne. He spoke slowly. 3 years ago, when I descended the mountain, both Du Guchang Kong and Fu Jinghong were quite honest, weren't they? How is it that after just 3 years, they have begun to vie with each other again? Did senior brother Yun Yi not intervene? The current leader of Yun Hai sect, Master Yun Yi, has 7 true disciples. The eldest, Du Guchang Kong. The second, Fu Jinghong. The third, Qin Han. The fourth, Lu Chong Yuan. The fifth, Liu Hai. The sixth, Lin Yi. And the junior disciple, Miao Xiaorou. The Chong Kong and Jing Hong referred to by Master Yulong are indeed the eldest and second disciples of Master Yun Yi. Both of them are exceptionally gifted, having entered the sect at an early age, and are now nearly a century old. It is well known that one of them is destined to inherit the Yun Hai sect. Over the years, they have engaged in both overt and covert struggles for the position of the young sect leader. Their master, Master Yun Yi, has turned a blind eye. As this is a tradition of Yun Hai sect, after all, he became the sect leader by defeating his own elder brother. Master Yulong, you have been absent from the sect for the past few years, and you are unaware of many matters. Since shortly after your descent, 3 years ago, Master has often secluded himself in meditation, striving for the heavenly stopping realm. Many affairs within the sect have been handled by Chong Kong and Jing Hong, who are being tested by Master for the position of successor. In these past 2 years, they have taken advantage of Master's seclusion to install numerous confidants within the 6 courtyards. Master Yu Hung wore an expression of helplessness. Having experienced the power struggles over 200 years ago, he understood the terrifying nature of political maneuvering. No one can remain unscathed. Almost all the elders of Yun Hai sect choose sides and are inevitably drawn into the fray. Master Yulong furrowed his brows and finally spoke. How could the open and secret struggles between Chong Kong and Jing Hong involve my disciple? He is merely a minor character who has yet to reach the realm of sky flight. I am not privy to the specifics, and whether you believe it or not, I was unaware of Ye Feng being assigned to the medicinal garden. During that time, I was also in seclusion and only learned of this matter upon my return. Indeed, I believe this. Master Yu Hong, who handled the matter concerning Feng Er, Lin Yi, the disciple. It was him. He is aligned with Chong Kong. Could this matter be related to him? I never claimed that. Master Yu Hong swiftly denied it, distancing himself from the implication. Given that Du Guchang Kong is highly likely to become the leader of Yun Hai sect, Master Yu Hong naturally dared not offend him. However, from his current peculiar expression, it was evident that Master Yulong's suspicions were largely correct. Master Yulong spoke slowly. Their conflict is their own affair. Why must they involve Feng Er in the medicinal garden? Feng Er poses no threat to them. What secret is intertwined in this matter? Master Yu Hong shrugged. You would have to ask disciple Ye Feng about that. I wish I could, but Feng Er was recently harmed by someone. Fortunately, he is quite lucky and managed to crawl back from the brink of death. Yet he has lost many memories and can scarcely recall anything. What? Master Yu Hong sprang to his feet, his gaunt cheeks betraying an unmistakable shock. Our Yun Hai sect, as the righteous leader, takes it upon itself to uphold the world and vanquish demons. Slaying a fellow sect member is a heinous crime. Who has the audacity to do such a thing? Master Yulong mentioned this matter merely to test Master Yu Hong. Seeing his astonishment, which seemed genuine, he concluded that this matter was unrelated to him. He continued slowly. Perhaps Feng Er's peril did not arise from the loss of some spiritual herbs, but rather from uncovering secrets best left undiscovered, leading someone to wish for his permanent disappearance. Master Yu Hong proposed. Should I send someone to investigate? No need. With each succession of sect leaders, countless bodies will emerge from the burial grounds. Alas, within the sect, who can truly remain unscathed? The disciples of the Beast Spirit Academy left after depositing their supplies. The industrious Huang Ling heir was already busy in the kitchen. Ye Feng diligently assisted her. This was not merely an endeavor to ingratiate himself, but rather a means to understand this suddenly appeared junior sister more deeply. Yes, understanding. It must be said that Huang Ling heir's beauty was quite remarkable. Aside from a slight darkness to her skin, she possessed an overall exquisite appearance. Soon, the pair of siblings became gradually familiar, and their conversation flowed. Through Huang Ling heir's narration, Ye Feng learned that his master had been searching for her whereabouts since his disappearance 3 years ago. As for Huang Ling heir's 15 years, her experiences had been fraught with hardship. Shortly after her birth, she was sent to the countryside and adopted by a peasant couple. Unfortunately, when she was 4, a plague swept through the village, claiming the lives of her adoptive parents. Subsequently, The court sent Huang Ling heir to a charity home, akin to an orphanage. After spending over 2 years there, at the age of 7, she was taken in by a wealthy family to accompany their young lady. However, within 2 years, that family fell into disgrace as the master was executed and the women exiled. As a maid, Huang Ling heir was fortunate to escape the repercussions. By then, she was 10 years old and had entered another noble household as a laborer. Within a year, the young lady was to study abroad and took Huang Ling heir along. After several trials, they encountered bandits, and all the guards were slaughtered. Huang Ling heir and the young lady fled to the riverbank. To preserve her virtue, Huang Ling heir leaped into the river, while the young lady, overcome by fear, perished after being assaulted by dozens of bandits. Fortunately, Huang Ling heir, blessed with fortitude, was carried downstream for miles before being washed ashore. Fearing death at the hands of the master upon her return, she wandered alone for nearly a year. Passing through a small village, a lonely old woman took pity on her and offered her shelter. Thus, they relied on each other, scraping by through tea picking and weaving. It was only half a month ago that Master Yulong found her. My master is truly remarkable. He was able to locate you and even recognize you. I have never met my father, so naturally I would not know him. It is all due to this. She reached into her collar and produced a jade pendant, entirely green, unmistakably of fine quality. This was given to me by my mother to wear around my neck. I have kept it on all these years. One day, while washing clothes by the river outside the village, my father happened to pass by. Upon seeing this pendant around my neck, he recognized me, and that is how I learned of my lineage. Ye Feng was taken aback, silently marveling. To recognize his daughter merely by a common jade pendant? My master truly possesses a grand heart. Did he not notice the stark difference in their appearances? At that moment, Huang Ling heir spoke again. Senior brother, since you have just returned, allow me to handle these chores. You should go rest in your room. How can that be? I am the elder brother. It is only natural that I take care of you. Not at all. I have been doing this work for many years. I can manage it alone. Seeing her unwavering determination, Ye Feng ceased to insist. Exiting the kitchen, he noticed the door to his master's room ajar. Master Yu Hung emerged, casting a peculiar glance at Ye Feng, though his face still bore a warm smile. Ye Feng promptly said, Master Yu Hung, it is nearly noon. Please stay for a meal before you leave. Master Yu Hung replied with a smile, perhaps another day. I have some matters to attend to at the Beast Spirit Academy. Ye Feng was merely being courteous. He clasped his fists in farewell to Master Yu Hung. Just as he was about to return to his room, he heard his master's voice calling. Feng heir, come here. I wish to check your condition and discuss a few matters with you. Ye Feng's heart jolted in surprise. He was acutely aware of his master's extraordinary cultivation, ranking undoubtedly among the top 10 within the Yunhai sect. A lingering worry gnawed at him, fearing that his master might discern that he was not the same disciple he once was. Master, my injuries have nearly healed. There is no need to trouble yourself. If I let you in, then enter without further ado. With no choice, Ye Feng steeled himself and stepped into his master's chamber. This was not akin to the peculiar examinations given by dubious figures. Ye Feng seated himself in a chair as Master Yulong placed his hand upon Ye Feng's wrist. It was not a traditional pulse diagnosis. Rather, a thread of divine consciousness flowed through his fingertips into Ye Feng's body, akin to a form of internal observation. The intricate network of meridians, blood vessels, muscles, and internal organs unfurled before Master Yulong's discerning gaze. After a considerable pause, Master Yulong withdrew his hand and declared, Your internal injuries have indeed healed remarkably, and your cultivation has reached the sky-soaring realm. I have recognized your exceptional talent since childhood. You are a prodigious candidate for the path of cultivation. It was now evident that his master's foresight had proven correct. Thanks to the diligent guidance he had received over the years, Ye Feng had achieved the sky-soaring realm by the tender age of 16. Master Yulong beamed with pride, his face radiating joy and satisfaction. Prior to his return, he had optimistically anticipated that Ye Feng might attain only the 100 Meridians realm. To his astonishment, this young man had delivered an immense surprise, achieving the sky-soaring realm. Upon entering the sky-soaring realm, one transcended the mortal plane and stepped into the realm of immortality. The fourth tier of the sky-soaring realm represented a crucial threshold for cultivators. Not only did it grant the ability to fly with swords, but it also significantly extended one's lifespan. Observing Master Yulong's unabashed self-congratulation, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of irony. Foresight, qualified and great. After 3 years of absence, How could his own achievement in the sky-soaring realm be attributed to a master who had spent his days indulging in debauchery? It was the old man in the stone prison who deserved the credit. Naturally, Ye Feng dared not voice these thoughts aloud, fearing his master might resort to violence. Instead, he plastered on a smile and said, "This achievement of mine is, of course, the result of your tireless teachings, master. By the way, I would like to seek your counsel on a matter." "What is it, master?" "There is an old man imprisoned in the stone cell of the Discipline Institute for over 200 years. Who was he among our Yunhai sect's predecessors? And what crime did he commit?" A flicker of surprise crossed Master Yulong's rotund face. "What? Such a thing exists? I was unaware." Ye Feng was taken aback. His master's expression seemed genuinely astonished, suggesting he was not feigning ignorance. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, there is an old man. Though I have heard he has gone mad. Mad or not, he must have committed some crime to be imprisoned. You need not pry further." Master Yulong paid little mind to the tale of the mad old man confined for over 2 centuries. After all, the Yunhai sect was vast, with tens of thousands of disciples, and it was not uncommon for a few individuals with weak backgrounds to be punished for breaking the sect's rules. Seeing that he could not glean any further information about the elder who had imparted teachings to him, Ye Feng shifted the conversation. "Master, why do I have amnesia? Did I sustain a head injury?" Master Yulong pondered briefly before shaking his head. "Your spirit is unscathed. I cannot fathom the reason for your amnesia. However, this matter is of little consequence. Memory is but a fleeting thing, especially for cultivators. Losing a decade or more of memories is hardly significant. I myself am 380 years old, and I can barely recall anything from my first century. Yet, I still live quite well." Ye Feng felt a bittersweet smile form upon his lips. He now understood that his master possessed an expansive heart. Nonetheless, he felt relieved that his master had not seen through his fade as an inferior version of Ye Feng. With a slight nod, he expressed his concern. "Master, I still harbor some worry. The one who sought to harm me may pose a threat once more." Master Yulong's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. "I understand. The slaying of a fellow disciple is a grave sin. Although you have lost your memories and cannot recall who committed the act, it is possible that your memories may return and your adversary will not easily let you go. An open attack may be evaded, but a hidden strike is far more treacherous. Even if I am back, it is likely that they will not rest. Therefore, my dear Feng, if you wish to survive, you must not regain your memories. At least, to outsiders, you must appear to have completely lost your past recollections. However, should you remember anything one day, you must report it to me immediately, and I shall handle it. Do not disclose anything to anyone else." Ye Feng comprehended Master Yulong's intentions and silently nodded in agreement. The two continued their conversation until Master Yulong suddenly adopted a serious expression. "Feng, I must ask you, did you not flirt with Yin Shuang? Are you not seeking to engage in dual cultivation with her? Did you not boast about your prowess in bed?" The smile on Ye Feng's face instantly froze. "Master, actually, this matter is rather. Spare me your excuses. I have taught you since childhood that we are of a righteous sect. When faced with beautiful maidens with alluring figures, one must exercise restraint and not reveal lewd thoughts. You must continuously remind yourself of your virtuous principles. Yet you, in your folly, have disregarded my teachings? How shameful! At the mere sight of a beauty, you let slip your innermost desires? Do you have no sense of dignity?" Ye Feng's mind was flooded with confusion. He had expected a severe reprimand from his master, but to his astonishment, Master Yulong delivered such words. "Master, I was wrong. I had just emerged from the grave and momentarily forgot your teachings. Upon seeing the beauty, I could not help myself." Ye Feng hastily admitted his fault. "You could not help yourself, and now I must bear the consequences. That Yun Shuang is the direct disciple of the old hag, Yuing. I despise that woman more than anything. And now, because of your foolishness, I shall have to personally apologize to her tomorrow. At my age, you have brought me nothing but shame." Ye Feng thought to himself, "You, an old man nearing 400, spend your days indulging in debauchery, and it is likely that the entire world knows of your antics. Yet you still have the audacity to feel ashamed?" Naturally, he could only voice such thoughts internally and would never dare to utter them in front of his master. Lowering his head, Ye Feng said, "Master, I was wrong. I have brought shame upon you. I will go to Yin Shuang first thing tomorrow to apologize. If it had been any other matter, Master Yulong would have surely punished Ye Feng severely. However, as for the matter of flirting with a virtuous maiden, he decided to let it slide. After all, he had a penchant for such affairs. Ye Feng was raised by him. It could not strictly be termed a misfortune of the sect, but rather a continuation of his master's legacy. As the master and disciple conversed, a male voice rang out from outside. "Sixth uncle, are you in?" Only a few individuals within the entire Yunhai sect could address Master Yulong as sixth uncle. Master Yulong remained calm, seemingly having anticipated this visitor's arrival. "Your senior brother, Chong Kong, has arrived. Feng, please invite him in and prepare some tea." Upon exiting his master's chamber, Ye Feng encountered a striking young man clad in purple, his hair meticulously arranged. This youth exuded an undeniable charm, with sharp brows, bright eyes, and a chiseled nose that gave him a ruggedly handsome appearance, devoid of the effeminate traits often found in young men on earth. Ye Feng recognized that this exceedingly handsome individual, even surpassing the likes of Wu Yanzu, was none other than the eldest disciple of the sect master, Dugu Chong Kong. He had been mentioned in passing by Yun Shuang during their previous conversation regarding the internal affairs of the Yunhai sect. "Senior brother Chong Kong." Ye Feng hastened forward, clasping his fists in greeting. "Ye junior brother, it has been a while. You have grown quite tall, much more handsome than in your childhood." Dugu Chong Kong wore a warm smile, exuding an aura akin to a gentle spring breeze, reminiscent of an amiable older brother. Ye Feng scratched his head humbly, responding, "Brother Chong Kong, you flatter me. Compared to you, I am merely a speck of dust." After exchanging pleasantries, they arrived at the door of Master Yulong. Ye Feng announced, "Master, Brother Chong Kong has arrived." "Come in," replied the master. Dugu Chong Kong adjusted his already well-fitted attire and stepped inside. Ye Feng did not follow. Instead, he headed to the kitchen to brew tea for the two. Upon entering the kitchen, he spotted Huang Linger tidying up. Curiously, she inquired, "Senior brother, who is that esteemed brother?" "He is Dugu Chong Kong, the eldest disciple of the sect leader." The tea leaves sent by the Beast Spirit Academy. Master requested a fine brew to be delivered. Just as the water on the stove reached a boil, he quickly prepared the tea. Huang Linger then carried the tea into her father's chamber. Dugu Chong Kong smiled and remarked, "This must be Sister Linger." Indeed, she possesses exceptional talent for cultivation. It seems our Yunhai sect is to gain yet another remarkable woman. Master Yulong chuckled, "Indeed. One need only look at whose daughter she is. In less than 20 years, Linger shall undoubtedly be a renowned celestial maiden." Huang Linger felt a bit embarrassed by her father's praise. After greeting Brother Chong Kong, she retreated from the room. "This girl is delightful in every way, save for her shyness. She doesn't even know to serve tea to her brother," muttered Master Yulong, desiring to pour tea for Dugu Chong Kong himself. The younger man promptly picked up the teapot, smiling. "Sister Linger is merely shy in her initial days. She will grow comfortable with time." He poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Master Yulong, who accepted it and set it aside on a nearby table. He refrained from mentioning Ye Feng's banishment to the medicinal garden, instead inquiring, "Chong Kong, how has your master been during my absence of over 3 years? Is he in good health?" "Master is well. Over a year ago, he achieved a breakthrough and has since entered seclusion for cultivation. I believe he should successfully reach the heavenly stopping realm this time." "That is indeed good news. In these tumultuous times, with the demonic sect growing increasingly rampant and other righteous sects encroaching upon our territory, if our sect leader can attain the heavenly stopping realm, it would be a tremendous boon for Yunhai sect." Dugu Chong Kong nodded with a smile. "You are absolutely right, Master Uncle. By the way, regarding Sister Linger's identity, allow me to handle it. While Master is in seclusion, I can efficiently manage the transmission hall and keep proper records." "Ah, you are indeed considerate, unlike Jing Hong, who hasn't come to pay his respects even after I've been back for half a day." Dugu Chong Kong's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue, which quickly vanished. He replied, "Master Uncle, you misunderstand. Jing Hong just descended the mountain 3 days ago to attend to some matters in Yuzhou. He is unlikely to return for a few more days." "Oh, you have always looked after him, speaking on his behalf. As the eldest brother, it is only natural to care for my younger siblings," Dugu Chong Kong answered with a smile. The entire sect was aware of the rivalry between him and his second brother, Fu Jing Hong, for the position of junior sect leader. Suddenly, Master Yulong began to criticize Fu Jing Hong in front of him, leaving Dugu Chong Kong somewhat uncertain. Many believed this jovial old man only indulged in carnal pleasures. Yet Dugu Chong Kong knew that beneath this seemingly carefree exterior lay a sharp intellect. Years ago, his master, Yun Yi, who was merely the second in rank, managed to defeat the eldest brother, Yun He, and ascend to the sect leader position, This plump master uncle played a significant role in that triumph. Until he discerned Master Yulong's true intentions, Dugu Chongkong refrained from discussing Fu Jinghong, opting for grandiloquent statements instead. He then inquired, Master Uncle, have you decided upon a name for Sister Linga? The portly Yulong retrieved a slip of paper from his robe, presenting it to Dugu Chongkong. Inscribed with Huang Linger's name, birth date, and the chosen name, Jing Shu. Dugu Chongkong glanced at it and praised, Jing Shu. Jing represents elegance and serenity, while Shu denotes beauty and grace. Sister Linger is indeed refined and lovely. The name Jing Shu perfectly complements her essence. How splendid. Indeed. I pondered for quite a while and exhausted the meanings of characters before settling on this Shu. Linger is quite fond of it as well. However, Master Uncle, I worry that among our 30,000 young disciples, this name might already be taken. Rest assured, Master Uncle, this name was personally chosen by you. And since Sister Linger favors it, it is destined to belong to her. You certainly know how to handle matters. However, do keep it discreet. You know I prefer not to offend others. Understood, I shall manage it well. The Yunhai sect has a lineage spanning over 4,800 years, with Dugu Chongkong, Ye Feng, and others being the 27th generation disciples. Due to the sect's vast number of disciples, it had been established centuries ago that each generation would have 4 sets of names to choose from. The 26th generation disciples bear names beginning with Yu, Yun, Dao, and Shou. Thus, it is not uncommon to find disciples under the same master with names starting with different characters, such as Yun Yi, Yulong, Yuchun, and Yunhe. The 4 sets of names for this generation include Yuan, Zheng, Jing, and Rong. Ye Feng is his secular name. He also possesses an identity card engraved with Zheng Yi. He may be addressed as Ye Feng or Yi Zheng Yi. Should he reach an esteemed age and pursue monastic life, he would be known as Zheng Yi Dao Ren or Zheng Yi Zhen Ren. If he remains layman, he would be addressed as Zheng Yi Shang Ren or Zheng Yi San Ren. On the journey back to the mountain, Master Yulong had already contemplated a name for his daughter. Given that she is a girl, a name starting with Zheng might seem overly masculine. Hence, he chose Jing as her character, naming her Jing Shu. With nearly 40,000 disciples in the Yunhai sect, about 1/3 being female, it was likely that the name Jing Shu had already been claimed. However, such is the unfairness of this world. After all, Huang Linger is the daughter of the esteemed Yulong. Dugu Chongkong tucked the slip of paper into his robe, stating, Master Uncle, since you have just returned, I won't disturb you further. I'll deliver Sister Linger's identity card tomorrow. Master Yulong nodded. I understand you are busy, so I won't keep you. As for the identity card, there is no need for you to come personally. Simply send a disciple when the time comes. Dugu Chongkong clasped his hands in salute and took his leave. As Master Yulong escorted him to the door, the smile on his plump face gradually faded after Dugu Chongkong exited the courtyard, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. While Huang Linger was delivering tea to Master Yulong, Ye Feng entered his own room. Is this truly my room? Upon stepping inside, Ye Feng found himself momentarily stunned. After all, his master was the illustrious Master Yulong of the Yunhai sect. How could his room be so humble? The floor was laid with blue bricks, many of which were old and slightly raised. The room contained a wooden bed, a wooden table for stools, and beneath the bed was a chamber pot, while 2 large boxes for storing clothing were placed beside the bed. In the corner stood a somewhat worn bamboo screen, behind which was a large bathing tub. The bathing tub is a standard fixture for every cultivator, as cultivators comprehend the transformations of heaven and earth and refine themselves. Impurities within their bodies are expelled through their pores, resulting in dirt and unpleasant odors on their skin. Thus, nearly every disciple's room is equipped with a bathing tub to facilitate regular cleansing. Cultivators typically have few material desires, and most disciples' quarters are unadorned. In the room of Lin Yi, the chief disciple, there was nothing but a wooden bed and wooden table, devoid of any precious antiques or artworks. Ye Feng's room was quite similar. Although the accommodations were modest, Ye Feng felt a profound sense of joy within. For the first time in his life, he understood the sentiment of reaching a dead end only to find a new path ahead. Having attained the realm of void flight, he had regained his freedom, and his master had returned. One fortunate event followed another, leaving him almost overwhelmed. The only aspect he found somewhat unsatisfactory was that his master had brought back a daughter. While Huang Linger was indeed beautiful, with striking long legs, her presence would surely divert much of his master's affection. After all, she was the biological child. while he was merely adopted. Compared to those ethereal fairies who never touched the mundane, Huang Linger was far superior. The table was laden with an array of dishes: mapo tofu, jadeite and white jade, twice-cooked pork, steamed base, stir-fried eel strips, and a large bowl of silver ear, almond, and lily soup, all prepared by her own hands. "Father, senior brother, please eat. Tell me if my cooking suits your taste." Huang Linger's melodious voice rang out in the courtyard. Yulong Shangren and Ye Feng, upon hearing her call, emerged from their respective rooms and made their way to the small dining hall adjacent to the kitchen. Upon seeing the sumptuous spread, Yulong Shangren beamed with delight. "My daughter is truly capable. Just look at this table of dishes. Who among the cultivators of the entire Yunhai sect, or even the whole world, could rival such culinary skill?" Ye Feng, captivated by the feast before him, felt his appetite stir. This was his first proper meal since arriving in this world. After pouring a cup of wine for his master, he entered a state of unrestrained indulgence. He began with a bite of the twice-cooked pork, which was indeed delightful. Yet he sensed a difference from the flavors of his past life. Sampling the other dishes, he felt something was amiss. Upon reflection, he realized it lacked the umami taste of chicken bouillon or MSG. While soy sauce existed in this world, its flavor differed significantly from what he had known. Having transmigrated into the role of a villain, he found himself concerned about the absence of chicken bouillon. Ye Feng couldn't help but chuckle ruefully in his heart. With a hearty appetite, he relished the food, continuously praising his junior sister for her culinary talents. The meal was filled with harmony and laughter. Yulong Shangren was not as rigid as other elders of the Yunhai sect. Despite his somewhat fierce temperament, his character was quite lively. He did not adopt an air of superiority, which made Ye Feng feel a deep sense of warmth. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Yulong Shangren spoke. "Fenger, having attained the void flight realm, you will need a celestial sword. When you have the time, visit the sword tomb to find a sword to practice with. Once your master and uncle emerges from seclusion, I will take Linger to obtain a high-grade celestial sword from him." The mention of the sword tomb startled Ye Feng. This name had been brought up by Yun Shuanger and his old cellmate. The Yunhai sect was a renowned sword sect, where disciples predominantly wielded celestial swords. With a legacy spanning thousands of years, it possessed profound depth. Behind the Xinglua Peak lay a sheer cliff, embedded with over 100,000 celestial swords. Known as the Sword Tomb, any disciple who reached the Void Flight realm could procure a sword from there. The swords within the tomb were primarily the lowest grade of magical and spiritual artifacts. Few treasures remained, as any sword with significant spiritual power had long been claimed by disciples of the Yunhai sect. Only newly ascended disciples would scavenge for suitable swords. Yulong Shangren, indulging in various vices, had substantial daily expenses. He had no surplus celestial swords or treasures. Hence, he instructed Ye Feng to fetch a low-grade sword for self-defense. However, as his most cherished disciple, he intended to take care of him. Having secured a celestial artifact for his daughter from Yuchenzi, he could not allow Ye Feng to appear too shabby. He planned to lead Huang Linger to pay respects after his master's brother emerged from seclusion. Surely, with such stature, Ye Feng's master would bestow a fine celestial sword upon Huang Linger as a gift, thereby ensuring Ye Feng's acquisition of a celestial sword. This was Yulong Shangren's intention. Ye Feng promptly expressed his gratitude to his master. After a satisfying meal, Yulong Shangren wiped his mouth and said, "Ling, please boil some hot water for your senior brother. After crawling out of the grave and being confined for so long, he must be in dire need of a good wash." "Understood, father. Rest assured, I will take good care of senior brother," Huang Linger replied. Her nature was quite humble. She did not flaunt her status as Yulong Shangren's daughter, instead interacting with Ye Feng in a modest manner. Ye Feng felt a bit awkward and chuckled. "Junior sister, don't listen to my master's wild tales. I assure you, I am not infested with anything." Yulong Shangren cautioned them not to wander around, then strolled out of the courtyard, stating he hadn't returned in over 3 years and wished to reconnect with old acquaintances, so they should not wait for him to dine. Once Yulong Shangren left, Ye Feng helped Huang Linger tidy up the dishes. She urged him to rest in his room, promising to bring hot water shortly. Observing the diligent and kind Huang Linger, Ye Feng felt his earlier concerns were unwarranted. This young girl posed no threat to him. Soon, Huang Linger prepared the bathing water and brought in a neatly folded stack of clothes. "Junior sister, what is this?" Ye Feng inquired. "This was specially purchased by father for you when we passed through a city a few days ago. Remember to change into it after your bath," Huang Linger replied. placing the clothes down before exiting Ye Feng's room, carefully closing the door behind her. As Ye Feng gazed at the pile of garments on the table, his eyes grew misty. It seemed his master truly cared for him. After enjoying a soothing bath, he donned the new attire his master had bought. Despite Yulong Shangren's rough exterior, he had a thoughtful side. When he left, Ye Feng was only 13. Considering the 3 years that had passed, he must have grown significantly. And the clothes fit him perfectly. Just as he finished changing, he heard someone calling from outside. Brother Feng, are you there? Brother Feng. Ye Feng and Huang Linger opened their doors simultaneously to find 3 young individuals, roughly their age, standing in the courtyard. 2 boys and a girl. The leading boy was chubby with a fair complexion, small eyes, dressed in luxurious silks, a long sword slung across his back, and 3 jade pendants hanging from his waist. His hair was slick and shiny, clearly a spoiled second-generation cultivator. The other boy was frail, almost ghostly, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. The girl, clad in a pale yellow dress, appeared to be around Huang Linger's age, about 15 or 16, with fair skin and delicate features. Her large, sparkling eyes tied into 2 playful ponytails, exuding cuteness. "Ah, Brother Feng, it's really you. I've missed you so much," the chubby boy exclaimed, rushing towards Ye Feng and enveloping him in a bear hug, resembling long-lost brothers. However, perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement, tears and snot streamed down his face, and he kept rubbing against Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly pushed him away. "I just finished bathing and changed into new clothes. Who are you, little chubby boy? Do we know each other?" The chubby boy and his companions looked utterly bewildered. "Brother Feng, are you joking? I'm Feng Tong." "So, you're Feng Tong," remarked, recalling Su Kai mentioning the name of his closest friend. He then turned to the others, inquiring, "And you are?" The trio exchanged perplexed glances. The girl in yellow exclaimed, "Feng Ji, what's wrong? I'm Chi Yao, and this is Zhuge Benlei. We've grown up together, the 4 tyrants of Yunhai. Remember?" Utterly speechless, thought, the 4 tyrants of Yunhai? What kind of ridiculous title is that? A team of high-ranking immortal cultivators should have a more sophisticated name, not something that sounds like a gang. Feng Tong interjected, "Feng Ji, what's wrong with you? You came up with the name yourself. You're the leader, bully of men and women. I'm number 2, market usurper. Benlei is number 3, dominator of the land. And Yaoer is number 4, rampage queen. We're the most notorious super-tyrannical group in Yunhai sect." Previously just speechless, now crouched down, clutching his forehead. Instead of a fortunate start, he had inherited the moniker bully of men and women. How was he supposed to navigate his future or woo women with such a reputation? This was the righteous Yunhai sect, not some demonic cult. At that moment, Huang Linger stepped forward, explaining, "My senior brother has amnesia and can't recall the past." "Amnesia?" The trio exclaimed in surprise, their gazes shifting to Huang Linger. "Little girl, are you the rumored illegitimate daughter of Uncle Master Yulong from the mortal realm?" "I am Huang Linger. Greetings to the 3 senior brothers and sisters." The 3 huddled together, whispering and glancing at Huang Linger. The slender Zhuge Benlei murmured, "She's quite attractive. Just my type." "Second brother, is it my turn this time?" Feng Tong retorted, "Dream on. It's a fair competition. May the best person win." Chi Yao chimed in. "Can you 2 stop arguing? I don't think this Linger girl resembles Uncle Master Pang very much. Is she really his daughter?" Feng Tong suggested, "Perhaps Linger's appearance favors her mother." Chi Yao scoffed, "It's a bit too much to favor." Zhuge Benlei declared, "Regardless of whether she's Uncle Master Pang's biological daughter, I'm claiming her first. Get lost." Watching their hushed debate, stood up and stated, "Although I've forgotten many things, I know that you 3 are my good friends." The trio ceased their discussion about Huang Ling and Appos. Feng Tong nodded, affirming, "Of course, we grew up together without a stitch on. We came to see you as soon as we heard you were back. Aren't you moved to tears?" Zhuge Benlei corrected, "Not quite, second brother. Didn't we hear about Feng Ji's return a few hours ago? Third brother, we were gambling then. Gambling is the most important thing, and one's gambling habits reflect one's character. We couldn't just leave after winning money. After losing all our silver, we came to see the boss immediately, didn't we? That makes sense. Boss, we truly came to see you as soon as we heard the news. The 4 tyrants of Yunhai, the most notorious group of wastrels in Yunhai sect, engaged in debauchery, swindling, and all sorts of mischief, except for good deeds. Their reputation in Yunhai sect was abysmal. The leader, also known as, was 16 years old and the chief disciple of Jade Dragon, a 4th-tier elder of Yunhai sect. The second, Feng Tong, also known as Feng Jingxian, was 15 years old and an inner disciple of Yunshi, a third-tier elder of Yunhai sect. The third, Zhuge Benlei, was 15 years old and the only son of Zhuge Yuanhao, the chief elder of the Yunhai sect's reception hall. The fourth, Qi Yao, also known as Qi Jingxian, was 15 years old and the granddaughter of Xian Qi, the chief elder of the Yunhai sect's transmission hall. Like attracts like, and these four had banded together years ago. Relying on their influential backers, they ran rampant on Star Luo Peak, gambling, fighting, harassing female disciples, stealing treasures, and playing pranks on their fellow disciples. They were practically incorrigible. The Yunhai sect, a righteous sect, was thrown into chaos by these four. However, their elders were high-ranking officials in Yunhai sect, and the bullied disciples dared not speak out in anger. In any novel, the four tyrants of Yunhai, led by, would be labeled as scum, degenerates, villains, and so on. Their fate would often be a swift demise at the hands of the righteous protagonists. Good people have their own morality, and villains have their own code of honor. Fang Tong and the others were quite loyal. Upon learning that their leader had amnesia and that Linger had just arrived, the three dragged and Huang Linger out, claiming they would introduce them to Yunhai sect. This might help recover his lost memories and allow Huang Linger to familiarize herself with life in Yunhai sect. Before leaving, Taoist Yulong instructed them not to wander around carelessly. However, since these were his own brothers, doubted that the culprit would strike in broad daylight. Thus, he followed his three villainous friends out. Previously, had learned about Yunhai sect from Yun Shuanger and his old prison mate. Now, walking along the mountainside road of Star Luo Peak, he gained a more direct understanding of this ancient sect that had endured for over 4,000 years. Yunhai sect was vast, with over 8,000 inner disciples and 30,000 outer disciples. More than half of the disciples lived on Star Luo Peak. From the foot to the waist of the sunny side of the mountain, rows of green brick houses were visible, like terraced fields. Besides Star Luo Peak, there were also many disciples and elders living on the hundreds of floating mountains suspended around it. 4 of these floating mountains were particularly large. Located in the 4 cardinal directions of Star Luo Peak, Qingling Peak to the east, Qiyun Peak to the south, Xianzhu Peak to the west, and Tianqing Peak to the north. These 4 floating mountains were home to hundreds of elders and disciples and were known as the 4 veins of Yunhai. The chief elders of the 4 peaks were called the 4 vein leaders and held very high positions in Yunhai sect. Hurry, hurry. The 4 tyrants of Yunhai are here. Those 4 scoundrels are together again. That scum is back on Star Luo Peak. Run, run. Wherever the 5 went, the Yunhai sect disciples either detoured, lowered their heads, or simply turned and ran. Huang Linger sensed something amiss. I feel like everyone is afraid of us. You? Fang Tong immediately retorted, Linger, you misunderstand. It's not fear, but respect. The 4 of us are famous in Yunhai sect for doing good deeds anonymously, so they all like us. Qi Yao and Zhuge Benlei nodded in agreement. Huang Linger asked suspiciously, then why do you call yourselves the 4 tyrants of Yunhai? What's with bully of men and women, market usurper? It doesn't sound like you're good people. Zhuge Benlei explained, Linger, you're new to Yunhai sect, so you don't understand many things. This isn't the mortal world. Everyone is a cultivator and gives themselves a resounding title so that others know we're not to be trifled with, to avoid being bullied. Linger, you should also choose a fierce name. Then we'll be the 5 tyrants of Yunhai. Is that so? Huang Linger scratched her head. Of course not. Mocked inwardly. He didn't expect Huang Linger to be so naive. Do our names sound like we're good people? Furthermore, disciples of the righteous path often bear titles suffixed with the character for heroism. For instance, Lin Yi is known as the Fulua sword hero. Have you ever heard of a righteous figure whose title is associated with tyranny or oppression? Such a name would be quite notorious within the demonic sect. The group of 5 meandered about Xinglua Peak throughout the afternoon. While they did not return empty-handed, for now, Ye Feng has gained a deeper understanding of both Xinglua Peak and the Yunhai sect. Fang Tong and others continuously introduced him to the residences of various elders and the names of their distinguished disciples. After wandering for 2 hours, feeling somewhat fatigued, the 5 of them settled down in a stone pavilion halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Qi Yao retrieved an assortment of snacks from a small cloth bag at her waist. This was a Qiankuan storage bag, renowned for its vast capacity to hold numerous items. Typically, only elite inner disciples who have attained the 6th level of the returning essence realm are granted such an item by their sect. Among the 4 tyrants of Yunhai, only Qi Yao possesses a Qiankuan storage bag, a privilege bestowed upon her due to her grandmother being the revered Xinqi fairy. The elders of the Xian lineage are few within the Yunhai sect today, and even the current sect master Yun, he would respectfully refer to Qi Yao's grandmother as master and upon meeting her. As the group enjoyed their snacks in the pavilion, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. The chubby Fong Tong, with an expression of admiration, remarked, "Boss, I heard that recently you flirted with senior sister Yun Shuanger." Using exceedingly frivolous words, Zhuge Benlei added, "Not merely frivolous. It could certainly be described as lewd. That Yun Shuanger always wears a stern expression, as if everyone owes her a fortune. We have never dared to provoke her, yet you, boss, displayed such audacity. For your boldness in flirting with Yun Shuanger, you undoubtedly deserve to lead our 4 tyrants of Yunhai. Please accept our admiration." Ye Feng's supposed flirtation with Yun Shuanger was not meant to be public knowledge. Yet, he was perplexed as to why her master, the esteemed Yuing, seemed intent on bringing him to justice. Repeatedly filing complaints with the discipline hall for what she deemed his misconduct, she insisted that Ye Feng be severely punished and that he must personally apologize to Yun Shuanger at the Mo Bamboo Pavilion upon his release. Following Yu Ying's outcry, the entire Yunhai sect became aware of Ye Feng's purported lewdness towards Yun Shuanger. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a stir within. He was well aware that he had not flirted with Yun Shuanger. Rather, he had merely glimpsed her bathing. To protect her reputation, she had claimed that he had made advances towards her. According to the sect's regulations, the penalty for peering at a fairy while she bathed was far more severe than merely making lewd remarks. Thus he had no choice but to concede. However, he was determined to uncover the nature of the rumors circulating. After all, he would soon accompany his master to apologize, and he could not afford to slip up. Ye Feng grinned and asked, "Second brother, third brother, are you both aware of this matter?" Fong Tong laughed. "Not only are we aware, but the entire Yunhai sect knows. For many years, you have been the first to flirt with Yun Shuanger. Many regard you as a hero. However, among the male disciples who harbor affections for senior sister Yun Shuanger, there are no less than 18,633. You have offended the goddess of many, and numerous senior brothers are eager to break your legs once you emerge from the discipline hall. Boss, for the time being, it would be wise to avoid walking alone at night, lest someone ambush you under the cover of darkness." Zhuge Benlei and Qi Yao nodded gravely in agreement. Ye Feng felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating that a mere brick to the face would be a lenient fate. He feared they might dismember him entirely. Nevertheless, as a man, he valued his pride. He immediately straightened his back and declared, "I have now reached the realm of airborne control. Why would I fear such despicable and shameless individuals? So, regarding the rumors of my flirtation with senior sister Shuang and Appos, how have they been portrayed? Why would they resort to such crude and vulgar descriptions of me?" Fong Tong replied, "It seems you remarked upon seeing Yun Shuanger that she had a fine figure, a generous backside, fair skin, and an air of false modesty, insisting on engaging in dual cultivation with her. You also claimed to possess knowledge of dual cultivation techniques, asserting that your physique was exceptional, endowed with both length and endurance. You guaranteed that you could bring senior sister Yun Shuang and Appos, to ecstasy. What nonsense! I am a gentleman of virtue. How could I utter such words?" Ye Feng exclaimed, "Oh, boss, what's said is said. We, the 4 tyrants of Yunhai, are bound by our words. It's nothing to worry about. Moreover, boss, about those dual cultivation techniques, could you perhaps share them? After all, we are good brothers, and you Shuden and Appos. Keep it all to yourself." As Fong Tong spoke, his expression gradually became lewd. Zhuge Benlei nodded earnestly. "Indeed, boss. You must not keep secrets. Those dual cultivation techniques must have been passed down from the chubby uncle master, right? Just considering that he is nearing 400 yet can still indulge in the company of 7 women, it is evident that these techniques are extraordinary. We could practice them ourselves or transcribe hundreds of copies to sell within the sect, and with Uncle Master's name attached, they would surely sell like hotcakes. Hey, you two, can you tone it down a bit? There are ladies present." Qi Yao interjected, arms crossed and an expression of discontent on her face. Meanwhile, Huang Linger blinked innocently, seemingly oblivious to the concept of dual cultivation. Ye Feng felt a throbbing headache and could not help but rub his temples. He considered himself the chosen one. How had he ended up befriending such lecherous individuals? It seemed he must distance himself from these ruffians in the future. He yearned to be a good person. Truly, he wished to be a good person. This was his inner monologue. Ye Feng did not disclose to Fong Tong and the others that he had once been murdered and discarded at a mass burial site. This matter was kept discreet, not only by the Beast Spirit Academy and the Discipline Academy, but also by his own master. Ye Feng was not a fool. He understood that such a situation was best left unspoken. Moreover, he had no desire to implicate Fong Tong and his other close friends. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to investigate quietly. His old prison mate had mentioned that he had not been forced into exile to the medicinal garden, but rather had been sent there to steal spiritual herbs for someone. However, he had never revealed to his old mate who that person was. In Ye Feng's view, that individual must be the one who had slain the original owner. Fong Tong and the others, as the original owner's closest friends, might have been informed about the true purpose of his visit to the medicinal garden. After carefully considering his words, Ye Feng asked, "Fong Tong, I have something to inquire." "Go ahead, Brother Feng," Fong Tong replied. "There are many memories I cannot recall, and some are rather vague. I only remember intentionally making a mistake to be punished in the medicinal garden, ostensibly to steal some spiritual herbs for someone. Do you have any idea who that might be?" "Sister Xiaoro, what's wrong, boss? Have you forgotten Sister Xiaoro?" "Sister Xiaoro? Which Xiaoro?" Ye Feng's heart leaped with joy. It turned out that the original owner had shared everything with Fong Tong and the others, even such matters. Fong Tong explained, "Sister Xiaoro is the direct disciple of the sect master. She is your goddess. You and Appos, V been pursuing her all along." "Miao Xiaoro." Ye Feng quickly comprehended. He had gained a basic understanding of the Yunhai sect, familiarizing himself with the names of various elders and young elite disciples. The sect master Yun had 7 disciples, with Miao Xiaoro being the youngest and the only female disciple under him. She was exceptionally beautiful and possessed remarkable talent for cultivation. Alongside the disciples of Mo Zhuxuan's Yuing and Qi Yunfeng's head elder Shou Sun, she was celebrated as one of the 3 celestial maidens of Yunhai. Ye Feng's expression gradually turned somber. His old prison mate had indeed been correct. He had stolen the spiritual herbs for a woman. Did this mean that Miao Xiaoro was responsible for the original owner's death? If it were any other female disciple, it might have been more acceptable. But Miao Xiaoro held a particularly special status as the direct disciple of the sect master. Without irrefutable evidence, Ye Feng would never jump to such a conclusion so hastily. He gradually calmed the shock within him and inquired of Fong Tong once more. "Miao Xiaoro is the sect master's true disciple, capable of commanding the winds and rains. Why would I aid her in stealing spiritual herbs?" Fong Tong shrugged and replied, "Next year marks the Jiazi year. Sister Xiaoro must be preparing for the Yunhai Grand Competition in 6 months and the Ling Mountain Duel next year." "Jiazi year? Yunhai Grand Competition? Ling Mountain Duel?" Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, but gradually began to understand. This matter dated back over 2,000 years when the cultivation landscape of the mortal realm was quite different from the present. The demonic sect had but one major faction known as the Tianyue sect. The righteous path was represented by 3 relatively powerful sects: Yunhai sect, Lingtai Temple, and Shenzhen sect. Approximately 2,400 years ago, the mortal realm experienced an apocalyptic war. During that time, a 9-story golden pagoda suddenly appeared in the northern region of Ling Mountain, hovering in midair. The pagoda emitted a beam of light that tore through the fabric of space, allowing numerous celestial beings to descend upon the mortal realm. To protect humanity, cultivators from various sects and independent practitioners banded together, engaging in a fierce battle with the celestial beings for 37 days. This battle was later dubbed the Hunt for Celestials, also known as the Jiazi Hunt for Celestials, as it occurred in a Jiazi year. The outcome was a resounding victory for humanity, though many sects suffered decline as a result. The Tianyue sect splintered after the battle, giving rise to the 6 major factions of the demonic sect. On the righteous side, new sects emerged, including the Yunu sect and the Chaotian sect. Although humanity triumphed in the hunt for celestials, the celestial beings were unwilling to accept defeat, vowing to return after a Jiazi cycle. To prepare for another potential invasion from the celestial realm, the various factions of humanity united in the years following the hunt for celestials, and the cultivation trend reached unprecedented heights. To cultivate talent, the righteous path and the demonic sect agreed to hold a duel among young disciples every 60 years, hosted at the Ling Mountain Range's Hunter Peak. The Celestials' declaration of returning after a Jiazi cycle was likely mere bravado from the defeated. Nearly 40 Jiazi cycles have passed since, and even today, the celestial beings have not reappeared. Nonetheless, The tradition of the Ling Mountain duel has continued to this day. Each session, the Yunhai sect sends 10 young disciples to participate. The year prior to the Ling Mountain duel, which is the previous year of the Jiazi year, a grand internal competition is held within the Yunhai sect. The top 10 from this internal competition will represent the sect in the following year and Appos' Ling Mountain duel against the finest young elite disciples from the righteous and demonic factions. Next year marks the Jiazi year, and this September will see the internal competition of the Yunhai sect. Miao Xiaorou's cultivation level, compared to her 6th senior brother Lin Yi, was still significantly lacking. Entering the top 10 in this year's internal competition would be quite challenging for her. The spiritual herbs Ye Feng had stolen would indeed be of great benefit to her, especially the 4 millennium-old spiritual herbs, which, if used effectively, could enhance her cultivation by several decades. Ye Feng began to suspect that perhaps this was the true reason for his infiltration of the medicinal garden. Yet, was he truly killed by Miao Xiaorou? If he had already procured the spiritual herbs, why would she need to silence him? Setting aside the fact that he might not have betrayed her, considering her esteemed status as the sect master and Appos' direct disciple. Even if the entire Yunhai sect were aware that the missing spiritual herbs had ended up in her possession, would she face severe punishment? Clearly not. If Miao Xiaorou understood that the stolen spiritual herbs posed little risk to her, why would she take the perilous step of killing the original owner and disposing of the body? It should be noted that Ye Feng was not an insignificant figure. He was the sole disciple of the Jade Dragon Master, who would undoubtedly pursue the murderer relentlessly. The idea of killing Ye Feng to silence him was evidently illogical. Seeing Ye Feng lost in thought, Feng Tong remarked, "Boss, I advise you to give up. Sister Xiaorou has shown indifference to you over the years. She simply does not see you. Why cling to a single tree in such a vast forest?" The original owner, much like Ye Feng, had been a lovesick fool. Wait a minute. He was a lovesick fool, but I am not. Ye Feng silently reassured himself. Returning to his senses, he shook his head and said, "I'm not contemplating Sister Xiaorou. I'm considering whether to visit the sword tomb tomorrow to select a celestial sword." Zhuge Benlei frowned and remarked, "Boss, any celestial sword of decent quality in the sword tomb has been taken long ago. Remaining are merely scraps. What do you need to go there for?" Ye Feng rolled his eyes and replied, "Having now reached the skyward realm, I naturally require a celestial sword. I understand that the sword tomb holds nothing but inferior swords. But what can I do? My master does not have any surplus celestial swords to bestow upon me and has asked me to wait for some time. Perhaps the 3 of you could pool together to present me with an extraordinary sword?" The 3 immediately shook their heads fervently. Feng Tong chuckled awkwardly, "Boss, you know our situation all too well, right? We are hopeless gamblers and have lost nearly everything over the years. Where would we find an extra celestial sword to give you? We can accompany you to the sword tomb tomorrow. That's the least we can do." Ye Feng was about to decline. He yearned for redemption, aspiring to reinvent himself, unwilling to associate with those 3 scoundrels any longer. Yet, upon reflection, the unfamiliar terrain left him uncertain of the location of the sword mount. Accompanying these 3 local ruffians would indeed alleviate much of the hassle. Most crucially, their collective presence should deter any lurking assassin from striking without hesitation. He nodded resolutely, declaring, "Very well, at dawn tomorrow, I shall accompany my master to Mo Zhuxian to apologize to Sister Yun. Once this matter is settled, we shall venture to the sword mound together." As he spoke, 6 young men and women, bearing celestial swords, traversed the cobblestone path beside the stone pavilion. Upon spotting Ye Feng and his companions, the leading young man, strikingly handsome, chuckled. "ISN and Appos. This the infamous 4 tyrants of Yunhai? Ah, Yi Shidi is here too. It has been ages since the 4 of you gathered. Why are you still here as night approaches? Planning some nefarious deed, perhaps?" Feng Tong, lounging on a stone bench with one leg crossed over the other, retorted, "I thought it was someone notable. Turns out it's just you, Chen Shuwen. The affairs of the 4 tyrants of Yunhai are beyond your trivial concern. Run along now, and do not disturb us while we admire the resplendent sunset." Chen Shuwen, the young man in question, along with his companions, erupted into laughter. He replied, "Feng Tong, with all 4 of you combined, you could barely recognize the simplest of characters, yet here you are, pretending to be connoisseurs of beauty. Do you possess any artistic flair? Beware, should you fall into my hands, the consequences will be dire, reminiscent of our last encounter." Feng Tong, Zhuge Benlei, and Qi Yao sprang to their feet. Qi Yao exclaimed, "Chen Shuwen, Last time our leader was absent, you took advantage of us. Now that our leader has returned, let us see if you have the audacity to fight again." Chen Shuwen smiled. "Excellent. I and Appos, VE been itching for a challenge. Today, I shall teach you ruffians of Yunhai a lesson. Who are you calling ruffians? Don't think we fear you just because you have numbers on your side. Come on." Zhuge Benlei, despite his frail appearance, had a fiery temperament and was ready to charge forward. However, he was restrained by Huang Linger, who implored, "Please, no fighting." Zhuge Benlei replied, "Linger, step aside. Today, you'll witness your brother Zhuge's prowess." A gaunt youth stepped forward, whispering to Chen Shuwen, "Brother Chun, perhaps we should reconsider. Ye Feng is not someone to be trifled with." Chen Shuwen glanced at Ye Feng, still seated in the pavilion, a frown creasing his brow. Although Ye Feng and Appos' cultivation was modest, he was undeniably fierce. While Yunhai sect did not prohibit disciples from sparring privately, such contests were only permitted at the summit and Appos' plaza, where one could employ artifacts and true energy. Fights at the mountainside were restricted to martial arts. Ye Feng had honed his skills in this area over the years, often leaving opponents bloodied. Moreover, Ye Feng held grudges. A victory would lead to the loser being carried away, while a defeat would see him similarly carted off. Once healed, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Chen Shuwen recalled Ye Feng's formidable record at Xinghua Peak and felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, with so many eyes upon them, as a righteous young hero, he could not easily back down. His pride took precedence over his life. He glared at Ye Feng, huffing, "Ye Feng, after more than a year apart, you seem not to recognize me?" Ye Feng sighed. "Brother Chun, I confess I do not recall you well. I was just released from the Discipline Institute today, and my master has returned to the mountain. I wish to avoid trouble, so please, leave me be." "Master Yulong has returned?" Chen Shuwen's brow furrowed. They had spent the day teaching external disciples at the Transmission Institute and had not heard of Master Yulong's arrival. Ye Feng nodded. "Indeed, my master just returned, so I urge you not to provoke me. I have no desire for bloodshed." Chen Shuwen and his companions exchanged glances. Finally, the gaunt youth suggested, "Brother Chun, since Master Yulong has just returned, let us spare Ye Feng this time and teach him a lesson another day." With a convenient off-ramp presented, Chen Shuwen nodded slightly. "You make a valid point. Let us depart." Fong Tong and the others hurled insults as the group retreated. But the departing party paid them no heed. Ye Feng's expression remained tranquil, though within, he felt as if two small dinosaurs were rampaging about. "Goodness, that nearly terrified me. Fortunately, my wit and extensive exposure to numerous online novels and films taught me that true villains use their brains rather than brawn. By maintaining a composed demeanor and borrowing a bit of my master's authority, I managed to scare them off. It is quite undeniable that I am a genius." Engaging in combat was not on Ye Feng's agenda. Although he had attained the 4th level of the Sky Control Realm, he had only practiced mental cultivation and had yet to learn any sword techniques. How could he possibly contend with these regular practitioners? Furthermore, he had devised a 12-character plan emphasizing survival, development, and cautious living. Until he achieved unparalleled strength, he intended to bide his time. Once Chen Shuwen and his entourage departed, his companions showered him with praise as if they were fanfare, unabashedly extolling his prowess. "Our leader is indeed magnificent, effortlessly sending that scoundrel Chen Shuwen packing. You have no idea how miserable our lives have been since you left the Xinghua Peak. Just months ago, we were bullied by him. Now that you have returned, the 4 tyrants of Yunhai shall rise again. One day as a leader, forever as a chief. Henceforth, allow me to call you boss." Faced with their effusive adulation, Ye Feng laughed heartily. "Chen Shuwen is hardly worth my time. By the way, what is his background? Why does he seem eager to trouble us?" Chi Yao explained. "Chen Shuwen is the true disciple of Elder Yun Song from the Spirit Treasure Institute. He relishes playing the righteous, meddling in others' affairs, and has garnered a bit of fame within the Yunhai sect, being dubbed the Frostblade Swordsman. Alongside the 6 disciples of our master, he is known as one of the 4 heroes of Yunhai, frequently seeking to provoke us, the 4 tyrants." Ye Feng was utterly speechless. He had not anticipated the existence of so many petty factions within Yunhai sect. Dugu Changkong and Fu Jinghong were revered as the unrivaled pair of Yunhai sect. Yun Shuanger, Miao Xiaoro, and Yu Yinling were celebrated as the 3 fairies. And now, the 4 tyrants of Yunhai and the 4 heroes of Yunhai emerged as well. The implications of these names made it evident that, aside from the 4 tyrants, the rest were paragons of virtue. How could the original owner and Fong Tong dare to form such a band of miscreants in this sanctified place of justice? Were they not afraid that these righteous heroes and fairies, under the guise of upholding justice and vanquishing evil, would not hesitate to eliminate them? Ye Feng pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. With these thoughts in mind, he clapped his hands and stood up, declaring, "The sun has set. We should return. We cannot afford to continue parading about in public. Encountering some righteous warriors could lead to dire consequences. While I may not lose my life, a severe beating is inevitable." Now, Ye Feng was solely focused on acquiring a celestial sword and learning the Yunhai sect's sword techniques from his master. Having been released from confinement, the old man in the stone prison is no longer a reliable ally. As dusk falls upon the elegant Imo the dining hall buzzes with anticipation. The esteemed Yuing Zhenrun has 7 female disciples. The eldest, Jin He. The second, Li Shuirong. The third, Nangong Yan. The fourth, Qian Yufeng. The fifth, Sun Qing Qing. The sixth, Jiang He. And the youngest, Yin Shuang Er. Among them, the third, Nangong Yan, and the fifth, Sun Qing Qing, had descended from the mountain a month ago to undergo training in preparation for the grand competition scheduled for 6 months hence. The remaining 5 disciples are presently seated within the refined dining hall. Yuing Zhenrun is the last to enter. The female disciples rise and offer a slight bow to her. With a gentle wave of her hand, Yuing Zhenren refrains from uttering any words. The serving girls begin to present the dishes. As all the disciples are female, their meals tend to be quite light, devoid of extravagant meats. At this juncture, the eldest disciple, Jin He, speaks up. "Master, I have heard that Uncle Yulong has returned to the mountain today." Yuing Zhenren's expression shifts slightly as she huffs. Was it not said that this rotund fellow had perished in the embrace of a woman? How can he still be alive? Jin He and her fellow disciples exchange uncertain glances, wary of referring to Yulong as the fat man in her presence. Jin He clears her throat softly and continues. This time, Uncle Yulong did not return alone. He brought along a young girl, purportedly his illegitimate daughter, whom he has been searching for in the mortal realm for the past 3 years. What? Yulong has an illegitimate daughter? Yuing Zhenren's brows furrow slightly, revealing an element of surprise. Jin He nods gently. Silence envelopes the room, a heavy atmosphere settling in. After a prolonged pause, Yuing Zhenren inquires, "And where is Ye Feng?" Jin He replies, "I inquired at the discipline hall this afternoon. Uncle Yulong has already gone there to bring Ye Feng back." Initially, Master Yu Chunzi was reluctant to release him, but Uncle Yulong promised to escort Ye Feng here tomorrow morning to offer an apology to our junior sister, which persuaded Master Yu Chunzi to relent. "Oh, that rotund fellow intends to bring Ye Feng here tomorrow?" A peculiar smile graces Yuing Zhenren's lips. The disciples exchange puzzled looks, but only Jin He seems slightly troubled, as if she has recalled something pertinent. However, the matters at hand are intertwined with the grievances of the past, far beyond the scope of her intervention. Yin Shuang Er's expression remains neutral, as if this situation bears no relevance to her. With a sly smile, Yuing Zhenren instructs, "Jin He, Shuirong, shortly you shall visit the esteemed Yu Fu, Yun Mu, Shou Qi, Yun Yu, and Yun Shi. Inform them to come to Mo Zhuxian tomorrow morning to witness the spectacle." The disciples are taken aback. They are astute enough to understand that the purpose of summoning these senior uncles is to witness Uncle Yulong's impending embarrassment. Jin He hesitates, saying, "Master, this seems inappropriate." What is inappropriate? To witness that rotund fellow Yulong humbled is no simple feat. Sharing the joy is better than savoring it alone. Yuing Zhenren responds. Having known Yulong for over 3 centuries, their youthful interactions included a period when he persistently courted her, but alas, his unattractiveness led her to reject him, and they eventually lost contact. Jin He possesses some awareness of this history, while the other disciples remain oblivious to the intricacies of their relationship. Each disciple nods in agreement, saying, "Master, we shall inform the esteemed uncles right away." Jin He cannot help but cast a furtive glance at her master, uncertain of her true intentions. While she often berates Yulong as an idle libertine, she also intervened when Yulong's disciple, Ye Feng, faced peril. Jin He understands that those wishing to silence Ye Feng have refrained from acting because her master has visited the discipline hall thrice, urging Master Yu Chunzi to punish him. Furthermore, she has insisted that upon his release, Ye Feng must promptly come to Mo Zhuxian to apologize. Only Jin He is privy to her master's apparent intent to discipline Ye Feng, while secretly safeguarding his life. Now that Uncle Yulong has returned, those seeking Ye Feng's demise are reluctant to act. Logically, her master should let the matter pass. Yet, she has summoned numerous uncles to witness Uncle Yulong's disgraceful moment. What could this signify? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ye Feng and Huang Linger returned to their abode. The venerable Yulong Shangren had departed to indulge in drinks and idle chatter with acquaintances, leaving behind a note that dinner need not be awaited. The two had meandered about Starry Peak for the afternoon, fatigue weighing upon them, and appetite absent. Huang Linger casually reheated some leftovers from lunch. They consumed little before retreating to their respective quarters for rest. Overall, the afternoon's excursion proved fruitful for both. Under the tutelage of the three notorious guides, they gained a more intricate understanding of Yunhai's sect. Huang Linger, of a similar age to Qi Yao, had forged a genuine friendship over the course of the day, blossoming into the close bond of sisters. As for Ye Feng, his most significant revelation was not friendship, but the realization that the original owner had infiltrated the medicinal garden to pilfer the celestial herb Lingji for the sake of Miao Xiaoro. Although Ye Feng harbored doubts about Miao's unscrupulous nature, having heard of her ruthlessness in silencing those who might expose her, at present, her guilt loomed largest. Lying on his bed with arms crossed beneath his head, Ye Feng found himself pondering. Miao Xiaoro was a favored disciple of the sect's master, typically cherished by their teacher. Despite having his own master as protection, Ye Feng's mentor, a rather portly figure, paled in comparison to the master of the sect in terms of status. Furthermore, the connection between his master and the sect leader, being brothers under the same mentor, suggested that should Ye Feng reveal Miao Xiaoro's potential culpability, the matter would likely dissipate without consequence. However, failing to report truthfully posed its own dangers. If Miao were indeed the culprit, the fear of exposure might drive her to silence him. After all, the gravity of murder far outweighed the theft of a mere celestial herb in her eyes. Ye Feng found himself ensnared in a quandary. After half an hour of fruitless contemplation, his thoughts drifted back to the stone prison of the Discipline Institute. Earlier that day, an elder had instructed him to follow Lin Yi and Su Kai, promising they would meet again soon. This statement perplexed Ye Feng. He could not fathom the elder's intentions to harm or deceive him. Why, then, the assurance of a swift reunion? Did it imply he would soon err and find himself imprisoned once more, or was the elder nearing release from his lengthy confinement? 2 centuries in such a dismal place seemed tantamount to a life sentence. Could release truly be on the horizon? As for the prospect of returning to the stone prison, that seemed equally implausible. Ye Feng was determined to amend his ways and had no intention of transgressing the sect's rules again. Moreover, he found it curious that his own master, a prominent figure in Yunhai's sect and nearly 4 centuries old, was unaware of the elder's presence in the Discipline Institute's stone prison. Who could this elder be? Surely, he must be a former esteemed member of their sect. It seemed prudent to seek an opportunity to investigate further. Ye Feng murmured to himself. He was not one to harbor ill will. The elder had treated him kindly, sharing meals and imparting the sect's cultivation methods. If possible, Ye Feng aspired to liberate the elder from that lightless stone cell as a means of repaying his kindness. As he pondered, drowsiness enveloped him, and he gradually succumbed to sleep. This slumber was deep and restful, devoid of nightmares or restless dreams, a much-needed reprieve. Upon awakening, the dawn had already broken. Stepping out of his room, he believed he had risen early, only to find numerous young disciples of Yunhai's sect practicing their sword techniques in the sky. The air was filled with dazzling streams of sword energy and ethereal blades, a breathtaking spectacle. From the kitchen, Huang Linger's voice called out, "Senior brother, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Ye Feng nodded, suddenly feeling a pang of inadequacy. Even his junior sister had risen earlier than he. His self-satisfaction felt misplaced. He grunted in acknowledgement, only to spot his master tinkering at the gate. Approaching, he discovered the rotund figure was wielding a brush to inscribe characters on a long wooden plaque. "Master, what are you doing?" "I'm naming our courtyard," the master replied. Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words. Since Yun Yi Shangren had become the sect leader, this tranquil and elegant courtyard had been bestowed upon Yulong Shangren. Yet in over 2 centuries, the old man had never named it. Why the sudden whim to do so today? As he drew closer, Ye Feng observed the master had nearly completed his work. He read aloud, "With winds rising and clouds swirling, we seek the path to immortality, with a heart attuned. We pursue the way. Wind's spirit abode," he concluded. "Child, what do you think of your master's calligraphy?" Ye Feng, Intrigued, noted. It seems to incorporate both my name and Linger S. When did you become so cultured, master? Haha. Your master is a scholar of considerable talent. Had it not been for your grandmaster's insistence on my arrival at Yunhai sect, I would have long since achieved the title of top scholar at Wen Yuan Pavilion. The portly figure laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, which was both off-putting and somewhat comical. Ye Feng could only shake his head in disbelief at the sheer audacity of his master. The two of them collaborated to hang the couplet and plaque at the courtyard entrance. Satisfied with their work, Yulong Shangren turned to Ye Feng and said, "Child, tidy yourself up. We must go apologize to your sister Yun Shuang for the lost medicinal herbs. Even if you use them for hot pot, that is of little consequence. However, to have insulted a celestial being is a grave transgression that could tarnish your reputation and must be rectified." Ye Feng replied, "Master, I should go alone. You cannot handle the stubbornness of Aunt Yuang. Alas, it is my master's fault for not being present these past 3 years to guide me. As your master, I shall bear the shame, even if it means losing face," the elder insisted. "Remember, the world is fraught with hypocrisy and cruelty, especially for disciples of reputable sects bound by numerous constraints. You must learn to temper your words, regardless of the situation or audience, except when it comes to your master. Of course, you must not deceive me. I shall adhere to your teachings, master." Soon, Huang Linger presented breakfast at the table. Just as the three were about to begin their meal, 3 figures burst in: Feng Tong, Zhuge Benlei, and Qi Yao. "Uncle Fat." The trio bowed respectfully to Yulong Shangren. Yulong Shangren beamed. "Ah, I thought it was someone noteworthy. It's just you 3 rascals, Feng Tong, Benlei, and Yao Yao. It's been 3 years, you've all grown. Indeed, I am Feng Tong, not Rice Bucket. I am Benlei, not Foolish Lei." Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei murmured. Yulong Shangren feigned ignorance to their whispers and asked, "What brings you here today?" Feng Tong replied, "We arranged with Brother Feng to accompany him to the sword tomb in search of swords." Yulong Shangren remarked, "You 3 are good children. But do not get too close to Feng. He is not a good influence. He will lead you astray." Cough, cough. "Master, I'm right here. Could you please consider my feelings? Are your feelings truly of consequence? Besides, I spoke no falsehood." Yulong Shangren shot Ye Feng a pointed look before addressing the trio. "Have you eaten breakfast? Join us." Qi Yao shook her head. "Uncle Fat, we've already eaten. You all enjoy your meal. We'll wait for you in the courtyard." Before long, Ye Feng finished his breakfast and stepped into the courtyard. "Yesterday, I informed you all that this morning I must first go to the Mu Zhu Xian to offer my sincere apologies to Sister Yin Shuang. Why did you all come so early?" Feng Tongdao exclaimed, "Boss, we are brothers united in spirit. We shall accompany you." Zhuge Benlei added, "Exactly. We share both fortune and adversity. We cannot let you face the reprimand alone." Observing the resolute expressions of the trio, Ye Feng felt a surge of emotion. Are they truly scoundrels? They seem rather loyal. Qi Yao chuckled. "You all can accompany the boss to receive scolding at Mu Zhu Xian, while I have made plans with Linger to shop at the foot of the mountain today." After breakfast, Master Yulong meticulously groomed himself. To an outsider, it might appear that this old fellow was not going to apologize on behalf of his disciple, but rather going on a date, perhaps even a date for himself. Watching the self-satisfied, portly master, Ye Feng felt a wave of exasperation. The group heading to Mu Zhu Xian consisted of 4 individuals, aside from Master Yulong and his disciple. There were Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei. If it were for any other purpose, Master Yulong would undoubtedly have brought his beautiful daughter along to show off. However, today was different. They were going to apologize, not to seek a romantic encounter or enjoy a lavish feast, so naturally, the hefty Yulong would not embarrass himself by bringing his daughter along. At Fengling residence, Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei had vowed to accompany their beloved boss to Mu Zhu Xian to face the music. Yet, once they exited Fengling residence, the two trailed behind Ye Feng like timid shadows, adopting expressions of innocent bystanders merely passing by. Witnessing this scene, Ye Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. Is this what they call brotherly loyalty? At this hour, the disciples on the mountainside were few, mostly consisting of outer sect laborers. Many elite inner sect disciples were practicing sword control techniques in the skies or on the summit of Xingluo Peak. As they walked, Ye Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. He realized he was empty-handed. Who on earth goes to apologize without a gift? At the very least, one should carry a fruit basket or 2 boxes of milk. Master, are we really going to visit Aunt Yuang like this? Yes, what of it? Well, Should we not prepare some gifts or something? Gifts? My very presence is already a gesture of goodwill. What more is needed? I am her senior brother. When I achieved fame, she was still in her infancy. Gifts? I refuse to believe that without them, this old hag would throw me out of her Mu Zhu Xian. Master Yulong huffed, his face twisted in irritation. In his mind, he believed he still had some standing as Yu Ying's senior brother. Seeing his master's confidence, Ye Feng chose not to press the matter further. Soon, Master Yulong and his disciple, along with the two loyal followers trailing behind, arrived at the entrance of Mu Zhu Xian. Nestled on the sunny slope of Xing Luo Peak, Mu Zhu Xian was considerably larger than Feng Ling residence. The courtyard was adorned with a variety of exquisite flowers and plants, exuding elegance. As they entered, Master Yulong led Ye Feng into the courtyard, where they immediately noticed several young and beautiful female disciples standing on either side of the main hall entrance, and many others seated within. Upon witnessing this scene, Master Yulong abruptly halted. Why are there so many people here so early in the morning? He murmured. Ye Feng too felt that something was amiss. Master, it seems they were aware of our visit and have specifically come to await us. Of course I can see that. What should we do? Should we head back? If we hadn't stepped through the gate, perhaps we could have slipped away. Now that we are inside, how can we escape? Be silent and observe how I contend with this crowd of women. Taking a deep breath, Master Yulong strode forward with a boldness befitting a man seeking to atone for his misdeeds. As they approached the main hall, he called out cheerfully, Sister Yuying. It is your senior brother Yulong. It has been years. How have you been? Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, the young disciples bowed respectfully to Master Yulong. His title as Master Uncle resonated in the air. In the righteous path, respect for hierarchy is paramount. Despite their disdain for this gluttonous master, they could not neglect their manners in front of an elder. Master Yulong maintained his composure amidst the throng of enchanting maidens, exhibiting an admirable restraint. However, Ye Feng's self-control was not quite as steadfast. The female disciples, each more breathtaking than the last, captivated him. The sight felt akin to stepping into an upscale club. If these young ladies were to wear name tags, it would have seemed even more fitting. While Master Yulong could ignore the younger generation, Ye Feng could not. Following closely behind his master, he repeatedly bowed in greeting to the enchanting maidens. The sight of a strikingly handsome youth now appeared rather awkward and lascivious. That one in the red dress is quite striking. The one in blue is even more alluring, and the one in green is truly captivating. The maidens noticed Ye Feng's roving gaze, which offered no pretense of subtlety as it wandered over their long legs, slim waists, and alluring forms, revealing his less than virtuous thoughts. Their expressions turned sour, and had Master Yulong not been present, they would have likely confronted him with ire. Among them was Yin Shuang, the most beautiful of the group. Unlike the other lively maidens, she exuded a cold, ethereal aura reminiscent of frost, untouched by the mundane world. Upon seeing her, Ye Feng's roguish gaze quickly retracted, his head bowed in humility. A graceful maiden dressed in a green gown approached, appearing to be in her 20s, with long legs and an alluring figure. Her exquisite, fair visage radiated warmth, her bright smile revealing rows of pearly white teeth. She was Jin He, Yin Shuang's senior sister. With a smile, Jin He greeted, Master Yulong, you have arrived. Master and the esteemed uncles have been awaiting you for quite some time. Please follow me inside. Upon glancing into the hall, Master Yulong's expression stiffened at the sight of several elderly women with youthful appearances. Jin He, why are there so many people at Mu Zhu Xian this early in the morning? It seems the likes of Yu Fu, Yun Mu, Shou Qi, and Yun Yu are all present. Jin He smiled in response. These esteemed sisters are close friends of our master. They often visit. Today, they came to enjoy tea with Master. Master Yulong's face flushed with embarrassment. If he believed Jin He's words, he would be a fool. Clearly, Yu Ying had anticipated his visit and had summoned others to witness his humiliation. He lamented inwardly, regretting not heeding the advice of his ungrateful disciple to slip away earlier. Now, it was too late to retreat. Little did he know, Yu Ying had set a trap so cunningly. Today would be a day of reckoning. He sighed, reflecting on the consequences of poor guidance and negligence. Who could blame him for being this brat's master? Even if he were to lose face today, he must help this young man navigate his predicament. He whispered to Ye Feng, once we enter, remain silent and act according to my cues. Ye Feng nodded gently. There was no escaping now. Since they were already here, they might as well settle in. The Jade Dragon Master stepped over the high threshold and entered the main hall. Ah, I didn't expect to find several junior sisters here at Ying's place. After a few years, my dear sisters have become even more charming. Inside the hall sat 6 women, all of whom were elders. Besides the esteemed Yuing, there were also Yu Fu, the enchanting Yun Mu, the serene Shou Qi, the youthful Yun Yu, and the graceful Yun Shi. These venerable women, all elders of the Yun Hai sect, collectively boasted an age of nearly 2 millennia. Though they lacked the frailty of age, they had long since lost their youthful allure, resembling more like faded oranges than the vibrant maidens they once were. The Shou Qi fairy, clad in dark robes and adorned with a Taoist bun, held a feather duster in her hand. Once a breathtaking fairy who captivated countless youths, she now bore a fuller figure, with a few strands of white hair adorning her temples. She smiled and said, "Brother Yulong, I heard you spent 3 years away from the mountain and have found your long-lost daughter after 15 years? Truly a cause for celebration." "Oh, you all have heard about this." He chuckled. "I intended to keep a low profile." Yu Fu, with a teasing glimmer in her eye, remarked, "Why keep a low profile about having a daughter at your age? Yulong, you seem quite robust, approaching 400 and still vigorous as ever. No wonder you enjoy frequenting the brothels. It appears your skills in that realm are decidedly extraordinary." Among them, Yun Yu appeared the youngest, having mastered the art of maintaining her youthful complexion at over 300 years old. She chimed in with a smile, "In my youth, I thought Brother Yulong was rather unappealing, short, and stout. For over a decade, I turned him down, believing it would affect future generations. Oh, Brother Yulong, had I known your capabilities were so remarkable, I would have accepted you back then, and perhaps I wouldn't be lonely now." The elder women shared knowing smiles, while the younger disciples outside blushed at the risk of banter. Ye Feng trailed closely behind his portly master, daring not to examine the seated elders. Hearing such provocative remarks, he was taken aback. Wasn't the Yun Hai sect renowned for its virtuous disciples? The male disciples were supposed to be paragons of righteousness, and the female disciples, models of propriety. Yet, these female elders seemed more akin to sirens than sages. The portly master, a veritable sea king among them, reveled in their teasing remarks. Such brazen exchanges, though, were typically taboo among disciples under 200 years of age. Beyond that threshold, the elders were revered, and what the younger disciples would shy away from voicing was relished by these seasoned women. Most elders of the Yun Hai sect would have felt shame at such jesting. But Yulong, with his thick skin, understood that as long as he maintained his composure, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Moreover, he was well aware that these once prudish fairies had become mere jesters in their old age. "Yun Yu, it's not too late to join me now. I assure you, I'm still a force to be reckoned with. Give me just 6 months. No, 3, and I guarantee you'll be expecting." "How shameless! You lecherous old fool!" Shouts of indignation erupted. Yulong, unfazed by the scornful looks, took pride in their reactions. Ye Feng stood in stunned silence, marveling at his master's unparalleled wit. In just a few exchanges, the once dominant 6 had been reduced to mere spectators. Truly, the title of Sea King was well-deserved. Yuing, unable to tolerate the farce any longer, interjected, "Brother Yulong, I heard you brought your disciple here today to apologize." "Apologize? What for?" "That and Apos. Mere rumor. I was merely wandering with Feng after breakfast and happened to pass by." He feigned ignorance. Yet, everyone in the Yun Hai sect was aware that Yulong intended for his brazen disciple to apologize to Yun Shuang in person. However, sensing the crowd, Yulong seemed reluctant to admit it, displeasing Yuing. Her brows furrowed slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at the hidden Ye Feng. "About a month ago, your disciple used extremely vulgar language to provoke my disciple, Shuang Er, causing a considerable disturbance. According to the Yun Hai sect's regulations, publicly harassing female disciples warrants a punishment of 80 strikes and 3 months of confinement, or worse, expulsion. Is this not why you have come today, Brother Yulong?" Yulong's dark, unappealing face displayed a look of shock. Turning to Ye Feng, he asked, "Feng, is this true?" Ye Feng was bewildered. Was his master losing his wits? Hadn't they come precisely for this reason? Seeing Ye Feng's silence, Yulong pressed, "What are you looking at? If it happened, it happened. If it didn't, it didn't. As righteous disciples, we must act justly and have the courage to face our mistakes. Have my teachings gone unheeded?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng quickly responded, "Master, I was injured recently, and my mind was not clear. When I saw Sister Shuang, with her ethereal beauty, I momentarily lost my senses and spoke some inappropriate words." "I see." Yulong feigned understanding, nodding his head. "You see, Yu Ying, at their age, these boys are prone to emotional outbursts. When they see beauty, their hearts naturally yearn. There's a line in a poem: the gentle dove calls, on the riverbank, the graceful maiden, a gentleman's ideal. We were all young once, so we should understand the thoughts of youth. Feng's mistake was merely voicing his innermost thoughts. I will ensure he apologizes to Shuang personally. If you feel her honor has been tarnished, I will take responsibility and arrange for him to make amends. In the realm of shamelessness, should Ye Feng claim the second place, Yulong would undoubtedly be the first. Originally, Ye Feng faced grave accusations for his misconduct, but with just a few words from the lecherous master, the narrative shifted to that of a dashing young man captivated by a striking beauty. The concept of harassment transformed into an innocent pursuit of affection. Yu Ying's eyes narrowed in fury. You delusional old fool. Do you truly believe your utterly unworthy disciple could ever win Shuang heart? Yulong chuckled. Isn't that the case? Sister, let us conclude this matter. If it drags on and the world learns of it, it would genuinely tarnish Shuang's reputation. Yu Ying had initially intended to corner Yulong today, to humiliate the lecherous old man, and perhaps coax a few words of contrition from him. Alas, the corpulent Yulong, the most shameless disciple of Yunhai's sect, is capable of anything when pushed to the brink. Contemplating this, Master Yue Ying gritted her teeth and commanded, Shuang, come in. Clad in a gown as white as snow, the ethereal and exquisite Yin Shuang entered the hall, wielding a long sword. She saluted the elders with a graceful bow. Ye Feng, cautious, shifted slightly behind his rotund master, apprehensive about receiving another kick from this formidable woman. What are you standing there for, you foolish boy? Are you waiting for an award? Hurry up and apologize to your senior sister Shuang. Without hesitation, Master Yulong delivered a robust kick to Ye Feng's rear. Realizing the situation, Ye Feng glanced at Yin Shuang, who was the most stunning woman he had encountered in reality. In his previous life, only the portrayal of Xiaolong by Li Ruodong could rival her beauty. Moreover, Yin Shuang's frosty demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the enchanting character crafted by Jin Yong, as if a literary beauty had stepped into the realm of reality. Her flowing white dress and cascading black hair resembled a waterfall cascading down her shoulders. Her exquisite features and flawless skin, coupled with an air of icy elegance, possessed an undeniable allure that stirred a primal desire for conquest in every normal man. Images of that night, when he beheld her in her unblemished state, surfaced in his mind. She was akin to a flawless jade. Each recollection made Ye Feng feel that the countless female teachers he had meticulously archived in his memory paled in comparison to her beauty. He found himself momentarily entranced until he noticed the chilling glimmer in Yun Shuang's eyes, which jolted him back to reality. Quickly, he cupped his fists and bowed deeply, stating, Senior Sister Shuang, some time ago on the back mountain of Xinghua Peak, I beheld your unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial being. In a moment of reckless impulse, I spoke disrespectfully and caused you humiliation, an act unworthy of a gentleman. As a disciple of the righteous path, I should be cautious in word and deed, upholding integrity and virtue. Yet, I have failed my master's teachings and the noble ethos of our sect, bringing you distress for which I am deeply remorseful. I humbly hope for your forgiveness. Ye Feng had meticulously crafted these words of apology while lying in bed the previous night, and now, as he spoke, he appeared genuinely sincere. Master Yulong listened in astonishment. What was happening? How could his unlearned disciple articulate so many idiomatic expressions in one breath? The phrases noble ethos and caution in word and deed. Were these his own words? Yin Shuang seemed equally surprised by Ye Feng's eloquence, and after a moment, she let out a cold scoff. Shuang, do not be disrespectful, Master Yue Ying admonished. While Yin Shuang could berate Ye Feng, she could not afford to mock her senior. Master Yulong, with his carefree disposition, chuckled. Junior Shuang has a point. It is my failure as a master that has led this rascal to become a lecher. I shall be sure to discipline him henceforth. Master Yue Ying, since this errant disciple has sincerely apologized to Junior Shuang, let us put this matter to rest. We are all of the same sect. Let us not allow such trivialities to mar our camaraderie. Master Yue Ying remained silent, casting a glance at Yin Shuang. The latter regarded Ye Feng and slowly said, This time, out of respect for Master Yulong and the elders, I shall let you off. However, should you dare to disrespect me again, I shall not show mercy. Her demeanor was frigid, clearly disapproving of Ye Feng's oily tongue. Ye Feng hastily bowed again, expressing, Thank you, senior sister, for your magnanimity. I shall never again act disrespectfully towards you. Yin Shuang'er huffed and turned to leave the hall. With the matter settled, Master Yulong took a seat. Waving his hand dismissively at Ye Feng, he declared, "Your senior sister Shuang has forgiven you. What are you still doing here? Aren't the food and clumsy thunder waiting for you outside?" "Master, what? I haven't seen these elders in over 3 years. I'm merely catching up with them." Realizing the old rascal's intent, Ye Feng decided not to disrupt their reunion. He bowed to the assembled company, stating, "I shall not intrude upon your gathering. I take my leave." Upon exiting the hall, he was met with curious gazes from a group of female disciples. Ye Feng puffed out his chest, gazing upward as he strode past the lovely maidens. After a few steps, however, he turned back, pondering that simply walking away would not align with the persona of a lecherous rogue he had inadvertently assumed. If he was perceived as a bully, why not exploit that reputation? In his previous life, he had toiled to be virtuous, only to find himself a virgin at death's door. This time, he would seize the opportunity for a second chance, determined to rectify past regrets. Thus, Ye Feng approached Yin Shuang'er, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Senior Sister Shuang'er, I truly regret my earlier actions. You have been of great help to me, and I have wronged you. It is a sin deserving of death. To express my contrition, may I invite you to dinner tonight? If tonight is inconvenient, tomorrow, the day after, or any day thereafter works for me. I am always available." Yin Shuang'er was taken aback by Ye Feng's audacity to pursue her even after his apology. With a hint of disgust, she retorted, "Ye Feng, do not think that just because Master Yulong has returned, I won't dare to strike you. Leave, and do not let me see you again. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." "Understood." Ye Feng promptly turned to flee. However, after a few steps, he halted, this time not addressing Yin Shuang and Appos, but rather the group of beautiful maidens at the door, exclaiming, "Since senior sister Shuang and Appos is unavailable, might any of you ladies be free to join me for a romantic evening?" "Rascal, lecherous scoundrel, a toad wishing to feast upon swan meat. Don't run." Before Ye Feng could finish, a cacophony of scorn erupted. Anticipating the reaction, he dashed away, swiftly exiting the courtyard of the Muksu Pavilion. Inside the hall, the elders listened intently to Ye Feng and Appos' words, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and amusement. They had not expected that, mere moments after his heartfelt apology, he would once again resort to making advances toward the female disciples, and this time, he had cast a wide net. The jade-floating fairy chuckled, "Yulong, you truly have a remarkable disciple. Confess, could this Ye Feng possibly be your illegitimate child?" Yulong, the master, covered his forehead with his hand and chuckled awkwardly. "How could that be? He is merely the little rascal I picked up from the foot of the mountain years ago. Our relationship is strictly that of a master and disciple. Yes, a very ordinary one." Changing the subject, he continued, "Let us not dwell on that little brat. Sister Yu, are you free tonight? We could share a meal and enjoy the moonlight together." Indeed, where there is a master, there is a disciple. Ye Feng dashed out of the bamboo pavilion, and upon glancing back, he noticed that the group of enchanting fairies did not pursue him, prompting him to slow his pace. Although all the fairies had rejected him, he felt neither disheartened nor discouraged. Instead, a hint of pride swelled within him. After all, in his previous life, he would never have dared to act so boldly. The exhilaration was delightful. How challenging could it be to pursue a girl? As long as he remained persistent and shameless, there would inevitably be a few oblivious young ladies who might take a fancy to him. And then he could finally find himself in a relationship. As a traverser, how could he not chase after fairies? Ye Feng resolved to set 2 paramount goals for himself in this world, practicing martial arts and courting celestial maidens. Seeing Ye Feng emerge from the bamboo pavilion with a satisfied expression, the portly and slender monks who had been waiting at the courtyard entrance hurried over. The chubby one, Feng Tong, inquired, "Boss, has the matter been resolved?" Ye Feng nodded, "Of course. My master personally came. What issue could remain unsolved? Let us go? We're off to the Sword Tomb." Disciples of the Cloud Sea sect typically acquire magical weapons through 3 means. First, from the Spirit Treasure Hall. Inner disciples, before reaching the realm of sky control, may receive a common iron sword from the Spirit Treasure Hall. Upon attaining the sky control realm, they may claim a celestial sword. Generally, the celestial swords bestowed upon disciples are of the lowest grade, and only those of lesser status or with mediocre masters would seek out such weapons. With Yulong's esteemed reputation, it would be beneath him to allow Ye Feng to claim a low-tier celestial sword from the Spirit Treasure Hall. Second, from their masters. Aside from a few celestial swords, most magical weapons within the Cloud Sea sect are passed down through a master-disciple lineage. Thus, many powerful celestial swords are held by the elders of the sect, handed down from elder to disciple, giving Yu Long's esteemed status. He would certainly not lack for divine swords. However, this old lecher had squandered several powerful celestial swords over the past 2 centuries in pursuit of pleasure, leaving him with only his life-bound sword, the shadow-cutting sword. Even the magical artifact of his own daughter required him to shamelessly solicit from Yu Qinzi. Third, the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb has existed for nearly as long as the Cloud Sea sect itself. In the early centuries of the sect's establishment, it amassed numerous formidable celestial swords. At that time, with only a few thousand disciples, there were more swords than could be utilized. So the surplus was stored in the Sword Tomb, where any disciple could select a suitable sword. In the early millennia, the existence of the Sword Tomb indeed laid a solid foundation for the rapid development of the Cloud Sea sect. However, as the number of disciples grew, it became increasingly difficult for powerful swords to return to the Sword Tomb. Over time, the quality of swords within the tomb diminished. Nowadays, few inner disciples venture to the Sword Tomb. Only outer disciples, upon achieving the realm of sky control, might try their luck there. Ye Feng's idea was simple. First, to obtain a celestial sword so he could practice the Cloud Sea sect's sword techniques and flying skills, regardless of its grade. After all, his chubby master had promised to procure an extraordinary weapon for him soon. The Sword Tomb, as the name suggests, is a sepulchre for swords. However, in the Cloud Sea sect, swords are not buried underground, but rather lodged into the sheer cliffs on the western side of Starfall Peak. Under the guidance of Feng Tong and his slender companion, Ye Feng spent a considerable half-hour reaching the base of the Sword Tomb. Here, on a precipice approximately 1,000 feet above the ground, he peered over the edge and beheld a swirling sea of clouds, unfathomably deep. Glancing up, he saw the cliff face adorned with celestial swords, most of their blades embedded in the rock, leaving only short hilts exposed. Numerous thick vines hung down from above. They had arrived quite late, and Ye Feng could see a dozen youths clinging to the vines, resembling spiders as they climbed the sheer cliff, vigorously extracting swords from the rock before reinserting them, searching for a sword that suited them. Feng Tong tilted his head back. This is our Cloud Sea sect's Sword Tomb. Boss, go ahead and choose your sword. Old 3, and I will wait for you here. Ye Feng gazed at the almost vertical cliff and the youths swinging like spiders, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. No one had informed him that the Sword Tomb was situated on a cliff. He had anticipated a designated area filled with numerous celestial swords, from which he could simply choose the most appealing one. Who would have thought this endeavor could be life-threatening? He swallowed hard and said, This task seems rather challenging. Are you two not coming up with me? Zhuge Benlei replied, We already possess celestial swords, boss. You go on ahead. You have celestial swords? Where are they? Why don't I see you carrying them? Ye Feng questioned, puzzled. During his days at Starfall Peak, he had seen many disciples of the Cloud Sea sect either wielding celestial swords or carrying sword cases, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet, Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei appeared empty-handed, leading Ye Feng to suspect their cultivation was insufficient to reach the 4th level of sky control, thus lacking celestial swords. The chubby and slender monks exchanged glances and grinned. They then simultaneously pointed in front of them, making a gentle slice through the air, and a faint glow coalesced before them, swiftly forming a 3-foot-long sword. Feng Tong's sword gleamed white, while Benlei's was a striking purple. Upon witnessing this, Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with envy. What are the origins of these swords? I heard that Master Yu Qinzi gifted Liner a sword named Burning Silence yesterday, which is said to be quite powerful. How do yours compare? Feng Tong chuckled. My sword is called Xian Feng, and Old 3's is named Ziling. Our swords are both celestial-grade artifacts, capable of being summoned and dismissed at will. We rarely display them, lest certain impoverished souls grow envious. Impoverished souls? Envious? Ye Feng felt the chubby monk was implying him. Just as he was about to protest, Zhuge Benlei interjected. Magical artifacts are classified into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. While our celestial swords, like Liner's Burning Silence, are indeed of the same celestial grade, ours are lower-tier celestial artifacts, whereas Burning Silence is an upper-tier celestial artifact, significantly superior in terms of spiritual power. Moreover, Burning Silence is a fire-attributed sword with formidable attack capabilities. Ye Feng grasped the situation. retorting with a hint of irritation, "I thought your celestial swords were extraordinary, and you were worried about impoverished souls turning envious. Turns out they are nothing to boast about. Far inferior to Linner's burning silence. What is there to hide?" Feng Tong retorted, "It's not fair to say that, boss. The burning silence sword is renowned throughout the mortal realm. If we're discussing whose sword is the most formidable among us, it would have to be Yao Yao's. Last year, ancestor Xianqi gifted her a divine great sword." Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He has now gained a profound understanding of this world and is well aware of the significance of divine grade artifacts. Within the entire Yunhai sect, the registered divine grade swords do not exceed 300, almost entirely held by the venerable elders, who are several centuries old. Typically, it is only upon the death of these elders that their swords may be passed down to their disciples. Remarkably, Yao Yao, at merely a teenage age, possesses a divine sword. This revelation struck him with a mix of astonishment and bitterness. He realized that among the 4 tyrants of Yunhai, he, as the leader, was the most impoverished. Ye Feng understood that, aside from himself, the other 3 tyrants were all extravagant second-generation immortals. "Please wait here for a moment. I shall ascend to seek a peerless sword that surpasses your celestial blades. After all, as the leader, it is unacceptable for me to be outshone by you 2 juniors." Ye Feng declared confidently, striving to maintain the last semblance of dignity as the leader. Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei exchanged amused glances, clearly dismissing Ye Feng and Apos' words. For many years, at least a dozen disciples from the Yunhai sect had visited the sword tomb daily in search of swords. Over the years, the sect had withheld celestial swords above the spiritual artifact grade, ceasing their replenishment in the sword tomb and redirecting them to the spiritual treasure academy. In essence, the sword tomb's cliffs housed over 100,000 celestial swords, nearly all of which were of the lowest grade, with even precious artifacts being a rarity. Noticing the near-mocking expressions of the plump and thin monks, Ye Feng refrained from further chatter. With a powerful leap, he soared several meters high, grasping a vine. He called out, "Keep an eye on me. Should I fall, you must catch me." Feng Tong laughed. "Rest assured, both I and the third will remain right here, vigilant on this precipice, ensuring you do not stumble over the edge." Reassured by their words, Ye Feng felt a sense of calm. After attaining the ability to traverse the skies, his body underwent significant transformations. Not only had his strength multiplied several times, but his jumping ability was also astonishing, surpassing even the martial arts heroes depicted in films. Clinging to the vine, he climbed effortlessly. Feeling akin to a small superhero, Ye Feng's heart swelled with joy. After climbing several meters, celestial swords began to emerge from the cliff face. Grasping one with one hand while holding the vine with the other, he drew out a sword. This celestial sword appeared somewhat aged. The wooden hilt bore cracks from years of exposure to the elements. However, the blade embedded in the stone wall seemed relatively unscathed by time. To assess the strength and attributes of a celestial sword, the most direct method is to channel a strand of true essence into it. Ordinary iron swords cannot withstand the spiritual energy of cultivators, while artifacts are different. Numerous formations are inscribed within their blades during forging, and the materials used primarily determine their attributes. Generally, the attributes of celestial swords fall within the 5 elements, though some rarer swords possess attributes such as wind, space, or time. Ye Feng infused a strand of true essence into the celestial sword in his grasp, which immediately emitted a faint green glow. This indicated it was a wood element sword, typically favored by women. Ye Feng's goal was clear. He sought a fire element sword, renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities. He casually returned the celestial sword to the crevice in the rock face. There was no rush. With over 100,000 celestial swords embedded in the cliff, he could afford to search leisurely. Ye Feng surmised that the area near the precipice had likely been scoured countless times. As the saying goes, no dish remains uneaten at a grand feast. The swords near the platform had likely been untouched for years, suggesting they were of little worth. Thus, Ye Feng decided to ascend further to seek a more promising celestial sword. As he continued climbing, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Ye, there is a sword that may suit you." The unexpected, gravelly voice startled Ye Feng, nearly causing him to tumble from the precipice. He quickly gripped the vine, glancing around. "Is that you, senior?" he called hesitantly in his mind. "Did you forget I said we would meet again soon?" Ye Feng was taken aback. Just the day before, he had emerged from the disciplinary hall's stone prison, and now his old cellmate had also been released. Senior, you have been freed too? That is wonderful. I was just thinking of finding a way to rescue you. Wait, you didn't escape, did you? This tale is lengthy. I advise you not to inquire further. The elder replied, evidently reluctant to divulge the details of his exit from the dark confines of the stone prison. Did you not come to the sword tomb in search of a celestial sword? Over 2 centuries ago, I left behind a sword here that might suit you, though I cannot ascertain whether it has been claimed by someone else. Meanwhile, in the disciplinary hall's stone prison, a young disciple clad in azure, carrying a food box, skillfully activated the array barrier of the cell, passing through the water curtain to enter. During Ye Feng's confinement, Su Kai had come daily to deliver meals. But this was merely to prevent Ye Feng from remembering anything. As a direct disciple of Yuchenzi, Su Kai typically did not deliver food to the mad old man imprisoned within. After Ye Feng's release, he ceased this duty. The young disciple approached the mad old man's cell and crouched down, preparing to offer a jug of wine and a roast chicken. The next moment, his expression shifted slightly. He noticed that on the ground at the cell's entrance lay a jug of wine and a roast chicken, evidently from yesterday. Suddenly, realizing something, the young disciple began banging on the cell door, shouting, "Senior! Senior!" There was no response. Only his echoes reverberated in the corridor. The young disciple did not possess the key to this cell, so he dropped the food box and rushed outside. Upon emerging, he encountered Su Kai, furrowing his brow. Su Kai inquired, "Feng, what happened?" "The mad old man in the cell seems to be in trouble," the young disciple replied anxiously. Su Kai paused, asking what trouble. The disciple explained briefly that the roast chicken and wine he had delivered yesterday remained untouched, and his calls for the mad old man went unanswered. The cell's golden lock and the array barrier ensured the mad old man could not escape. Given his fondness for fine wine, even if he had not consumed the chicken, he would have certainly drunk the wine. Now, with both the chicken and wine untouched, it marked the first occurrence in many years. Su Kai nodded slightly, saying, "You should go ahead with your tasks. I will report this to the master." The disciple replied, "Thank you, senior." They parted ways, and Su Kai approached the door of his mentor, Yuchenzi. Although he was unaware of the mad old man's identity or background, nor how long he had been imprisoned, he was certain the old man's status was far from ordinary. His master had privately instructed him never to skimp on the mad old man and Apos' meals, insisting he be provided with fine wine daily. Furthermore, if anything were to happen to the mad old man, he was to report it immediately without delay. At that moment, Yuchenzi was meditating in his chamber. Upon hearing the knock, he gradually concluded his practice. "Come in," came his deep voice from within. Su Kai pushed the door open and entered. In the rear of the main hall of the Discipline Academy lies the chamber of Yuchenzi, furnished similarly to that of an ordinary disciple, albeit slightly more spacious. Upon seeing Su Kai, Yuchenzi slowly inquired, "Old Nine, what brings you here?" Su Kai clasped his hands and replied, "Master, it seems that something has happened to the old man in the stone cell after Feng Shidi delivered his meal." "What?" Yuchenzi's expression momentarily froze, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. It is known that Yuchenzi possesses unparalleled cultivation even among mortals, his mental fortitude far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners. Yet, upon hearing that the elderly inmate in the Discipline Academy's stone cell might be in peril, he found himself unable to maintain his composure. Yuchenzi immediately rose, uttering not a word, and exited the room, with Su Kai hurriedly following in his wake. After a brief while, they arrived at the stone cell. Su Kai cast a spell to activate the array formation, and the master and disciple entered in succession. Before the cell where the old man was confined, they found the food container left behind by Feng Shidi. Yuchenzi retrieved a key from his storage pouch, unlocking the cell door. This was the sole key capable of opening the heavy door, which Yuchenzi had carried for many years. Although the mad old man had been imprisoned in the stone cell for decades, no disciple had ever dared to unlock it or lay eyes upon him. As the door creaked open after 200 years, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Yuchenzi produced a luminous ancient mirror, which levitated and emitted a dazzling fan-shaped beam of white light, illuminating the cramped stone cell. The interior was a chaotic mess, littered with bowls, wine jugs, and decaying chicken bones, alongside human excrement. In a corner, an elderly man with a head and beard as white as snow sat, his long, unkempt hair obscuring much of his face. The man's frail body was not only emaciated but also bore the mark of brutality. His left hand was all that remained, the stumps of his legs and right arm severed. His eye sockets were dark, having been gouged out. Witnessing this scene, Yu Qinzi's eyes reflected sorrow and anguish. He approached the old man and gently touched his neck. He was already deceased. Yu Qinzi and Apos' expression shifted to one of complexity. He turned and instructed, Old Nine, go prepare a fine coffin. Su Kai's countenance darkened considerably. He had not anticipated such horror. How had this man endured for so long? After a moment, he managed to ask, Master, should I do it now? Yu Qinzi nodded. As Su Kai prepared to leave, he noticed his master remained by the old man's lifeless body. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Master, will you not come with me? Yu Qinzi sighed, I shall stay here to keep him company. Although Su Kai was deeply curious about the identity of this mutilated old man, he dared not inquire further and turned to exit the stone cell. Once alone, Yu Qinzi retrieved a pristine blanket from his storage artifact and gently covered the frail body of the deceased. Squatting before the corpse, he spoke with a hint of melancholy. You have endured for so many years. Why did you suddenly pass? Was your wish fulfilled? Or have you come to terms with your fate? Or perhaps you succumbed to utter despair? The old man had been dead for over a day, thus could not respond to such musings. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qinzi stood and directed the ancient mirror to survey every inch of the stone cell. He soon discovered numerous scratches on the stone walls, adorned with ominous inscriptions, predominantly horrific curses. Yu Qinzi was not surprised. Anyone who had suffered such brutalities, losing limbs, being blinded, deafened, and silenced, would inevitably harbor resentment and madness after being confined for over 2 centuries. He summoned a flying sword, which unleashed a torrent of sword energy within the cave, erasing the malicious curses inscribed on the walls. This destruction was necessary, for the names inscribed were those of the highest-ranking elders of the Yunhai sect, including the sect leader, Yunyi, as well as Yu Qinzi himself. To ensure no details were overlooked, Yu Qinzi unleashed his palm's force, conjuring a whirlwind that swept aside the scattered debris on the floor. Indeed, the ground was rife with numerous curse-laden inscriptions. Yu Qinzi meticulously cleared away every last trace with his sword energy. Once this was accomplished, Su Kai returned with 2 disciples from the Discipline Academy, bearing a wooden coffin. Su Kai asked, Master, we have brought the coffin. Where shall we inter this esteemed elder? Yu Qinzi replied, First, let us prepare the body. Then we shall take it too. Suddenly, Yu Qinzi fell silent, pondering where the old man's remains ought to be sent. He gently shook his head and said, For now, we shall leave him here. He lacked the authority to decide the fate of the old man's body. It must be reported to his senior brother, the sect leader, for a decision. Su Kai nodded and signaled to his fellow disciples to place the old man's body into the coffin. Once the coffin was closed, Yu Qinzi cautioned, This elder's identity is unique. He has committed an unforgivable transgression against our sect's rules. Do not speak of him to anyone, understood? Su Kai and the 2 disciples nodded in agreement. After exiting the stone cell, Yu Qinzi returned to his chamber, briefly cleansing himself and changing into a fresh set of robes before departing the Discipline Academy. The death of the old man was something he needed to report to the sect leader without delay. On Xinglua Peak, in the rear mountains at the Sword Tomb, Ye Feng, hearing the old man's words about leaving a sword suitable for himself, felt a surge of excitement. He scarcely pondered why the old man's voice had suddenly resonated in his mind, and immediately asked, Senior, is the sword you left behind powerful? Indeed. It is a divine sword of artifact grade that I acquired during my travels in the wilds and subsequently placed in the Sword Tomb upon returning to Xinglua Peak. Artifact grade. Ye Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his heart racing. Yet, in the next moment, he felt as if a cold shadow had fallen upon him. Oh no. A sword left 200 years ago would likely have been taken by disciples on the very next day. Not necessarily, the old man reassured him. That sword is quite special, and those who seek swords in the Sword Tomb are typically outer disciples who have just reached the Skyward Realm. These young ones may not recognize the sword's unique qualities. The old man's words rekindled Ye Feng's enthusiasm, prompting him to urgently inquire where the divine sword had been concealed. The old man fell silent for a long while, as if lost in thought. After a period, he finally spoke, approximately 100 zhang from the sword-viewing cliff. There is a rock that protrudes. Given that only 2 centuries have passed, that rock should still be there. Following the old man's guidance, Ye Feng looked up at the cliff face, determined his direction, and began to ascend. 100 zhang, over 300 meters. Had this been in his previous life, Ye Feng would have found the climb impossible. Now, having achieved the Skyward Realm, he felt light as a feather and strong as an ox. Grasping the thick vines that hung from above, he quickly scaled the cliff. Before long, he surpassed several outer disciples who were laboriously searching for suitable celestial swords. After about a stick of incense, Ye Feng had climbed over 100 zhang, maneuvering between vines until he spotted the rock protruding from the cliffside. May Buddha bless me. Please let it not be taken by anyone. He silently prayed within his heart as he swayed along the vines, arriving at a nearby rock. The rock was modest in size, protruding about 40 centimeters, just enough for a person to stand upon. Surrounding the rock stood 6 or 7 celestial swords. Ye Feng pulled each sword from its resting place, inquiring of the elder whether it was the one he sought. The elder consistently replied in the negative. Finally, Ye Feng extracted the last sword near the rock, which was peculiar. It felt noticeably heavier than ordinary celestial swords. The hilt was not made of wood, but rather twisted. Thick iron bars wrapped around it. The guard, the part extending sideways between the blade and the hilt, also known as the crossguard, was strange. Typically, the crossguard of celestial swords extends symmetrically for aesthetic purposes. However, this sword's crossguard was a hollow sphere, within which something seemed to reside. The blade was rusty, nearly reduced to dust. It was hard to believe that it could withstand a battle. Even a slight shake might lead to its demise. Ye Feng glanced at it with disdain, preparing to return the dilapidated sword to its place. Suddenly, the elder's voice echoed in his mind. This is the one. What? Ye Feng thought he had misheard. The elder continued. This is the divine sword I brought from the ancient celestial abode long ago. I never expected that after over 200 years, it would still remain here. It appears that the disciples of the Yunhai sect are growing weaker with each generation. Such a divine weapon has not been claimed. Elder, no offense, but are you certain this is the sword? Ye Feng pondered. Of course. After receiving the elder's affirmative response, Ye Feng infused a strand of true essence into the rusty sword. No reaction. Even the most rudimentary magical artifact should emit a faint glow upon receiving spiritual energy. Yet, this sword remained as inert as a mundane iron blade. This sword had undoubtedly been withdrawn countless times by disciples seeking it, but even after channeling spiritual energy, it emitted no response whatsoever. No wonder it had remained unclaimed for over 200 years. Even a fool wouldn't choose such a sword. Ye Feng inquired again, Elder, are you sure this decrepit, rusted sword with no spiritual energy fluctuations is the divine weapon you left behind? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? This sword is indeed a divine weapon, incomparable to any ordinary celestial sword. If you do not believe me, simply return the sword and select another for yourself. Ye Feng's mind raced. The elder's words held a semblance of truth. Until now, the elder had indeed been assisting him, making it illogical to mislead him in this matter. There is a saying that goes, unfathomable characters are often auspicious. By the same token, a sword devoid of energy fluctuations must be a remarkable one. Having found the celestial sword, Ye Feng lost interest in the sword mount. He secured the rusty sword to his back and swiftly descended along the vines. After a brief descent of about 10 minutes, he landed upon a precipice. Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei were surrounding a young girl who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, their hands roaming inappropriately. The stout one insisted on reading her palm, while the lean one repulsively attempted to apply his dubious bone-reading techniques. The girl, aware of the infamous reputation of these two, felt trapped. As an outer sect disciple without a proper master, she was powerless to voice her anger and was nearly brought to tears. Just then, Ye Feng landed on the cliff. Seeing the two extending their predatory hands towards the flower of the Yunhai sect, he shouted, What are you two doing? Feng Tong beamed. Boss, have you found a suitable celestial sword so soon? This junior sister is also here to seek a sword. We were just about to assist her with some fortune-telling. He beckoned. Come, you're the boss. You go first. Ye Feng approached. The girl in the yellow dress, upon seeing him, displayed a flicker of relief in her previously frightened eyes. Feng, brother Feng. Without hesitation, Ye Feng kicked the stout and lean ones. Taken by surprise, they fell to the ground in a heap. Boss, why did you kick me? Are you trying to hog all the glory? You scoundrels, how can you engage in such despicable acts? We are righteous young heroes of the righteous path. The stout and lean ones were flabbergasted. Is this the vocabulary of Boss Ye Feng? He usually spares no one, regardless of their size. What else with this sudden act of chivalry? Ye Feng ignored their bewilderment and turned to the trembling girl in yellow. His eyes brightened. Although merely 13 or 14, she had exquisite features and would undoubtedly blossom into a beauty in 3 years. Shaking his head, he scolded himself for harboring such base thoughts. He had vowed to become a noble swordsman of value to the world. It must be the corrupt thoughts of the previous owner influencing him. He steadied his mind, adopting an upright demeanor. "Junior sister, are you all right?" The girl's expression was peculiar as she shook her head. "I'm fine, Brother Feng." Ye Feng chuckled. "I'm surprised you remember me. Are you also here to seek a sword?" The girl hesitated, regarding Ye Feng with surprise before seemingly recalling something. She shook her head. "I'm from the Beast Garden, close to the Herb Garden. We've met a few times before." Ye Feng replied, "Ah, an old acquaintance. Go ahead and seek your sword, but don't mind Fong Tong and Zhuge Benlei. They are not good people." The girl looked at Ye Feng with some surprise, then nodded and hurried away. "Wait, aren't you looking for a sword? That's the path back to the front mountain. What's your name? Let us meet again in 3 years." Hearing his voice behind her, the girl did not stop, but instead quickened her pace. The stout and lean ones rubbed their sore backsides as they stood up. Zhuge Benlei muttered, "Boss, such beauty is rare. Why did you let her go? I didn't even get to touch her." Ye Feng turned to them, perplexed. He truly could not comprehend how 2 miscreants could emerge from the esteemed Yunhai sect. "Can't you two do something proper? If you must tease girls, at least choose those who are of age. This one is barely 10. How can you stoop so low?" Fong Tong replied, "The older disciples have higher cultivation levels than us. How can we approach them? We only target the younger outer sect female disciples to avoid attracting the attention of those senior sisters, which is the highest strategy you prescribe to us." Zhuge Benlei added, "Exactly. Not everyone has the guts like you, boss, to flirt with Sister Yin Shuang. We want to live a few more years." Ye Feng grinned. "That's true, but you too, listen well. If you wish to follow me, you must adhere to my rules. Do not engage in such disgraceful acts. It's embarrassing. Even my master knows that one doesn't covet what's close to home. If you desire women, venture down the mountain and spend money in brothels. Don't you even understand the principle of paying for pleasures?" The stout and lean ones exchanged glances. Indeed, the boss had returned. This was the familiar tone. They burst into laughter. Fong Tong said, "Boss, now that you've reached the skyward realm, can you take us down the mountain to rescue those lost souls from the wind and dust?" Ye Feng covered his forehead. He understood that the desire for women was not solely to blame on these two. In his previous life, he too had been young and aware of the influence of hormones. At this age, young men are often overwhelmed by hormones. Every morning, they awaken with a vigorous ardor, and occasionally at night, they may indulge in dreams of romance. It is entirely natural to desire companionship. Yet, upon reflection, something feels amiss. My rotund master, despite being over 380 years old, still frequents the brothels at the foot of the mountain. Is it possible that his hormones are equally exuberant? No. While we youth are driven by our hormones, my portly master is merely an unabashed lecher. This is the conclusion that Ye Feng ultimately reaches. This trivial episode quickly fades as Fong Tong and Zhuge Benlei notice the rusted sword slung casually across Ye Feng's back. Fong Tong remarks, "Boss, is this the legendary sword found in the sword tomb? It appears rather unremarkable." Zhuge Benlei adds, "Indeed, others spend all day searching for swords in the tomb. Yet you ascended for merely half an hour. How could you have found such a splendid sword so swiftly? It seems a bit trivial, doesn't it?" Ye Feng, removing the rusted sword from his back, replies with a sense of pride, "You don't understand. I am striving to be a better person, and on this joyous occasion, I wish to refrain from uttering profanities to you too. This sword is no ordinary weapon. It surpasses the swords you both carry. It is the finest divine weapon in the realm." "Haha, old too. The boss must be mad." Fong Tong chuckled. "I believe he is not only mad but also suffering from delusions of grandeur. It seems the boss has resigned himself to mediocrity, choosing any random sword since the tomb holds little of worth." As Zhuge Benlei pats Ye Feng on the shoulder, he says, "Once a boss, always a brother. Don't worry, you can use this dilapidated sword for now. If Master Fat doesn't provide you with a better one, we will help you find one in the future." Ye Feng, raising the rusted sword, declares, "No need. I am thoroughly satisfied with this divine sword. Now, let us return to the front mountain." Watching Ye Feng stride away, the portly and lean monks exchanged glances, shaking their heads. After spending over half an hour, they finally returned to the front mountain. Linger and Chi Yao had gone to the foot of the mountain to purchase supplies, and their master was absent. With ample time ahead, Fong Tong proposed they visit the newly opened underground casino run by Elder Chu for a few games. Zhuge Benlei immediately agreed with enthusiasm. Ye Feng, however, shook his head in refusal. Preposterous. I have resolved to turn over a new leaf and lead an upright life. How could I possibly mingle in casinos and nightclubs as before? Such behavior would tarnish my noble and heroic image. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I shall remain here. Having just acquired this divine sword, I intend to study it and practice my sword control techniques. The portly and lean monks exchanged glances. They both noticed that since Ye Feng's recent amnesia, he had undergone significant changes. Previously, he relished teasing virtuous maidens and gambling with large crowds. Today, he rejected both pursuits. Moreover, he once despised training, yet now he expressed a desire to practice sword control. Listen, is this truly the behavior of a gentleman? Feng Tong sighed. Very well, boss. I shall go with old 3 to have some fun. As for your practice, you may train today, and tomorrow we shall all train together at the mountaintop square. I will introduce you to some old friends who might assist you in recovering your memories. Ye Feng nodded. That sounds good. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the two, Ye Feng closed the courtyard gate. With the divine sword in hand, he must begin his training promptly. Having already attained the ability to soar through the skies, he yearned to master sword flight as soon as possible. It had been a childhood dream. Instead of returning to his room, Ye Feng ventured into the kitchen, retrieving a whetstone from the corner. Carrying a basin of water, he seated himself in the courtyard at the kitchen's entrance and began sharpening the sword. Dear elder, I wholeheartedly trust every word you say. Please do not deceive me. Ye Feng murmured inwardly. Soon, the elder's voice resonated in his mind. Young Yi, what are you doing? Sharpening the sword, of course. Did you not see how rusted it has become? Wait, why can I still hear your voice? Ye Feng suddenly realized something was amiss. In the time to come, you shall always hear my voice. What do you mean? Ye Feng asked, perplexed. I have always wondered how you could communicate with me from the stone prison in the Discipline Institute, where powerful barriers exist. Have you been released? I am dead. Do not jest. Ye Feng retorted, irritated. I am not joking. What remains is my spirit. My physical body perished yesterday when you left. The Discipline Institute must have discovered my corpse by now. The elder's voice remained unchanged, suggesting that death was not a calamity for him, but rather a release. What? Hearing the elder's serious tone, Ye Feng was taken aback, leaping to his feet. You, how could you possibly be dead? Had I not died, how could I have come forth to you? The elder's response filled Ye Feng with a profound sense of unease. He cautiously ventured, Elder, are you implying that your spirit has transferred into my body? Indeed. Good heavens! Ye Feng exclaimed, hopping around the courtyard, as if attempting to dislodge the elder's spirit from within him. Possession by a ghost. Yes, this is what the common folk refer to as possession. Elder, we harbor no enmity. Why would you choose to inhabit my body? There are countless individuals in the Yunhai sect. Surely you can find another host. Had there been another option, I would not have chosen you. Once a cultivator's spirit departs their body, it becomes exceedingly fragile. You are the only one who would keep this matter confidential. Thus I had no choice but to rely on your body. Your master, Huang Yu Dao, possesses commendable skills. Yet he pales in comparison to me. Before my spirit dissipates, I shall impart all my knowledge to you, enabling you to become the strongest in the Jiuzhou world, dominating the realm. The elder lured Ye Feng with enticing promises. Ye Feng's initially frantic heart gradually calmed. He asked, Elder, you truly won't harm me? I am but a fragment of spirit. How could I harm you? Ye Feng scratched his head, lost in contemplation. It seemed he had unwittingly become embroiled in a cliché web novel narrative. The protagonist traverses realms and encounters a high-level spirit residing within him, leading to a series of fortuitous events and the acquisition of unparalleled treasures. Thus far, aside from the original protagonist being a scoundrel, the plot resembled that of many other trite web novels. Is this the privilege of a chosen one? Ye Feng mused to himself. What? A chosen one? The elder did not grasp Ye Feng's words. Nothing, it was just a fleeting thought. Very well, elder. I shall allow your spirit to reside within my body for a time, but we must establish some ground rules. Speak. First, you must not usurp my body. Rest assured, I lack the ability to do so. Second, you must teach me the various spells and divine techniques of the Yunhai sect. Certainly, you are my sole disciple. I shall not treat you poorly. Third, you must disclose your identity. I do not wish for an unknown spirit to inhabit my body. The elder suddenly fell silent. Ye Feng inquired, is it too much to ask for your identity? All debts are settled upon death. Even if you were once a notorious villain, your past grievances are now void. As long as you harbor no ill intent toward me, I shall not concern myself with your history." The old man sighed and said, "You will come to regret this." Ye Feng grinned and replied, "You are my guide, and I am your savior. How could I possibly regret anything? Very well. I shall reveal my true identity to you, and I hope you remain so composed after hearing it. I, Ye Feng, am not easily frightened. I have the audacity to tease even the likes of Yin Shuang." Ye Feng smiled broadly. The old man, with a hoarse voice, slowly introduced himself. "My surname is Yi. My given name is Fu Yu, and my Taoist title is Yun He." "You Fu Yu? Yun He? I have never heard of you." "What? You've never heard of my title?" Ye Feng shrugged. "Is it strange that I haven't? Are you so famous? Even if you were once renowned, being imprisoned for over 200 years, who would remember you? Besides, you are aware that I recently suffered from amnesia. Well then, since your Taoist title is Yun He, it seems you are a predecessor from my master's generation. From now on, I shall refer to you as Master Fu Yu." The old man fell silent once more, taken aback by this outcome. Had every trace of his existence truly been erased? Noticing the old man's silence, Ye Feng returned to the whetstone to sharpen his sword. As he sharpened the blade, he mused, "Master Fu Yu, once I finish honing this sword, you shall teach me the sword techniques of the Yunhai sect. I want to learn how to fly with my sword. The idea of soaring through the skies on a sword is simply magnificent. This sword does not require sharpening." Ye Fu Yu said slowly, "Are you jesting? Look at how rusty this sword has become. A mere scratch could result in a tetanus infection. A tetanus sword." Ha ha ha. Ye Feng recalled a popular internet joke, unable to contain his laughter. Ye Fu Yu continued, "This sword is a blood-forged divine weapon, requiring a drop of your blood to recognize its master. Only after you spill a few drops of blood onto it will the blood contract be established. Unless you are the true master of this divine sword, no outsider can wield it." "What? Is it truly that extraordinary?" Ye Feng's expression stiffened. No wonder this sword reacted not at all after infusing it with spiritual energy. The method to activate it was simply incorrect. Ye Fu Yu elaborated, "Of course, if it were not a blood-forged divine sword, how could it remain untouched in the sword tomb for over 200 years? Ye Feng felt an exhilarating thrill. It seemed as though the dawn of opportunity for traversers had indeed arrived. Just as he prepared to cut his finger and complete the blood recognition, a strikingly beautiful girl in red entered the courtyard. With phoenix-like eyes and ruby lips, her fair skin contrasted vividly against her fiery attire. Sporting a high ponytail and long legs, she appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a figure that had developed splendidly, ample in the front and curvaceous at the back. In terms of facial beauty, physique, and skin, she surpassed both Huang Linger and Qi Yao, and even when compared to the stunning Yin Shuang, she seemed to hold her own. Ye Feng's eyes fixated on this enchanting beauty, and he murmured to himself, "I adore this world. It is filled with beauties. No, it is filled with celestial beings. Unparalleled celestial beings. You little rascal, what are you staring at? I'll pluck out your eyes." The girl in red, noticing Ye Feng staring at her with a foolish expression, frowned slightly. Ye Feng jolted back to reality, grateful that her timely words disrupted his thoughts. Otherwise, he might have begun to fantasize about what names they would give their future children. He hastily stood up and asked, "Fair maiden, whom are you looking for?" The girl in red was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Ye Feng, what are you pretending for? Don't you recognize me? Is Sister Linger around? Senior brother sent me to deliver the inner disciple identity token to her." Ye Feng shook his head and said, "Linger and Qi Yao went out. They probably won't return until evening. Fair maiden, do we know each other?" The girl in red stepped closer, rolling her eyes. "I truly wish I didn't know you, you deceitful liar. Last year, you promised to bring me some 1,000-year-old celestial fungi to assist my cultivation, and to this day, I have heard nothing. And you still think you can woo me? Pooh." Ye Feng's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Stumbling over a small stool behind him, he exclaimed in astonishment, You are Miao Xiao." At this moment, Ye Feng felt a mix of shock and surprise. Just yesterday, he learned from Fong Tong and others that over a year ago, he had infiltrated the medicinal garden to steal celestial fungi from Miao Xiao, and today, this very Miao Xiao stood before him. One could not deny that the original owner had quite the discerning eye. The goddess he had secretly admired, both in beauty and figure, was indeed among the finest in the Yunhai sect. To be a devoted admirer of such a goddess, even if it cost him his life, would be worth it. However, there was one thing Ye Feng could not comprehend. From Miao Xiao and Appo's words, It seemed he had indeed promised to procure celestial fungi for her, yet she appeared to have never received them. That didn't make sense. Before the original owner was killed, the celestial fungi from the 7th medicinal garden had already been stolen. As a traveler, Ye Feng understood deeply that a competent admirer would never delay delivering gifts to their goddess. It would be done at the earliest possible moment. Moreover, if Miao Xiaoro had not received the celestial fungi, how could the original owner have met his demise? Surely, one wouldn't be foolish enough to kill someone without receiving the goods. Miao Xiaoro gazed at Ye Feng, whose expression resembled that of a ghost upon seeing her. Her large eyes brimmed with suspicion, her forehead adorned with question marks. Ye Feng, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Miao Xiaoro asked hesitantly. Ye Feng shook himself out of his daze and slowly replied, I really didn't deliver the celestial fungi to you? Miao Xiaoro rolled her eyes again and said, what nonsensical talk is this? 2 months ago, you were spouting some incomprehensible drivel, and now you're saying more unintelligible things. When did you ever send me the celestial fungi? You little rascal, is your head not working properly? The tale of Ye Feng being buried in a graveyard, and his amnesia had not spread within the Yunhai sect, and Miao Xiaoro remained unaware of it. Ye Feng's heart stirred, and he asked, Sister Xiaoro, did we meet 2 months ago? What strange things did I say to you? Please tell me. This is very important to me. Miao Xiaoro replied. It seems you mentioned that if one day you inexplicably disappeared, I should go look for a flamboyant elephant. Ye Feng's expression changed instantly. A flamboyant elephant? What does that mean? How would I know? Oh, right. I heard from Lulu that recently you were punished in the discipline hall for allegedly stealing over 200 spiritual herbs and 4 celestial fungi. If you didn't deliver them to me, then who did you give them to? It wouldn't be for another girl, would it? Ye Feng did not respond, his mind racing with thoughts about what the original owner had said to Miao Xiaoro. Seeing Ye Feng's silence, Miao Xiaoro waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. Give your gifts to whoever you like. I couldn't care less. With that, she took out a jade token from her pocket and handed it to Ye Feng. This is Sister Ling and Appo's inner disciple identity token. Senior brother has already arranged it for her. Since both 6th uncle and Sister Ling and Appo's are absent, I'll entrust it to you. Ye Feng snapped back to reality and glanced at the jade token in his hand, which bore some inscriptions. Yunhai sect, 37th generation disciple, Huang Linger, courtesy named Shu, born on the 9th day of the 9th month in the Eo year. All basic identity information about Huang Linger. Ye Feng nodded. Yes, I will deliver it to her when she returns. Miao Xiaoro said, task completed. I shall take my leave. By the way, Ye Feng, where did you acquire this sword? Ye Feng paused, thinking she had discerned the sword's unusual nature. He replied, I found it in the sword tomb today. Miao Xiaoro exclaimed. No wonder it looks so ugly. Huh. Before Ye Feng could respond, Miao Xiaoro had already gracefully exited the courtyard. Ye Feng hurried to the courtyard gate, exclaiming, This is a divine sword. How dare you call it ugly? I think you are the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly. With that, he slammed the gate shut. Glancing at the rusted sword in his hand, he murmured, It truly is rather unsightly. Ye Feng returned to the whetstone, but this time, he did not sharpen the sword. Instead, he propped himself on a small stool and sank into contemplation. He pondered, Master Floating Cloud, do you believe what Miao Xiaoro said is true? After a brief moment, Master Floating Cloud responded, It should be true. If she had committed murder and disposed of the body, she would not be able to present herself so nonchalantly in your presence. Ye Feng concurred with Master Floating Cloud's assessment. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, musing, Could it be that I had foreseen the danger I might face, and that someone would seek to silence me? This occurred 2 months ago, prior to the disappearance of the spiritual herb in the medicinal garden. Is it possible that my would-be assailant was not after the herb, but rather something else? Master Floating Cloud advised, if you wish to uncover the truth, you must first decipher what the flirtatious elephant refers to. Ye Feng nodded slowly. Do we have elephants in Tianyin Mountain? No, they only roam in the southern border regions, which are thousands of miles away from us. However, the Spirit Beast Garden may house some exotic creatures, perhaps even elephants. I suppose a visit to the Spirit Beast Garden is in order. Ye Feng believed that the original owner must have entrusted something significant or a crucial clue to someone or concealed it somewhere. Aware that he might encounter peril, he subtly hinted at this information to Miao Xiaoro. Yet, she had never regarded him favorably, and thus he had not taken the matter seriously. Today, he fortuitously encountered the somewhat dazed Ye Feng, who inadvertently spoke of it again. After pondering for a moment in the courtyard, Ye Feng found himself lacking any leads. So he turned his attention to the sword in his hand. The situation had become even more intricate than he had anticipated. He could roughly deduce that the original owner and Apos' death was likely unrelated to the stolen spiritual herb in the medicinal garden. To ensure his safety, he needed to rapidly elevate his cultivation level. He inquired, "Master Floating Cloud, do I simply need to drip a few drops of blood onto this sword to establish a blood pact?" Of course, it's not that simple. While dripping blood to acknowledge ownership, you also need to refine the divine sword. Refine? What does that mean? You must channel your mental and spiritual energy into the divine sword. Once the sword acknowledges you, you will be its master. No one else will be able to wield it. Ye Feng nodded and entered the kitchen to fetch a kitchen knife. The knife had been sharpened to a fine edge by Linger the previous day. He dared not use the rusted sword on his finger, for he might indeed succumb to tetanus by morning. Gritting his teeth, he made a small incision on the middle finger of his left hand. Before the blood could drip from the cut, he swiftly seized the divine sword and dashed into his room, securing the door latch behind him. Then, he squeezed his finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the tarnished blade. Concerned that the sword might be too old and neglected, he dripped a total of 7 or 8 drops before halting. Under Master Floating Cloud's guidance, he settled into a meditative posture, placing the rusted sword across his legs. He recited the true incantation, channeling his true essence and mental energy into the divine sword. Upon entering the sword with his consciousness, he sensed an expansive internal space that was shrouded in a gray haze, rendering everything indistinct. Why is there no reaction? Ye Feng frowned at the few drops of blood on the blade. Do not be anxious. The divine sword does not acknowledge its master so swiftly. As Ye Feng waited with growing impatience, the blood upon the blade began to undergo a transformation. The sword's surface appeared to absorb the blood with remarkable efficiency, much like a highly absorbent sanitary product. Witnessing this, Ye Feng rejoiced and intensified his flow of spiritual and mental energy. At that moment, the previously gray space within the sword began to shift dramatically, transitioning from a grayish-white to a dark red, and then to a deep azure. This azure space resembled a vast warehouse, divided into countless small chambers. Threads of azure light intertwined with Ye Feng's mental energy, cautiously touching each other, reminiscent of a third-kind contact, both sides exhibiting utmost care and shyness. Only then did Ye Feng finally perceive the spiritual energy fluctuations within the divine sword. This contact persisted for the duration of a single incense stick, after which the two energies began to merge. In an instant, the previously delicate strands of spiritual energy surged forth like a mighty flood. Ye Feng found his consciousness overwhelmed by this formidable force, feeling as if he were a small boat tossed upon a tempestuous sea. To prevent his consciousness from being dislodged by the internal power of the divine sword, he could only continuously channel his mental energy. This process was excruciating, not from physical pain, but from a torment of the soul, akin to being scorched by flames. Persevere. The divine sword contains a sword spirit. If your will is not strong enough, the sword spirit will not acknowledge you. Master Floating Cloud's voice resonated in Ye Feng's mind, rekindling his resolve just as he was prepared to surrender. His meridians, soul, and every fiber of his being felt as though they were being torn apart by a mysterious force. The spiritual energy in his dantian was unrelentingly consumed by this power. Upon reaching the 4th level of the Void Ascension realm, Ye Feng's internal spiritual energy had become tenfold denser than before. He perceived this density as substantial. However, within mere breaths, the spiritual energy flowing through his dantian and meridians was entirely absorbed by the divine sword. The essence within him began to churn, as if it too were to be consumed by the sword. Deprived of the nurturing energy, the sensation of tearing intensified. Ye Feng let out a cry of anguish. Give up. You cannot endure the divine sword's power. If you relent, all suffering will vanish. A voice filled with temptation echoed deep within Ye Feng's soul. No. Even if I die, I shall not yield. I am the chosen one. With a final, anguished scream, an invisible shockwave erupted from Ye Feng's room, swiftly radiating outward. Then, all returned to tranquility. The searing pain that had enveloped Ye Feng dissipated rapidly. Rich spiritual energy surged into his body, and in just a few breaths, the lost energy was restored to his dantian and meridians. Ye Feng opened his eyes, gasping for breath. The torment he had previously endured felt like a multitude of steel needles piercing his heart, leaving him in a state of lingering dread. He reached out to touch various parts of his body, finding no abnormalities. All the pain had vanished in an instant, replaced by a refreshing sensation coursing through him. Even the wound on his left index finger, previously inflicted by a kitchen knife, had completely healed. Was everything that had just transpired merely a nightmare? Ye Feng murmured to himself. At that moment, the voice of Ye Fuyo echoed in his mind. Young Yi, this sword has acknowledged you. Upon hearing the voice, Ye Feng realized it was not a dream. The rusted sword had fallen from his knees to the ground, appearing unchanged, still bearing a layer of mottled rust. Ye Feng, puzzled, was about to get out of bed to retrieve it when, suddenly, the peculiar rusted sword seemed to sense a call of power, emitting a humming sound as it levitated from the ground, hovering before him. Ye Feng stood frozen, hand outstretched, as he distinctly felt a clear connection with the sword. It was as if an invisible bridge linked him to the blade, making it feel like an extension of his own body. The sensation of being connected by blood was exquisite, almost beyond description. An idea struck Ye Feng, and he slowly waved his arm. As he moved, the suspended rusted sword mirrored his gestures, gliding through the air. Is this the art of sword control? What a marvelous feeling. Ye Feng sprang from his bed. Shouting in joy, he seized the sword's hilt, opened the door, and dashed into the courtyard, eager to find an open space to test his long-desired sword flight. He tossed the rusted sword into the sky. Then, emulating the sword Immortals from films, he pointed his right hand like a sword. As he directed his finger, the rusted sword began to dart swiftly through the air. With a flick of his wrist and a thought, the sword moved as if it were his shadow. Swift as lightning, Ye Feng reveled in the experience. To ascertain the limits of his control over the sword, he commanded it to fly farther away. Discovering that distance posed no restriction, the rusted sword soared several miles away, and the connection remained strong, allowing him to wield it at will. Ecstatic, Ye Feng called the sword back and embraced it in delight, dancing and exclaiming, "What a splendid sword! What a splendid sword! I have truly struck it rich. From this moment on, I am no longer Ye Feng, but Sword Immortal Ye Feng, the greatest sword immortal in the world." Experiencing the power of a cultivator for the first time, Ye Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling every drop of blood in his body ignite and boil. Now that he could control a sword, what was there to fear? If that mysterious killer dared to harm him again, he would reward them with a chilling defeat. Young Yi, is it really necessary to be so dramatic after just completing the blood oath? Ye Fuyo could not help but scoff. Gradually calming his fervor, Ye Feng inquired, "Master Uncle, can you now teach me the sword techniques of our Yunhai sect?" Ye Fuyo replied, "Very well, it's still early. I will teach you the sword control techniques you desire most." The sword control technique, known as the 9 styles of sword control, is one of the 4 secret sword techniques of the Yunhai sect. I will first explain the 9 styles to you. The first style is sword control, which you practiced in the last half hour by maneuvering the divine sword through the air. There is no need for you to learn this style. Why not? Ye Feng asked, puzzled. The divine sword in your hand is a blood-forged divine weapon, the pinnacle of earthly artifacts. Once you complete the blood oath, the connection between you and the sword is immensely strong, allowing you to control it effortlessly without practice. Other disciples need considerable time to learn how to control a sword, but you do not. Your focus should be on speed, accuracy, and the angles to strike your enemies during combat. Ye Feng nodded in understanding. Ye Fuyo continued. The second style is sword flight, which is similar to sword control but incorporates techniques for flying and attacking with the sword. The third style is sword manifestation, transforming one sword into two, two into three, and so forth. However, these sword shadows are mere illusions, lacking substantive offensive power. If an opponent can lock onto your sword with their spiritual awareness, they can easily see through the illusion. This technique is primarily for intimidation and lacks practical utility, as life and death hang by a thread in battles between cultivators, and few would resort to this method. The fourth style is sword condensation, which possesses significant offensive power. By channeling one's true essence, one can condense the sword into powerful energy blades capable of piercing gold and splitting stone. At profound levels, one can unleash a single strike that condenses thousands of energy blades into a formidable sword formation. The fifth style is sword fusion. The power of a single energy blade is relatively small, but this technique allows for the fusion of energy blades, exponentially increasing their size and power. The sixth style is celestial sword, where one condenses 7 colossal swords over 10 feet long, spanning the heavens. The seventh style is myriad swords. allowing the condensation of over 10,000 energy blades, marking the pinnacle of the fourth style of sword condensation. The eighth style is myriad swords returning to the sect, enabling one to command thousands of energy blades to strike several different targets at will. It can also condense these blades into a colossal sword in an instant, wielding tremendous force. The ninth style is the unity of man and sword. Should you grasp this state and combine it with your divine sword, few in this world could withstand your strike. Ye Feng listened intently, visions of himself soaring through the skies on his sword filling his mind. As Ye Fuyo detailed the names of the 9 styles, he began imparting the cultivation mantra to Ye Feng. He held nothing back, sharing the entirety of the 9 styles of sword control in one go. Most elders of the Yunhai sect would not be so generous, adhering to a methodical and gradual approach to prevent disciples from rushing their cultivation and seeking quick results. They only share the next level of teachings once a certain proficiency has been reached. The 9 styles of sword control comprise 9 layers of mantras, totaling 2,000 to 3,000 words, and the creator of this sword technique employed cryptic classical Chinese. Even with Ye Feng's near photographic memory, it took him over an hour to memorize everything. He then began practicing the second layer, sword flight, which allows one to fly on a sword. For mortals, standing on a divine sword and flying is nothing short of divine. However, for cultivators, sword flight is merely a basic skill. The art of sword control is quite simple. One uses their willpower to guide the sword while balancing on it to avoid falling. With a bit more cultivation, reaching the 5th layer of the divine control realm means that even if one dozes off while flying, it is of no concern. At this level, one can briefly fly with their physical body, able to halt a fall from thousands of meters in midair. Ye Feng, timid and fearful of pain and death, controlled the rusted sword to hover about 30 centimeters above the ground, standing on it while searching for his balance. Due to the fact that the rusty sword is a blood-forged divine weapon, it is intrinsically linked to his bloodline. He doesn't even need to exert mental force to wield it. With merely a thought, the sword beneath his feet will move in accordance with his will. Ye Feng found this rather uncomplicated. Thus, he continuously elevated the height at which he hovered, accelerating his speed. When he reached a height of 2 meters, he suddenly surged forward, losing his balance and tumbling directly from the sword, landing squarely on his backside. Ouch! My lovely Dari Ri. How infuriating! As dusk fell, a cry echoed through the courtyard of Fengling residence. Ye Feng hastily scrambled to his feet, glancing around furtively, afraid that others might witness his embarrassing fall from the sword. He was a man loath to admit defeat. With a flicker of thought, the rusty sword soared before him, and he stepped back onto it, ascending once more at a leisurely pace. Ouch! Moments later, another cry resonated through the courtyard. After tumbling 7 or 8 times, Ye Feng sat on a bench, rubbing his calves and muttering curses under his breath. Ye Fuyao, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "Kid, didn't the manual make it abundantly clear? When flying with a sword, there are 2 essentials. First, you must channel energy into your feet to anchor yourself to the sword. Second, when soaring high and fast, you must establish a protective barrier to fend off the fierce winds. Were you able to anchor yourself to the sword with your feet?" "I did. I gripped it tighter than a dog in heat. Yet, the moment I accelerate even slightly, I lose my balance." "Master, what is happening?" "Perhaps you should find a rope and practice walking on it to improve your balance." Ye Feng huffed. "I refuse to believe that I, the chosen one, cannot master such a trivial skill as sword flight." With renewed determination, Ye Feng set sail once more. Mastering the art of sword flight required practice. He simply needed to acclimate to the sensation of flying. Ye Feng trained from afternoon until dusk, and then from dusk until night. After falling over 20 times, he finally managed to maintain a speed of around 50 miles per hour. However, he dared not soar too high, opting to fly at a height of 2 or 3 meters above ground, lest he tumble and break a leg. As the bright moon hung high in the sky, adorned with twinkling stars, the courtyard gate swung open. The portly Yulong and his daughter, Huang Linger, entered, engaged in jovial conversation. Ye Feng was elated, calling out, "Master! Junior sister Ling, look at me, look at me. I'm up here. I can fly. Senior brother, you're amazing." Huang Linger exclaimed upon seeing Ye Feng hovering at a height of about 10 feet. "Of course, if I weren't impressive, could I be your senior brother?" "Ah! Ouch, my backside." The overconfident Ye Feng tumbled down once more. Huang Linger rushed forward to help him, her face etched with concern. "Senior brother, are you all right?" "Nothing to worry about, just a minor fall." I've grown accustomed to it. To mask his embarrassment, Ye Feng's accent from the northwest slipped out. In his subconscious, he believed that by altering his accent, the awkwardness would not belong to him, but rather to the figure of the northwest. Yulong cast a glance at the rusty sword that lay beside Ye Feng. Is this the sword you retrieved from the sword tomb? Ye Feng picked up the sword, nodding eagerly. Yes, master, this sword is truly remarkable. Are there formidable swords in the sword tomb? However, since you have just reached the realm of sword flight, you may use this rusty sword for now. I am familiar with the blacksmiths at the refinery hall of Lingbao Academy, and tomorrow I shall have them forge a high-grade sword tailored for you. As my disciple, you must wield a celestial weapon, don't you think? Ye Feng mused to himself. What is so special about a celestial weapon? Although this sword appeared old-fashioned and rusty, it was a supreme artifact, a blood-forged divine weapon. However, he dared not voice this thought, and instead bowed in gratitude to his master. Yulong waved his hand. Who else would look after you if I don't? Fenger, I noticed you practicing your sword flight earlier. In truth, it is quite simple. To summarize, do not fear falling and practice diligently. When I was training to fly with a sword, I fell countless times. I shall return to my quarters to rest. You continue your practice. After encouraging Ye Feng, Yulong strolled away with a swagger that seemed to exude dominance. Senior brother, you must be hungry. I and Appos, LL go prepare dinner. Huang Ling and Appos, exclaimed. Thank you, junior sister. By the way, weren't you supposed to go shopping with Chi Yao at the foot of the mountain today? How did you return with master? Huang Linger wore a peculiar expression and cleared her throat. I didn't know that purchasing items here required spirit crystals, so Yao Yao and I were detained by Uncle Lin. And it was father who came to redeem us. But father didn't have any spirit crystals, so he smashed Uncle Lin's shop. Ye Feng momentarily processed the information. No wonder master walked with such an imposing demeanor. It turned out he had just smashed someone else's shop. Huang Linger entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, and Ye Feng attempted to assist, only to be pushed out by her. She insisted that the kitchen was a woman's domain, and no man should enter. Ye Feng felt this world was truly enchanting, resembling a paradise of male chauvinism. After enduring several hours of sword flight practice, leaving his backside sore, Ye Feng decided to retreat to his room for some rest. Once he lit the oil lamp, he began to delve into the cultivation techniques and essentials of the 9 styles of sword control imparted by Ye Fuyao. The 9 styles of sword control range from simple to complex, progressing in difficulty, with the latter styles possessing greater power. Currently, Ye Feng was able to practice the first 4 styles: sword control, sword mastery, sword transformation, and sword condensation. From the 5th style onward, the sword fusion. One would need to have a certain level of mastery in the 4th style to begin practicing. Ye Feng was not in a rush, after all. With the divine sword aiding him, he held a significant advantage over ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples, upon reaching the realm of sword flight, typically required at least a month to master the sword control and sword mastery styles before they could begin practicing the sword transformation style. While he could directly engage in practice, at present, his immediate priorities were twofold. First, to bestow a name upon this sword. Second, to craft a pair of flying shoes for himself. Since he constantly lost his balance and fell, he could use a rope or some specially designed contraption to secure his feet firmly to the celestial sword, akin to snowboarding. Ye Feng was unwilling to squander too much time on mastering sword flight. He intended to soar through the skies by dawn. Master Fuyao, are you asleep? What is it? Came the voice of Ye Fuyao. Does this sword have a name? No. Generally, powerful celestial swords bear names inscribed on their blades, yet this one does not. Instead, it is adorned with ancient thundercloud patterns. When I acquired this sword, I placed it in the sword tomb and never named it. Now that you are its master, you may give it a name. Ye Feng nodded slightly. A sword without a name is simply unacceptable. He understood deeply the significance of a sword and Appos' name, reminiscent of the 10 great divine swords of Huaxia. It must possess a name that exudes majesty and instills fear in the hearts of enemies. Ye Feng pondered and inquired, Master, what is the attribute of this sword? Now, Ye Feng was no longer an inexperienced newcomer. He had gained profound insights into this world. He was aware that magical artifacts are categorized not only into magical tools, precious artifacts, spiritual artifacts, celestial artifacts, and divine artifacts, but also possess various attributes. Common celestial swords generally fall within the 5 elemental categories: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, although some rare attributes exist, such as wind, lightning, and space. The names of magical artifacts typically correlate with their attributes. For instance, Huang Lingyer's sword, Burning Silence, clearly indicates a fire attribute. Ye Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, "The attributes of this sword should be of the wood element." Wood element? Ye Feng's lips twitched slightly. He internally exclaimed, "Is this a joke? A blood-forged magical artifact. A peerless divine weapon, and you claim it is of the wood element? Was the creator of this sort of fool? Among the 5 elements, the strongest offensive power belongs to fire, while the melee dominator is metal. Earth is primarily defensive, water is gentle, and wood is soft. Typically, only young ladies or effeminate individuals would choose water or wood elemental swords. How could a robust man like me wield a wood elemental sword? How will I navigate the martial world in the future? Was the craftsman of this sword a simpleton? Or was his head filled with 18 pounds of concrete? He actually expended countless precious materials to forge a wood elemental blood-forged divine sword? How impressive it would have been if it were fire elemental instead. Ye Feng replied, "I have not wielded this sword, but I sensed its greenish hue from within, leading me to believe it may possess wood attributes. However, I cannot be certain. One must always think positively. It could very well be of another attribute. Even assuming it is wood elemental, it does not change the fact that it is a blood-forged divine instrument." Ye Feng hung his head and said, "Master Uncle, please do not attempt to console me. If it is indeed wood elemental, then so be it. It is better than having nothing. Since it is wood elemental, let us name it Burning Heaven. Does that not sound imposing?" "What? Burning Heaven? That name resembles that of a fire elemental sword. Is it that obvious? Then allow me to change it to Mystic Thunder. 9 Heavens Mystic Thunder. How magnificent. Ye lad, must you embarrass yourself? What kind of wood elemental divine sword is called Mystic Thunder? It is not even of the thunder element. Cannot I seek a bit of psychological comfort? I shall call it Mystic Thunder." Ye Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Suddenly, the rusty sword began to vibrate and hum. Ye Feng, bewildered, was unsure of what was happening with the rusty sword. At that moment, the rusty sword soared into the air and began striking against a wall of Ye Feng's abode. Has this sword become sentient? Ye Feng was astounded. No, it is the spirit of the sword. Ye Feng, experienced and knowledgeable, immediately interjected. A moment later, the rusty sword returned before Ye Feng. "Look at the wall," Ye Feng prompted. Ye Feng raised his gaze and discovered that the sword's spirit was not indiscriminately striking. It was inscribing words. The marks on the wall formed for characters that could be vaguely discerned. Purple lightning, blue frost. You cannot possibly be named that. Wait, this sword can write on its own. Suspended before Ye Feng, the rusty sword nodded, akin to a human gesture of acknowledgement. What? Purple lightning, blue frost. This ragged sword is purple lightning, blue frost. Ye Feng's hoarse voice emerged, filled with astonishment and incredulity. Ye Feng thought to himself, "Master Uncle, have you heard of this sword? It is ranked 3rd among the 10 ancient divine swords, purple lightning, blue frost. Of course, I have heard of it, but it is said to have been lost for nearly 10,000 years. The 10 ancient divine swords include Tai Su, Feng Yin, purple lightning, blue frost, Pechi Jun, Qi Lin, Zhan Yun, Xiao Yao, Bai Shui, Qing Mu, and Yu Ling. These 10 swords are renowned throughout history, each possessing tremendous power. However, over the years, half have been lost to time. The ones that remain are only Tai Su, Pechi Jun, Bai Shui, Qing Mu, and Yu Ling. Among them, the Tai Su sword and Pechi Jun have been passed down through Yunhai sect for many years. The Tai Su divine sword serves as the sect's treasured weapon, a symbol of the successive leaders. Pechi Jun, on the other hand, is the personal sword of the sect's successors, a token of the junior leader. Currently, Master Yun Yi has yet to select a candidate for junior leader, and both divine swords remain in his possession. Ye Feng was immensely shocked. If this sword before him was indeed purple lightning, blue frost, then he had made a grave error. Back then, he believed it to be merely a wood elemental sword with little value, which is why he sealed it in the sword tomb. Had he known it was purple lightning, blue frost, perhaps he would not have faced defeat and endured such a dismal fate. Ranked 3rd among the ancient divine weapons. I am rich. Ye Feng's ecstatic cries echoed from within the room. At that moment, Huang Linger happened to arrive at the door, knocking and asking, "Senior brother, what is happening? Come out for dinner." "Oh, I know. I will be right there." Dinner was simple, just Ye Feng and Huang Linger. The portly Yulong had been drinking with a few friends until dusk and only learned that his precious daughter was being held up by the oblivious Lin Shitty in the shop after he had eaten his fill. Only after satisfying his hunger did he go to smash Lin Shitty's shop. After dinner, Ye Feng hurried back to his room. He embraced the rusty sword, showering it with affection for a while, and requested Master Fuyo to elaborate on the 10 divine swords and purple lightning, blue frost. Ye Fuyo explained, purple lightning. Blue frost has been lost for far too long, and there is scarce information about it in the mortal realm. I only know that it is an exceptionally rare lightning elemental divine weapon, said to condense and unleash the power of lightning when activated, with extraordinary and transcendent might. As for the truth of the legends, I cannot be certain. Ye Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. A lightning elemental divine sword. Not what elemental? Haha. It seems I am truly destined to become the greatest in the world. After indulging in his self-adoration for a while, Ye Feng felt that the name Purple Lightning, Blue Frost was too lengthy and ostentatious. Ultimately, he decided to name it Purple Blue. Given his current low cultivation, he did not wish for others to know that he possessed the legendary ancient divine weapon Purple Lightning, Blue Frost. He resolved to reveal its true identity only when he reached the pinnacle of cultivation, proclaiming to the world that this sword in his hand was the fabled Purple Lightning, Blue Frost. Feigning ignorance while biding his time was the survival strategy Ye Feng adhered to for the moment. After a considerable while, Ye Feng gradually calmed the excitement within him. He began rummaging through his belongings. In a dilapidated box beneath the bed, he unearthed a worn wooden sheath. The length was adequate, but the hilt of the purple-blue sword was intricately carved into a spherical shape, which did not fit snugly. Therefore, Ye Feng ran to the kitchen, searching for various usable tools to refine the old sheath. At this moment, the lights in Huang Linger and Yulong's room had already been extinguished. Alone in the kitchen, Ye Feng toiled for quite some time before finally completing the refinement of the old sword sheath. This time, the purple-blue sword fit perfectly within. Purple-blue. Given the current circumstances, you shall make do for now. When I have the opportunity, I will have a new sheath crafted for you, undoubtedly from the finest rosewood. The divine sword trembled slightly, as if responding to Ye Feng's grand aspirations. It was now nearly the middle of the night, yet Ye Feng remained wide awake. Thus, he began working on his flying shoes. His requirements for the flying shoes were simple. He merely needed to secure his legs onto the purple-blue sword. During his earlier rummaging, he had found a few pairs of shoes that were reasonably well made. Unfortunately, they were all from the previous owner and were quite cramped. Consequently, Ye Feng ventured into the kitchen in search of wood. After a night of labor, he still could not complete the flying shoes. In the end, he had to lower his already modest requirements, reducing the flying shoes to flying ropes. The so-called flying ropes entailed finding a sturdy rope to bind his feet to the sword's body. With the lowered expectations, the results came swiftly. As dawn broke, the diligent Huang Linger opened her room door. She beheld her senior brother, Ye Feng, soaring above the courtyard. This time, Ye Feng's flight was remarkably stable and swift. "Senior brother, you can truly fly," Huang Linger exclaimed joyfully. Ye Feng chuckled. "Junior sister, you are up early. How do I look while flying? Am I not handsome? Ha ha. Once again, it is proven that I am indeed a genius." Yulong, the rotund figure, pushed open the door and stepped outside, grumbling, "You little rascal. You clanged about in the kitchen half the night, and now you're chattering away early in the morning. Do you wish to be punished?" Ye Feng hastily lowered himself, soaring down to his master's presence. Huang Ling chimed in, "Father, senior brother is truly remarkable. Last night he flew so awkwardly, but now he moves as if he's walking on flat ground." "Remarkable, you say? He's merely a jest." "A jest? What jest?" "You'll know soon enough." At that moment, Ye Feng landed before them, but contrary to Huang Linger's expectation of a dashing descent from his sword, he instead plopped down on the ground. In her astonished gaze, he began to untie the ropes binding his feet. It was then that Huang Linger realized that her seemingly gallant brother had tied his feet to the sword. Yulong rolled his eyes and remarked, "I told you your brother is a joke." "Brother, I've seen other senior brothers and sisters flying with such grace. You won't have to tie and untie ropes each time, will you? That seems rather cumbersome." As he untangled himself, Ye Feng replied, "Cumbersome? If I can fly on a sword, what do I have to fear? This method allows me to quickly experience the thrill of flying, chasing the wind and the sun. Otherwise, I would have to toil for at least 10 more days or weeks to ascend to the skies. Sister, soon I shall take you for a breezy flight." Wait. Yulong interjected hastily. You should spare Linger from your rudimentary sword-flying skills. She's just begun her training and hasn't even reached the foundational stage yet. If she falls from the sky, it won't be a trivial matter. Master, I am your eldest disciple. How can you doubt me so? Ye Feng's face fell with disappointment. Yulong retorted, it is precisely because I know you so well that I cannot place my trust in you. Ye Feng fell silent. He soon freed his feet from the bindings and sheathed the Ziqing's sword at his back. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out a jade token from his pocket. Rising, he said, Master, yesterday afternoon, Senior Sister Miao Xiao from the sect leader's side came by to deliver Linger's identity token as an inner disciple. I was so engrossed in practicing my sword flight that I completely forgot about it. Yulong took the token, glancing at its inscription. Indeed, it bore the characters Jingshu, which he held in high regard. He smiled, saying, Chong Kong works quite efficiently. He secured Linger's identity token so swiftly. Not bad at all. He then handed the token to Huang Linger, saying, Linger, this is your sole proof of being a disciple of Yunhai sect. Keep it safe. Do not lose it. Huang Linger nodded joyfully. Got it, father. The trio had only exchanged a few words when voices from outside the courtyard called out, Boss, we're here. Have you risen yet? Yulong eyed them suspiciously. Why have the glutton and the foolish thunder come looking for you so early? Only then did Ye Feng recall that the two had mentioned their plan to take him to the mountaintop plaza for sword practice. Master, they are here to take me to the peak to train. Yulong's round face displayed an incredulous expression as he scrutinized Ye Feng from head to toe. You little ones wish to train at the mountaintop so early in the morning? Am I mistaken? Aside from mischief and indulgence, you lot also know how to cultivate? The sun must be rising in the west today. Have you all fallen ill? Huang Linger had already opened the courtyard door, and the trio entered, overhearing Yulong's words. Chi Yao immediately protested, Uncle Fat, you are wrongfully accusing us. In our youth, we were naive, but now we have matured. Fang Tong added, Yes, Uncle Fat. I've turned over a new leaf, and am now a reformed person. Zhuge Benlei chimed in, One must see a person anew after 3 days. Uncle Fat, you have been away for more than 3 years, unaware of our significant transformations. You can no longer judge us through a narrow lens. Yulong chuckled. All right, I stand corrected. Seeing you little ones so determined is a bit hard for me to adjust to. I like this version of you, as it reminds me of my youthful self. Not to brag, but when you revered Uncle Fat was young, he was not only handsome and talented, but also incredibly diligent. I rose at dawn every day to cultivate, and through decades of hard work, I eventually bested all the masters in the world and secured my place as the #1 swordsman. Despite Yulong's lecherous and fiery temperament, he was generally amiable as long as one did not provoke him, especially before his juniors. He took no offense when they called him Uncle Fat, instead reveling in it. Zhuge Benlei, puzzled, asked, Is that so? I heard that Uncle Fat was quite lazy in his youth, often flirting with fairies, rarely practicing, earning the moniker the laziest in Yunhai. It is said that Uncle Xuangu had to confine you for nearly 10 years to urge you to train. Chi Yao added, Rumors. Slander. Others envy your Uncle Fat's talent and beauty, attempting to tarnish my name. You little ones must not believe such tales. Yulong quickly shifted the topic. Aren't you all heading to the mountaintop plaza to train? Go on, and take Linger along to broaden her horizons. Yao, take Linger on your sword. Do not let that rascal Ye Feng take her, and, for heaven's sake, don't cause any trouble. With that, Yulong turned and slipped back into the room, shutting the door behind him. Inside, he began to curse at the beams, lamenting that someone had tarnished his reputation and that he could no longer show his face. Since his release, Ye Feng had been lingering around the mountainside. He knew that atop Xinglua Peak lay a vast training plaza and the magnificent Yunhai Great Hall, renowned as the grandest in the realm. The peak was towering. Climbing it would surely exhaust him. However, things were different now. Ye Feng had learned the art of sword flight. Well, he had at least begun to grasp it. He could traverse freely through the heavens and earth, and flying to the mountaintop plaza or the surrounding floating mountains was effortless and devoid of strain. Fang Tong remarked, Boss, you just obtained the celestial sword yesterday. You shouldn't be able to fly yet. Let me carry you up. No need. As your leader, how could I not master sword flight? I will fly myself. Ye Feng waved his hand with authority, dismissing the offer. Fang Tong, astonished, said, Boss, you learned to fly on a sword in just 1 day? That's impossible. Your aptitude is far inferior to mine. I spent 2 full months before I could fly freely. Ye Feng replied, What do you mean my aptitude is worse than yours? Your talent is negligible compared to mine. In just one day, I have mastered the art of sword flight." The others looked on skeptically. Qi Yao said, "Since the boss has already mastered sword flight, let us set off." "Hold on. Give me just a moment." In the midst of their confusion, Ye Feng suddenly sat down on a bench in the courtyard, drew out his rusty sword, and began to tie ropes. The others were stunned. "Boss, what are you doing? Creating my flying shoes. You see, when I propel myself with the celestial sword at high speed, I risk falling off. So I've devised a clever method to bind my feet to the sword. This way, I can fly freely on my sword. What do you think? Your boss is a genius, right?" They exchanged glances, and then the three burst into laughter, rolling on the ground, clutching their stomachs. "Ah, my dear leader, do you feel any shame? Ha ha. We are, after all, celestial sword masters. How amusing this is. Shame, you say? Nonsense. I revel in soaring through the skies. Your opinions matter not. Just grant me a little more time. I have already secured 1 foot. I shall be ready in no time." Ye Feng, with an unyielding demeanor, took pride in his comical antics rather than feeling embarrassment. Soon enough, both feet were firmly affixed to the azure and violet divine sword. With a mere thought, the sword began to rise gently. Ye Feng proclaimed, "I am prepared. Let us ascend to the heavens." Ye Feng had previously practiced sword control merely by hovering above the courtyard, ascending to no more than several dozen meters from the ground. However, this time was different. He aimed to soar from the mountainside to the summit, a height exceeding 3,000 zhang. Before taking off, Ye Feng felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He meticulously checked that his feet were securely bound. If they were to loosen mid-air, the consequences would be far graver than a mere fall. The voice of Ye Fuyo resonated softly. Humanity's profound yearning for the sky is often accompanied by an overwhelming fear when the moment to conquer it finally arrives. This leap is a rite of passage for every cultivator. Do not be afraid, fly with confidence. Encouraged by Ye Fuyo, Ye Feng took a deep breath. With a burst of mental energy, the Ziqing divine sword began to lift him gently into the air. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures streaked past him like lightning. "Big brother, you're flying too slowly. Yao Yao and Ling Er are much faster. Are you a turtle?" Fong Tong and Appo's mocking voice rang from above. Ye Feng, unfazed, focused his thoughts, and the Ziqing sword emitted a faint azure glow, transforming into an afterimage as it shot upwards, instantly surpassing the 3 above. "Ah, stop, stop, help." For the first time flying at such speed, Ye Feng found his body uncontrollable, bound to the sword, helplessly propelled upwards. His mind was blank. The only thought escaping his lips was a desperate cry for help. Fong Tong and the others exchanged glances. Qi Yao remarked, "That leaping figure. Is it Big Brother?" Zhuge Benlei responded, "It seems to be him. Why is he swaying so?" Fong Tong speculated. "He is probably showing off his sword control technique. Let us catch up." After several seconds, Ye Feng finally managed to regain control of the celestial sword. The blood-refining divine sword, infused with lightning attributes, was astoundingly swift. Just moments ago, it felt as though his body was racing ahead while his spirit lagged behind. Now, he had finally achieved a harmonious connection with his soul. Steadying himself, he suspended the Ziqing divine sword in midair, breathing heavily. "Damn it! Why is it so fast?" This genius nearly died of fright. "Thankfully, my feet were tied to the sword. Otherwise, I would have certainly turned into a pancake." Ye Fuyo explained, "Blood-refined treasures are distinct from ordinary ones. While ordinary treasures are controlled by mental focus, blood-refined treasures are connected to the owner's bloodline, acting in accordance with their intentions. You wish to fly at full speed and surpass them. Thus the Ziqing divine sword obeyed. This high-speed flight is immensely beneficial for you, allowing you to master the art of sword flight swiftly." Ye Feng realized, pondering the high caliber of the artifact was both a blessing and a curse. At this moment, Fong Tong and the others finally reached Ye Feng's vicinity. Huang Ling Er, sharing a sword with Qi Yao, inquired, "Senior brother, are you all right? I thought I heard you shouting for help." "Junior sister, you must have misheard. How could I possibly shout for help? Did you not see how fast I was flying? I and Appo's been waiting here for you." Huang Ling Er looked skeptical, wondering if she had indeed misheard. "What are you idiots doing suspended in midair? Move aside." Dozens of streaks of light rushed toward them from the side, heading straight for the 5. They were young disciples practicing sword control, their skill level surpassing Ye Feng's. But not by much, almost resulting in a mid-air collision. Dozens of streaks of light narrowly avoided the five, with many youths hurling insults at the four. Who dares to call us idiots? How audacious! Chase after them. Let's take them down. Chi Yao's temper flared, and she became uncontrollable. It seemed she had forgotten that Huang Ling Air was sharing a sword with her, and Huang Ling Air had only just begun her cultivation journey. Amid Huang Ling Air and Appo's cries, Chi Yao and Appo's sword transformed into a brilliant green light, soaring upwards with tremendous force. This was the low-grade wood artifact her grandmother had recently acquired for her, named Green Sea. In terms of rank, it surpassed Huang Ling Air and Appo's burning silence by a level. Among all the young disciples of Yuhai's sect, she alone possessed a sword of such caliber. Oh wait, now there was also Ye Feng. Yao Yao, slow down. I'm scared. Huang Ling Air clung tightly to Chi Yao and Appo's slender waist, shouting loudly. Only then did Chi Yao remember that Huang Ling Air lacked cultivation. She quickly moderated her speed. Watching the fleeing streaks of light, she muttered angrily, "Consider yourselves fortunate. Otherwise, I would have thrown each of you from the sky." Seeing Chi Yao's gloomy expression as she returned with a pale-faced Huang Ling Air, Ye Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Fourth sister, please avoid causing trouble. We are indeed obstructing traffic here. Let us fly to the mountain-top square first." This time, Ye Feng had learned his lesson and refrained from rapid ascent. Though he maintained a brisk pace, the sword beneath their feet released a gentle glow during flight, creating 4 streaks of light that glided through the sky, an exquisite sight. After several minutes, they finally reached the summit of Xinglua Peak. Suspended above Xinglua Peak, most of the floating mountains lay beneath their feet, shrouded in layers of cloud. With shimmering lights above, and elders either riding clouds or soaring on celestial cranes, resembling a scene from a fairyland. The square at the mountain's peak was even larger than Ye Feng had anticipated, capable of accommodating tens of thousands simultaneously. 10 towering arenas were arranged in a pattern reminiscent of the 8 trigrams. On the western side of the expansive square stood a colossal stone tablet, towering over 100 meters high. Above the stone tablet, an immense palace floated majestically, resplendent in gold and jade, entwined in clouds, appearing ethereal. A wide white staircase, exceeding 30 meters in width, extended from the palace entrance to the vicinity of the stone tablet. This was the renowned Yuhai Grand Hall. Ye Feng was profoundly awestruck by the sight of the gigantic floating palace before him, momentarily questioning whether he had indeed arrived in the heavenly realm. He had often heard that Yuhai's sect boasted over 8,000 inner disciples and more than 30,000 outer disciples. Yet, during his time on the mountainside, he seldom encountered many disciples, mostly older elders. Now, having reached the summit square, he truly grasped the might of Yuhai's sect. The vast square was teeming with people. 3 of the 10 arenas were already in combat, with sword energy swirling and thunderous roars echoing. Surrounding the 8 arenas were no fewer than 1,000 spectators. Many others were practicing sword techniques within the square, not the rudimentary sword control, but the authentic Yuhai sect sword techniques. Sword energy rained down like a storm, under the disciples' control, soaring freely through the air. There were also some astonishing spells in action. Ye Feng stood entranced before the spectacle, feeling as if he were in a dream. "Big brother, stop daydreaming. Are you going to continue practicing sword control in the air? Or will you join us in the square?" Feng Tong called out, unable to hold back. Ye Feng returned to his senses and exclaimed, "It's so lively here. Let us take a stroll around the square first." He then sat at the edge of the square, beginning to untie his bindings. Several disciples nearby, upon seeing Ye Feng with a sword bound to his feet, could not help but chuckle, their expressions filled with mockery. However, upon recognizing Ye Feng's identity, they immediately lowered their heads and walked away, not wishing for him to notice their laughter. After all, he was the notorious leader of the 4 bullies of Yuhai's sect. If he caught them laughing, they would surely regret it. Ye Feng unbound the ropes and neatly coiled them away. Looking up, he noticed that those rascals had already distanced themselves, seemingly eager to conceal their acquaintance with him. Ye Feng swiftly grasped the Ziqing divine sword and sheathed it behind him. Hastening to catch up, "Can you all slow down a bit? Wait for me," he called out. "Boss, you should really focus on practicing your sword control techniques. You still have to sit on the ground to untie those ropes. It's utterly embarrassing." Feng Tong couldn't help but tease. All right. I'll buckle down and train hard. Just give me 10 days, and I'll toss aside these wretched ropes." The group laughed and bantered as they made their way to the center of the square. Ye Feng and Huang Linger morphed into an endearing duo, akin to country bumpkins. Suddenly, they witnessed a young woman stomp her feet fiercely, causing countless sharp rock spikes to erupt from the ground within a 10-foot radius, resembling stalagmites. The two country bumpkins clapped in delight, nearly reaching into their pockets to toss some coins as a reward for the young disciple. Fong Tong and the others instinctively shielded their foreheads, subtly distancing themselves from the duo to avoid being labeled as country bumpkins themselves. "Senior brother, look. That person knows how to wield fire." Ye Feng turned to see a youth appearing to be around 18 or 19, brandishing a crimson sword. As he channeled his vital energy, flames surged from the sword, forming a magnificent fire dragon. "Now that's impressive. A fire master," Ye Feng exclaimed dramatically. Their peculiar antics attracted the attention of many, who began to whisper and point. Huang Linger sensed something was amiss and whispered, "Senior brother, I feel like everyone is staring at us with strange looks. Is there dirt on my face?" Ye Feng shook his head. "No, not at all. It's quite clean." "Then why are they sneaking glances at me and pointing?" "Perhaps they are simply captivated by your beauty, junior sister." Huang Linger was unconvinced. In the village, she was undoubtedly the belle of the ball. However, at Yunhai sect, she felt like an ugly duckling amid swans. The female disciples at Yunhai sect were all stunning, exuding an ethereal grace akin to celestial maidens, leaving Huang Linger feeling inadequate. With a hint of self-awareness, she replied, "Senior brother, please, no more jokes." Qi Yao, unable to bear the situation any longer, approached and said, "Could you two keep it down? It's just the fire control technique. There's no need to make such a fuss." "How embarrassing." Huang Linger immediately understood the reason behind the stares and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her face flushing. Ye Feng, however, remained unfazed, wearing a brazen expression as if to say, "I am indeed a country bumpkin. What can you do about it?" The notorious four bullies of Yunhai swaggered through the training square like giant crabs, and those who recognized them hurriedly sidestepped, not daring to provoke them. It wasn't that they were particularly formidable, rather, their master was. Some individuals approached them willingly, 7 young men and women several years their senior. Leading them was a somewhat portly man with a darker complexion. Upon spotting Ye Feng and the others, he burst into hearty laughter and approached them. "Ha ha, bullies." Fong Tong embraced him, exclaiming, "You rascal. Long time no see." Ye Feng and Huang Linger exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the warmth of this unexpected reunion. At that moment, the chubby man stood before Ye Feng and laughed. "Ye the great bully, I must say, I'm thoroughly impressed. You dared to touch the icy mountain tiger, Yin Shuang, truly a model of our kind, an exemplar of bullies and a notorious name. From today forth, we, the 7 bad apples of Yunhai, officially recognize you, the 4 bullies of Yunhai, as the #1 villainous gang in our sect." His companions nodded in agreement, viewing Yun Shuang as their ultimate aspiration, never imagining the task would be so effortlessly completed by Ye Feng. The rascals of Yunhai sect, who prided themselves on their mischief, were in awe of Ye Feng's audacity in teasing Yun Shuang. Initially, Ye Feng was puzzled about who these 7 were, but he quickly recalled Fong Tong's earlier introduction. They were 5 males and 2 females, the leader Lu Yinshui, the second-in-command Guo Shushu, the 3rd sister Fong Ning, the 4th Sima Sanjian, the 5th Pan Yunhao, the 6th Zhou Qing, and the 7th Sui Tianyi. Their backgrounds were respectable, yet they paled in comparison to the elders of Ye Feng's group. These 7 primarily frequented the black market and gambling dens of Yunhai sect, occasionally engaging in petty thievery or trivial mischief. However, they would never dare to engage in serious crimes like robbery or murder, nor would they ever think of teasing Yun Shuang, being disciples of a righteous sect with strict rules against such conduct. Thus, they had coexisted for years, causing minor disturbances, unlike Ye Feng and his companions, who indulged in far more serious escapades. Ye Feng sighed, reflecting on how like-minded individuals tend to congregate. Young heroes like Su Kai and Lin Yi, known for their upright morals and devoid of scandal, would naturally attract adoring fans wherever they went. In stark contrast, Ye Feng found himself surrounded by bullies and rascals, making any comparison futile. He pondered, would he and his band of misfits suffer the same fate as those in the stories he had read, inevitably meeting grim ends, either slain or captured? Ye Feng chuckled at himself, pondering why it was so difficult to be a good person, despite the risks involved in seeking justice. He felt a certain satisfaction in embracing his villainous role. It was akin to a long-caged beast breaking free from its confines. Many things he had previously hesitated to say or do, he could now indulge in without restraint. Noticing Ye Feng's silence, the chubby man draped an arm around his shoulder, saying, "Ye the great bully, I know you've endured a month in the discipline hall, and it must have been tough. Tonight, my brothers and I will host a feast for you. We're all eager to hear about your escapades with Yin Shuang." Ye Feng grinned, "Lu the great rascal. As for the feast, let us hold off for now. My master has just returned. I need to keep a low profile." Regarding Yin Shuang, the tales floating around are merely edited versions. What truly transpired is far more explosive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been imprisoned for so long. Nor would I have had my ribs broken by Sister Shuang. Had my master not returned, I reckon I would have been confined for at least another 3 years. The group exchanged glances, instantly intrigued, and began to inquire about the details. Ye Feng quickly interjected, "I want to go into specifics. I just apologized to Mo Zhu Xin yesterday. I'd rather not be dragged back into a cell. Just know that Sister Shuang is truly captivating." "Ah, no way. You actually made a move? Please accept my admiration." A voice cried out in disbelief. "You shameless beast. I challenge you to a duel." The air filled with astonished exclamations and wails. A pale youth behind the chubby man pounded his chest and shouted, "I knew it." Mere flirtation couldn't possibly warrant the elder Yu Ing's repeated visits to the discipline hall, demanding severe punishment for Ye the great bully. "This explains everything." Ye Feng quickly urged, "Keep it down. This matter should be known only in whispers." The group surrounded Ye Feng, showering him with compliments, making him feel quite pleased. After a lifetime of being the good guy, becoming a bully now felt exhilarating. After some time discussing, they noticed that most of the 10 platforms had already attracted disciples eager to spar. The crowd then moved to witness the spectacle. Ye Feng was about to proceed when the voice of Ye Fuyo echoed in his mind. "Young Ye, go to the heavenly monument." Ye Feng was taken aback, thinking, "What?" Ye Fuyo's tone became profoundly melancholic as he continued, "It has been a long time since I have been here. I wish to see the heavenly monument once more." After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng addressed Huang Linger and the others, saying, "You all go ahead to observe the duel and sparring. I have some matters to attend to and will join you shortly." Feng Tong and the others nodded in agreement. Thus, Ye Feng detached himself from the main group and made his way toward the heavenly monument at the western edge of the vast square. The martial arts arena was unusually lively. After all, next year marked the beginning of a new cycle. Since the hunt for immortals war over 2 millennia ago, various righteous and demonic sects had convened every 60 years at Ling Mountain to conduct grand duels to cultivate young practitioners of the mortal realm. In preparation for the Ling Mountain duels, each major sect would hold an internal examination to select young disciples for participation. According to the customs of the Yunhai sect, this internal trial would commence in the 9th month of the Guihai year, lasting approximately a month. From thousands of internal disciples, the 10 most outstanding young talents would be chosen to represent the sect in the Ling Mountain duels. Today was the 8th day of the 4th month, leaving less than 5 months until the internal trials. Many young disciples were making a final push, hoping to shine in the upcoming evaluations. Consequently, the arena had been bustling since the beginning of the year. As Ye Feng walked through the square, he was truly amazed by the various mystical techniques and divine powers on display. He remarked, "Master Uncle, I recall you once told me that our Yunhai sect's techniques can be summarized as 2 truths, 3 formations, for swords, 5 palms, 6 legs, and 7 body techniques. Thus far, I have learned the heart technique Yunhai decision and one of the 4 sword techniques, the 9 styles of sword control. Yet, I find it difficult to comprehend the divine powers exhibited by my seniors." He pointed out, "Look at that individual, with a single palm strike. He unleashed a bolt of lightning. How impressive. If struck, wouldn't one be charred to a crisp? That is one of the 5 palms, known as the thunder palm, or palm lightning," Ye Fuyo explained. "That young girl is exceptionally swift, darting about. What technique is that?" "That is the phantom technique, one of the 7 body techniques of Yunhai sect. The disciple who just created multiple clones is employing the cloning technique." Ye Fuyo continued to elucidate the various techniques being demonstrated around them. He eventually summarized, "The Yunhai sect possesses hundreds of secret techniques. What I previously mentioned were merely some of the more renowned ones that ordinary disciples can learn through diligent effort. There are also lesser-known techniques, such as the 5 elements technique, capture technique, escape technique, and talisman crafting, which you will gradually come to understand. Naturally, there are formidable techniques that ordinary disciples can never learn. Only those from the sect leader's lineage have access to them. Young Yi, do not waste excessive time on these lesser techniques. Focus on your swordsmanship. Ye Feng appeared bewildered. After a moment, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, Master Uncle, you refer to these techniques that can conjure lightning from one's palm, control flames, perform earth escape, and exhibit teleportation as lesser techniques. Surely, this cannot be right. Indeed, it is not a mistake. Your cultivation is too low, which is why you perceive these techniques, such as palm lightning and cloning, as formidable. Once your cultivation reaches the 7th layer of the divine tranquility realm, you will find that the martial techniques you once deemed impressive have become rather trivial. Masters above the divine tranquility realm focus on swordsmanship and their comprehension of the natural laws. Even cultivators at the 6th layer of the returning essence realm seldom utilize these lesser techniques during duels. Our Yunhai sect is renowned as the foremost sword sect. Mastering the 2 truths, 3 formations, and 4 swords will suffice to sweep across the world. Ye Feng believed Ye Fuyo's words were true. However, they felt impractical to him. Currently, he struggled to practice the sword control technique, which required him to bind his feet to the sword's body. The thought of mastering other sword techniques seemed daunting. Ye Feng felt that he was constantly in danger and could not transform into an unparalleled master in a short time. He needed to cultivate other martial techniques for self-preservation. Techniques like the phantom technique and cloning appeared promising. Their elusive nature would undoubtedly serve as effective tools for evasion in dire situations, a perfect fit for his survival plan. He said, Master Uncle, I understand you wish for me to become the world's foremost sword immortal, but the path of cultivation must be taken gradually. My current cultivation is merely at the sword control realm. To delve into those profound sword techniques is beyond my capacity. Rather than squander time, it would be wiser to practice the lesser techniques you mentioned. You know that there are those who wish to see me dead. I must learn some escape techniques for my own safety, wouldn't you agree? Ye Fuyo paused for a moment before responding. You make a valid point. If you wish to learn, I can teach you nearly 300 lesser techniques from the Yunhai sect, as long as you do not feel it is a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was overjoyed and quickly replied, Of course. It is not a waste of time. The saying goes, a skillful hand never goes amiss. It is always beneficial to learn a few more techniques while I am still young. Standing beneath the heavenly monument, he could truly appreciate its towering grandeur. Rising over 100 zhang, it resembled a pillar of heaven, rendering humanity beneath it as insignificant as ants. The monument's surface was an obsidian hue, devoid of any seams, suggesting it was hewn from a single massive rock. Ancient, weathered patterns and densely inscribed text adorned the stone, extending to the horizon. Ye Feng was profoundly awed by the sight of the heavenly monument. He could not fathom how such a colossal stone, weighing at least several hundred tons, had been transported to this lofty height. He craned his neck to gaze at the monument and inquired, Master Uncle, what is the origin of this heavenly monument? Ye Fuyo replied, 2,400 years ago. During the hunt for Immortals war, our Yunhai sect played a pivotal role as the leader of the mortal realm. This monument was erected to commemorate that battle. It not only records the names of all the sacrifices made during the war, but also chronicles the events of the hunt for Immortals to warn future generations. His voice carried a hint of nostalgia, as if the years of confinement had not extinguished the fiery spirit of his youth, which once sought to slay dragons and vanquish demons. Ye Feng nodded slightly. Since arriving in this world, he had heard of the hunt for Immortals war multiple times and possessed a general understanding of its context. The events occurred over 2 millennia ago when the celestial gates swung wide open, allowing immortal beings to descend. In a bid to protect the masses, the righteous and demonic factions united to wage a protracted war near Ling Mountain. Through the sacrifices of mortal cultivators, they ultimately vanquished the celestial invaders and sealed the celestial gates. As the Immortals retreated, they vowed to return in 60 years, fearing the gates would open once more. The mortals fervently advanced their cultivation techniques, leading to the current flourishing state of the mortal cultivation realm. Ye Feng hesitated before asking, Master Uncle, the Immortals claimed they would return after 60 years, yet 2,400 years have passed. Surely they would not come back now. No, the Immortals will undoubtedly return, Ye Fuyo asserted with unwavering certainty. Ye Feng shrugged, expressing his skepticism. Those were merely the parting threats of the defeated. How can they be taken seriously? If the Immortals truly intended to return, they would have done so long ago, rather than remain absent for over 2,000 years. Uncle Master, "What is your purpose for observing this celestial steel?" Ye Feng inquired. "It is nothing of great import," Ye Feng replied. "I simply have not beheld it in many years. In my youth, I frequently cultivated beneath its shadow. Alas, centuries have elapsed in what feels like a mere blink, a testament to the relentless passage of time." Ye Feng's interests were primarily confined to the pursuit of cultivation and the wooing of maidens. He possessed no particular fascination with the celestial steel or the ancient Jiaji immortal hunting war. Consequently, he found himself unable to fully empathize with Ye Feng's sentiments. After approximately half an hour spent in the vicinity of the celestial steel, their gazes turned towards the imposing grand hall that hovered in the western sky. A series of stone steps, seemingly unsupported, extended from the hall, reaching down to the plaza behind the steel. The Grand Hall of the Cloud Sea did not appear to be an entirely restricted domain, as young disciples could be seen ascending and descending the steps with some regularity. Ye Feng, too, harbored a desire to explore the hall, but he could not muster the courage to take that first step. The precarious nature of the steps, suspended in mid-air without any visible means of support, filled him with trepidation. He resolved to postpone his visit until he had fully mastered the art of swordsmanship, at which point he would ascend and admire what was reputed to be the most magnificent hall in all the land. 10 dueling platforms were arranged in accordance with the principles of Tai Chi, with 2 located within the innermost circle, representing the yin and yang of the taijutsu. The platform situated closest to the celestial steel was the DUI position platform, facing due west. The sounds emanating from a duel in progress on this platform attracted Ye Feng's attention, and he turned to investigate. A crowd of approximately 100 spectators had gathered around the platform, which was being overseen by a white-bearded elder who controlled the formation, ensuring that the combatant swordplay did not endanger the onlookers. 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, were engaged in a spirited contest. The man, clad in white, possessed a refined demeanor and wielded a fire-attributed immortal sword. The woman, dressed in green, was of comely appearance and brandished a water-attributed immortal sword. With a delicate cry, the green-clad woman launched herself into the air. Her lithe form was accompanied by the emerald glow of her sword, which, as she rapidly executed a sword art, unleashed hundreds of chi swords. Each of these ethereal blades was nearly the size of a real sword and emitted a faint, ghostly light. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the 4th form of the 9 styles of sword manipulation, sword manifestation. This technique involved the channeling of spiritual power through an immortal sword to condense chi into blades, which were then controlled by sword incantations. While these chi swords lacked the raw power of true immortal swords, a skilled practitioner could imbue them with formidable destructive capabilities. "Behold, the sword manifestation," Ye Feng murmured. "Truly awe-inspiring. To unleash hundreds of chi swords upon one's foe, surely they would be reduced to a veritable pincushion." His concern for the white-clad youth proved unfounded. With a serene smile, the young man displayed no signs of fear. Flourishing his sword, he declared, "Sister disciple, be cautious." He then channeled his true essence, causing his sword to become enveloped in a raging inferno. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a fiery dragon that surged forth, obliterating the incoming chi swords. The shattered chi swords dissipated into the ether, returning to the natural order. Although diminished in size, the fire dragon persisted, propelled by the white-clad youth's swordplay, and lunged towards the green-clad maiden. The maiden's fair face grew solemn as she executed a downward slash in midair. A surge of sword chi erupted from her weapon, transforming into a tumultuous wave of water. Ye Feng felt as though he were standing on the shores of a vast ocean, the sounds of crashing waves filling his ears. The emerald sword light engulfed the onrushing fire dragon, extinguishing it in an instant. The green-clad woman pressed her advantage, closing the distance to her opponent. Recognizing that fire-attributed swords excelled at ranged combat, she sought to exploit the white-clad youth's perceived weakness in close quarters. With nimble footwork, she launched a flurry of attacks, each strike aimed at a vital point. The white-clad youth appeared unperturbed. With his left hand clasped behind his back, he casually deflected the maiden's attacks. "This white-clad young man is even more formidable," Ye Feng exclaimed. "Nonsense," Ye Feng retorted. "The young woman is employing the 36 falling petal sword style of the Cloud Sea sect. While the swordplay appears intricate, with each strike targeting a vulnerable point, her opponent, also a member of the Cloud Sea sect, is intimately familiar with the style. He can anticipate her every move, effortlessly deflecting her attacks. Her lack of adaptability will hinder her progress in the path of cultivation. Remember, Ye Feng, the techniques I impart to you are merely a foundation. As your cultivation deepens, you must transcend these rigid forms and grasp the essence of the art. Ye Feng nodded, his mind racing. The duel soon reached its conclusion. After the green-clad maiden had dutifully executed the 36 falling petal sword style, the white-clad youth swiftly evaded a sweeping blow. With a light tap of his toes, he gracefully retreated. As the green-clad maiden attempted to pursue, the youth unleashed a volley of sword chi from his fire-attributed blade. The maiden was forced to defend, creating the distance the youth needed. He pointed his sword skyward, and the blade became engulfed in flames even more intense than before. Hundreds of fiery chi swords materialized, swirling in the air before raining down upon the green-clad maiden. Despite her best efforts, the maiden was unable to fully deflect the onslaught, leaving her disheveled and vulnerable. The white-clad youth casually conjured another wave of fiery chi swords, sealing her fate. Had this been a battle to the death, the green-clad maiden would have been reduced to ashes. Ye Feng, like many of the younger spectators, watched with rapt attention. However, the more experienced disciples of the Cloud Sea sect shook their heads and departed, finding little of interest in the novice contest. As the duel concluded, the crowd lingered, anticipating further displays of skill. Ye Feng, however, realized that he had been separated from Feng Tong and his companions for quite some time. Concerned about their potential mischief, he decided to seek them out. After a fruitless search, he abandoned the effort and made his way to an area where disciples practiced their swordsmanship. Finding an unoccupied space, he drew his rusty sword, purple azure, and prepared to practice the third form of the 9 styles of sword manipulation, sword transformation. The sight of Ye Feng's rusty sword immediately drew the attention of nearby disciples, who had never before witnessed such a dilapidated weapon. While they dared not openly mock him, they could not resist a few furtive glances and muffled snickers. Ye Feng could sense the surrounding disciples mocking his celestial sword. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such an extraordinarily handsome divine sword?" Ye Feng bellowed, and the young disciples within a Tinjong radius immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to provoke this little tyrant. As they dispersed, Ye Feng felt a surge of delight within. The sensation of being the villain was truly exhilarating. Now, he found himself pondering whether he should truly amend his ways. The second form of the 9 sword techniques, the transformation sword technique, as its name suggests, emphasizes the essence of transformation. However, Ye Fuyu had also mentioned that the transformation sword technique consists solely of illusory sword lights, which could dazzle opponents but lacked substantial offensive power. Following the cultivation mantra, Ye Feng began to redirect the spiritual energy within his meridians, gathering it into his hands and channeling it into the sword. He then swiftly danced with the sword, under the impetus of his true energy. Waves of deep azure sword shadows howled forth from the blade. After a stick of incense's worth of time, the sword shadows he conjured had already exceeded hundreds, and astonishingly, he could control them, weaving and darting at will. Ye Feng slowly sheathed his sword. "No way. I thought I'd need several days to master the transformation sword technique. I managed to accomplish it in mere moments. I am truly a genius. I told you yesterday that the transformation sword technique is rather trivial. Moreover, your purple lightning and frost possess extraordinary power. With just a bit of practice, you can master it within half an hour. Master, if it is so trivial, why does it warrant its own designation? It would be better to abolish it altogether. The 8 sword techniques? How unappealing." Ye Feng realized, so it's retained for the sake of aesthetics. Ye Fuyu replied, "It's not entirely that simple. The reason you are progressing so swiftly is due to the purple lightning and frost. Other disciples lack such divine weaponry and often take several days to even practice the transformation sword technique. Furthermore, the transformation sword technique serves as the foundation for the condensation sword technique. Both share similarities in energy circulation, concentration, and sword incantation, with the latter culminating in a condensed sword form. Now, try practicing the condensation sword technique." Ye Feng nodded, took several deep breaths, closed his eyes, and recited the mantra. This time, he was not merely mobilizing the spiritual energy within his meridians. The energy stored in his dantian began to circulate as well. Suddenly, Ye Feng opened his eyes wide, pointing the rusty sword toward the sky, infusing it with true essence, and forming a sword incantation with his hands. He then struck down with the rusty sword, unleashing a radiant sword light that swiftly condensed into a gaseous sword. The sword of gas shot upwards with a fierce whistle, leaving Ye Feng dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that this resplendent azure gaseous sword had been conjured by him. In the next moment, his pupils dilated in alarm as he shouted, "Miss, be careful." This was Ye Feng's first attempt at condensing sword energy. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation in the skyward realm had already reached a commendable level, and he was unaware of the terrifying power of the purple lightning and frost. The gaseous sword he had formed drew a portion of its energy from within him, while the majority stemmed from the inherent power of the purple lightning and frost itself. The might of this gaseous sword was sufficient to repel a mid-level skyward realm cultivator, a young girl in a yellow dress, practicing her swordplay a few dozen zhang away, had been oblivious to the impending gaseous sword. Upon hearing Ye Feng's warning, she finally noticed the seemingly solid gaseous sword hurtling toward her. Fortunately, she too was a cultivator of the skyward realm, and in the nick of time, she raised her celestial sword to block it. With a resounding crash, the azure gaseous sword shattered into fragments, vanishing into thin air. The girl let out a muffled groan, her sword slipping from her grasp. The immense force knocked her back several steps, and she ultimately fell to the ground, rolling a few times. Gasps of surprise resonated around her. Several young men and women rushed forward to assist the girl. Ye Feng hurried over as well, only to find her face pale, blood trickling from her mouth, cradling her left arm with a pained expression. It was evident that her left arm was either fractured or dislocated. Realizing he had caused trouble, Ye Feng quickly approached her. "Mississippi, are you all right? I'm so sorry." Ye Feng could never truly embrace the role of a villain. Years of good upbringing compelled him to apologize immediately. Suddenly, Ye Feng's voice faltered as he recognized the girl. Upon careful reflection, he realized she was the same yellow-dressed girl he had encountered yesterday at the Sword Tomb, who had been victimized by Fong Tong and Zhuge Benlei. The yellow-dressed girl recognized Ye Feng too, her face a mix of pain, grievance, and unmistakable fear. At that moment, a man stepped forward and sternly exclaimed, "Ye Feng, practicing swordplay is one thing, but injuring someone is quite another. Do you really think that now that Master Yulong has returned to the mountain, you can act without restraint and disregard human life?" Ye Feng replied, "This incident was my fault. I have only just reached the skyward realm, and during my practice of the condensation sword technique, I failed to control the gaseous sword properly. I never anticipated that it would travel so far or possess such power. I sincerely apologize for injuring the young lady." However, the crowd perceived no sincerity in Ye Feng's explanation. Instead, they felt he was boasting. "You broke someone's arm on your first attempt at the condensation sword technique? Ye Feng, do you think we are 3-year-olds? You must have done it on purpose. Take him to the discipline hall. Lock up this nefarious bully." Ye Feng's reputation within the Yunhai sect was already tainted, having offended too many people, and the clamor for his punishment grew louder. If it were just one person, they might have hesitated to confront Ye Feng. However, surrounded by so many, they felt emboldened. After all, it was indeed Ye Feng's fault. Even if the matter escalated to the discipline hall, they had no fear. Ye Feng felt like crying without tears. He had just emerged from the discipline hall's stone prison 2 days prior. If he were sent back, his master would surely break his legs. At that moment, the other 3 bullies and the 7 bad guys of Zhangyun arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing Ye Feng surrounded and berated, Qi Yao shouted, "Boss, we're here to help you. Who dares to bully my boss?" The appearance of the 4 bullies of Yunhai and the 7 bad guys of Zhangyun silenced the young disciples who had taken the moral high ground, causing them to instinctively retreat. The yellow-dressed girl looked as if she might cry, feeling that in this incident, she was not the victim but rather the aggressor. Ye Feng hurriedly intervened to prevent a brawl and then briefly recounted the events that had transpired to Fong Tong and the others. After listening, Fong Tong glanced at the injured yellow-dressed girl and approached her, saying, "So it's you. We met yesterday at the Sword Tomb. Do you remember?" The yellow-dressed girl timidly nodded, seemingly terrified of Fong Tong, shrinking behind her 2 companions. Ye Feng stepped forward, "Miss, do not be afraid. Although I am not a good person, I will not evade responsibility. Your injuries are indeed my doing. However you wish to be compensated, I, Ye Feng, will comply without hesitation." The yellow-dressed girl gently shook her head. "No, it's not necessary. I will return now." The 2 slightly older girls beside her understood that Ye Feng and his companions were elite inner disciples, with their master being a prominent figure within the Yunhai sect. While they were merely outer disciples with no master to back them up, they simply could not afford to offend Ye Feng. One of the girls said, Ye Xiang. We can just go back and apply some medicine for her. Let us consider this matter resolved. Linger stepped forward. That won't do. This young lady was injured by my senior brother. We cannot disregard this. It seems her injuries are serious, likely a fracture. We should hurry and let my father assist with her treatment. Ye Feng concurred with this sentiment. Although the young girl held a low status within the Yunhai sect, as a man, he felt compelled to not disregard her plight, for to do so would weigh heavily on his conscience. Naturally, he wished to avoid being imprisoned again in the stone dungeon of the discipline hall. Linger was indeed correct. This matter was his fault, and he would take full responsibility for it. I shall escort you down the mountain for treatment, he declared, retrieving a rope from his pocket. In the bemused gaze of onlookers, he sat down and tightly bound the rusted sword to his feet. Initially, the crowd was puzzled by his actions until he manipulated the sword to levitate, revealing that he lacked even the basic skill of sword control. Ye Feng hovered before the girl in yellow, urging, We must depart. Your injuries cannot be delayed. The girl, tears welling in her eyes, protested, I'm fine. Truly, please, do not concern yourself with me. Let me go? How can I do that? If I lack the courage to confront my mistakes, how can I, Ye Feng, still consider myself a man? How can I hope to stand firm in this world? At that moment, a voice from the crowd spoke up, Junior sister. You are merely an outer disciple. You have neither elixirs nor spiritual herbs. It would be best for you to accompany Ye Feng down the mountain for treatment. Elder Yulong will ensure you receive justice. You are gravely injured. If you do not receive timely care, it may hinder your foundational cultivation. Many began to encourage the girl in yellow. She glanced at her two companions, who hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. It was evident that they understood the limitations of an outer disciple. Healing on their own would take at least 10 days. With the aid of superior spiritual herbs from the Yunhai sect, her recovery could be expedited. Ultimately, the two girls assisted the young lady, soaring into the air to follow Ye Feng down the mountainside. Concerned, Linger had Qi Yao carry her back to the foot of the mountain. As for Feng Tong and Ben Lei, they dismissed the matter entirely, continuing to loiter idly in the square atop the mountain. The gathered disciples of the Yunhai sect began to disperse in small groups after Ye Feng and the others departed, restoring tranquility to the area. Before long, Ye Feng and his companions arrived at the entrance of Fengling residence. The plump elder Yulong was enjoying a lazy day, reclining in a sun-drenched chair in the courtyard, exuding an air of contentment. Master, come quickly and help. Ye Feng and Appo's voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Yulong frowned and looked up, noticing that Linger had already pushed open the courtyard door. His prominent disciples sat on the stone steps, untying the ropes. 4 girls were outside, 3 of whom he did not recognize besides Qi Yao. Yulong's gaze fell upon the pale girl in yellow, who required support to stand. What has happened? Were you not training at the square? He inquired. Linger replied, Father, during training, my senior brother inadvertently injured this young girl. Her arm is fractured, and she has coughed up blood. Please, tend to her swiftly. That rascal. Can't you allow me a few days of peace? It has barely been 2 hours since you left, and you've already caused trouble. Yulong sighed. Master, please do not scold me now. This incident is indeed my fault. I implore you to help this junior sister. Now freed from the ropes, Ye Feng rushed inside with the rusted sword in hand. Yulong rolled his eyes, muttering, You have indeed grown. In the past, when you caused trouble, you would flee at the first opportunity. Now you have the sense to bring the victim back for treatment. For that, I shall overlook your transgression this time. Bring her in. Thank you, master. You are the best master in the world. Ye Feng exclaimed. Get lost. The girl in yellow was assisted into the courtyard by her 2 companions. Yulong placed his hand on the girl's wrist, channeling a thread of true essence into her body. After a moment, he gained a general understanding of her injuries. He frowned slightly and glanced at Ye Feng. You rascal. I recall you once adhered to a policy of teasing without coercion regarding women. Why have you been so harsh this time? Not only are her internal organs injured, but her left arm is fractured in several places. What? Ye Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the sword he had summoned would possess such formidable power. Master, I truly did not intend for this to happen. It was an accident. Please, save this junior sister. Although Yulong indulged in drinking and gambling, he was not inherently ill-natured. He nodded slightly. Young lady, what is your name? And who is your master? The girl in yellow hesitated, then timidly responded, I am called Xiao Man. Merely an ordinary servant of the beast garden, not yet apprenticed to any elder. Yulong's expression revealed surprise as he scrutinized the frail girl before him. Judging by her age, this Xiao man appeared younger than Linger. It was rare for such a young outer disciple to attain the 4th level of the Skyward Realm. It is known that these outer servant disciples are often burdened with work, sometimes even required to fetch water for inner disciples and elders late into the night, leaving them with little time for cultivation. His own prominent disciple had only reached the Skyward Realm at the age of 15 after following him closely. Yet this Xiao man, without the guidance of a renowned master, merely attending lectures given by inner disciples on occasion, had achieved such a remarkable level at such a young age. Yulong sealed several acupoints around Xiao man's left arm, significantly alleviating her pain. This girl is seriously injured. Let us take her to Linger's room while I fetch some spiritual herbs, he said. Linger quickly led the way. Qi Yao tilted her head, observing the bustling elder and the guilt-ridden Ye Feng. She found it puzzling. She is merely an outer servant with no background. Why the concern? Big brother, you have changed, Qi Yao remarked. Ye Feng, confused, replied, How have I changed? You were never like this before. Why personally escort an outer servant back to seek treatment from the plump elder? Ye Feng offered a wry smile. Little four, remember, we are domineering, not malicious. Nor are we devoid of conscience or loyalty. That girl is indeed someone I inadvertently injured. If I cannot even bear this little responsibility, can I still call myself a man? A glimmer of contemplation and doubt flickered in Qi Yao's bright, watery eyes. She felt there was merit in Ye Feng's words. However, she still sensed a significant change in him compared to before. Meanwhile, Yulong emerged from the house, holding 2 porcelain vials, and entered Linger's room. Soon, Xiao Man's companions exited the room. Though not particularly beautiful, the 2 girls were of average looks in the sea of beauty that was the Yunhai sect. They appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, dressed in the common coarse fabric worn by outer disciples. Like Xiao Man, they had yet to formally apprentice under any inner door. However, at their young age, they had already reached the Skyward Realm, and it was likely that they would soon either be recognized by an elder as true disciples or at least become named disciples. One of the round-faced girls spoke. Ye senior brother, it is nearly noon. We must return to the beast garden to prepare for the busy hours ahead, or we will face punishment from the deacons. Elder Yulong is presently attending to Xiao Man's injuries and cannot leave. We must wait here for now. Ye Feng nodded. Yes, you may return to your duties. I will ensure that Xiao Man is well looked after. The 2 young women offered a slight bow, exiting Fengling residence before each summoning their celestial swords and soaring towards the east. Qi Yao remarked, Elder sister, since there is nothing pressing, I shall return to the square to find the 2nd and 3rd. All right, do take care not to cause any trouble. Grasping her head, Qi Yao muttered to herself as she walked out. Not cause trouble? Is that really the elder sister's line? Has her amnesia truly altered her character? Could it be that she has genuinely turned over a new leaf, transforming from a tyrant into a benevolent ruler? Once everyone had departed, Ye Feng stepped into Linger's room. It was akin to his own modest dwelling, the only additional piece of furniture being a vanity placed near the window beside the wooden bed. The vanity was quite new, featuring a mirror made of exquisite glass rather than bronze, which seemed rather out of place in such a humble abode. The young girl lay on the bed, her complexion pale, gritting her teeth in endurance. The rotund Yulong was in the process of realigning her broken bones. After mending the fractures, he produced a wooden board and bandages to secure them, although Yulong had sealed several meridians in the girl's left arm to lessen the pain. The process of setting the bones remained excruciating. Yet, the young girl bit down on her silver teeth, suppressing any sounds of agony. Compared to a month prior, when Ye Feng's own cries during his bone setting had startled countless beasts, the young girl displayed remarkable fortitude. By the time Yulong completed the procedure, beads of sweat had formed on the young girl's pale cheeks. Only then did Yulong release the seals on her meridians. He then retrieved 2 pills, each encased in wax, from 2 porcelain vials. Little man, your broken bones will heal within a few days, but your internal injuries are severe. These 2 pills, one is a recovery pill, and the other a spirit-gathering pill, will aid your recovery. The young girl expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Yulong, for your healing and the medicine. Yulong waved his hand, signaling her to remain silent, passing the pills to Huang Linger for her to administer. Following instructions, the young girl swallowed the pills. Afterward, Yulong seated himself beside the bed, instructing her to lie flat. He then extended his palm, hovering at 10 centimeters above her abdomen. As Yulong channeled his essence, pure and vigorous spiritual energy flowed continuously into the young girl's body through his palm. In mere moments, her previously pallid cheeks began to regain a rosy hue. Ye Feng and Huang Linger observed quietly from the side, hesitant to interrupt. After a brief interval, approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yulong gradually retracted his hand. With what he believed to be a benevolent yet truly unsettling smile, he said, "Little man, rest well. You rascal, come here." With a swift kick to Ye Feng's backside, Yulong sent him stumbling forward, almost toppling to the ground. Just then, Yulong's large foot came crashing towards him again. Ye Feng hastily scrambled out into the courtyard, a look of grievance on his face. "Master, what was that for? You said you would forgive me. That kick was merely a light reprimand. You're young, yet how can you be so reckless? Thankfully, you brought that little girl back. Otherwise, she could have suffered irreparable damage to her foundation, hindering her progress in cultivation." Upon seeing his master's serious expression, Ye Feng froze. "Master, please don't frighten me. It was just a broken arm. Not long ago, I had 3 ribs broken by Yin Shuanger, and I wasn't in the void flight realm then, yet I recovered fine. Her arm fracture is trivial. The real issue lies in her internal injuries. You've just reached the void flight realm, and your powers are comparable. How could you have harmed her so severely?" "I'm not certain. I was practicing the 9 sword techniques in the square, channeling my internal essence into my Ziqing sword. When I struck, the sword energy coalesced into a tangible blade. It was my first attempt, and I didn't know how to control it. The little girl was practicing just over 10 yards away. When I saw the sword energy heading towards her, it was too late for me to warn her. I could only watch as my sword energy struck her celestial sword, causing her to lose grip and be violently thrown back several yards. Master, I'm still baffled. How could this happen? Shouldn't we both be equally matched in the void flight realm? Why was I so much stronger?" Yulong gazed intently at Ye Feng. "Are you certain of your account?" "Of course. Many witnesses were present. I never intended to harm her." Observing the helpless and guilty look on Ye Feng's face, Yulong stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly seized Ye Feng's wrist, probing his internal energies with his spirit. The meridians were narrow, the dantian small, and the spiritual sea gate unopened, indicating a nascent stage of the 4th layer of the void flight realm, far from the godly realm. Thus, tilting his head, Yulong studied the sword that was slightly embedded behind Ye Feng. "Wind, allow me to examine your sword." Ye Feng was taken aback, aware that his rotund master possessed formidable cultivation. Although his Zidian Qingxuang had already formed a blood bond with him, rendering it undetectable and unmovable by others. Perhaps his master could identify its origins. "Stop dawdling. Present the sword you discovered in the sword tomb yesterday." Without choice, Ye Feng pulled gently on the strap before letting the celestial sword drop from his back. He caught it deftly, drawing the rusted blade. "Master, what is remarkable about this sword?" Yulong grasped the hilt of Zidian Qingxuang, noting its weight was slightly more than that of an ordinary celestial sword. The guard was a hollow sphere, and the blade was encrusted with ancient rust. One could hardly kill a chicken with it, let alone a person. Yulong infused his essence into the rusted sword, and wisps of azure light emerged from the rusted crevices, though not particularly intense. Frowning slightly, Yulong tossed the sword back to Ye Feng, murmuring, "I must be out of my mind," thinking this lad could unearth a sword of decent quality from that dilapidated place. Having personally assessed Ye Feng's cultivation and the dilapidated rusted sword, Yulong failed to detect any irregularities. However, why had that young girl sustained such grave internal injuries? Not only had she fractured her bones, but she had also coughed blood on the spot. According to Ye Feng, when his sword energy was about to strike the young girl, she had instinctively raised her celestial sword in defense. The impact caused her sword to slip from her grip, propelled by the recoil. This meant that the sword energy hadn't directly struck the girl, but had instead impacted her celestial sword. Given that today was Ye Feng's first attempt at condensing sword energy, the power it possessed could not have been too formidable. It was improbable that it could dislocate the internal organs of another practitioner in the same realm merely through the intermediary of a celestial sword. Where, then, lay the true problem? Could it be that someone had intervened covertly? This peculiar thought crossed Yulong's mind. At the moment Ye Feng condensed the sword energy, a cultivator of considerable strength had secretly bolstered the force of his attack. Once the notion of conspiracy took root, Yulong's mind raced. Ever since learning of Ye Feng's fate a month ago, left for dead in a graveyard, Yulong had suspected that the assailant would not simply relent. After all, He could not gamble his life and fortune on the hope that Ye Feng's memories would never return. Opportunities to eliminate Ye Feng will certainly arise again. The rules of the Yunhai sect are strict. Even though Ye Feng is a disciple of Yulong, should he kill a fellow disciple, he would face severe punishment. While losing one's life may not be the outcome, being crippled or expelled from the inner sect is certainly a possibility. Once Ye Feng loses his status as an inner disciple or the protection of Master Yulong, countless methods to eliminate this troublesome figure would be at their disposal. Unfortunately, the adversary did not anticipate that the spirited young lady would react swiftly. In the moment before the energy sword struck her, she deftly parried it with her celestial sword. What could be the motive behind wanting to harm Fenger? Is it due to the spiritual herbs and celestial treasures? Or perhaps it is because Fenger has uncovered secrets that should remain hidden. Whom has he offended? Or could it be that Fenger's lineage has been exposed? Master Yulong's expression suddenly turned grave. This should not be. As far as I know, I am the sole keeper of Fenger's true identity. No one else should be aware. If it were indeed related to Feng and Apos, or S heritage, he would not still be alive. The recent events surrounding Fenger should have no connection to his lineage. Wait, does junior sister Yuing know something? I was involved in that incident with her back in the day, and now she has been persistently pressuring Yu Qinzi. It seems she is punishing Fenger, yet it appears she is also safeguarding him. Could it be that junior sister Yuing is aware of Fenger's true origins? No, I must ascertain the depths of Yu Ying's knowledge. Master Yulong's gaze shifted as he pondered silently. In truth, Master Yulong was mistaken. This matter had no connection to the assailant who previously targeted Ye Feng, nor was it related to Ye Feng's enigmatic heritage. The tremendous power of the energy sword wielded by Ye Feng was not solely due to his initial clumsiness in its execution, which drew heavily from the true essence within his dantian, but also attributed to the Zidian Qingxuan. The extraordinary spiritual energy of Zidian Qingxuan contributed at least 70% of the power behind the energy sword that injured the spirited girl, amplifying its potency manifold. Thus, it severely harmed her internal organs. However, Master Yulong failed to recognize the formidable nature of Zidian Qingxuan and mistakenly believed that someone was covertly instigating events to dispose of Ye Feng. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, who observed the rapid fluctuations in his master and Apos' expression, he clutched his Ziqing sword and kept his distance, wary of receiving another kick from his hefty master. At that moment, Master Yulong gradually regained his composure and noticed his eldest disciple hiding several paces away, looking shifty. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "I have arranged to drink with several of your uncles at noon. You should not be so fixated on practicing the sword condensation technique, nor should you frequent the plaza atop the mountain. First, master your rather embarrassing and perilous sword control technique, which, when executed, ties your feet with ropes. Not only is it shameful, but it is also dangerous. Should you encounter an adversary while flying on your sword, how will you draw it? Disciple shall heed the teachings of the master. I shall diligently practice the sword control technique." Ye Feng replied. Master Yulong's words indeed served as a wake-up call for Ye Feng. It became evident that someone was intent on his demise. Should they strike while he was flying on his sword, it would spell disaster. The immediate priority was to systematically hone his sword control skills. He must inform Ling and not to wait for him to return for dinner. After imparting a few final words, Master Yulong departed the courtyard. Once Master Yulong left, Ye Feng promptly closed the courtyard door and proceeded to Huang Ling and Apos' room. Huang Ling and Apos', kind-hearted and beautiful, was seated on the edge of the bed, conversing with the spirited girl. Upon noticing Ye Feng's entrance, Huang Linger rose and inquired, "Senior brother, where is father?" Ye Feng replied, "Master has gone to drink with several uncles and instructed us not to wait for him for dinner." "Linger, how is the young lady?" The girl on the bed gently nodded. "I am feeling much better now. I can return to the beast garden soon." Huang Ling and Apos' urged, "Do not rush to leave. You must recuperate fully. Little sister, please rest. I will prepare some food for you." "No, that cannot be. Sister Linger, you are the daughter of Elder Yulong, of noble status. How can I allow you to tend to me?" The girl attempted to rise, but was met with pain, letting out a soft groan. "Do not move around. Have you disturbed your injury?" "I am merely an ordinary person. My status is not lofty at all. I prepare every meal for my father and senior brother. You must rest well. If you move again, I shall be displeased." Huang Linger insisted. "Indeed, little sister. Your recovery is of utmost importance. I recently suffered a fracture and discovered that using spiritual energy to nourish the broken bone not only alleviates pain, but also accelerates healing. You must abide here and recuperate. Otherwise, I shall feel guilty." Observing Ye Feng's earnest demeanor, the spirited girl felt a wave of confusion. Was this truly the same Ye Feng who had once terrorized the countryside, bullying both men and women alike? After Ye Feng and Huang Linger offered words of comfort to the girl, they exited the room together. Huang Linger busied herself in the kitchen, while Ye Feng began to practice the sword control technique in the courtyard. This time, Ye Feng did not bind himself with ropes. Instead, as before, he flew at an altitude of 3 or 4 meters above the ground. In fact, the sword control technique was not overly difficult. While flying, one merely needed to concentrate spiritual energy in their feet, creating a gravitational pull with the celestial sword to stabilize their form. With diligent practice, even the most inept disciple could master the art of aerial sword maneuvering. Ye Feng, eager to explore the skies and fulfill his long-held dream of soaring on a sword, had fashioned himself a pair of flying shoes. Today, he had already reveled in the exhilarating experience of gliding through the firmament and had visited the martial arts plaza atop the mountain. Now, it was best to diligently focus on his training once more. Perhaps due to the extensive time spent soaring at high altitudes today, he found himself more adept at the sword control technique than the previous day without the binding ropes. This aligned with Ye Feng and Appo's belief that high-altitude flying greatly benefited his mastery of the technique, enabling him to grasp the nuances of sword control more swiftly. Meanwhile, Master Yulong arrived at the entrance of the Mo Zhuxian courtyard. The door was ajar, yet he hesitated to enter, lingering outside as if torn by indecision. He could not ascertain whether the recent occurrences surrounding Ye Feng were indeed related to the exposure of his lineage, nor could he determine if Ying truly knew something. Should it be the case that Ying was unaware and her previous pressure on the disciplinary court was merely an attempt to assist Yun Shuang'er in seeking justice? Would entering now not be akin to revealing his hand? Would he inadvertently push Ye Feng into a perilous situation? Jiang He, the 6th disciple of Master Ying, observed Master Yulong pacing near the entrance and sensed something amiss. She promptly reported her observations to her senior sister, Jin He. Jin He was somewhat surprised. The Mo Zhuxian was quite secluded, rarely visited by anyone. Master Yulong's continuous pacing indicated that something significant was afoot. Thus, she and Jiang He made their way outside. Indeed, they spotted the plump figure of Master Yulong standing not far away, his expression a portrait of turmoil. Jin He approached and inquired, "Master Yulong, I see you have been wandering here for quite some time. Have you misplaced something? Would you like us to assist in the search?" Master Yulong snapped out of his reverie and chuckled awkwardly. "No, nothing has been lost. Jin He, is your master present?" Jin He nodded. "She just finished lunch and is currently enjoying tea." "Master, are you looking for her? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Ultimately, Master Yulong lacked the courage to directly inquire with Ying. However, he was clever enough to shift his response, saying, "It's nothing of great importance. There were many people here yesterday, and some matters were not suitable for open discussion. I simply wanted to thank Ying for her care of my inept disciple. Had it not been for her, Fenger might not have awaited my return." With a sigh, he concluded, "I shall take my leave now." Master Yulong turned and departed, hands clasped behind his back. Observing his rotund silhouette, Jin He furrowed her brow slightly. Jiang He remarked, "Senior sister, has Uncle Yulong lost his mind? I can't comprehend what he means." Jin He's gaze flickered as she slowly responded, "I too find it incomprehensible. Let us return." In truth, she had a vague understanding of the meaning behind Yulong and Appo's words, for she had sensed that her master seemed to be shielding Ye Feng during this period. Upon their return to the courtyard, Jin He made her way directly to the bamboo cottage of her revered mentor, Master Ying. The door was ajar, and a faint aroma of tea wafted from within. Jin He entered and gently closed the door behind her. "Master, Uncle Yulong visited just now," she announced. "Oh, what does that rotund fellow want this time?" Ying inquired. "He expressed his gratitude for your care of Ye Feng, stating that without your assistance, Ye Feng would likely have perished long ago." At this, Ying and Appo's expression momentarily tightened, causing a few drops of tea to spill from the cup in her hand. Although her demeanor quickly returned to normal, Jin He was not oblivious. She noticed the subtle shift in her mentor and Appo's expression. Rather than inquire further, she obediently seated herself beside Ying, silently pouring tea for her master. Looking at her eldest disciple, Ewing spoke slowly. Here, you must harbor numerous questions in your heart and wish to inquire about this matter. Jean, he gently shook her head. Are you not curious? Ewing pressed. After following you for so many years, I have come to understand that what one ought to know will come to light in due course, while matters beyond one and Apos' grasp should remain untouched by curiosity. To ensure the survival of Yunhai sect, one must focus on their own affairs without delving into others. Upon hearing Jean He's response, a faint smile graced Ewing and Apos' still graceful features. Here, it brings me great comfort to know you think this way. In dealing with Ye Feng, I indeed have my own motives. However, my intention is not to shield Ye Feng for the sake of that rotund fellow. Jean, he nodded in understanding. I am aware of that. You understand? I assumed you might think there was some secret affection between me and that rotund fellow. Startled, Jean, he replied with a wry smile. How could that be? Master would never take a liking to Uncle Yulong. Oh, I am curious. What do you believe drives me to protect Ye Feng? If not for Yulong, could it be that I am taken by Ye Feng's potential? Not wishing for Yunhai sect to lose such a remarkable talent? Ye Feng. Potential? Talent? Jean, he was momentarily speechless. What skills did Ye Feng possess beyond indulgence and pleasures? Deceit and bullying? She sighed. Master, since we are on this topic, I have no reservations. Your clandestine confinement of Ye Feng in the discipline hall must relate to his origins, correct? At this, Ewing and Apos' expression shifted slightly. She delicately lifted her teacup and sipped. Glancing at the closed door, the soundproof barrier was now active. Continue, she instructed. Jean, he elaborated. Ye Feng and Apos' origins are undoubtedly complex. In our Yunhai sect, we have a rigorous process for accepting disciples. Nearly all inner disciples begin as outer disciples. Aside from my junior sister, all other disciples in our Mianju pavilion have spent years in the outer sect. Yet Ye Feng is an exception. Like my junior sister, he did not ascend from the outer sect. He was brought back by Uncle Yulong 12 years ago during his travels, when Ye Feng was merely 3 years old. With Uncle Yulong's status, if he sought to take on a disciple, he had ample talented youths to choose from in the passing on the arts hall. Yet, he chose to bring back a mere toddler. At that age, Ye Feng was entirely ignorant, and one could not discern his aptitude for cultivation. He required special care. Nevertheless, Uncle Yulong did not disdain the young Ye Feng, but instead took him under his wing with great care. I recall that Uncle Yulong was not adept at managing children. During the initial years, he would often bring Ye Feng to our Mianju pavilion and leave him in the care of several of us female disciples. Initially, you were quite averse to this, often arguing with Uncle Yulong over it, but one day you suddenly acquiesced. It was likely then that you uncovered Ye Feng's origins. Ewing maintained a serene expression, yet a hint of sorrow and nostalgia flickered in her eyes, as if recalling a departed acquaintance. Noticing her mentor and Apos' silence, Jean, he continued. During that period, Uncle Yulong provided attentive care to Ye Feng. In fact, he rarely descended the mountain for leisure, leading many to speculate that Ye Feng might be Uncle Yulong's illegitimate son. I once entertained that notion myself. Recently, I even thought that you were protecting Ye Feng for this reason, hoping to keep him confined until Uncle Yulong's return. However, 3 days ago, when Uncle Yulong returned with Huang Linger, I realized my assumptions were misguided. He could openly bring back the daughter of a courtesan and flaunt her without hesitation. If Ye Feng were truly his son, there would be no need for secrecy. A hint of scorn appeared at the corners of Ewing and Apos' mouth. Indeed, that rotund fellow possesses no shame and is a veritable spectacle. If he had a son, he would have paraded Ye Feng around. Moreover, given Uncle Yulong and Apos' appearance, it is implausible he could father a son as striking as Ye Feng. I now even question whether Huang Ling and Apos' is truly his biological daughter. While Ewing had yet to meet Huang Linger, rumors about her beauty had spread like wildfire through Yunhai sect. It was said that she was an absolute beauty. Yet how could a short, single-lidded, dark-skinned man like Yulong possibly father a daughter with such long legs and double eyelids? Huang Ling and Apos' mother was a courtesan, renowned for her beauty, having spent the night with countless men. Thus, Ewing harbored deep skepticism about Huang Linger's paternity. Noticing that her master had digressed, Jean, he gently cleared her throat. She was cautious not to criticize Uncle Yulong too harshly. Since Ye Feng is not Uncle Yulong's son, an important question arises. I have been pondering who his father might be, compelling Uncle Yulong, nearing 400 years of age, to make an exception and accept him as a disciple. Reflecting on the past 12 years, regardless of the troubles Ye Feng caused, Uncle Yulong always defended him fiercely. Given your attitude towards Ye Feng, I can only surmise that his origins must indeed be remarkable. Identity card. Yu Ying's eyes flickered. You have noticed Ye Feng's identity card? Jean, he nodded slightly. About 6 months after he joined, he fell into a cesspool, and thankfully, Shuang'er found him in time and pulled him out. I was the one who cleaned him up and discovered his identity card hidden in his clothing. Almost all disciples of Yunhai sect are unaware of Ye Feng's lineage and title. Ye Feng was born on the 2nd day of the 1st month in the year of the Wushan, with the title Zheng Yi inscribed on his identity card, a name unknown within Yunhai sect. Our young disciples are named according to their seniority upon entering the inner sect. The eldest disciple of the sect leader, Dugu Changkong, bears the title Yuan Yi. If Ye Feng did not possess a special identity, Uncle Yulong would never have named him Zheng Yi. I recall that after that incident, my master and Apos' demeanor towards him changed suddenly. If I am not mistaken, my master must have seen his identity token and discerned something from the information it contained. Master Yuing sighed deeply and said, "Here, you have not disappointed me in these years of teaching. I did not expect you to know everything. Today, this is merely a casual conversation between us. Once you leave this bamboo hut, you must know nothing, understand?" Jean, he nodded slowly and replied, "Disciple understands. I will not speak carelessly, master. But what exactly is the matter with Ye Feng?" Master Yuing raised her hand to interrupt. "Let us cease discussing Ye Feng. There is no need to bring him up again. He and Apos, as you have said before, if you wish to survive in Yunhai sect, refrain from any curiosity about others." Jean He's expression changed slightly. She lowered her head and said, "Disciple understands. Well, you may leave for now." Jean He stood, bowed slightly to Master Yuing, and exited the bamboo hut. After her departure, Master Yu Ying's expression suddenly grew quite complex. She had not anticipated that her eldest disciple was so perceptive. Even more surprising was that the fat fool, Yulong, seemed to have sensed that she was aware of Ye Feng's background. Master Yuing took out a delicate purple sandalwood box from her storage bracelet. The box was small. Upon opening it, a white jade token quietly turned within. The token bore inscriptions: Ye Feng, the 27th disciple of Yunhai sect, born on the 2nd day of the 1st month in the year of Wushan, with the given name Yi. This jade token was indeed Ye Feng's identity token. Strangely, it was now in the hands of Master Yuing, who seemed to have no connection to him at all. She gently caressed the token and picked it up delicately. Sometimes, I hope my speculations are true, other times, I wish I am mistaken. Alas, it has been over 200 years, perhaps it is time to let go. I do not wish for that child, Ye Feng, to be drawn back into the turmoil of over 2 centuries ago, nor do I want Mo Zhu Xian to be implicated. Master Yuing sighed softly, her expression filled with sadness and solitude. Meanwhile, at Fengling residence, Ye Feng had been flying around the courtyard for nearly half an hour, maintaining a speed of about 60 miles per hour. Despite several close calls, he did not fall, which brought him great joy. Huang Linger had prepared lunch and stood in the courtyard, shouting at the flying Ye Feng, "Senior brother, it's time to eat." After receiving his response, Huang Ling and Apos returned to the kitchen and soon emerged with a tray of food, heading towards the room where the little girl was resting. Ye Feng landed steadily on the ground, pleased with his progress. Yesterday, he could only fly at 30 or 40 miles per hour, and today he soared to 60 without falling. He could clearly sense his rapid advancement in sword control. While Huang Linger tended to the little girl, Ye Feng ate alone in the dining hall. Having skipped breakfast, he was indeed hungry and devoured a considerable amount of food. After the meal, instead of continuing to practice sword control in the courtyard, he returned to his room to rest. Having gone without sleep the previous night and experienced so much that morning, he felt quite fatigued. However, the thought of sleeping was out of the question. Only the dead would sleep. Ye Feng would never squander precious time in bed, not even if a beautiful woman lay there. Ye Feng sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Yunhai method. After completing 2 cycles, his fatigue dissipated entirely. When he awoke from his meditation, the night had fully descended. He opened the door and stepped outside. The courtyard was silent, with candlelight flickering in the kitchen. Upon entering, he found no trace of Huang Linger. Lifting the lid of the pot, he discovered some uneaten food inside. Not particularly hungry, he replaced the lid. He knocked on Ling and Apos' door, which also had a candle burning. Huang Ling and Apos' quickly opened the door, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you and Apos, reawake. Earlier, I called you for dinner, but seeing you meditating, I didn't want to disturb you." Ye Feng replied with an Peering inside, he saw the little girl sitting on the bed, and upon noticing him, she appeared somewhat anxious. Ye Feng chuckled lightly, asking, "How is your injury, little girl?" The girl timidly replied, "Thank you for your concern. Ye senior brother, I and Amp, Oppos, am much better now, but Sister Ling and Amp, Oppos, one tea let me leave." Ye Feng said, "You need to recover before returning to work." Huang Linger added, "Yes, if you stay here, you can keep me company. You have no idea how bored I am all day." Ye Feng nodded, preparing to leave when he suddenly remembered something. "Little girl, I recall you work at the Beast Garden?" The girl replied, "Yes, our workplace is not far." You know me?" She seemed surprised. "Of course. The Beast Garden I work at is northeast of the Jiazi Herb Garden." "Ye senior brother. Do you not remember me?" Ye Feng was speechless. He had not expected the original owner of his body to be acquainted with this girl. He coughed a few times and said, "Well, I suffered a head injury recently, and many of my memories are hazy." The little girl nodded in understanding. At that moment, Ye Feng asked, "Little girl, may I ask you something? Since you work at the Beast Garden, do you know if our Yunhai sect raises elephants? Especially flamboyant ones?" Huang Linger playfully punched Ye Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Senior brother, what are you talking about? Flamboyant? Don't say such nonsense. Elephants can't be flamboyant. Only people can." Unexpectedly, the little girl chimed in, "Ye senior brother, have you forgotten about the flamboyant elephant?" Ye Feng hurried to the bedside, joyfully exclaiming, "Little girl, you know about the flamboyant elephant?" The girl nodded, saying, "Yes, I was responsible for that elephant's care. It died 6 months ago because of you, and I was punished by the steward for it. You even dug the grave for it yourself." "I dug a grave? For an elephant?" Ye Feng was momentarily bewildered. "That's an elephant." He recalled how massive it was. How big a grave would one need? "You dug for 4 days," the little girl continued. Ye Feng asked, "Little girl, why is it called a flamboyant elephant?" She replied, "Its name is Kuei Shan, but you called it the flamboyant elephant. Why? Because whenever Kuei Shan saw you, it would wag its tail. You thought it was flamboyant, so you named it the flamboyant elephant. Now it made sense. It was simply my style." Ye Feng seemed to grasp the situation. He had told Miao Xiaoro that if anything happened to him, she should seek out this flamboyant elephant. The lost spiritual herb, Xianji, should be hidden where the flamboyant elephant was buried. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Huang Linger asked, noticing Ye Feng lost in thought. Ye Feng snapped back, shaking his head. "It's nothing, just realizing how talented I am. I could even come up with such a distinctive name for a flamboyant elephant." "Well, Linger, please take good care of the little girl. I won't disturb you any longer." Huang Linger nodded, saying, "Senior brother, dinner is in the pot. If you're hungry, serve yourself." "We've already eaten." I understand." Ye Feng exited Huang Linger's room. He settled into a lounge chair in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky. Lost in contemplation, the voice of Ye Fuyo echoed in his mind. "Yi, my boy, now that you know what the flamboyant elephant refers to, do you not wish to investigate?" "Certainly, I wish to explore this matter further. However, I am apprehensive that should we uncover something truly perilous, I may find it unbearable. I cannot shake off the feeling that this issue is far more complicated than merely losing a few rare herbs." Ye Feng expressed his inner turmoil. Having just attained the Sky Ascendant's realm, he is yet to formally embark on the path of swordsmanship. Should any monumental secret be revealed, or should he discover the identity of the perpetrator, his situation could become even more precarious. Ye Fuyu remarked, "You must investigate. The adversary lurks in the shadows while you are in the light. They could be anyone within your circle, and eliminating you would be all too effortless. You must ascertain who this foe is to be adequately prepared." Ye Feng nodded slightly, stating, "Once Miss Xiao Man has fully recovered, I shall have her guide me to find the flamboyant elephant. In the meantime, I shall diligently train to enhance my capacity for self-preservation. By the way, Master Uncle, today at the summit before the Heavenly Steel, you mentioned imparting all your spells and abilities to me. I find myself with ample time now. Shall we commence?" Ye Fuyu replied, "Your intellect is rather dull. I must repeat a single cultivation mantra thrice before it registers in your mind. Our Yunhai sect possesses over 300 techniques. If I were to teach them to you individually, I reckon it would require no less than a decade, if not more. Thus, I have devised a method. I shall compress these techniques into a memory illusion through secret arts. You may seek out what you wish to learn within that illusion." "Memory illusion? What does that entail? How does one access it?" Ye Fuyu explained. "The memory illusion resides within your spiritual sea and requires you to reach the God Ascendant's realm. So cultivate gradually, my boy." Ye Feng felt disheartened. He retorted, Master Uncle. Are you jesting? I have only just attained the initial stage of sky ascendance. Reaching the god ascendance realm will likely take me 2 or 3 years. Could you not be more forthcoming and impart everything at once? Our agreement is that you teach me your techniques while I allow your spirit to reside within my body. If you maintain this lackadaisical attitude, I may need to reconsider our partnership. My master has returned, and should I wish to learn something, I can simply approach him. Your existence has become of little value to me. You wouldn't dare to breach your word and betray me, would you? You made that assertion. Ye Feng retorted. I said nothing, yet you harbor such thoughts. Ye Feng grinned and mused. Is it a crime to contemplate? I am still dreaming of dual cultivation with all the beautiful women. I have yet to face any reprimands from the disciplinary court. Ye Feng adopted a shameless demeanor. You little rascal, are you planning to sever the bridge after crossing it? Without me, could you have reached the sky ascendance realm? Without me, could you possess the purple lightning and blue frost? One must have a conscience. Reflect upon your conscience, and loudly declare whether you owe me anything. Master Uncle, you are correct. One must uphold their conscience. Yet, there is an adage you may not have heard. One must look out for oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. Ye Feng smiled mischievously. Consider yourself fortunate. Now, what do you wish to learn? Ye Feng gritted his teeth. Once a formidable figure in the world, he now found himself at the mercy of a mere child. Were he still alive and had a breath left in him, he would have long since extinguished Ye Feng's life. Alas, with only a wisp of his soul remaining, he had no choice but to yield to the student he selected. Seeing the elder finally swayed, Ye Feng rubbed his hands together, revealing a sly grin. That illusionary body technique appears akin to the Lingbo Weibo. Heh, I wish to learn that first, not for seduction, but for self-preservation. Yes, for survival. He almost let slip his true intentions. I am not like that lovesick fool Duanyu, pursuing women. They only hinder my speed in drawing the sword. Ye Feng stated, I shall recite the cultivation mantra just once. If you fail to commit it to memory, do not blame me. Wait a moment. I must retrieve my writing materials. Ye Feng sprang from his chair like the wind, dashing into his room. After gathering his writing tools, he announced, Master Uncle, we may begin. Meanwhile, in the secluded area of Master Yun's retreat, the Grand Elder of the Disciplinary Court, Yu Qinzi, stood before a stone wall, hands clasped. Under the moonlight, the stone wall began to undulate, resembling a cosmic portal. Upon witnessing this, Yu Qinzi bowed and said, Elder brother, it is I, the fourth disciple. Yu Qinzi had previously sought an audience with Master Yun, but the latter was in seclusion. Thus, he remained by the stone wall for a day and night, until it finally responded. Fourth, what troubles you that necessitates my attention? A voice, ethereal and not particularly aged, resonated. Yu Qinzi replied, Elder brother, the individual in the stone prison has passed away. The wall's movements intensified, indicating that Master Yun was affected by the news of the elderly man, nearly turned into a living corpse. After a moment of silence, Master Yun's voice returned, now tinged with hoarseness and a sense of melancholy. Oh, when did this occur? Yesterday. Regardless of his past transgressions, he has atoned for his sins over the past 200 years. Fourth, see to his burial. Where shall we inter him? In the ancestral grounds of Yunhai. The ancestral grounds of Yunhai? Yu Qinzi paused. What shall the epitaph say? His identity is unique. A blank stone tablet will suffice. Understood. I shall attend to it promptly. Elder brother, would you not wish to see him one last time? After all, he was. Yu Qinzi hesitated to continue. Master Yun fell silent again. After a long pause, he said, matters of the world may never conclude. It is better to leave them unresolved. I believe he would not wish to see me. Yu Qinzi sighed, refraining from further comment. He bowed to the wall before taking his leave. The illusory shadow technique, also known as the mysterious shadow, is one of the 7 advanced body techniques of the Yunhai sect. It lacks offensive power and instead pursues grace and agility, serving as a common technique in close combat. Of course, it is also quite effective for fleeing. Such body techniques are relatively simple to cultivate, requiring no specific level of cultivation. In essence, it is akin to the divine arts found in the martial worlds of mortals, reminiscent of the Lingbo Weibo learned by Duanyu in martial arts novels. The mysterious shadow comprises 36 variations of movement, integrating the principles of the 5 elements, Bagua, and 9 palaces, among other profound techniques from the Book of Changes. Each step taken is exquisitely precise, allowing the practitioner to flicker in and out of visibility during close combat, confounding their opponents. Previously, when Ye Fu imparted the heart mantra to Ye Feng, its complex wording necessitated multiple recitations, often 3 or 4 times, before it was committed to memory. Sometimes, he would need to clarify and ensure that Ye Feng had memorized the entire mantra without omission before concluding the lesson. Thus, each time a technique was taught to Ye Feng, it consumed several hours, which left Ye Fu quite exasperated. As a spirit, he had no physical form and could dissipate at any moment. Prolonged conversations significantly drained his spiritual energy. Hence, Ye Fu contemplated organizing the various techniques of the Yunhai sect into a memory archive to be stored within Ye Feng's spiritual ocean. Once Ye Feng reached the God Ascendant's realm, he could extract these memories at will, learning what he desired. Unfortunately, Ye Feng, with his insatiable greed, insisted on being taught immediately. In a bid to intimidate Ye Fu, the old man severed their cooperative relationship. With no other option, Ye Fu had to concede, though he felt a surge of anger, insisting he would only repeat himself once. The old man believed he could turn the tide and manipulate Ye Feng. However, as fate would have it, Ye Feng was no ordinary person. He was a genius. With one clever strategy, he had a countermeasure ready. Resolutely, Ye Feng returned to his room, retrieved ink and paper, and began to meticulously transcribe the entire incantation for the illusory technique, word by word. The 36 variations of footwork were intertwined with a plethora of esoteric terms from the celestial stems and earthly branches, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces, rendering it even more perplexing than the incantation for the cloud sea technique. Fortunately, being a prodigy, Ye Feng was able to record it all. Otherwise, even repeating it thrice or 5 times would not guarantee that he could retain the entirety of the illusory technique in his mind. Within less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had mastered the incantation. Ye Fu perceived this method as rather effective and remarked, "Ye lad, tonight I shall impart several more divine spells to you. Make sure to record them on paper, lest you come to bother me again later." "Certainly. Thank you, Uncle Fuyo," Ye Feng exclaimed with joy. Regardless of whether he had the time to learn these spells now or whether they would become obsolete once he grew stronger, it was paramount to jot down the cultivation mantras and keep them close, for it is always better to be prepared than to suffer from regret. One can choose not to learn, but one must never be without knowledge. A prudent mind prepares for unforeseen circumstances, and who would reject such treasures? Throughout the night, Ye Feng toiled diligently in his chamber. Ye Fu generously recited nearly 20 forms of palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, body techniques, foot techniques, and evasion techniques. With the exception of sword techniques, the 9 sword styles were the most formidable sword techniques Ye Feng could currently cultivate. Other sword techniques required one to attain at least the 6th level of the divine control realm for comprehension. Ye Fu's reasoning was straightforward, aside from deterring the lad from pestering him in the near term. He aimed to utilize this interval when Ye Feng could not yet cultivate other sword techniques to focus on refining his body techniques, footwork, and martial arts. Though these spells would lose their utility once one reached the return to origin realm, they would still serve Ye Feng well in the coming years given his current low cultivation level. As dawn approached, Ye Feng finally ceased his transcription of the mantras. He stretched his sore wrists and mused, "Had I possessed this resolve during my college entrance exams, I would have long been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University." At this moment, he felt utterly fatigued. After organizing the transcribed cultivation methods, he settled cross-legged on his bed to meditate. Although cultivation can be monotonous, it is far more beneficial for restoring energy and alleviating fatigue than simply reclining in bed for slumber. Even if one were to stay awake for 3 days and nights, struggling against drowsiness, meditating for just 1 hour could suffice to replace 8 hours of deep sleep. In truth, the majority of cultivators sleep very little, spending their nights in meditation. Thus, the beds in a cultivator's room are typically quite basic, consisting of a wooden frame with a reed mat and a soft blanket. Sufficient as long as it is not uncomfortable. Ye Feng silently recited the cloud sea technique, circulating his true essence through 2 cycles, banishing all fatigue from his body. He then resumed the work he had begun in the stone prison, expanding his meridians and the sea of his dantian. On the day of his release from prison, he had just reached the void ascendance realm, and after several particularly busy days without practicing the cloud sea technique, he finally had the opportunity to engage in serious cultivation. To be candid, those spells, sword techniques, body techniques, and evasion techniques are ultimately superficial. The strength of a cultivator is primarily assessed by their cultivation level. The Cloud Sea technique serves as the sole pathway for all disciples' advancement within the Cloud Sea sect, the deeper one's comprehension of the Cloud Sea technique. The higher their standing within the sect. Cultivation is not achieved overnight. Even a prodigy like Yun Shuang must begin from the ground up. Since Ye Feng had just reached the void ascendance realm, the elevation in his cultivation level would greatly alter the impurities within his body. During the initial stages of advancing his cultivation, the barriers within his meridians and dantian would soften, allowing for easier expansion. This period is characterized by stability, known as the early void ascendance realm. After a span of 3 to 5 months, expanding the meridians becomes increasingly difficult, and the walls within the dantian harden, rendering further expansion impossible, marking the onset of the mid-void ascendance realm. At this juncture, even if one were to cultivate without ceasing for 24 hours, they could not increase their true essence. It is then that one must turn to cultivating the primordial spirit, the 4th layer of void ascendance and the 5th layer of divine control. The names alone indicate that the next stage focuses on one's spirit and soul. Previously, the cultivation levels were rather convoluted. In terms of the void ascendance realm, different sects and factions had varying terminologies. The Taoist sect often referred to it as the sword ascendance realm, while the Buddhist sect called it the law ascendance realm or the void ascendance realm. The demonic sects tended to label it as the control object realm. After countless millennia of human cultivation, the myriad factions developed their own nomenclatures. It was not until over 2,000 years ago, following the Jizi hunt, that the various sects convened to establish a unified naming system for cultivation levels to facilitate the grand tournaments held every 60 years, thus promoting the advancement of the cultivation world. Thus, the 10 levels of cultivation emerged: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, 100 meridians, void ascendance, divine control, return to origin, spirit tranquility, celestial being, transformation into void, and celestial stasis. During the initial stages of advancement, the process of expanding the meridians and dantian is incredibly pleasant, enveloping one in a warm sensation. Spiritual energy flows ceaselessly through the acupoints and meridians, while impurities gradually seep from the body through the pores, creating a sensation of transcendence and detachment from reality, allowing one to forget the passage of time. Such was Ye Feng's experience in this moment. Every cell in his being was suffused with an indescribable comfort. Although he had been a solitary and chaste man for 30 years prior to crossing into this world, he felt that the sensation he experienced now surpassed any physical intimacy he could imagine. As the spiritual energy circulated, the hunger in his belly gradually diminished. He continued to cultivate, lost in the process. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already dawn, not the following day, but the morning of the 3rd day. Unbeknownst to him, he had been seated in meditation for nearly 30 hours, feeling as if only an hour or 2 had passed. Upon awakening, he was greeted by a foul odor. Initially, he suspected a large rat had perished beneath his bed, sniffing the air like a curious pup. It was only when he realized the stench emanated from himself that he grimaced in realization. Ye Feng chuckled ruefully, understanding now why cultivators could endure sparse bedding, yet must always keep a bathing tub in their rooms. He opened the door to find his plump master seated in the courtyard, imparting cultivation wisdom to Huang Linger, who sat attentively beside him. Ye Feng approached, eager to listen. But Huang Linger pinched her nose and exclaimed, "Brother, you smell awful. Surely you haven't." "No, I absolutely did not soil my bed. Nor did I wet it." Ye Feng hurriedly clarified. It was crucial to set the record straight. If rumors spread that he had sullied his bed, how could he possibly live it down? The rotund Yulong glanced at Ye Feng and said, "Linger, go fetch some hot water for your brother so he can clean up." "Understood, father. I'll take care of it," responded the little girl. "Sister Linger, you're at a critical juncture in your qi refinement. It's best to listen to Uncle Yulong's explanations," interjected the slender girl, promptly rising to attend to her master. However, her left arm was still wrapped in bandages, as the broken bone required several more days to heal completely. Activities such as boiling water or carrying heavy loads were clearly beyond her current capabilities. Huang Linger smiled and said, "You are injured. You should rest first." Xiaoman was reluctant, but ultimately, the two women divided their tasks clearly, one tending to the stove and the other fetching water. Ye Feng approached and remarked, "Master, this Xiaoman is quite impressive. At such a young age, she has already attained the realm of flight and works so diligently. Moreover, she lacks a master. I believe we should keep her here. Get lost. The rotund Yulong rolled his eyes, waving his hand dismissively at Ye Feng like shooing away a fly. Please, master, I am discussing something serious. Linger is already in her teens and just started cultivating. Her progress is somewhat late. It is crucial for her to focus on her training and not be tied to the stove all day. You stink. Yulong snapped, irritated. Get further away. Ye Feng quickly retreated a few steps, chuckling nervously. Master, you want me to leave? I thought you were telling Xiaoman to go. Please consider my suggestion. There was no need for Ye Feng to voice this. Yulong had been contemplating whether to keep Xiaoman at Fengling residence. Upon returning, he initially intended for the elders' court to arrange for 2 clever attendants to assist Huang Linger with her daily needs. However, upon learning of his eldest disciple Ye Feng's covert harm, Yulong decided to shelve the plan for recruiting attendants, fearing that spies might be placed around him, and resolved to postpone the matter for a while. In recent days, Ye Feng had been secluding himself in his room for cultivation, while Huang Linger and Xiaoman had developed a harmonious rapport. Though Xiaoman's name included the character for marauding, she was neither unruly nor capricious. Rather, she was exceptionally well-behaved and gentle. Within 2 days, Huang Linger and Xiaoman had become good sisters. Just last night, Huang Linger had even asked Yulong if Xiaoman could remain at Fengling residence. Yulong did not directly agree to his daughter's request, but merely suggested they would see and not rush into a decision. In truth, Xiaoman was well-suited to stay at Fengling residence to care for Huang Linger, both in terms of age and character. Yulong hesitated, however, because he could not fathom one thing. Even elite inner disciples, under the guidance of esteemed masters, rarely reached the 4th level of flight before the age of 14. How could Xiaoman, an outer disciple burdened with arduous tasks in the Beast Garden, possibly attain the realm of flight at such a young age? If she truly possessed talent comparable to Yun Shuang'er, she would have been accepted as a true disciple by the elders long ago. It was precisely Xiaoman's extraordinary proficiency that made Yulong wary. After all these years of misfortune at Yunhai sect, how could such a rare talent fall into his lap? He was uncertain whether Xiaoman's appearance was truly coincidental or if it was part of a clandestine arrangement. Thus, under the pretense of Ye Feng's foul odor, he sent him away, leisurely strolling out of the courtyard with a wine gourd in hand. Ye Feng returned to his room, and soon after, Huang Linger knocked on the door, announcing that the bathwater was ready. After a lengthy soak in the spacious tub, Ye Feng regretted that Yunhai sect did not offer backscrubbing services. Once dressed in clean clothes, he strapped the Ziqing divine sword to his back and ventured into the courtyard to practice his sword technique. He felt he had made significant progress since his last practice session and aimed to master flying on the sword before tackling more complex footwork. Due to the unique attributes of the Ziqing divine sword, he had been diligent, and his swordsmanship had improved considerably. Though he could not yet match the aerial acrobatics of Qi Yao, Feng Tong, and Ben Lei, he could maintain a steady speed of 60 miles per hour in a straight flight. After cultivating for over 2 hours, as dusk approached, Ye Feng reluctantly descended from the sky. In the courtyard, Linger and Xiaoman were chatting while enjoying snacks. Upon seeing Ye Feng land, Huang Linger clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Senior brother, your flying is getting better and better." Ye Feng grinned widely and replied, "Of course. Your senior brother is a rare talent in cultivation. What takes others months to master in sword technique, I can achieve in just 3 to 5 days." Huang Linger nodded and laughed. "Senior brother, Xiaoman has told me so much about you. Boasting is one of your defining characteristics." Boasting? Ye Feng and Appo's expression froze as he looked at Xiaoman. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she appeared somewhat flustered. Ye Feng sighed. "That is merely a misunderstanding of the world regarding your senior brother. I am actually a good person. Besides my handsome looks and abundant talent, I possess nothing else." Huang Linger rolled her eyes. After spending considerable time with Ye Feng, she had grown accustomed to his antics and was no longer as shy as when she first arrived at Xinghua Peak, unabashedly expressing her thoughts even in front of Xiaoman. Ye Feng chuckled inwardly. He put away the Ziqing divine sword and sat opposite the two, grabbing some jerky from the table and tossing it into his mouth. Then he inquired, "Xiaoman, could you tell me about the medicinal garden? You know I suffered an injury to my head last time, and many memories have eluded me." Xiaoman nodded, "Sure. The beast garden I manage is quite close to your A-grade medicinal garden, so I have some understanding of it. What would you like to know?" Ye Feng stroked his chin and said, "Please tell me about my performance in the medicinal garden over the past year." Xiaoman and Appo's expression suddenly became somewhat stiff. "My performance in the medicinal garden over the past year. Could you ask something else?" Why? Ye Feng was puzzled. Did we not know each other before? Seeing Xiaoman hesitate, he felt bewildered. Xiaoman cleared her throat gently and murmured, well, senior brother Yi, during your time at the medicinal garden, your life was rather colorful. You were not only very concerned about the health of the beautiful female disciples, personally checking on them, but also stood guard by their windows at night to prevent others from peeping while they bathed. In your leisure time, you engaged in some thrilling entertainment games with outer disciples and frequently mingled with them. Ye Feng was left utterly bewildered. Huang Linger's eyes widened in shock. Xiaoman, senior brother is concerned about the health of beautiful female disciples? What does that mean? Xiaoman furtively glanced at Ye Feng and replied, it just means touching their hands, their backsides. That shouldn't be considered harassment. Huang Linger ground her teeth. Guarding female disciples while they bathe at midnight? Senior brother Yi has only peeked a few times, caught at most 50 times. Thrilling entertainment? Group gambling. I knew it. What does mingling mean? Senior brother Yi often gets into fights. Enough. Enough. Ye Feng quickly stood up, exclaiming, how could that be? Xiaoman, don't speak nonsense. I will accuse you of defamation. Defamation? She is slandering me. Linger, you must not believe her. Huang Linger retorted, senior brother. You are the infamous Yi Ba of Yunhai, bullying both men and women. Do you really believe you are a good person? Ye Feng forced a laugh. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Xiaoman immediately chimed in. Though senior brother Yi is mischievous, he has also done many good deeds. Is that so? Ye Feng exclaimed, beaming with joy as if he had grasped a lifeline. See, no matter how bad a person may be, they should have some bottom line. I refuse to believe that the original owner of this body has done no good deeds. Now, this is the perfect opportunity to elevate my reputation. As she clutched her head in contemplation, Xiaoman gradually wore an expression of bewilderment. After a considerable time of pondering, she continued to utter vague sounds. Ye Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, Xiaoman, I've tolerated your indecision for long enough. You've been mumbling for ages, and yet have not managed to produce a single coherent thought. I have lived in Yunhai sect for 12 years. Surely, I must have accomplished at least one commendable deed. Think harder. You could even consider the art of misdirection. His impatience was palpable. Suddenly, Xiaoman smacked her forehead, her eyes alight with excitement. I've remembered. Her enthusiasm suggested that she had recalled a significant event from Ye Feng's past, akin to a victorious battle in her mind. You dug a pit for 4 days and buried the elephant Quishan. Ha! I knew it. I was once a good person. Wait a moment, Quishan. Why does that name sound so familiar? That was the flamboyant elephant you poisoned. She reminded him, recalling their conversation from 2 days prior. Ye Feng and Appo's expression froze. I poisoned Quishan and then buried it? Is that what you consider a good deed? Of course. According to our Yunhai sect's regulations, whoever is responsible for an animal and Appo's death must also bury it. That enormous elephant was under my care, so it was my duty to dig its grave. And you assisted me in that regard. Even though I received 30 lashes and was confined for 5 days as a result, you indeed buried Quishan. Ye Feng sighed. Xiaoman, if you truly cannot recall any heroic exploits of mine, you could at least mention the time I rescued you from Fong Tong and Zhuge Benliai's clutches a few days ago. Using the burial of the elephant as an example feels rather contrived. Xiaoman, enlightened, immediately turned to Huang Linger and proclaimed, Linger, Yi Shixiang is right. 3 days ago, while I was searching for a sword in the back mountain, I encountered Fong Tong and Zhuge Benlai. They insisted on reading my fortune and taking advantage of me. Thanks to Yi Shixiang's timely intervention, I narrowly escaped a disastrous fate that day. Yay, I've finally remembered a good deed done by Yi Shixiang. Ye Feng placed a hand on his forehead and turned to leave. Huang Ling and Appo's called out, where are you going, Shixiang? To do good deeds. From today onward, I shall perform a daily act of kindness. I aspire to be a good person. Before he could reach the courtyard's entrance, a young man clad in purple entered. He was tall and handsome, with striking features and long bangs that obscured his left eye, reminiscent of a non-mainstream style from the early 21st century. The young man chuckled. Old Yi, did I hear correctly? You wish to do good deeds? You should be content with just being a decent person. Ye Feng frowned at the unexpected arrival of this fashionable youth. The young man, noticing Ye Feng's scrutiny, said, Old Yi, what are you staring at? Just because I changed my hairstyle, you no longer recognize me? It and Appo's. Me, Old Fu. Old Fu. Ye Feng began to recall the introductions given to him by Fong Tong and others, struggling to remember a friend named Old Fu. The young man, slightly annoyed, insisted, Old Yi, this isn't funny. Do you really not know who I am? I am Fu Jinghong. Fu Jinghong. Ye Feng gasped in shock. Huang Linger and Xiao Man, who had been seated, stood up simultaneously upon hearing that name. Ye Feng stuttered, Fu Jinghong? Which Fu Jinghong are you? Fu Jinghong frowned, lifting his bangs to reveal his eyes, which bore into Ye Feng's astonished face. Old Yi, are you all right? Are there any other Fu Jinghongs in Yunhai sect? I just returned to the mountain today and heard from Shixiang Chongkong that 6th Shirshu brought back a beautiful girl from the mortal realm. I came to see if he was here. He borrowed 500 taels of silver from me 3 years ago to find a woman and still hasn't Apos. He returned it. 6th Shirshu, come out. Pay me back. It was confirmed. This non-mainstream figure was indeed the second disciple of the sect leader Yun Yi, Fu Jinghong. Currently, Yun Yi had 7 disciples, from the eldest, Duga Chongkong, to the youngest, Miao Xiao Ro, each a prodigy in their own right. Among them, the most exceptional were Duga Chongkong and Fu Jinghong. Duga Chongkong was known for his elegant demeanor and kindness, while Fu Jinghong was free-spirited and eccentric, possessing even greater talent for cultivation. In the Spirit Mountain competition 60 years ago, Duga Chongkong secured 3rd place, while Fu Jinghong claimed the top spot. Their childhood bond had been extraordinarily strong, but the aftermath of the competition introduced a subtle shift in their relationship. In recent decades, Fu Jinghong had taken an unexpected turn, displaying an ambition for power that was previously uncharacteristic of him, as he began to vie for the position of the sect's junior leader against Chongkong. With his innate talent surpassing that of Dugu Chongkong, and having outperformed him in the competition, he quickly garnered a following within the sect. As Yun Yi aged, their rivalry intensified. Approximately 2 years ago, Yun Yi announced his seclusion, marking a pivotal moment. The crux of the matter was that prior to entering seclusion, he issued a peculiar decree. During his absence, the affairs of Yunhai sect would be managed by Duga Chongkong and Fu Jinghong. This meant that the two would wield considerable influence over the 6 divisions of the sect. Ultimately, Dugu Chongkong gained control over the most crucial departments, the Transmission Institute, the Discipline Institute, and the largest Beast Spirit Institute. In contrast, Fu Jinghong was relegated to overseeing the Spirit Treasure Institute, the Guest Institute, and the Heavenly Bounty Institute. To put it bluntly, Chongkong managed the vital departments, while Fu Jinghong controlled the armory and some divisions of the Department of Internal Affairs. Recently, as a member of the Guest Institute, Fu Jinghong attended several diplomatic events and just returned today. Although it seemed that Fu Jinghong lacked the strength of Duga Chongkong, the future remained uncertain. Years ago, Yun Yi was the 2nd disciple himself, not particularly strong, yet he ultimately triumphed over his elder brother, Yun He, and ascended to the position of sect leader. In other sects, leadership transitions often led to internal strife. Yet Yun Yi appeared to have hastily set the stage for a rivalry between his 2 disciples. Everyone understood this was a significant test imposed by Yun Yi on Chongkong and Fu Jinghong. The one who could achieve results during the old man's seclusion would likely secure the position of successor to Yunhai sect, while the loser would face a fate of wandering the world, seldom to be heard from again. Though Ye Feng and Huang Linger were relatively new to the Yunhai sect, they had already heard the name Fu Jinghong echoing throughout the sect. However, Ye Feng had not anticipated that the illustrious Fu Jinghong, capable of rivaling the esteemed Duga Chongkong, would present himself in such an unconventional manner, resembling a member of the artistic subculture from 2 decades ago. As Fu Jinghong shouted for 6th Shirshu to come out and repay his debt, Ye Feng felt a chilling thought creep into his mind. He said, "Old Fu, stop calling out. My master has left." Fu Jinghong tossed his long bangs aside and replied, "It and Apos. S fine. I and Apos. VE already returned to the mountain. I and Apos. LL come every day to block him. That old scoundrel, always trying to swindle our hard-earned money." Ye Feng pulled Fu Jinghong aside and whispered, "Odd changes, even Don and Apos. T change?" Fu Jinghong paused, looking at Ye Feng in surprise. "What? Odd changes, even Don and Apos. T change." The next line, "Think about it. The girl looks familiar?" "What girl?" "Change it. The king covers the earth." The next line is, "You think carefully. The fairy dances seductively. The palace's jade liquid wine. Engaging in flower and willow games. Look at this dish, it's a gathering of heroes. The headliner of the fragrant pavilion, exuding charm from within." Roll away. Ye Feng was furious. He thought he had found a fellow townsman, only to be left disappointed. Hey, old Yi, what and Apos is wrong? My answers are great." Fu Jinghong wore a gloomy expression as he turned to Huang Ling and Appos, and the young lady Xiaoman. He smiled. Two beautiful fairies. May I ask which one is the daughter of the plump master uncle Lingo? Huang Linger stepped forward, clasping her hands in greeting. Huang Linger greets senior brother Jinghong. This is Miss Xiaoman. Fu Jinghong hurriedly stepped forward, taking Huang Ling and Appos, as hand. Oh, there and Appos. No need to be polite. Ling and Appos, your father and my master are close brothers. Here in the Yunhai sect, we are the closest, the others are merely collateral relatives. Sister Linger is indeed a stunning beauty. I can hardly take my eyes off her. In the future, if you encounter any trouble, just mention your brother's name, and no one will dare to bully you. If any trouble arises, your brother can clear it away for you. Well, excluding murder and arson, excluding treachery against the master and ancestor, excluding lewdness and abduction, excluding petty theft, excluding gambling in groups, excluding robbery, excluding inciting chaos, excluding bullying the weak, excluding collusion with demonic sects, excluding indiscriminate slaughter, excluding illegal brawls, excluding harassment of ladies. Except for all the aforementioned matters, I can help you clear the way. After all, I, Fu Jinghong, am the second senior brother of the Yunhai sect, and I still have significant influence. Ye Feng and the others were dumbfounded. This fellow had nearly recited all the rules of the Yunhai sect, with everything excluded. What could he actually help with? Did this second senior brother truly have any influence? Ye Feng quickly stepped forward, pulling the non-mainstream lecher away from the junior sister, shielding Huang Linger behind him. Old Fu, let go. Don't take advantage of the situation to harass Linger. Old Yi, you're wronging me. I am Fu Jinghong. How could I engage in such morally corrupt behavior? I merely wanted to get closer to Sister Linger. Don't think otherwise. Ye Feng rolled his eyes. Is that so? Of course. Fu Jinghong felt a bit guilty and quickly changed the subject. Linger, have you decided on your inner disciple name yet? I can help you with that, to spare you another trip to the Transmission Academy. Ye Feng interjected. There's no need for the second senior brother to worry. Senior brother Chong Kong has already arranged a name tag for Sister Linger. What good name can that illiterate senior brother come up with? A beauty like Linger deserves an exquisite name to match her. Huang Linger replied, Senior brother, you flatter me. My name is Jingshu. Jingshu? Not good. Wait, you are Jingshu? Fu Jinghong tossed his hair, his expression turning astonished. Huang Linger replied, Yes, what's wrong? Is there something amiss? Fu Jinghong scrutinized Huang Linger closely. You must never tell anyone that your Dharma name is Jingshu. Seeing the grave expression on Fu Jinghong's face, Huang Linger asked, Senior brother Fu, my father gave me that name, and senior brother arranged it. It's such a beautiful name. Why can't I tell anyone? It is a beautiful name, but some matters are better left unknown. Trust me on this. Do not tell anyone that your name is Jingshu, or you will encounter endless trouble. Since Master Lu is not here, I shall return another day to pay my respects. Fu Jinghong cupped his hands to the three and turned to leave. His behavior was quite peculiar. From the moment he entered the courtyard, he had presented himself as a carefree lecher, but upon learning Huang Linger's name was Jingshu, his demeanor seemed to shift entirely. The frivolous expression on his face vanished in an instant, and he no longer referred to Yulong Shangren as the plump master uncle, but rather as Master Lu. Ye Feng chased after him. Old Fu, let me see you off. He rushed out of the courtyard, quickly catching up to Fu Jinghong. In a low voice, he asked, Senior brother, what did you mean by that earlier? Linger being named Jingshu seems rather serious. Fu Jinghong glanced around to ensure there were no disciples nearby, then pulled Ye Feng to the side of the stone path. Old Yi, let me share something we've known for many years. I only heard today that 2 days ago, Master Yumei caused a commotion at the Transmission Academy, claiming her female disciple Miao Miao's name was suddenly revoked, changing from Jingshu to Jingmei, leaving Miao Miao in despair. Master Yumei nearly demolished the Transmission Academy in her anger. Fortunately, Master Xianqi intervened to calm her down. The explanation from the Transmission Academy was that during a recent disciple registration survey, they found the name Jingshu was duplicated, so according to the first-come first-served rule, Miao Miao, being only 70 years old and having joined the sect for merely 60 years, was deemed to have joined later than the other individual by several decades. Hence her name was revoked. Initially, I thought this was just an accidental mix-up at the Transmission Academy, but now it seems. You understand. Master Yumei is our fifth master uncle. Years ago, she followed Master Uncle to vie for power but failed, and for over 200 years, she has been living in seclusion at Lianhua Peak, yet her temper remains fiery. If Master Yume were to discover this matter, she would surely think it was Master Lu's doing, bullying her, and it would cause an uproar. So, you must not tell anyone that Linger took the name Jing Shu. Do you understand? Ye Feng nodded in understanding. However, he found nothing particularly strange about it. In his past life, he had witnessed all sorts of despicable deeds. A high school teacher could secretly manipulate things so that his daughter replaced another female student in college. As for other revolting privileges, there were plenty. Yulong Shangren was also a figure of high status in the Yunhai sect. Arranging a more appealing name for his own daughter at the expense of another disciple was hardly shocking. What is the big deal? Linger liked the name Jing Shu. And if Master Yume thought it unfair, she could challenge my master to a duel. Whoever wins would claim the name. Seeing Ye Feng's arrogant demeanor, Fu Jinghong turned and ran, covering his ears. I didn't hear anything. This has nothing to do with me. Master Yume, who would have thought? Ye Feng's mind echoed with the low, hoarse voice of Yi Fuyao. Ye Feng asked, Master Uncle, do you know Master Yume? Yes, we were once quite familiar. She and your master Huang Yudao were both direct disciples of the previous sect leader, Xuan Fuzhenren. Your master is the sixth disciple, while Master Yume is the fifth. She is your master's fifth senior sister, so you should address her as fifth master uncle. Such a close relationship. Ye Feng frowned. If their relationship is so close, why would my master take her disciple's name? I fear that even your master may not be aware of this. It is likely that Duga Chong Kong acted on his own accord. Why? Yuni Master Uncle and Master Yume are also quite close. Senior brother Woon and Oppos T offend her over something so trivial. Ye Feng was perplexed. Du Gu Chong Kong, whom I have encountered once, is a man of remarkable cunning and restraint, adept at navigating situations with utmost precision. Even I, a hopeless romantic with nearly zero emotional intelligence, recognize that one must tread carefully and avoid offending either side in matters of importance. So, why would such an astute individual as Brother Chong Kong engage in such a foolish act? Alas, in this world, the victors are always the ones who wield control. Once one falters, they become nothing. It is indeed fortunate that Yu Mian has managed to reside undisturbed on Lianhua Peak for over 2 centuries. Your master, Huang Yudao, though greedy and indulgent, is also a man of loyalty. Had he known beforehand that Yu Mian's disciple had taken the name Jing Shu, he would not have named his own daughter thus. However, Du Gu Chong Kong is different. In his heart, or rather in the hearts of most disciples of Yunhai sect, those who chose the wrong side in the past, despite holding the title of elder, wield no real power. Indeed, they are even less than the ordinary elders. Du Gu Chong Kong has shown some regard for Yu Mian's reputation, refraining from outright seizure and instead providing her with an excuse. Even if he had not offered an explanation and had simply revoked the title of Yu Mian's disciple to bestow it upon Huang Yudao's daughter, what could Yu Mian possibly do? Ultimately, it is Yu Mian's own folly that has led her to ally with the wrong individuals. Had she chosen the right side back then, she would undoubtedly be a person of great renown today, rather than hiding away on Lianhua Peak for 2 centuries. Yi Fuyu's voice grew increasingly sharp, seemingly filled with indignation for Yu Mian, yet more so with a sense of regret. Whom this regret was for, he could not tell. As Ye Feng walked, he mused, that struggle for power occurred more than 200 years ago. I am not well versed in its details, only aware that it was a conflict between my grandmaster and second master, akin to today's situation between Brother Chong Kong and Brother Jinghong. Uncle Fuyu, did you also partake in that struggle for power? Did you choose the right side? If I had chosen correctly, I would not have been imprisoned for over 2 centuries. What? Is this the reason you were imprisoned for so long? Ye Feng felt a slight shock at this revelation. Those who supported the Grandmaster, like Yu Mian, enjoyed a peaceful life. How could this Uncle Fu have been imprisoned for so many years? Master Yuni, the leader of Yunhai sect and a figure revered and cherished by all, would hardly be so petty, would he? Yi Xiaozi, remember your promise to me. Do not mention my existence to anyone, or you will face dire consequences. Do you understand? I understand. I will never speak of it. Having witnessed numerous political intrigues and palace dramas, Ye Feng knew well the perilous nature of harboring an adversary of the powerful and allowing them to impart their skills to him. Should those in power discover this, he would surely be eliminated in secrecy. As twilight deepened, Ye Feng found himself alone on the stone path winding through Xinghua Peak. From the summit, streams of light cascaded down, a breathtaking spectacle. He wished to perform a good deed, yet all the young disciples deliberately avoided him. Some of the more attractive female disciples, upon seeing him, did not merely step aside but fled in haste. "Ah, fair maiden, do not run. I mean no harm." But he soon grew weary of explanations. Resignation replaced his initial intentions. If he could not be seen as a good person, he might as well embrace the role of a rogue. Should the events unfolding in this world be likened to a web novel, the protagonists representing justice would undoubtedly be Du Guchang Kong or Fu Jinghong. As for himself, he felt he was not even a supporting character, merely a minor antagonist. Was Fu Jinghong truly a fellow countryman? The absurd thought resurfaced in Ye Feng and Apos' mind. Observing Fu Jinghong and Apos' demeanor and unconventional appearance, he resembled a time traveler. Yet, when they exchanged secret signals, Fu Jinghong and Apos' responses were nonsensical. Nonetheless, this did not entirely extinguish Ye Feng and Apos' suspicions regarding Fu Jinghong's identity. If he could inexplicably find himself in this world, could others not also arrive here? The realm of web fiction is replete with tales of multiple travelers. Viewing his existence as part of a web novel, Ye Feng felt a sudden expansion of his mental horizon. However, it was quickly overshadowed by an overwhelming dread. If he was not the only traveler, the implications were terrifying. Lu Cixin's The Three-Body Problem once mentioned the dark forest theory, where every civilization wandering the cosmos resembles a hunter in a dark forest, armed and vigilant. This theory applies equally to travelers. Each should conceal their identity, for once revealed, the consequences may not be welcoming. With this thought, Ye Feng felt a chill enveloping him, as if a pair of cold eyes were fixated on his neck, poised to strike when he least expected it. Thus, he turned and fled, feeling his pace was slow. He drew the Ziqing divine sword and soared towards Fengling residence. As night deepened, he approached the ancestral grounds of the Yunhai sect. Located approximately 30 miles west of Xinglua Peak, near the foot of Luoxia Peak. Here lie the remains of the sect's past leaders and esteemed elders over millennia. The ancestral grounds are divided into two sections, the southern area housing the ancestral hall, where the spirit tablets of the sect's founders are enshrined, and the northern area, a verdant bamboo grove, dotted with numerous graves, each marked by a stone tablet. The Yunhai sect is thriving, with its incense burning brightly. These graves are regularly maintained, and even those dating back thousands of years remain pristine. Recently, a new grave has been added to the grove. Unlike the others, this one is marked with a blank stone tablet, devoid of inscriptions. In life, one leaves a name, and in death, a sound. Those worthy of resting in this bamboo grove are indeed figures of great significance in the history of the Yunhai sect. This blank tablet is a first for Ye Feng. In the deep of night, before the blank tablet, the bright moonlight filters through the bamboo leaves, cascading to the ground like liquid mercury, shifting and elusive. Dozens of shimmering lights begin to coalesce, forming the figure of a tall man clad in a pale green robe, his hair half white, styled in a traditional topknot, secured with a simple wooden hairpin. Under the moonlight, he appears dignified, with a long beard cascading to his chest, and though his face is etched with deep wrinkles, his demeanor remains extraordinary, his gaze serene. He embodies an ethereal presence, perfectly suited to the description of an immortal. The mysterious elder stands before the blank tablet, his calm eyes beginning to glimmer. Then, he sits upon the ground, retrieving a rusted copper basin, a bundle of paper money, 2 white candles, a flask of wine, and a stick of incense from his storage bracelet. With a flick of his fingers, several paper notes ignite, and he casts them into the copper basin. He lights the candles and the incense, then pours a small amount of wine before the blank tablet, taking a sip from the flask himself. "Ah, master brother, throughout these years, you must harbor a great resentment towards me. Yet, to be candid, I am indifferent to it and harbor no regrets. I had extended opportunities to you, even expressing my willingness to govern the Yunhai sect alongside you, yet you declined. You insisted that I refrain from implicating others and treat Sister Yumiang and the others kindly, which I accomplished. You expressed a desire to descend the mountain and live among mortals, and I permitted your departure. But why? Why did you choose to betray the Yunhai sect and consort with the demonic sorceress? Master brother, despite the numerous wrongdoings of your past, I have remained forgiving. Whether you believe it or not, I have never contemplated your demise. I recall my early days as a disciple under our master, when I was quite young, and you took great care of me, imparting skills and teachings, defending me against the consequences of my misdeeds. The Yunhai sect, once renowned throughout the world, struck fear into the hearts of demonic beings. Those years, our adventures together were filled with exhilaration. Alas, we cannot return. Those days are irretrievably lost. Upon finishing, the elder let out a profound sigh, his gaze somewhat distant. He raised his cup and murmured, "Master brother, I have shown you all the compassion I could. Your illegitimate child with the demonic sorceress, old Six, did not slay him. The two corpses brought back by him and Sister Yuang were indeed those of the sorceress. Yet the male infant was not your son. Old Six believed his plan was flawless, but all his actions were under my watchful eye. He secretly left your son at the doorstep of a prominent family in Chizhou, a family of cultivators. Your son was remarkably talented, eventually becoming the adopted son of the family head, and Yulong often descended the mountain to visit him. Regrettably, 12 years ago, a sudden attack by the demonic sect led to the family's ruin overnight. Your son perished heroically, yet your grandson survived. He still lives, and you may find solace in that. Before the nameless monument, the elder's expression reflected deep sentiment. This mysterious elder is none other than one of the current leaders of the mortal realm's celestial path, the 26th master of the Yunhai sect, Master Yuni. Master Yuni, surnamed Shun and named Lin, is 460 years old, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of transformation, merely half a step away from the legendary 10th layer. Over 2 centuries ago, he ascended to the throne of the Yunhai sect. In these past 2 centuries, Master Yuni has diligently managed the sect, leading it to great prosperity, earning the admiration of the populace, revered as a living deity. As for the owner of the nameless monument, the elder who has lost an arm, he is Master Yuni's elder brother, Master Yunha. The two once vied for the position of sect leader, causing a bloodbath within the Yunhai sect. Ultimately, Master Yunha faltered and was defeated. For many years, including Master Yulong and Fairy Yumiang, it was believed that their elder brother had perished. Who could have imagined that Master Yunha had remained alive, concealed right under their noses? Imprisoned within the confines of the disciplinary courtyard? Once, they grew up together, bound by camaraderie, facing life and death as brothers. Yet over a mere chair, they became rivals. A reality that has left many lamenting. Although countless years have passed, Master Yuni has not forgotten the bond he once shared with Master Yunha. For years, he has known everything yet remained silent. Over 2 centuries ago, upon discovering that his elder brother had consorted with the demonic sorceress Linglong and fathered a child, he and Yu Chenzi confronted Master Yunha, dispatching Yulong and Yueying to eradicate the threat. Subsequently, Yulong and Yueying returned with the corpses of a mother and child. Yet Master Yuni had already arranged for shadow agents to monitor the situation. Yulong, recalling the bond of brotherhood, cleverly deceived his companion Yueying and secretly saved Master Yuna's newborn son. Later, Yulong placed the infant at the doorstep of a family of cultivators, naming him Guowei. Following that incident, Yulong resigned from his position as the chief elder of the disciplinary courtyard, becoming a rogue known only for indulgence in earthly pleasures. However, each time he descended the mountain, he would secretly visit Chizhou to check on Master Yuna's son, Guowei. Thus, 2 centuries passed. 12 years ago, a group of demonic masters slaughtered that clan of cultivators. Upon receiving the news, Yulong rushed to the scene, discovering Guowei's son, not yet 3 years old, hidden within a well. After much internal struggle, he decided to bring Master Yunha's grandson back to Tianyun Mountain to raise, naming him Ye Feng. For many years, Yulong believed his actions were untraceable, yet many were aware of this secret. Master Yuni, the shadow agents overseeing the matter, and Yueying, who had executed the cover-up with Yulong, all knew of Ye Feng's true lineage. At that time, Yueying was merely in her early hundreds, at the peak of her youth and wisdom, having ascended to the position of the foremost elder of the Mo Zhu Pavilion. From the outset, Yueying harbored suspicions regarding Yulong's intentions. Although Yulong aligned himself with Master Yuni during the power struggle, his inherent nature was not malevolent. Yet, he callously extinguished the life of his elder brother's newborn child. After reporting back, Yulong appeared transformed. He not only resigned from the elder court, but also devolved into a debauched existence. It was then that Yueying began her covert investigation. After decades of scrutiny, she discovered that Yulong always took a long detour to Chizhou while indulging in his vices. Subsequently, Guowei entered her purview. At first sight, Yueying noted a striking resemblance between Guowei and the demonic sorceress Linglong, whom she had slain years ago. Further investigation revealed that Guowei was indeed the infant abandoned at the Guo family's doorstep. Calculating the timeline, It coincided perfectly with the time when the sorceress and her child were executed. Yue immediately deduced that Yulong had not killed Master Yun's son. For years, Master Yun, Yulong, and Yue have quietly observed Guo Wei's growth. Guo Wei inherited the remarkable attributes of his parents, despite practicing the relatively simplistic cultivation methods of the Guo family. He progressed rapidly. By the age of 60, he had achieved the realm of returning to origin, a rarity among mundane cultivators, and was adopted as a son by the family head. Guo Wei dedicated his life to cultivation, marrying at the age of 140, and his wife bore him 3 sons and 2 daughters. Tragically, on that fateful bloodstained night 12 years ago, all but the youngest son perished, hidden away in an ancient well, thus escaping the calamity. Initially, Yue was unaware that Ye Feng, whom Yulong had brought back, was Guo Wei's youngest son, believing instead that all 5 of Guo Wei's children had met their end. It was only 6 months after Ye Feng arrived at the Yunhai sect that, while playing, he fell into a cesspool. He was fortuitously rescued by Yu Shuang, a newly initiated disciple of the Mo Zhu Pavilion. The female disciples, including Jin He, quickly changed his clothes and cleaned him up. It was during that incident that Jin He discovered the identity Jade token on Ye Feng. However, Yue also glimpsed the token. Having monitored Guo Wei's life for years, upon noticing that Ye Feng's birth date matched that of Guo Wei's youngest son, and considering the timing of the family's massacre, Yue deduced why Yulong had insisted on taking the young Ye Feng as his disciple. Even if Yue were not astute, she would have surmised that Ye Feng was indeed Guo Wei's youngest son. Realizing early on that Guo Wei was the offspring of the esteemed Master Yunhe and the enchanting Ling Long, the venerable Yue concealed this truth for over a century. Naturally, she could not divulge Ye Feng's origins. After all, he was the grandson of the former master of Yunhezong, and Yue wished to preserve a lineage for her master. This was the very reason she previously used the pretext of her little disciple being harassed to exert pressure on Yukenzi, all in an effort to buy time for the return of Master Yulong. The secrets hidden by Yulong and Yue were fully known to the current sect leader, Master Yue, yet he chose not to expose them. As night deepened, the paper money had burned completely, and the wine had been consumed. Master Yue spoke extensively before the uninscribed monument, reflecting that since the falling out with his elder brother, they had not shared such lengthy conversations. Finally, he reached out to gently touch the monument, whispering, "Elder brother, our grievances have come to an end. I hope in your next life, you are reborn as a mortal, steering clear of the murky waters of the cultivation realm. I have said much today. It is time for me to depart, but I shall return to visit you." His fingers brushed lightly over the monument, revealing a glimmer of loss and melancholy in his eyes. With a long sigh, Master Yui's towering figure suddenly transformed into dozens of tiny streams of light, swiftly dispersing in all directions, vanishing within the bamboo grove. Shortly after his disappearance, an elderly figure clad in a black robe emerged from the shadows. The old man was remarkably frail and haggard, stooped over with a dark bamboo staff in hand. The wrinkles on his face resembled the bark of a millennia-old tree, instilling a sense of dread. It was difficult to fathom how many years such an ancient man had lived. His eyes were murky and devoid of spirit, resembling a soulless corpse. With a single step, he traversed several dozen zhang, arriving at the uninscribed monument. He sighed and muttered to himself, "I wondered whose monument this was. Turns out it is Yi. I thought you had perished long ago, yet here you are, surviving until now. It seems Shun has treated you well, allowing you to live for over 2 centuries." The old man's words revealed a crucial piece of information. He was acquainted with both Master Yue and Master Yunhe. His tone and manner indicated he held a far superior status to both men, for few had the privilege to address the current sect leader, Master Yue, as Shun. Squinting his clouded eyes at the monument, he remarked, "Yi, to be buried here, you can rest assured. Fear not, I shall tend to your grave in the future." The old man turned to leave, and with a single step, he vanished completely. He had employed the profound technique of shrinking the earth, a remarkable ability of Yunhezong. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ye Feng awoke from his meditation, immediately checking for any unusual odors on himself. Thankfully, there was none of the foul stench he had experienced upon awakening the previous day. Exiting his room, he found Linger and the spirited Xiaoman seated in the courtyard, meditating. Linger had just begun refining her qi and showed no significant signs yet, while Xiaoman, having reached the void flight realm, was practicing with considerable flair. her beautiful head adorned with swirling spiritual energy that shimmered in a delicate rainbow hue under the light's refraction. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "Could this be the gathering of the 3 flowers and the 5 qi?" Master Yulong, resting in a reclining chair, noticed Ye Feng's emergence and immediately gestured for silence, signaling him not to disturb the 2 young ladies in their training. Ye Feng understood. The early morning, with its auspicious purple energy, was crucial for cultivators, prompting many disciples and even elders to emerge at dawn to gather qi. Ye Feng waved his rusty sword at his plump master, indicating his intent to practice sword techniques. Master Yulong merely waved him off. The 2 communicated silently for a moment before Ye Feng stepped onto the azure-green divine sword, slowly ascending into the air. Surrounding him were numerous young practitioners honing their sword techniques, with many heading towards the mountaintop square. As Ye Feng had not secured his sword with ropes, he dared not fly directly to the summit, opting instead to wander around the mountainside. Occasionally, he encountered several novices like himself, flying slowly and clumsily. They had all tacitly agreed to a mutual non-mocking pact, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Thanks to the blood-forged divine sword beneath his feet, Ye Feng's command over the celestial blade far surpassed that of ordinary young disciples, granting him a significant advantage in mastering the sword technique. Within just a few days of practice, he had nearly grasped the intricacies of the art. To avoid disrupting Ling, and Xiaoman's training, he flew farther away, steadily increasing his speed from 30 to 60 miles per hour. At this point, Ye Feng began to feel his balance waver. He concentrated his true essence at the 3 acupuncture points, Yongquan, Duntian, and Taichung, creating a pulling force that firmly anchored the sword to his feet. The unsteady sensation subsided immediately. Taking a deep breath, he began to accelerate once more, breaking through 60 miles and gradually reaching 80 miles per hour. This was the first time he had flown so swiftly without any protective measures. Ye Feng let out a jubilant cheer, but in the next moment, he nearly plummeted from the sky, hastily calming his mind and slowing his speed. Moments ago, he was elated. Now, he felt despondent. Although his progress in sword techniques had been swift, he still yearned for more speed. Gazing up at the swift figures soaring through the sky, Ye Feng pondered when he too would glide freely like those senior brothers and sisters. Just then, a large celestial crane swept past him, creating a gust of wind that nearly knocked him from the air. Enraged, Ye Feng shouted, "Are you blind? Didn't you see a talented novice practicing his sword technique here? If you knock me down, I swear I'll hold you accountable." Suddenly, the crane circled back in the air, startling Ye Feng. Could it be that he had encountered a formidable opponent? The crane flapped its wings and hovered about 10 meters in front of Ye Feng. "You deserve to fall. Did you think you could threaten me?" came a crisp and familiar female voice. Ye Feng squinted, his expression stiffening in recognition. It was none other than his nemesis, Yun Shuang'er, elegantly mounted on the crane's back, her piercingly cool gaze making him feel uncomfortable. Memories of a delightful night over a month prior flooded his mind. "Oh, it's you, Sister Shuang. A misunderstanding. It seems you have grown even more beautiful during our time apart. Congratulations." His flattery was met with disdain, prompting Ye Feng to assert, "Every word I speak is from the heart." "Humph," Yun Shuang'er scoffed coldly. "Are you practicing sword techniques?" "Indeed. I've only been training for 3 days, so my flying isn't very steady." "I hope I haven't embarrassed you, Sister Shuang'er," Ye Feng said, scratching his head sheepishly. Yun Shuang'er's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, "So, you've finally decided to cultivate. How rare. In fact, as long as you don't fall. It doesn't matter if you stand on the sword with your feet or use your hands." "Use my hands. How would that work?" Ye Feng inquired. "What do you think?" she teased. With that, she patted the crane's body and its soared into the sky. "Sister Shuang'er, I haven't thanked you yet. May I treat you to a meal?" "Sure, catch up to me, and I'll agree." Yun Shuang'er's ethereal voice echoed from above. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation soon after. When a man encounters a beautiful woman, he often finds himself entranced, not out of mere lechery, but due to the uncontrollable hormones surging within. In his previous life, Ye Feng and Apos' hormonal secretions were particularly potent, rendering him a devoted admirer for over a decade. Yet he remained a virgin. At this moment, he appeared to have forgotten the lessons of his past and was still harboring fantasies of a romantic encounter with Yun Shuang'er. As he watched the celestial crane gradually drift away, anxiety consumed him. If he descended now to secure a rope, Yin Shuang'er would likely vanish without a trace. Suddenly, Ye Feng recalled her earlier words, "Use your hands, not your feet." His eyes lit up as he chided himself for being an utter fool for not realizing it sooner. He slowly rose from his crouched position, gripping the sword hilt, and thus found himself suspended in midair. His true essence coalesced in his palm, firmly adhering to the sword's hilt. With a slight mental nudge, the Ziqing divine sword soared upward with remarkable speed. The sight resembled that of a superhero wielding a sword as he flew. Exhilaration surged within Ye Feng. He urged himself to accelerate, and the divine sword, attuned to his thoughts, transformed into a streak of azure lightning, darting across the sky with such velocity that the young disciples training above could only stare in astonishment, speculating about the identity of the black streak that had just zipped past them. Unbeknownst to Yin Shuang'er, as she rode the celestial crane southeast, Ye Feng was resolutely pursuing her. She noticed a flash of azure light zipping past her crane and frowned slightly, dismissing it. Moments later, the azure light, having traveled a considerable distance, returned. "Shuang, air, I'm catching up." The azure light swiftly zipped past her once more. With keen eyesight, Yin Shuang'er discerned that the streak of azure light enveloping the large rat was, in fact, Ye Feng. He wielded the celestial sword, traversing the air with astonishing speed. What's happening? This is impossible. He cannot be this fast. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the azure light zipped beside her again. This time, Ye Feng slowed down, laughing heartily. "Shuang'er, you truly are a genius. I'm in awe. Who knew a sword immortal could fly like this? And it feels effortless. Akin to riding an airplane. No, it's more like a fighter jet. A supersonic J-20 fighter jet." Ye Feng exclaimed with great excitement. He had been pondering the notion that traversers were akin to hunters bearing arms in the dark forest, vowing never to utter phrases from his previous world again. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, thoughts of airplanes and J-20s slipped from his lips. Typically, celestial swords do not possess such capabilities. Yet the Ziqing was a divine weapon forged from lightning and frost. It was a blood-refined treasure that had recognized Ye Feng as its master, becoming a part of him, manipulable at will. As Ye Feng soared on the celestial sword, any acceleration or turn could potentially fling him off. But gripping the sword allowed him to masterfully address the issue of stability. During flight, the Ziqing divine sword would release a barrier of azure light, encasing Ye Feng within it, giving the illusion that he was being towed by the sword while he felt minimal resistance. With a mere thought, the sword would respond, adjusting its speed and trajectory as he desired. The speed at which he flew was astonishing, comparable to the rapidity of drawing a sword during combat. Were it not for the constraints of space and Yin Shuang'er's frosty demeanor, Ye Feng would have lunged at the celestial crane, wishing to express his gratitude with a kiss on her cheek for her selfless guidance. Yin Shuang'er was momentarily stunned. Initially, she had intended to tease Ye Feng, hoping for his embarrassment, but she never anticipated that he would unwittingly take flight with the celestial sword. Not only was his flight remarkably steady, but his speed was astonishing as well. Regaining her composure, she coolly remarked, "No need to be modest. We are fellow disciples, and mutual guidance is expected." Ye Feng, brimming with excitement, asked, "Can I invite you to dinner now?" "You must agree. I truly need to thank you." Yin Shuang'er narrowed her gaze, retorting, "Catch up to me first." Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the celestial crane's back, soaring skyward and racing away. "Shuang'er, I'm coming," Ye Feng cried out. And with a surge of intent, the divine sword accelerated, transforming into a streak of azure light in hot pursuit, leaving behind the majestic white crane in disarray against the vast sky. Yin Shuang'er, standing atop her sword, glanced back to see Ye Feng, now a streak of azure light rapidly approaching. Her pupils narrowed as she urged her sword to its limits. Her sword, known as Huanqi, was a superior celestial weapon imbued with water and ice attributes. Her cultivation level was formidable, and with all her might, the Huanqi sword radiated dazzling white light, shooting into the sky like an arrow released from its bow. Yin Shuang'er believed her speed was among the finest among her peers, while Ye Feng had only just reached the aerial mastery stage. Surely, she would leave him behind effortlessly. Unfortunately, the speed of an arrow could not compare to that of lightning. The Ziqing divine sword, being of the lightning attribute, utterly outclassed Yin Shuang'er as Huanqi. In a matter of breaths, Ye Feng appeared behind her in an oddly comical manner. While others wielded their swords with grace, he grasped the hilt with both hands, raising the divine sword above his head, presenting a rather absurd sight. Though he may have looked ridiculous, his speed was undeniably impressive. As he flew alongside Yin Shuang, he released his left hand and waved at her, whose face was etched with disbelief. Shuang, it seems this time I've caught up to you. Yun Shuang's eyes widened, her expression a mix of shock and incredulity. Having always been the pride of her generation, revered by her peers, she had never before been so overtaken by a young man. Her pride forbade her from conceding defeat to Ye Feng, a self-proclaimed slacker. Gritting her teeth, she accelerated with all her might. Yet, Ye Feng remained like a persistent shadow, keeping pace with her. At this moment, Yun Shuang had pushed her speed to the limit. Yet Ye Feng maintained a relaxed demeanor, clearly not operating at his maximum velocity. Realizing her impending defeat, she gritted her teeth and said, "Ye Feng, follow me." With that, she altered her course and flew westward, while Ye Feng closely followed, inquiring, "Where are we headed, Shuang?" She offered no reply. The azure and white streaks of light swiftly vanished into the vastness of the cloud sea sky. Meanwhile, on a narrow path winding through the mountains of Xingluo Peak, Su Kai and Lin Yi strolled side by side. In the early morning, most disciples were engaged in their training, rendering the stone pathway particularly tranquil. Lin Yi inquired, "Ye Feng has been away from the Discipline Academy for 5 days now. Did you notice anything unusual while keeping an eye on him?" Su Kai gently shook his head, replying, "With Uncle Yulong present, I dared not stick too close. I only instructed a few trusted disciples to observe his movements." Since Ye Feng left, he had reached the aerial mastery stage, and the following day, he had ventured to the sword tomb with Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei in search of a broken sword. In recent days, he had often been seen flying around his residence on that very sword. Indeed, the day before yesterday, he and a few unsavory companions were atop the mountain when Ye Feng, while practicing his swordsmanship, inadvertently injured an outer sect female disciple. Currently, that disciple is recuperating in the courtyard of Master Yulong. Although this incident contravenes sect rules, the young woman chose not to report it, leaving the disciplinary hall in a position where they cannot intervene, thus allowing this scoundrel to escape unscathed. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his surprise. Su Kai inquired, "Is there something amiss, Senior Brother Lin?" Lin Yi replied, "That rascal Ye Feng has a notorious reputation. He has committed countless misdeeds and inflicted harm on many in the past. Why, then, has he suddenly adopted a sense of responsibility this time? He even took her back to recuperate. Do you not find this behavior rather peculiar? I suspect he is worried that the female disciple might report him to the disciplinary hall. After all, he has only recently been released and surely does not wish to find himself imprisoned again. Moreover, Senior Brother Lin, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention." Su Kai hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Given our relationship, what is there to be cautious about?" Su Kai fell silent for a moment and then said, "Ever since Ye Feng died once and lost his memory, he has seemed like a different person. His character, especially, has undergone a significant transformation. He appears less malevolent and has taken to diligent cultivation. You may not be aware, but through my observations over the past few days, he has been tirelessly training, a stark contrast to his previous lazy demeanor." Lin Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, "It is said that while one may change their circumstances, their true nature is hard to alter. A complete transformation is not sufficient to change one's character, unless their very soul has been exchanged. Su Shidi, regardless of how he may appear, we cannot let our guard down. Just because he is behaving differently does not mean he will never regain his memory. As long as he remains, he poses a significant threat to us, and we should seize any opportunity to gauge his true intentions." "Understood," Su Kai nodded in agreement. "Currently, with Master Yulong just returned, it won't be easy to take action against Ye Feng. We can only hope he remains in this state of amnesia, which would be beneficial for all." The two exchanged a few more casual remarks before Lin Yi stated, "The second senior brother has returned, and preparations for the internal competition of the Yunhai sect should commence soon. This competition is of great significance for both the first senior brother and the second senior brother, as many external elders and sect leaders will be present to observe. We must ensure that everything proceeds flawlessly. The first senior brother privately instructed me to investigate which disciples from the second senior brother's faction will be participating in their respective levels of cultivation. It is crucial that this internal competition not only be executed perfectly, but that our disciples surpass those of the second senior brother in the top 10 rankings." Su Kai added, "If we investigate the cultivation levels of the younger disciples, it would be more convenient for the first senior brother. as the transmission hall keeps records of all elite inner sect disciples. However, these records may not be entirely accurate, especially with the approaching Yunhai competition and Ling Mountain duel. Many elite disciples choose to conceal their true abilities, not wanting others to gauge their strength. The first senior brother provided me with a list. You should discreetly send someone to investigate the true cultivation levels of the disciples on this list and ascertain if any have been secretly bribed by the second senior brother. Sukai took a piece of paper from Lin Yi, unfolding it to reveal a neatly written list of several names. These names belong to the most outstanding young disciples under 40 in the Yunhai sect, predominantly from Xing Luo Peak, with some hailing from the nearby floating mountain peaks. At the top of the list was Yun Shuang. After glancing at the list, Sukai folded it and tucked it away, declaring, "I understand. With several months until the Yunhai sect competition, I will conduct a thorough investigation promptly." Meanwhile, on the peak of Luoxia Mountain, situated to the west of Xing Luo Peak, the Tianyin mountain range sprawled for miles, a labyrinth of countless mountains. The disciples of the Yunhai sect primarily operated in the vicinity of Xing Luo Peak. The northern, eastern, and southern regions of Xing Luo Peak were largely dedicated to medicinal gardens, beast pastures, and other such enterprises, whereas the western area housed the ancestral hall and sacred grounds of the Yunhai sect, deemed a forbidden zone where ordinary disciples were prohibited from entering without cause. The ancestral land of the Yunhai sect lay nestled between Xing Luo Peak and Luoxia Peak. Luoxia Peak was neither particularly high nor perilous. It once served as a residence for disciples of the Yunhai sect. To protect the ancestral land from outside disturbances, the disciples relocated to Xing Luo Peak over 2,000 years ago. Yun Shuang descended gracefully upon the peak of Luoxia Mountain, riding her Hanqi Xianjian from the southeast. The summit featured a modest square, capable of accommodating no more than a few hundred individuals, a far cry from the spacious training grounds atop Xing Luo Peak, which had lain in disrepair for years, overgrown with weeds and strewn with rocks. Nearby stood a few stone houses that had not yet succumbed to the ravages of time. This place was Yun Shuang's sanctuary. Her solitary nature disinclined her to engage in laughter or form friendships, and she rarely practiced her sword techniques at the bustling square atop Xing Luo Peak. 9 years prior, shortly after reaching the Void Flight realm, she discovered this secluded haven while honing her swordsmanship. Though long abandoned, it felt like a paradise to her. Over the past 9 years, she had frequently returned here to train, often cleansing herself in the cold pool at the foot of Xing Luo Peak after her sessions. Yun Shuang landed effortlessly on the summit's square, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy. In contrast, Ye Feng's descent was rather unseemly. He flew while holding his sword, resembling someone awkwardly navigating an aircraft without proper landing gear. Fortunately, he was timid and fearful of pain, opting to hover the Ziqing divine sword several meters above the ground before gradually descending. His landing speed was hardly faster than that of a turtle. Once his feet were firmly planted on the ground, he exhaled in relief, sheathing his rusty sword into its tattered scabbard. Observing his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the frosty demeanor of the white-clad fairy before him. With a rather lewd expression, he remarked, "Sister Shuang, don't you think we're progressing a bit too quickly? Perhaps we should dine first or take a stroll, allowing for some psychological preparation." In this remote wilderness, with only the two of them present, even the most erudite gentleman might be led astray. And Ye Feng had never been a paragon of virtue, whether in his past life or as the original host. Yun Shuang regarded Ye Feng's unbecoming expression with a slight frown, retorting, "This is my regular training spot. What lewd thoughts are you entertaining? You're drooling. It's revolting." Ye Feng hastily wiped his chin with his sleeve, protesting, "I was flying too fast earlier. The wind blew." Internally, Ye Feng lamented, realizing he had overstepped once again. After all, he had previously pursued a girl far less attractive than Yun Shuang for years and had not even managed to reach second base. How could someone as stunning as Yun Shuang ever be within his grasp? Casting aside his absurd and unrealistic fantasies, Ye Feng inquired, "Sister Shuang, what brings you here? You're not still angry with me, are you? Planning to beat me up?" He emphasized, "I assure you, I have faced the consequences of my actions. The kick you delivered before you left broke 3 of my ribs, and I was confined for an entire month. Upon my release, I immediately sought you out to apologize. We are even now." Yun Shuang's gaze grew increasingly frigid as she scrutinized Ye Feng. "It seems you indeed witnessed something you should not have that night." "Absolutely not. I swear by the heavens, I truly saw nothing that evening. It was a misunderstanding. Ye Feng insisted fervently. Ye Feng observed the icy demeanor in Yun Shuang'er's eyes and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Yun Shuang'er tightly gripped the Hanshi divine sword, but ultimately refrained from drawing it. She coldly snorted, "In that case, you shall never speak of this again, otherwise, I shall truly kill you." Ye Feng chuckled awkwardly. "I won't mention it, ever. Rest assured, this shall remain our little secret." Seeing Ye Feng's absurdly lewd expression ignited Yun Shuang'er's ire. Had she known this young man would grow up to be so unruly, she should have feigned ignorance when he fell into the latrine years ago. After rescuing him from that pit, leaving him covered in filth, he had the audacity to steal glances while she bathed. Yun Shuang'er shook her head lightly. Some matters only fueled her anger further. She feared that if she continued to ponder, she might very well cleave Ye Feng in two with her sword. Regardless of the target, whether the head above or the one below, it would end the same way. Noticing Ye Feng glancing around, she inquired, "Ye Feng, may I ask why your speed is so remarkable?" Is my speed really that impressive?" Ye Feng responded, somewhat surprised. "Indeed. Have you not noticed?" Upon reflection, Ye Feng realized she was correct. Ever since Yun Shuang'er had suggested he wield a sword while flying, he had indeed been creating sonic booms, characteristic of supersonic flight. He grinned. "I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your guidance, I would have needed much longer to master the sword technique." "What is your cultivation level?" Yun Shuang'er slowly inquired. "I am at the initial stage of sky control." "What of it?" "Impossible. The sky control realm does not possess such formidable spiritual power. It cannot account for such speed." Upon hearing Ye Feng claim to be at the initial stage of sky control, Yun Shuang'er immediately cast doubt. As the paragon of the Yunhai sect, and with the powerful Hanshi in hand, even a sixth-layer return-to-origin cultivator would struggle to surpass her in speed. However, during their recent contest in the skies, despite exerting her utmost, she had been unable to shake Ye Feng off, and his ease suggested he still had reserves of strength. This revelation left Yun Shuang'er utterly astonished. She began to suspect that Ye Feng had been concealing his true abilities all along, perhaps already reaching the divine control or return to origin realms. Thus, she had brought him to her secret base to uncover the mysteries surrounding him. Ye Feng felt helpless. He understood that his extraordinary speed was not due to his cultivation level, but rather the sword he wielded. However, given the legendary status of the Ziqing divine sword, he could hardly disclose to Yun Shuang'er that his rusty sword was, in fact, the third-ranked weapon among the ancient 10 divine armaments. He guessed that even if he were to confess, she would never believe him. In this matter, all he could do was feign ignorance. Scratching his head, Ye Feng said, "Sister Shuang'er, I am but 16 years old. My plump master has been absent for 3 years, and I have only been doing menial work in the medicinal garden for over a year. Reaching the sky control realm is already commendable. Do you really think my cultivation level is high? You overestimate me." Upon hearing this, Yun Shuang'er's expression shifted slightly. Previously consumed by surprise, she now recalled Ye Feng's young age. Though he had been in the sect for nearly 13 years, he was indeed only 16. Ye Feng was acknowledged as the laziest disciple in Yunhai sect, constantly engaging in mischief and abhorred sitting in meditation to cultivate. Hence, it was improbable for him to have attained a high level of cultivation. He must have just reached the sky control realm. Yet, why was his sword flight so extraordinarily swift? She shared the same suspicion as Yulong, her gaze drifting toward the peculiar sword slung across his back. "Your sword? Where did it come from? What grade is it? Are you interested in my sword?" Ye Feng asked, taken aback. He continued, "I found this sword 3 days ago after apologizing at the Mo Bamboo Pavilion. I discovered it on the cliff in the sword tomb. As for its grade, it's either a magical artifact or a treasured weapon. Sister Shuang'er, you should know that there are no good swords in the sword tomb. My master said my cultivation is too low, so I should make do with this one for now. He will have the master craftsman at the artifact hall forge a high-grade sword tailored for me." "Oh, the sword tomb?" Yun Shuang'er's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had assumed that the sword Ye Feng possessed was a legendary weapon passed down from Uncle Yulong. If it were indeed a high-grade sword, it could account for unimaginable speed. Yet, Ye Feng claimed to have acquired it from the sword tomb just 3 days prior. The sword tomb had existed for millennia. Although the Spiritual Treasure Institute occasionally replenished it with swords, their quality was typically low, mostly consisting of the most basic magical artifacts, with high-grade swords being exceedingly rare. Yun Shuang'er pondered for a moment before making a request she felt was somewhat audacious. May I have an unreasonable request? Could I see your sword? Magical artifacts are akin to a cultivator's second life. Unless one is a close kin, it is unlikely they would share their artifacts with others. Yun Shuang'er assumed Ye Feng would categorically refuse. She had already prepared to invoke the emotional card, reminiscing about the time she rescued him from the latrine. To her surprise, Ye Feng uttered not a word of refusal, nor did he exhibit any hesitation, conflict, or resistance. He simply drew the sword from his back, saying, "You have helped me so much. What relationship do we share? Why speak of unreasonable requests? If you wish to see it, then see it." Yun Shuang'er stared at the rusted long sword presented before her and then looked up at Ye Feng, who wore a smile. Her expression was one of astonishment. "Do not be courteous. Feel free to examine it for as long as you wish." Noticing Yun Shuang'er's lack of action, Ye Feng waved the Ziqing sword lightly. Yun Shuang'er snapped back to reality, realizing Ye Feng was not jesting, though she was perplexed as to why he had suddenly become so generous. She accepted the sword and began her examination. Ye Feng was not concerned that Yun Shuang'er would discern any peculiarities about the Ziqing divine sword. Just the day before, his plump master had inspected it without noticing anything amiss. Regardless of her prowess, Yun Shuang'er was merely an 18-year-old girl with limited experience, knowledge, and insight compared to his indolent master. Even his master, upon activating the sword, considered it merely a rusty, crumbling blade. Yun Shuang'er could hardly be expected to identify its extraordinary nature. Yun Shuang'er seated herself on a protruding rock and scrutinized the rusted sword in her hand. Although the sword's initial impression was akin to that of Ye Feng, a complete waste, she suspected that the secret to Ye Feng's remarkable speed lay within this very sword. Thus, she examined it with utmost diligence. Ye Feng, having waited for some time, grew bored as Yun Shuang'er remained engrossed in her study of the worn-out sword. He began to stroll around the dilapidated little square. In its prime, the Luoxia Peak had hosted 300 to 400 disciples, rivaling that of a small sect. Not only were remnants of a plaza visible atop the mountain, but looking down, one could still make out the ruins of structures, albeit now shrouded in ancient trees and weeds. After 2,000 years, some stone edifices had yet to be completely erased by time. The entire mountaintop square appeared chaotic, yet the central arena seemed to have been frequently used, remaining relatively intact amidst the decay. Although Yun Shuang'er had long regarded this place as her secret training ground, she was a woman of indolence, never lifting a finger to tidy up anything other than the arena where she practiced year-round. Apart from that, she had not touched anything else. Ye Feng leaped into the air, covering a distance of several meters with a few bounds, and arrived at the arena. The space above was quite expansive, significantly larger than an octagonal cage, comprising a vast quadrilateral stone platform used for disciples to spar and hone their skills. The arena was entirely constructed from massive stones, the surfaces of which bore ancient, weathered patterns, likely the array of a protective barrier. Ye Feng had previously seen such a barrier on the arena at the summit of Xinglua Peak. It not only shielded the arena from the onslaught of energy and sword qi, but also contained the fluctuations of true essence released by combatants within its confines, preventing any errant sword qi from injuring spectators nearby. What a splendid place this is! Ye Feng had now grasped the technique of wielding a sword in flight and was eager to practice the 9 styles of sword control taught to him by Ye Fuyo, along with various footwork, palm techniques, and martial arts he had transcribed. He wished to avoid drawing attention to himself and was apprehensive that training at the summit of Xinglua Peak might inadvertently harm innocent bystanders as it had before. This place was indeed a natural training ground. It was merely 70 or 80 miles from Xinglua Peak. With his sword, he could reach it in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, it was secluded and tranquil, perfectly aligning with Ye Feng's plan to live under the radar. As he indulged in these thoughts, a figure draped in white, as graceful as drifting willow fluff, gently descended before him. Yun Shuang'er's indifferent voice broke through the stillness. "What are you gazing about for?" Ye Feng smiled and replied, "Sister Shuang'er, this place is quite splendid. Do you train here alone most of the time?" Yun Shuang'er nodded, stating, "The western side of Xinglua Peak is a forbidden area. No disciples venture here. It is indeed just me most days." Ye Feng rubbed his hands together and said, "Training alone can be rather dull. I have been searching for a suitable place to practice swordplay. Since we are old acquaintances, why don't we train together?" "Absolutely not," Yun Shuang'er decisively rejected. Ye Feng's expression stiffened as he asked, "Why not? This place is so vast, and you can't possibly utilize it all alone. Good things ought to be shared. One should not hoard everything. What did you say? Yin Shuang'er raised an eyebrow. Ye Feng quickly slapped his mouth a few times, exclaiming, No, my mistake. You're not a dog, and certainly not waste. No, observing Ye Feng's increasingly absurd remarks. Yin Shuang'er's expression morphed into one of growing distaste. She tossed a rusted sword to him, saying, I am about to begin my sword practice. You should leave at once. Wait, let us discuss this further. There's nothing to discuss. Ye Feng felt helpless, his mind grumbling incessantly. Under Yun Shuang and Amp, Appo's unfriendly gaze, he elevated his sword and slowly ascended. Sister Shuang and Amp, Appo's, should you lose today, remember a woman's word is not to be taken lightly. I shall return to find you. Fearing a possible reprimand from her, he hastily accelerated his flight away. Watching Ye Feng vanish into the distance, Yin Shuang'er's expression grew serious. She had studied that worn sword for quite some time and found nothing amiss. She had even activated it a few times, releasing a feeble sword chi. It was merely an outdated low-tier artifact. Yet, why did it exude such an aura of power in Ye Feng's hands? Could it be an illusion? Yin Shuang'er took a few deep breaths, drew out the Hanshi divine sword, and attempted to fly in the same manner as Ye Feng. Although she could ascend, her speed paled in comparison to when she stood upon her sword. Furthermore, her arms experienced a significant strain. This method was only suitable for short distances. For longer flights, her arms would surely give out. How did he manage it? Lost in contemplation, Yun Shuang and Appo's recalled that when Ye Feng approached, his attention had been primarily on her, neglecting the surrounding environment. Now, as he turned towards Xinglua Peak, he glanced down and discovered a grand structure nestled within the forest beneath him. To the north of the building lay a sprawling bamboo grove. Ye Feng remembered that upon arriving in this world, he had crawled out from a graveyard at the back of Luoxia Peak. Fearing the malevolent spirits would consume him, he fled blindly until dawn, heading towards the towering Xinglua Peak. At that time, he walked along the northern edge of the bamboo grove, never realizing there was a sizable residence to the south of it. Ye Feng slowed his flight, inquiring, Uncle Fuyo, are you awake? I am a spirit. I do not require sleep. Next time, could you change your opening line? How about, and Appo's, have you eaten yet? And Appo's, is that acceptable? Ye Fuyo fell silent. A spirit that didn't require sleep. Could it also eat? What is it? Speak. Ye Fuyo conceded, resigning to Ye Feng's persistence. Ye Feng pointed at the large house amidst the dense forest below, asking, What is that place? That is the ancestral hall of Yunhai sect, housing the spiritual tablets of the sect's renowned ancestors from the past millennia. The northern bamboo grove is the ancestral land of Yunhai. Ye Fuyo's voice grew somber, as if long-buried memories were being resurrected. So, this is the ancestral hall and the ancestral land of Yunhai. Ye Feng realized. He vaguely recalled hearing Fong Tong and others mention it, knowing it was situated on the backside of Xinglua Peak, yet unaware of its specific location. He hadn't anticipated it would be so remote, likely several dozen miles from Xinglua Peak. Uncle, should we not go down and take a look? No, we must not. Why not? Ye Feng was puzzled. Previously, at the summit, Ye Fuyo had encouraged him to observe the celestial monument. Why, upon reaching the ancestral hall's entrance, did this old man suddenly refuse to explore? There are no reasons. We should leave this place promptly. Ye Feng sensed an inexplicable dread emanating from Ye Fuyo regarding the ancestral hall and the ancestral land. Yet Ye Fuyo would not divulge the cause of this fear, leaving Ye Feng reluctant to inquire further. Thus, he gripped his sword and continued his flight, not ascending towards the mountain, but rather descending as he approached Xinglua Peak. Moments later, he spotted the small waterfall and the cold pool. Indeed, the very place where he had been forced to witness Yun Shuang'er bathing. Yun Shuang'er was a selfish and miserly person, unwilling to allow Ye Feng to practice at the Luoxia Peak Square. Thus, he had to seek another venue for his sword training. The courtyard on the mountainside was too confined, and the summit square was filled with many young disciples. Ye Feng was determined not to expose the secrets he harbored, steadfast in continuing his plan to live under the guise of a fool. Furthermore, he did not wish to replicate the previous incident where his condensed sword chi had harmed others. Therefore, until he mastered the sword condensation technique, he did not intend to practice at the martial arts square atop the mountain. Among the entire Tianyan mountain, he felt most familiar with this place. So he had come here. It remained as tranquil as he remembered. No wonder Yun Shuang'er always returned here to soak after her training. The signs of his previous fire and fish cooking had vanished. After more than a month and a fair share of rain, such traces could easily be erased. As Ye Feng landed, he steered his thoughts away from the beautiful scenes he had once witnessed here. In his heart, he asked, Uncle Fuyo, does the sword condensation technique have any special techniques or methods? Why did the sword chi I condensed last time slip beyond my control? The training mantra for the sword condensation technique has been articulated with great clarity. It is your own lack of earnest contemplation that has led to confusion. The sword condensation technique is an advanced version of the sword transformation technique, transforming the ethereal sword shadows, which lack offensive power, into formidable chi swords capable of piercing gold and splitting stone. During your initial attempt at invoking the sword condensation technique, you were understandably tense, failing to fully consider the immense spiritual power of the purple lightning and frost sword, which resulted in that young girl sustaining injuries from the chi sword you unleashed. With the purple lightning and frost sword at your disposal, the sword condensation technique should be exceedingly straightforward for you. A cultivator can harness their mental energy to control each chi sword they condense. This explains why sword immortals can unleash hundreds or even thousands of chi swords with a single stroke, all executing precise attacks in accordance with the wielder's intent, even targeting multiple different foes. Ye Feng came to a realization. It was all due to the mischief of his past life-esque gaming experiences. He had initially assumed that the sword chi and chi swords released by cultivators were akin to married daughters or fired bullets, beyond the realm of control. After receiving a reminder from Ye Fuyo, he inwardly chastised himself for his ignorance. In the Sword Control 9 techniques, the sword condensation technique features a key phrase. Transform chi into swords. Command them with intent. He had focused solely on mobilizing the spiritual energy within him to condense chi swords, neglecting the latter part of that phrase. Thank you for your guidance, Master Uncle. I shall give it another try. Ye Feng now called Ye Fuyo Master Uncle with increasing ease. In terms of bloodline inheritance, he was actually of a different generation, as Master Uncle refers to the previous generation, while Ye Fuyo is his biological grandfather. Even if he refrained from calling him grandfather, he ought to refer to him as great uncle. However, considering that Ye Feng is a disciple of the Plump Yulong, who is Ye Fuyo's junior, it is not incorrect for Ye Feng to address Ye Fuyo as Master Uncle. Ye Feng arrived at a chaotic rocky area east of the icy pool beneath the waterfall. Holding his divine sword with focused determination, Ye Fuyo reminded him once more, young man, the purple lightning and frost sword is no ordinary blade. You do not need to mobilize excessive spiritual energy to condense the sword chi. Understanding this, and armed with the experience from his previous attempt, Ye Feng closed his eyes. This time, he did not summon the formidable spiritual energy stored within his dantian, but rather drew upon the energy flowing through his meridians. Upon opening his eyes, he executed a swift strike. In the hands of others, the purple lightning and frost sword might only emit a faint azure glow, giving the impression of being a rather unimpressive weapon. However, in Ye Feng's grasp, even a slight infusion of spiritual energy caused the sword to radiate a dazzling brilliance. At the moment he struck, the seemingly ordinary rusted sword was suddenly enveloped in a shimmering azure light. In the next instant, the azure sword light transformed into a fan-shaped light curtain. With his mental energy firmly locked in place, the curtain instantaneously manifested over a dozen chi swords, nearly identical to the purple lightning and frost sword. Under Ye Feng's mental control, these chi swords all froze mid-air, avoiding the chaotic flight of the previous attempt. Ye Feng gazed in delight at the suspended chi swords before him. Although he did not feel as intense a connection to these chi swords as he did with the purple lightning, he could still sense an invisible thread linking him to them. Wow, I've condensed 10, 13, 15 chi swords all at once, and I can control them freely. I'm truly remarkable. Ye Feng rejoiced, dancing with excitement, as he twirled the long sword in his hand. The 15 chi swords followed suit in a synchronized rotation. At that moment, Ye Fuyo continued, there are two methods to command these chi swords. One is to directly control their flight path and target with your mental energy. The other is to manipulate them through the sword in your hand. Each method has its own advantages and disadvantages. What do you mean? Ye Feng inquired, suppressing his excitement and seeking guidance. Ye Fuyo explained, the first method, controlling with intent, requires the use of sword techniques. You have observed others duel in the square. When they summon chi swords, they often accompany their actions with hand gestures, which allows for greater precision in controlling the sword's speed and direction. However, The drawback is that the power of individual chi swords may be diminished, and executing the gestures consumes time. Conversely, using the sword to command chi does not necessitate hand gestures during invocation, and the divine sword itself imparts some of its spiritual power to the chi swords, enhancing their strength. This method is simpler and allows for the spontaneous summoning of numerous chi swords. Typically, younger disciples, lacking in true essence, spiritual power, and mental acuity, must resort to the first method. However, once they reach the origin returning realm, they almost invariably adopt the second method. With the purple lightning and frost sword as your ally, you possess the advantage of being able to command chi directly. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. With a single stroke, the 15 chi swords that had been revolving above him shot toward a massive boulder with a whoosh, accompanied by a resounding crash. The boulder was immediately marked with 15 sword-shaped depressions. Ye Feng's first official attempt at the sword control technique resulted in him leaving 3 to 4 centimeters deep impressions on the rock, enough to astonish most of the young talents of the Yunhai sect. With a jubilant shout, Ye Feng swiftly wielded his divine sword. Due to his lack of familiarity with sword techniques, he could only perform a clumsy left slash followed by a right cut, although his movements appeared rather comical. With each stroke, he could condense several chi swords around him. Ye Feng was responsible for condensing the chi swords, while Ye Fuyo provided guidance from the sidelines. First, ascertain how many chi swords you can simultaneously control. Controlling and condensing are two distinct matters. Given your current state, condensing 1,000 or 800 chi swords should pose no issue. However, you may struggle to control so many simultaneously. As anticipated, when the number of chi swords reached around 130 or 40, Ye Feng found himself overwhelmed. The chi swords that were not under his control swiftly dissipated, leaving him with just over 100 chi swords hovering around him. Only just over 100, Ye Feng felt somewhat dissatisfied with his performance. It's already quite impressive. Were it not for the extraordinary spiritual energy of your purple lightning and frost sword, you would likely find it challenging to control even 50. Today, focus on mastering this sword control technique. As I advised, command the chi with your sword, first honing your control over the chi swords, then compressing your spiritual energy and learning to manipulate the sword's power to enhance the individual chi sword strength. Understood. Master Uncle, you should go rest now. I'm going to practice. If Ye Fuyo had a physical form at that moment, his head would undoubtedly be adorned with dark lines of exasperation. This young man was clearly being mischievous. Ye Feng possesses a commendable foundation. The original owner struggled for many years at the pinnacle of the third layer of the 100 meridians, establishing a solid physical base. Upon arriving in this world, Ye Feng did not engage in direct cultivation at first. Instead, he systematically studied every meridian and acupoint within his body while confined in a stone cell. This meticulous preparation enabled Ye Feng to swiftly break through to the void control realm and begin practicing sword techniques. Throughout the morning, Ye Feng tirelessly wielded over 100 chi swords. As he danced and leaped, the swords transformed into various formations, sometimes resembling a human character, at other times arrayed in a straight line. Under the command of his divine sword, the chi swords surged forth, striking against a towering rock with a thunderous roar. However, as time passed, Ye Feng suddenly recognized a grave issue. In his pursuit of exhilaration, he had forgotten that sustaining the sword formation consumed substantial spiritual energy. At that moment, he realized that less than 30% of his spiritual energy remained. Recognizing this, he hastily withdrew the swords. The severe depletion of energy triggered a gnawing hunger within him. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was already noon. To alleviate any concerns from his master Linger and to satiate his hunger, Ye Feng resolutely decided to return to the Fengling residence halfway up the mountain. Fortunately, the primary power source for his sword flight came from the Ziqing divine sword itself, and the remaining spiritual energy within him was sufficient for this clumsy bird to find its way home. Now, Ye Feng found flying on his sword effortless. Grasping the celestial sword, he soared into the air with remarkable agility. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at the mountainside. Noticing the courtyard gate was closed, Ye Feng landed directly in the yard. The plump Yulong reclined in a lounge chair, surrounded by wine and pastries, reveling in a leisurely existence. Having not moved an inch that entire morning, upon seeing Ye Feng descend from the sky with the celestial sword, Yulong remarked with a hint of annoyance, "You little rascal. Your sword-flying posture is quite peculiar. It's thanks to Senior Sister Shuang. She taught me how to fly quickly and steadily. Ye Feng exclaimed. Who? Senior Sister Shuang'er? The one from the Mo Zhuxian? Indeed. I encountered her in the sky shortly after I left this morning. She's quite a nice person. Noticing my lack of finesse in sword flight, she suggested I practice with my hands. I never anticipated that flying while holding a celestial sword would be so impressive. I plan to invite her to dinner to express my gratitude. Seeing Ye Feng's tired yet unmistakably excited expression, Yulong rolled his eyes. He understood that this was merely Shuang'er teasing the young man. The boy, infatuated by her beauty, failed to grasp her true intentions and foolishly entertained thoughts of inviting her for a meal. You should certainly invite her to dinner. Not only did she save your life, but she also overlooked past grievances to teach you such a remarkable sword technique. She is indeed a good person. Ye Feng, hearing the sword return to its sheath, was taken aback. Master, Senior Sister Shuang'er saved my life? What do you mean? That was 12 years ago. 12 years ago. I knew her back then. Master, please tell me more. Yulong, somewhat exasperated, responded, what is there to discuss? It's not a glorious tale. You fell into a dung pit and nearly suffocated. And it was Shuang'er who discovered you and pulled you out. What? Master, you must be joking. How could I have fallen into a dung pit? If you keep making such wild claims, even as my master, I will have to accuse you of slander. I assure you, I am not jesting. Yulong chuckled, his expression taking on a somewhat lewd quality. Is it true? Did I really fall into a dung pit? Was I rescued by Senior Sister Shuang? Ye Feng was left speechless. How could he face the enchanting Shuang'er after such an embarrassing incident? At that moment, Huang Linger emerged from the kitchen, her face lighting up upon seeing Ye Feng. Senior brother, you're back. Lunch is ready. Come and eat with father. Though Ye Feng was quite hungry, the thought of the previous revelation had drained his appetite. He lowered his head and mumbled, Oh, I'm coming. Today's lunch was for 4. As the injured little girl was also present, her left arm, still in a sling, bore the weight of her injury. Ye Feng, lacking any appetite, ate sparingly before retreating to his room to meditate and restore his true essence. Restoring true essence was indeed a tedious endeavor. The spiritual energy within a cultivator's body is absorbed through secret methods from the natural world. However, the spiritual energy in the air is exceedingly thin, making it a laborious process. While wielding sword techniques brings immediate satisfaction, restoring true essence is a slow and grueling task. After cycling through 2 rounds of energy, he found he had only managed to recover about 30 to 40% of his essence. Feeling disheartened, Ye Feng sighed. If only there were something that could aid cultivators in quickly replenishing their depleted spiritual energy. Indeed, there is, came the voice of Ye Fuyu. Ye Feng was taken aback. Is there really? What is it? There are many items in the mortal realm that can rapidly restore spiritual energy, such as recovery pills, recovery talismans, beast demon inner cores, and spirit crystals. Ye Feng suddenly realized why he hadn't thought of these before. However, upon reflection, he deemed them impractical. As both pills and talismans are exceedingly expensive luxuries, how could he, a penniless wretch, afford them? As for the inner cores of beast demons, a single core from a 1,000-year-old beast would cost a fortune. He had never seen a spirit crystal, but he knew it was akin to gold in his previous life, a hard currency. In the mortal realm, one could use silver to make purchases, but in shops run by some elders of the Yunhai sect, only spirit crystals were accepted. Last time, Huang Linger had been detained because she lacked spirit crystals to settle her bill. Though disappointed, Ye Feng's mind began to stir with ideas. If recovering true essence was so slow now, wouldn't it be even more arduous as his cultivation level increased? Pondering this, he stroked his chin, contemplating ways to earn some spirit crystals. While he could not afford talismans and pills, learning to make them was a possibility. As a wise figure once said, to be self-sufficient is to prosper. Master Fuyu, do you know how to concoct pills or draw talismans? Ye Feng eagerly inquired within his thoughts. I do possess some knowledge, but these are merely minor techniques. Do you wish to learn? Yes. If I learn to draw talismans and concoct pills, I will no longer have to waste so much time recovering true essence. Teach me, young man. Be mindful. You cannot bite off more than you can chew. You have yet to begin practicing the techniques I last taught you. Furthermore, this endeavor is not as simple as you imagine. Crafting recovery pills requires many precious immortal herbs, and drawing talismans demands infusing powerful divine energy into the incantations, which is far more exhausting than practicing your sword techniques. The best way for you to quickly restore your true essence is to acquire high-grade spirit crystals, as they are not only abundant in energy, but also easy to carry. Master, you speak lightly of this. As far as I know, it takes 100 taels of silver to exchange for a small piece of low-grade spirit crystal. My pockets are emptier than my face. Where am I to procure silver to buy spirit crystals? Ye Feng chuckled. That is your concern. With that, Ye Feng fell silent. Ye Feng swung his legs over the bed and opened the door, stepping outside. The courtyard was empty. His lazy master had already gone out for a stroll. It was around 2:00 in the afternoon. Seeing that there was still time, Ye Feng decided to seek out his friends Fong Tong and the others to inquire if they had any schemes for making money. Hearing some commotion in the kitchen, he made his way over, only to find the little girl, Xiao Man, kneading dough with one hand. Ye Feng was astonished. Xiao Man, what are you doing? Xiao Man felt somewhat anxious and said, Sister Linger expressed a desire for dumplings, and I thought I might make some for her tonight. So I am currently preparing the dough. This little girl, why doesn't she just make them herself if she wants to eat? You should focus on healing your injury. It's all right. My broken bone hardly hurts at all. Observing Xiao Man's nervous demeanor, Ye Feng chose not to press the matter further. He understood her intentions. Which outer sect disciple wouldn't he aspire to be taken under the wing of an inner sect elder? Just the other day, Xiao Man was clamoring to return to the Beast Garden, yet now she no longer mentions it. He thought it best to let her showcase her abilities. Perhaps if the master were pleased, she might be allowed to remain at Fengling residence. Very well, carry on with your dough preparation. By the way, inform Linger and the master that I have some matters to attend to outside. If I return late tonight, please save a plate of dumplings for me. I particularly enjoy those filled with pork and green onions. Understood, Brother Yi. After Ye Feng departed from Fengling residence, he aimlessly strolled along the mountainside. He had no idea where Fong Tong and his 3 miscreants were, so he began to inquire among passers-by. After questioning several individuals, he finally gleaned information about Fong Tong and his cohorts. These scoundrels typically spent their afternoons at the gambling house at the foot of the mountain. Considering how long it had been, Ye Feng realized he had yet to visit the foot of the mountain, so he drew forth his divine sword and soared towards it. The Yunhai sect, with its vast enterprise and tens of thousands of disciples, resembled a microcosm of the martial world, with almost every conceivable industry represented, including the less savory ones. Most of these enterprises were established by the elders of the Yunhai sect, although legitimate industries from the Spirit Treasure Institute or the Beast Spirit Garden also existed. The black market enterprises of Xinglua Peak primarily concentrated in the northern region. Close to the foot of the mountain lay a valley extending northward, dotted with various buildings and thronged with people. Ye Feng and Apos' immediate impression was that he had stumbled upon a bustling marketplace akin to those in fantasy games. Could it be that I have entered a game world? A strange thought crossed his mind. The atmosphere was indeed lively. All patrons were cultivators, and all shopkeepers were cultivators as well. Naturally, there were also some ordinary women who had traveled from afar to sell their wares in this secluded mountain area. Originally, Ye Feng had come to seek Fong Tong and his companions, but he found himself captivated by the vibrant market. Taverns, gambling dens, inns, cosmetic shops, bookstores, weapon shops, tailoring establishments, silk stores, and what is this? Yihong Courtyard. Is it a brothel? Surely not. This is the base of the Yunhai sect. How could such a sordid establishment exist here? Yet, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. No, I must verify this for myself at Yihong Courtyard. Ye Feng smoothly pivoted and headed toward the establishment bearing the Yihong Courtyard sign. Although the Yunhai sect boasted the Spirit Treasure Institute, the Heavenly Tribute Institute, and the Beast Spirit Institute, the sect only provided the minimal necessities for its disciples' daily lives and cultivation. They ensured that you received 3 meals a day and guaranteed that once you reached the level of aerial mastery, you would be provided with a celestial sword. Of course, this was not without cost. Outer sect disciples were required to perform various tasks. Only after advancing to inner sect disciples could they enjoy a bit more leisure, focusing solely on their cultivation. However, resources for cultivation were limited. Cultivating a cultivator is akin to training a marksman. Both require substantial investment. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent like Yin Shuanger, the majority of inner sect disciples receive scant resources each month. The level of cultivation is the only avenue to acquire resources. The higher your cultivation, the more resources you obtain. This has led to an intense atmosphere within the sect. Outer sect disciples strive relentlessly to catch the eye of an inner sect elder, hoping to be accepted as a registered disciple, gradually transitioning to full status. ultimately becoming a true inner sect disciple. Once one attains inner sect status, the competition becomes even fiercer. If you desire superior treasures, more spirit stones, or elixirs, you must stand out among a plethora of exceptionally gifted young disciples. Thus, within the Yunhai sect, a unique industrial chain has emerged. Given the varied backgrounds of disciples, some hail from impoverished families while others come from affluent ones. Those with better family circumstances, unable to secure additional resources through the sect's legitimate channels, yet eager to elevate their cultivation, have but one option: to spend money. As long as you possess funds, be it in the mortal realm or the realm of cultivation, you command respect. Coupled with the innate inclination of young women towards beauty and fashion, the black market trade consequently flourished. The Yunhai sect's black market has existed for many years, initially scattered and hidden within the sect's secret corners. Its significance was acknowledged by those in power as the sect expanded over millennia. Approximately 1,000 years ago, the then leader of the Yunhai sect began to take notice. They designated a specific area at the foot of Xinglua Peak as the Spirit Valley, where the sect opened shops selling alcoholic beverages, cosmetics, silk fabrics, as well as various magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and rare treasures. Subsequently, smugglers hidden throughout the sect caught wind of the burgeoning market and invested heavily to establish shops in the Spirit Valley. Thus, a plethora of diverse enterprises sprang up. After a millennium of development, a vast trading market emerged. In this black market valley, there is nothing you cannot find, provided you are willing to pay the price. Even the intimate garments of Yin Shuanger could be procured. Ye Feng was once a veteran of the black market, unashamedly discarding all semblance of integrity for profit. The ill-gotten goods he had acquired were mostly sold here. However, these experiences belonged to the original owner of the body. He had no recollection of them. On his first visit here, he mistakenly thought he had entered a marketplace from a fantasy game. Most astonishing to him was the presence of Ye Feng courtyard. As a gentleman who adheres to propriety, how could he tolerate the existence of such a vulgar establishment beneath the Yunhai sect? Thus, Ye Feng turned abruptly and headed straight for Ye Feng courtyard, determined to conduct a thorough investigation. Upon entering, he found the establishment eerily quiet. The main hall was sparsely furnished with a few tables, resembling a tavern or inn. A wide staircase led up to the second floor, and beside it stood a wooden platform, likely intended for performances. Had he arrived too early? Ye Feng gazed around the desolate Ye Feng courtyard, his brow furrowing slightly. It made sense. Such establishments typically opened for business after dark, and it was still afternoon. The young women were likely resting to regain their strength for the evening's endeavors. Ye Feng felt a twinge of disappointment and was about to turn away when suddenly a shifty-eyed, emaciated man spotted him. This thin man sported a rather unsavory beard and wore gaudy clothing. Indeed, it was the notorious Teapot, the one who would escort wrap-foot women to clientele, occasionally indulging himself as well. "Ah, Yidaba, it has been quite some time since your last visit." The lecherous man approached Ye Feng with the eagerness of a fly drawn to filth, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. "You recognize me?" Ye Feng asked, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Why, of course. Who in the Spirit Valley does not know you, Yidaba? Since you haven't been around, the likes of Hua Yan, and you have been pining for you." Ye Feng rubbed his forehead. If memory served, this body was merely 15 years old. How could he possibly be a regular at a brothel? Ahem. I'm just passing through and decided to take a look. Since you're not yet open for business, I'll be on my way. Ye Feng was tempted to linger and enjoy the ambience. But suddenly he realized a grave issue. He had no money. Upon confirming that this place truly aligns with his expectations, a brothel indeed, matters became simpler. Once he accumulates some silver, he would come to indulge in a full suite of services. The lecherous man quickly seized Ye Feng, exclaiming, "Yidaba, why leave so soon? The proprietor has recently invested a fortune to bring in exquisite beauties from the western regions, with waists as supple as water snakes and gazes more seductive than fox spirits. Their movements are tantalizingly provocative. Knowing your preferences, shall you not partake? We also have foreign ladies." Ye Feng was taken aback. The maidens should soon awaken. He would arrange it, ensuring your satisfaction. No, I merely wandered in for a look. I shall return later tonight. Not tonight, but now. I left in haste today and have no silver. What silver? We shall enjoy ourselves today and settle the bill next time. Can brothels afford to extend credit? Others may not, but you can. Who in the Xianling Valley is unaware of your esteemed reputation? You never default on debts of pleasure or gambling. Upon hearing the lecherous man's words, Ye Feng was astounded. Who would dare label themselves a villain or a bully? The original owner's impeccable record of never owing for services rendered or gambling debts spoke volumes of his character. Well, if credit is an option, I cannot let your kindness go unrequited. Ye Feng rubbed his hands together, ready to summon the most enchanting maiden for a profound emotional exchange. It was a leisurely afternoon. Idleness beckoned. The lecherous man enthusiastically inquired, Yidaba, are you seeking your former acquaintance, or shall you explore the exotic allure of foreign lands? The foreign ones. It must be the foreign ones. Ye Feng declared without hesitation. This was an opportunity to bring glory to his nation, one he could not afford to miss. His struggles during university exams had been torturous. He would seize this chance to brush up on his foreign language skills. Just as the lecherous man was about to escort Ye Feng upstairs for his linguistic lessons, a teasing feminine voice interrupted from behind. Ye Feng, how audacious of you to indulge in such activities in broad daylight. Both Ye Feng and the lecherous man turned to see a young woman clad in a flowing red dress, her arms wrapped around a long sword, leaning against the doorframe. Her expression a playful mix of amusement and disdain. This girl was stunningly beautiful. Her pearly teeth, ruby lips, willow-like brows, and large, shimmering eyes complemented by a delicate nose. Her complexion was a radiant white tinged with rose, her figure graceful and alluring, and her hair as dark as ink. Ye Feng found her vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, Miao Xiaoro, what are you doing here? Are you also here for? Is there a male model at the Yihong courtyard? The newcomer was none other than Miao Xiaoro, a direct disciple of Master Yunyi. Indulge yourself. I'm here to collect rent. She retorted. By the way, Ye Feng, what does male model even mean? Is it a tough bun? Collecting rent? Ye Feng was nearly petrified. He shuddered and laughed awkwardly. Yes, a tough bun. Senior Sister Xiaoro, why are you here to collect rent? With pride, Miao Xiaoro replied, half a year ago, I secured a position at the Tianfeng courtyard. The Xianling Valley falls under its jurisdiction, so I come here monthly to collect rent. The lecherous man swiftly approached, smiling ingratiatingly, Miss Miao. The tribute for this month has been prepared by the proprietor. Please wait here for a moment. I shall inform them immediately. Someone bring tea. Tea is unnecessary. Hurry and fetch the silver. The lecherous man nodded and scurried to the back room. Ye Feng's interest in studying foreign languages had vanished. He chuckled nervously. Senior Sister Xiaoro, please do not misunderstand. I am not here for illicit purposes. I merely heard that the Yihong courtyard recently acquired several delicate, youthful foreign maidens, and I was concerned they might be spies from the demonic sect. An excuse. A blatant excuse. Miao Xiaoro rolled her eyes, a sardonic expression gracing her features. I'm not making excuses. I speak only the truth. While my reputation may not be stellar, I would not be so desperate as to seek women in broad daylight. Miao Xiaoro's skeptical gaze indicated she believed not a word he uttered. It is not a serious matter. No need for explanations. I am truly wronged. I am absolutely not here to indulge. Miao Xiaoro tilted her head, her sparkling eyes fixed on Ye Feng. After a moment of silence, she asked, why don't you swear? Ye Feng coughed a few times. I'm a bit busy today. I shall swear another time. Miao Xiaoro burst into laughter. At that moment, the lecherous man emerged from the back with a plump middle-aged woman. This woman was quite imposing, with a round face and skin somewhat darkened. At first glance, Ye Feng thought he had stepped into a scene from a Stephen Chow film, encountering the fierce grandmother who trained the four leading ladies. Miss Miao, why have you come personally again? The madam called from a distance, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Miao Xiaoro replied coolly, this is my job. Now, has this month's tribute been prepared? Long prepared. Your status is noble. It is inappropriate for you to visit such a place. Henceforth, I shall send someone to deliver it directly to you. Ye Feng observed the madam's expression and realized he had overthought. This was no fierce grandmother. The fierce grandmother had far more integrity. The lecherous man carried a small wooden box, following closely behind the madam. He placed the box on a table, opened it to reveal neatly stacked gold ingots atop a bundle of silver notes. Miao Xiaoro reached for the silver notes, counted them, then checked the quantity of gold ingots in the box. Nodding slightly, she remarked, in the entire Xianling Valley, only your Yihong courtyard pays rent so promptly. Other establishments either claim poor business or delay payments indefinitely. How vexing. The madam smiled ingratiatingly. Our Yihong courtyard is a legitimate business, as long as we are open. We will never default on the tribute. As she spoke, the madam produced a small cloth bag from her bosom and handed it to Miao Xiaoro. What is this for? These are some spirit crystals. Us mortals have no use for them, and they are quite bothersome to carry. As a disciple of the revered Master Yun Yi, you should find them useful for your cultivation. How thoughtful. By doing so, your path shall only broaden. No wonder the Yihong courtyard thrives. Indeed, indeed. Miss Miao, I have heard that some elders wish to establish pleasure houses in the Xianling Valley. What do you think? This place is rather small. I have heard of this too. Be mentally prepared. Those elders capable of entering the pleasure business have substantial backing. Miss Miao, from now on, I shall ensure 10 superior spirit crystals are sent to you monthly. If that is the case, very well, I shall assist you with this matter. As long as I oversee the business in the Xianling Valley, there shall only be your Yihong courtyard. Thank you, miss. Ye Feng stood dumbfounded, watching the unfolding scene, feeling as though his worldview was crumbling rapidly. Bribery and corruption? In broad daylight, without any discretion? Miao Xiaoro, appearing as a demure beauty and renowned fairy, was, in fact, a female version of a corrupt official. Ye Feng was utterly speechless. Under Ye Feng's astonished gaze, Miao Xiaoro casually stowed the bag of spirit crystals into her storage treasure. She then extracted about 5 or 6 silver notes from her hand and a few gold ingots from the box, throwing them directly into her storage pouch. It was evident she was indulging in personal gain. His movements were fluid and practiced, betraying a seasoned hand. A profound sense of sorrow washed over Ye Feng as he contemplated the original owner's plight. Miao Xiaoro had effortlessly amassed a fortune in a fleeting moment, leaving Ye Feng to ponder what enticements he could possibly offer. It became clear why Miao Xiaoro had been so nonchalant about the pilfered spiritual herbs and celestial fungi when she gifted Huang Linger the identity token. Such paltry treasures were inconsequential to a burgeoning magnate like her. Having satiated her appetite for wealth, Miao Xiaoro presented the madam with a receipt and departed contentedly with her coffer of riches. Ye Feng promptly followed suit. Yi, esteemed patron, the procurer called out from behind. Your courtesan has been arranged. Where are you going? Ye Feng halted, pointing at the procurer. Hold your tongue, lest you incur my wrath. I, Ye Feng, am a paragon of virtue, incapable of indulging in lascivious acts during the day. Upon exiting the house of the painted boat, he spotted Miao Xiaoro purchasing refreshments nearby. After a moment's deliberation, he approached her. A disciple from the outer sect was hawking candied hawthorns, traversing the valley without a fixed establishment. Miao Xiaoro, with a flourish of her hand, acquired 2 candied hawthorns, devouring them with gusto, one in each hand. Turning her gaze, she noticed Ye Feng skulking behind her. Frowning, she inquired, "What do you want?" Ye Feng chuckled. "I witnessed everything, senior sister Xiaoro. Your acceptance of bribes. Your embezzlement of the house of the painted boat's tribute." Miao Xiaoro blinked, feigning curiosity. "So what if you did?" Ye Feng was taken aback. He had anticipated an attempt at bribery, perhaps a few gold ingots to ensure his silence. Yet, Miao Xiaoro appeared unfazed. Scratching his head, Ye Feng remarked, "Are you truly so brazen? Do you not fear the elders of the Tribunal of Divine Bestowals? We are the Cloud Sea sect, renowned for our strict disciplinary code. Which tenet of the Cloud Sea sect forbids the acceptance of monetary gifts?" Miao Xiaoro retorted. Ye Feng was once again dumbfounded. Indeed, no such rule existed. Miao Xiaoro giggled. "You wouldn't oppose, dare report me, would you? Huh. The Grand Elder of the Tribunal of Divine Bestowals entrusted me with the immortal Spirit Valley precisely to line my own pockets. With the Cloud Sea sect's internal trials a few months away, and the Spirit Mountain competition looming next year, what is wrong with accumulating some wealth to acquire better equipment, enhance my cultivation, and indulge in some finery? I have been in charge of the immortal Spirit Valley for over half a year. Who is unaware of my proclivity for extortion? Yet, who dares challenge me? I am, in essence, engaging in sanctioned corruption, entirely within the bounds of propriety." Ye Feng was utterly flabbergasted. He realized he was still viewing this world through the lens of his past life. This world, governed by the principles of cultivation, was characterized by stark social stratification. If one were to divide society into 9 tiers, the lowest rung would be occupied by slaves, followed by commoners, merchants, landowners, scholars, gentry, royalty, ordinary cultivators, and elders. Miao Xiaoro belonged to the highest echelon of society, entitled to boundless privileges. Fortunately, Ye Feng also belonged to this privileged class, contingent upon his master's continued existence. As long as Jade Dragon remained alive, Ye Feng could live a life of carefree indulgence. However, should Jade Dragon perish, Ye Feng would plummet from the apex of privilege. Observing Ye Feng's silence, Miao Xiaorou's face lit up with smugness. I must resume my collection of tributes. Cease your pursuit. Ye Feng, hoping to exploit Miao Xiaorou's wealth, realized his aspirations were futile. Then, Senior Sister Xiaorou, I shall take my leave. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of Feng Tong and his companions? Ah, they are at Uncle Chu and Appo's newly established gambling den. I saw them there half an hour ago. Ye Feng nodded, bowing. Thank you. He turned to depart. Having previously suspected Miao Xiaorou of murdering the original owner, Ye Feng had dismissed her as a suspect upon learning that she had not received the stolen spiritual herbs and celestial fungi. Since he could not extort anything from Miao Xiaorou, Ye Feng reluctantly retreated. He had taken only a few steps when he heard Miao Xiaorou call out, Ye Feng, wait. Ye Feng halted, turning back. Is there something else, Senior Sister Xiaorou? Miao Xiaorou and Appo's large eyes darted about mischievously. I recall you possessing an extensive network of contacts and a deep familiarity with the immortal spirit valley. Indeed. What of it? Miao Xiaorou immediately approached him, smiling ingratiatingly. After a day of traversing the immortal spirit valley, I am weary and famished. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Treat me? To a meal? Senior Sister Xiaorou. Spare me the charade. I am penniless. Nonsense. I insist on treating you. I am now a wealthy woman. Let us go. The culinary heaven, owned by Uncle Yang, boasts a chef formerly employed in the imperial court. His dishes are exquisite. Without further ado, Miao Xiaorou seized Ye Feng's arm and led him away, leaving Ye Feng bewildered. He suspected Miao Xiaorou harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he would be a fool to decline a free meal. They soon arrived at the culinary heaven. As it was still an hour before dusk, there were few patrons. Noticing Miao Xiaorou and Ye Feng entering, a waiter hurried forward. Immortal Miao, Ye, esteemed patron. Miao Xiaorou instructed, have the newly hired, retired, corpulent imperial chef prepare a few of his signature dishes and deliver them to the private room upstairs. And bring 2 jars of bamboo leaf wine. Yes, please wait a moment. The two ascended to a refined private room on the 2nd floor. Ye Feng inquired, Senior Sister Xiaorou, I pursued you relentlessly in the past, yet you spurned me. Why have you suddenly invited me to dine with you? Speak plainly, what is it you want? Miao Xiaorou chuckled. There is no need to rush. We shall discuss it over the meal. Ye Feng grew even more suspicious. Soon, the waiter arrived with the wine and dishes. Ye Feng's appetite had been poor at noon, and he had barely eaten. Now he was truly hungry. After a few rounds of wine and several courses, Ye Feng pressed again, Senior Sister Xiaorou, you may speak now. Miao Xiaorou replied, it is nothing of great import. I merely have a few outstanding debts that I have been unable to collect. You have spent many years in the immortal spirit valley, possessing an extensive network of contacts and considerable influence. Ye Feng understood. No wonder Miao Xiaorou had suddenly become so solicitous. She wanted him to collect debts for her. What debts? To be precise, rents. Now that the immortal spirit valley is under the jurisdiction of the Tribunal of Divine Bestowals, all businesses operating within it must pay a monthly rent to the Tribunal of Divine Bestowals, akin to taxation. Some establishments, such as the House of the Painted Boat and the gambling dens, are prompt in their payments. However, most shops are owned by elders, making it difficult to collect the dues, which prevents me from meeting my monthly quota. Ye Feng chuckled. If you embezzled a little less, you would surely meet your quota. Alas, I do not embezzle much. The House of the Painted Boat pays a high rent, 3,000 taels of silver per month, allowing me to skim a little. Other shops, due to their connection to the elders, pay only 100 or so taels per month. Given the current scale of the immortal spirit valley, the Tribunal of Divine Bestowals should receive at least 200,000 taels of silver each month. Yet, in all these years, they have never collected even half that amount. Ye Feng asked curiously, Senior Sister Xiaorou, how much rent have you collected each month during your tenure? Last month, I collected a little over 20,000 taels. Only 1/10? That is far too little. Ye Feng exclaimed. Miao Xiaorou retorted, indeed. I have an agreement with those old fogies in the Tribunal of Divine Bestowals. If I can collect the rents from those recalcitrant deadbeats, I may keep half, while the other half goes to the Tribunal of Divine Bestowals. If you assist me in collecting these debts, I shall not be ungenerous. This is quite unfair. How much is it exactly? Ye Feng suddenly became intrigued. His descent from the mountain this time was to seek out Feng and others, hoping to discover some lucrative opportunities. What? Do you still expect me to share the profits with you? Ye Feng, have you lost your mind? In the past, You were always obedient to me, flattering me in every way. Today, I invited you to dine out, and you still wish to split the earnings? Ye Feng shrugged and replied, what was in the past is in the past. The present is different. If you do not offer me any benefits, why should I assist you? Fine. I will take half, and from that, I will keep 80% while you take 20. 50-50. You are too greedy. 50-50. How naive of you. At most, it will be 30-70, with you getting 3 and I getting 7. Miao Xiaoro said through clenched teeth. 50-50. I cannot undertake this task alone. It requires many helpers, and they must be compensated. Moreover, this matter will offend many elders. 50-50 is already quite generous. You won't have to lift a finger. Just lie at home counting your money. No, it must be 40-60. This is my bottom line. Ye Feng stood up and said, then you should find someone else. However, I believe that when it comes to debt collection, no one besides me dares to take it on, nor can anyone else do it. Don't go. Let us settle on 50-50. Ultimately, Miao Xiaoro relented. For over half a year, she had contemplated countless methods, but could not recover those bad debts. She had even sought help from her senior brothers, yet those elders and uncles refused to give her face. She had no choice but to collaborate with Ye Feng and see the outcome. Ye Feng smiled and said, now you're speaking sense. Tell me precisely which shops have been persistently defaulting on their rent. Miao Xiaoro pulled out a thick stack of ledgers from her storage bag and placed them on the table. Here they are. Some have been overdue for over a century. The ones with the most significant debts are Yunsong Shishu and Yu Yangzi Shishu, who jointly run the Xianbao Pavilion. They deal in magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, making vast profits, yet they are reluctant to pay the annual rent of 5,000 taels. To this day, their Xianbao Pavilion has accumulated approximately 200,000 taels in debt. Ye Feng casually flipped through the ancient accounts of the merchants in the Immortal Spirit Valley. To his astonishment, he discovered that beneath the glamorous exterior of the esteemed Yunhai sect lay a web of intricate human relations. In the Immortal Spirit Valley, street vendors were not required to pay rent. Only those with fixed shops had to do so. Moreover, the fee was not for rental but for land use, known as the annual tribute. The highest rents were charged to establishments like Yihong Courtyard and gambling houses, followed by taverns, weapon shops, silk stores, and cosmetic shops, while general stores paid the least. Among the hundreds of shops, nearly all were backed by powerful patrons, primarily the elders of various sections. The only establishment of its kind in the valley was Yihong Courtyard, owned by none other than the chief elder of the Discipline Institute, Yu Qinzi. Ye Feng had only skimmed through a few pages when he encountered several familiar names of elders. Even Qi Yao's grandmother, Xian Qi Xianzi, had invested in a cosmetic shop within the valley. It turned out that only about 20% of the shops managed to pay their annual tributes on time, with many having overdue payments stretching back over a century. These debts were primarily owed by the elders of Yunhai sect, who were reluctant to confront the issue, resulting in a staggering amount of bad debts. Ye Feng calculated the total and found that the current bad debts had reached an astonishing 4 million taels, with 3 shops owing over 200,000 taels each and 12 others exceeding 100,000. The remaining shops had debts ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of taels, coming from the 21st century and having attended university. Ye Feng quickly discerned that those shops that paid their rents on time were predominantly controlled by the 6 courts. After a moment, Miao Xiaoro asked, Ye Feng, you've been at it for quite a while. Are you confident? Ye Feng replied, I'll give it a try. No, you must take this seriously. If you manage to collect all 4 million taels, you'll earn a bonus of 100,000 taels, enough to last a lifetime. Ye Feng was indeed tempted. 100 taels could be exchanged for a spirit crystal, and if he could accumulate 100 to 180,000 taels, he would never worry about spirit crystals again. However, he also understood the challenges ahead. Since these elders had delayed their payments for so long, it indicated that they were senior figures of Yunhai sect, and thus the Tianfeng Institute dared not take a hard stance. Extracting money from these stingy elders was fraught with risk. Ye Feng, you are known as the boldest in Yunhai sect. Are you afraid? Afraid? Nonsense. In my dictionary, there is no such word as fear. These are merely bad debts, a trivial matter for me. However, I'm not part of the Tianfeng Institute. If I am to collect debts, you must provide me with a document or a letter of authorization, stating that I, Ye Feng, am acting on behalf of the Tianfeng Institute. That is simple. I'll write it for you right now. Miao Xiaoro waved her hand, pulling out writing materials to draft the authorization. At dusk, Ye Feng, carrying a small cloth bag, left the food for heaven establishment with Miao Xiaoro. The bag contained various rental contracts, debt records, the handwritten authorization for debt collection from Miao Xiaoro, and the agreed-upon profit-sharing ratio for recovering the bad debts. Miao Xiaoro cheerfully declared, "Ye Feng, I leave all the troublesome debt collection from these delinquent shops in your capable hands. Go forth boldly, but remember, if you cause any trouble, it is solely your responsibility, not mine or the Tianfeng Institute's." Ye Feng replied, "Understood, I'll study this matter further." Ye Feng felt a pang of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had lived in an era of widespread debt: online loans, car loans, housing loans, renovation loans, bridal dowries, credit cards, installment payments, business loans, and even loans for female college students. Behind these commercial loans was a vast collection industry. Nearly half of the youth had dealt with debt collectors. In his pursuit of a goddess, Ye Feng had once taken out online loans, and before traversing to this world, he had been burdened with substantial debt, often facing aggressive collection tactics. He had once harbored a deep disdain for this industry. Now, he was to become what he had once loathed. There was no easy path in the man's world. Currently, penniless and lacking spirit crystals to restore his energy, he found himself forced to seek work at the tender age of 15. Upon exiting the establishment, guided by Miao Xiaoro, he discovered a new gambling house opened by Master Chu. The name, Jinbao Feng, was exceedingly mundane. Inside, it was akin to the gambling houses depicted in ancient dramas, filled with a chaotic mix of people. However, there were no flamboyant hosts, considering the distance to the nearest city was several hundred miles. Only disciples of Yunhai sect would dare to gamble here, since they were all cultivators who would dare to cause trouble. Expecting to find fewer gambling styles akin to a feudal dynasty, he was taken aback to see a plethora of gambling games, dice, cards, cockfighting, and more, over a dozen different types. The place was bustling with inner and outer disciples, and even some elders were present. Were these not the very practitioners who sought longevity and eternal life? How could they indulge in such pastimes? Ye Feng shook his head in disbelief. These individuals hardly resembled righteous cultivators. "Yidaba, long time no see, my brother. Yidaba, I heard you got involved with Yunshuang and Appos. Impressive. Isn't that the notorious Yidaba? What brings you here today?" Before Ye Feng could take more than a few steps, several people recognized him and greeted him enthusiastically. Ye Feng could hardly recall who they were, but politely nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, he found himself in the company of Feng Erba, Lei Samba, and Qi Siba, who were engrossed in a dice game. Given that cultivators possessed mental powers, they could manipulate the outcomes of dice and even see through their opponent's cards. Thus, the gambling tools in this establishment were specially designed. At that moment, Feng seemed desperate, having shed his outer garment, exposing his plump torso. Though he appeared overweight in clothes, it was no illusion. He truly was quite portly. Zhuge Benlei and Qi Yao stood nervously behind him. His opponent was a young woman clad in a purple-black gown, likely in her 20s, with exquisite features. Yet, this young lady held a smoking pipe in her mouth, its mouthpiece carved from jade, the stem crafted from pure gold, and the bowl resembling some transparent crystal, somewhat vulgar and bizarre. Ye Feng was taken aback. Was there tobacco in this world? Having been an avid smoker in his previous life, he had greatly missed the sensation of inhaling smoke after a month in this realm. The sight of the young woman with her pipe instantly rekindled his cravings. A crowd gathered around the gambling table, where Feng and the pipe-smoking girl each had a dice cup and 3 dice. The beautiful girl puffed out a cloud of smoke. Laughing, "Why not call it quits? You 3 have lost all afternoon, and now you're down to just 10 taels. Save it for some pancakes." Feng shouted, "I refuse to believe I'll lose again. Come on, I'm turning the tables." As he spoke, Feng began to shake the dice cup. The pipe girl scoffed, "If you're intent on losing everything, I'll be happy to oblige." Both were seasoned gamblers, adept in their shaking techniques. Moments later, they simultaneously ceased shaking. Just then, Ye Feng's voice rang out, "That fatty has lost." Ye Feng was taken aback. "The game hasn't even started. How do you know?" Although the gambling tools here are crafted from special materials and the dice cups are imbued with isolation charms, there remain methods to manipulate the outcomes. The young lady rolled a 5, 5, and 6, totaling 16 points, while the stout fellow rolled 3, 3, and 4, totaling 10 points. In a contest of magnitude, the stout fellow was clearly at a disadvantage. "Uncle Master, you understand this, don't you?" "Of course I do. I was in charge of the immortal Spirit Valley for over a century. In my youth, to earn some spirit crystals, I even operated a gambling den there. I am more familiar with the intricacies of this game than anyone else. As Ye Fuyo noted, the 2 dice cups were simultaneously revealed. Fong Tong had a total of 10 points, while the pipe-smoking lady had 16. The 3 of them lost their last silver ingot, their spirits akin to that of mourners. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, chuckled and dispersed, seemingly deriving pleasure from the misfortune of these 3 bullies more than from any winnings of their own. The pipe-smoking lady shook her head as she rose, stuffing the silver before her into her storage artifact, remarking, "To lose 16 rounds in a row. Such bad luck is unparalleled." Chi Yao retorted angrily, "You Yinling, don't get too cocky. Today we are simply out of luck, but we shall challenge you again another day. By then, I shall win even your closest garments." The pipe-smoking lady laughed. "Yao Yao, you always boast. Over these years, have you ever won my intimate garments? As for you 3, along with your leader Ye Feng, how many times have you lost your big shorts to me? I will undoubtedly settle this with you." Chi Yao huffed, turning to leave. Upon turning, she spotted Ye Feng. "Boss, when did you arrive?" she exclaimed. Fong Tong and Zhuge Benlei, hearing her words, immediately turned their attention to Ye Feng, their faces lighting up with joy. "Boss, today we lost dreadfully. Do you have any silver on you to recoup our losses?" At that moment, Ye Feng was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Chi Yao had referred to the pipe-smoking lady as Yu Yinling. If memory serves correctly, Yu Yinling is a direct disciple of the esteemed elder guarding the seeking Taoist at the Red Cloud Peak of the 4 veins of Yunhai. Alongside Yun Shuanger and Miao Xiaoro, they are known as the 3 fairies of Yunhai. Ye Feng's heart was a tumult of emotions. These 3 renowned young fairies each embodied distinct personas. One as cold as ice, shunning laughter and warmth, akin to a stone maiden. Another openly engaged in corruption, unashamed and even proud of her misdeeds. And the last, an eccentric, not only indulging in smoking but also in gambling. How did Yu Yinling manage to infiltrate the ranks of the 3 fairies of Yunhai? Was it merely due to her striking features and alluring figure? Returning to the present upon hearing Fong Tong's words, Ye Feng remarked, "Do I possess any silver? Since you have lost all, it would be best to leave now. I happen to have some matters to discuss with you." "Hey, Ye Feng, after months of absence, not even a greeting? Are you still holding a grudge over the last time I left you with nothing but a 3-month-old unwashed pair of shorts?" The pipe-smoking girl, Yu Yinling, approached Ye Feng with a radiant smile. Ye Feng regarded the situation with skepticism. The original owner had quite an extensive network of friends. He even knew Yu Yinling. Among the most outstanding and beautiful disciples of the Yunhai sect's younger generation, he was acquainted with all 3. Moreover, their relationship seemed to transcend mere nodding acquaintances, suggesting a deeper bond. However, what was the meaning behind Yu Yinling claiming that the only thing left to her was a pair of unwashed shorts for 3 months? He looked quizzically at Fong Tong and the others, asking, "Is this true?" The 3, aware of Ye Feng's amnesia, could only nod awkwardly. Helpless, Ye Feng turned to Yu Yinling and said, "Senior sister Yu, let us not dwell on past matters. We have urgent matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave. Wait, I've heard that you not only teased Yun Shuang verbally, but also laid hands on her. How bold and audacious." Ye Feng turned to Fong Tong and the others, who immediately began to avoid his gaze. Unable to withstand Ye Feng and Appo's stare, Fong Tong finally said, "Boss, don't look at us like that. It must have been Lu Yingshui and his gang who spread the rumors." Images of the notorious 7 delinquents of Yunhai flashed in Ye Feng's mind. Oh no, his heart sank. This matter would inevitably reach Yun Shuang's ears. And when it did, he would be in deep trouble. Regret washed over him for having spoken impulsively, placing himself in a precarious position. It seemed he would need to avoid Yun Shuang in the future. Ye Feng quickly protested, "Senior sister Yu, how could you believe such gossip? You know who I am, a man of integrity. How could I possibly engage in such sordid behavior towards a lady? Oh, deny it all you want. Half of Yunhai sect knows you've laid hands on her, and they say her physique is even more alluring than it appears, senior sister. Please refrain from fabricating stories. Someone could get hurt." Ye Feng exclaimed, "What are you 3 still doing? Let us go." And with that, he fled in disarray. Upon exiting the gambling den, Chi Yao immediately complained of hunger. However, the 4 had no coins to spare. Dining at an establishment was out of the question, and they could only settle for credit at a familiar roadside stall. This was a modest noodle shop, with a makeshift awning and 3 tables, located diagonally across from the gambling den. Fong Tong and the others were gambling addicts. When they won, They would feast on lavish meals, but when they lost, they would come to this noodle shop for a bowl of meat noodles on credit. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Chin, was their master uncle. Upon seeing the four emerge from the gambling den with drooping spirits, he understood what had transpired. "Uncle Chin, for bowls of meat noodles, on credit," Fong Tong called out. "Certainly, please wait a moment, it will be ready shortly," replied Chin. The four found an empty table to sit at. At this time, as dusk fell, many disciples from the Xianling Valley were about. Some outer sect disciples, finished with their day's work, came to stroll here, as it was the only place within 1,000 miles of Tianyun Mountain with a variety of shops. Ye Feng observed the clusters of young disciples on the valley streets. Pondering that the foot traffic was quite promising, perhaps he could venture into a small business in Xianling Valley, which might prove advantageous, if not profitable. "Boss, weren't you supposed to be training? Why come down the mountain to find us?" asked the thin monk, Zhuge Benlei. Ye Feng replied, "I initially intended to discuss potential money-making opportunities with you, but that is no longer necessary. I have already found a way and wish to bring you three along to prosper." "Prosper?" The three exchanged glances, then fell silent. Ye Feng, noticing their expressions, frowned. "What else with that look? I'm offering you a chance to get rich, and you don't seem excited at all. It's as if I'm leading you into a pit of fire." Fong Tong remarked, "Boss, over the years, every money-making venture you've proposed has invariably turned out to be a trap. While we may be broke, we also wish to live a few more years. We cannot afford to indulge in your reckless schemes." Chi Yao nodded, saying, "None of us seem destined for riches. Let us accept our fate." Zhuge Benlei added, "I second that." Ye Feng, exasperated, stated, "Perhaps I have indeed suggested misguided paths in the past, but this time is different. It's a legitimate business with no investment required, a venture with guaranteed profit. No investment needed? Sounds intriguing, do tell." Upon hearing of a no-cost opportunity, the 3's interest was piqued. They had partnered in business before, but Ye Feng had always been the penniless one, with the others footing the bill, resulting in disastrous losses each time. If no capital was required from them, they could certainly give it a go. At worst, they would only lose time, not actual money. Ye Feng proceeded to outline his partnership plan with Miao Xiaoro, detailing the essentials to the three. Finally, he patted his small bundle and declared, "I have all the IOUs. Once we recover these debts, we will be rich. We are brothers, and will share the profits equally." The three stared at him in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they could fit even an ostrich egg inside. "Are you three astonished by my brilliant plan?" Ye Feng said proudly. "Boss, are you out of your mind? You dare to wade into the murky waters of Xianling Valley?" Chi Yao exclaimed. The stout monk added, "Boss, if you're intent on courting death, don't drag us down with you. The enterprises here are backed by the elders of Yunhai. Those who owe rent to the Tianfeng Institute are all powerful figures within the sect. Do you truly believe we can collect?" The thin monk stated, "What do you mean we? This is your venture, and it has nothing to do with us." Having navigated the Yunhai sect for years, the trio was well acquainted with the intricacies of Xianling Valley. They knew the stories surrounding it. How could Ye Feng dare to dive in? Ye Feng shrugged. "We are merely tasked with debt collection, within legal bounds. All that we recover will be pure profit. What a splendid business opportunity. I intended to bring you along for the ride, but if you're afraid, I shall find others." Fong Tong's eyes darted. "How much debt are we talking about?" "Approximately 4 million taels." The trio began to whisper among themselves, counting on their fingers, muttering arithmetic formulas. Ye Feng smiled wryly. "We needn't count fingers. If we recover it all, 2 million will go to Tianfeng Institute, 1 million to Miao Xiaoro, leaving us with 1 million. 1 million. The three gasped in astonishment. Chi Yao quietly asked, "How much did we lose to you Yinling today?" 18 taels, I believe. "No, it should be 187 taels and 52 1. I lost 4 taels and 52 when hidden in my shoes." Chi Yao continued, "If it's 1 million taels, how much will each of us get?" In Ye Feng's incredulous gaze, the three commenced counting on their fingers again, reciting mental math. Ye Feng covered his forehead. A tyrant is not terrifying. What's frightening is a cultured tyrant. With their level of education, even if they were to be bullies for a century, what future could they possibly have? Stop calculating. Each person would receive 250,000 taels. What? 250,000 taels? So much? The three exclaimed in unison. Ye Feng remarked, "What good is that? You wouldn't dare, would you? Fine, I'll seek others for my debt collection crew." The stout monk quickly interjected, "No, boss. We were just joking earlier. We must take on this venture." The thin monk laughed, I relish debt collection. Intimidation and threats are my innate talents. Qi Yao inquired, boss. May I ask what exactly a debt collection company entails? Ye Feng replied, you may consider it an establishment dedicated to collecting debts on behalf of others. The four of them instantly reached a consensus, and thus the Shenzhou Four Overlords Financial Services Company was born. The middle-aged shopkeeper then served a bowl of vegetarian noodles he had prepared. He listened attentively to the conversation among the four overlords, chuckling. You four little rascals should tread lightly. It would be a pity if you fail to earn any money and end up offending everyone. Fong Tong remarked, Uncle Qin, it's 25,000 taels per person. Offending a few individuals is hardly a matter of concern. Ben Lei added with a laugh, not worried at all. We have nearly offended everyone in the Yunhai sect, so it hardly matters. Qi Yao continued, Uncle Qin, your establishment has been running for quite some time, hasn't it, Oppos? Tiet? Are you behind on the rent to the Tianfeng Institute? If so, our first transaction could very well be with you. The middle-aged shopkeeper chuckled. My little shop on the street incurs a yearly rent of several hundred taels, which I can manage without issue. I have always paid on time without delay. However, you little rascals frequently come here to settle debts. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qi Yao coughed lightly and said, Oh, let us not dwell on such trivial details. What I meant to say was, even if you do owe rent, Uncle Qin, we four overlords will look out for you. The middle-aged shopkeeper laughed, hee. In my 300 years of life, this is the first time a younger generation has offered to protect me. He then chuckled as he walked towards the stove. As the four enjoyed their noodles, they began to peruse their ledger, identifying which debts to pursue. After much deliberation, they decided to start with the easier targets. They aimed to select a few establishments with less powerful backgrounds and minimal overdue rent, intending to rattle the cage and set an example for others. Ultimately, they settled on the Tianyu silk shop, owned by the Yunyu fairy and her few elder sisters. The shop, while not large, boasted a commendable business, generating around 40 to 50,000 taels monthly. According to the leasing agreement with the Tianfeng Institute, the annual tribute was 5,000 taels. Having operated for over a decade, they had paid rent until a few years prior, after which they began to delay payments. Currently, they owed over 4 years of rent, amounting to approximately 23,000 taels of silver. The reason for targeting this establishment was a unanimous belief among the young ones that their Yunyu master was the softest of soft targets. After selecting the shop, they commenced discussions on how to collect the debts. Threats, intimidation, paint splattering, and bombarding with phone calls may work on ordinary mortal debtors. But these establishments were backed by elders of the Yunhai sect, rendering such illegal collection tactics largely ineffective. They needed to devise a strategy to compel these celestial debtors to willingly part with their funds. As Ye Feng returned to Fengling residence on the mountainside, it was nearing the second watch of the night. The flickering candlelight in Linger's room contrasted starkly with the darkness enveloping his master's quarters. To avoid disturbing their rest, Ye Feng tread lightly. Suddenly, the voice of Master Yulong rang out. I say, have you become addicted to thievery? Returning home like a thief in the night. Startled, Ye Feng focused his gaze to find his plump master reclining in a chair in the courtyard, shrouded in darkness. Had he not looked closely, he might not have noticed his master's presence at all. Ah, it's just you, master. You startled me. Why aren't you resting at this late hour? Ye Feng hurriedly forced a smile. Can I sleep soundly when you're not home? Are you unaware of your current predicament? Running around like this, do you truly wish to meet an early demise? Though Yulong often spoke in a careless manner, he genuinely cared for Ye Feng. His concern prevented him from resting until Ye Feng returned. I was down at Xianling Valley with Fong Tong and the others, playing all afternoon. I'm sorry to have worried you. Ye Feng quickly replied. Yulong rolled his eyes, saying, this afternoon, Ling and Xiao Man made quite a number of dumplings. We've already eaten, but there's a plate left for you in the kitchen. Serve yourself. Ye Feng wanted to express that he was already full, but he couldn't bear to disappoint his sister's kind gesture. So he rushed into the kitchen to fetch the dumplings. Though they had cooled, their flavor still reminded him of the pork and scallion dumplings from his past life. Watching his disciple devour the food voraciously, Yulong shook his head slightly. You gambled again today with Fong Tong, didn't you? Ye Feng wiped his mouth and replied. Of course not. I was looking for work. Looking for work? What do you mean? Earning money. Money? If I recall correctly, your only method of earning money involves stealing master. That was all in the past. I truly found a lucrative job today. Yulong perked up with interest. Oh, do tell. I'm currently assisting Tianfeng Courtyard in collecting debts. Cough, what did you say? Collecting debts? What debts? Those yearly tributes from the shops in Xianling Valley. Many of them are raking in profits yet are delinquent on their rent. Recently, Sister Xiaoro has been handling this issue, and she is quite distressed. Thus, she entrusted me with the task of collecting debts. Yulong began to pinch the bridge of his nose. Noticing this, Ye Feng asked, Master, are you feeling unwell? Yulong muttered, I was quite comfortable until now. You, how should I even address you? Do you know what sort of shops in Xianling Valley are behind on their tributes? Others avoid them like the plague, yet you're diving headfirst into trouble. Ye Feng frowned. Master, retribution for murder and repayment for debts are fundamental principles. If they truly lack funds, a grace period or rent exemption could be arranged. However, their businesses are thriving, and there is no loss. Why should they evade their tributes? This is laid out in the contracts they signed in black and white. Our Yunhai sect is a leader in the Tao of immortality, a pillar of righteousness. The actions of these elders are truly disgraceful and tarnish the image of our sect. I refuse to believe that in this world, there is no sense of justice. Yulong stared incredulously at his foolish disciple. In the past, this lad was a pioneer in lawlessness. How had he changed so dramatically after facing adversity? Were these truly his words? Had he not picked up the wrong script? Is this truly how you feel? Yulong asked. Of course. Yulong felt a swell of pride. It seems you've truly matured. In life, one can overlook minor details, but one must always uphold righteousness. Look at me. Yes, I frequently visit brothels, and the world knows of my proclivities. However, I never shirk my debts nor bully virtuous women of the mortal realm. In the past, I worried you might stray down a wrong path, but after hearing your words just now, I am confident you have reformed and are on the right track. Very well. Since you wish to rectify the internal issues of our Yunhai sect, I support you wholeheartedly. Do your best. If you encounter difficulties, I shall back you up. Really, Master? You're the best. We've discussed it, and we plan to target the Tianyu silk store owned by Uncle Yunyu first. Master, you're well versed in this. Could you offer some suggestions? Yunyu? Haha, you have a keen eye. Your Uncle Yunyu was once hailed as the most beautiful woman of Yunhai sect. I pursued her for many years, yet she never spared me a glance. Who would have thought she'd end up like this? Listen, this Aunt Yunyu may appear dignified and virtuous, but she is utterly vain. The method to deal with an aging yet vain woman is quite simple. Yulong leaned in and whispered to Ye Feng. Ye Feng hesitated. Master, will this really work? Yulong replied confidently, Trust me, this method will definitely succeed. After pondering, Ye Feng said, All right, I'll make preparations and head to Xianling Valley tomorrow afternoon. Upon returning to his room, Ye Feng decided against lighting a candle. He simply kicked off his shoes and sat cross-legged on his bed. Having only regained 3/4 of his spiritual energy in the afternoon, he needed to continue his recovery. Collecting debts was for the sake of earning money. Earning money was to exchange for spiritual crystals, and exchanging for spiritual crystals was to help him recover his energy more swiftly and enhance his cultivation. Cultivation was his ultimate goal. Ye Feng would not primarily focus on earning money, but rather on his training. He had devised a plan in his mind: meditate at night, practice swordplay in the morning, and dedicate 4 to 5 hours to work in the afternoon. After meditating for 2 hours, his internal true essence had finally returned to its peak state, and all feelings of fatigue had dissipated. He opened his eyes, noting that dawn was still some time away, and continued to expand his dantian and meridians. At daybreak, as the first light crept in, Ye Feng rose from his bed. Almost simultaneously, Linger's door next door swung open. Brother, good morning. Linger exclaimed in surprise. You're up early to cultivate. Ye Feng nodded and glanced at Xiao Man behind Linger. Are you both out to gather qi? Yes. Father says that for a beginner like me, gathering qi in the morning is best. Brother, come join us. No. I've already surpassed the qi refining stage. I'm currently focusing on sword techniques. You and Miss Xiao Man can gather qi in the courtyard. I'll take my leave first. Ye Feng drew out the Ziqing divine sword and transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring away. Ling and Xiao Man were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Xiao Man remarked, Brother Ye's sword technique has improved so quickly. Linger nodded. Indeed. Just a few days ago, he had to bind the sword to his feet to fly, and now he doesn't even need to use his feet, simply wielding the sword to soar away. So impressive. Under the admiring gazes of the two young girls, Ye Feng circled in the sky before heading towards the small waterfall on the back mountain. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the edge of the cold pool. The sky was still dimly lit, and the morning breeze invigorated him. Ye Feng continued practicing the condensed sword technique. At this stage, he had begun to form a degree of combat effectiveness. The more than 100 condensed chi swords held considerable lethality in aerial combat. However, his combat experience was nearly non-existent. His footwork, movement techniques, and close combat sword techniques had yet to be learned. It was a shame to waste the extraordinary sword, Zidian Qingshuang. After practicing the sword technique for over half an hour, Ye Feng halted as he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. He began to practice the techniques of movement and stepping imparted to him by Ye Fuyo. This form of training consumed physical stamina rather than spiritual energy. The first technique he focused on was the phantom steps. The 36 steps of illusion commenced with the 5 elements, followed by the 8 trigrams, the 9 palaces, and ultimately the flying stars, each transition intricate and complex. Ye Feng cleared a substantial area east of the cold pond, removing large stones to ensure the ground was as level as possible. He meticulously marked various zones on the ground corresponding to the directional alignments of the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces. After dedicating half an hour to this preparatory work, he found that true practice commenced at the hour of C. His initial attempts at practicing were clumsy. He recited the incantations for the techniques while gradually shifting his position. In a confrontation, his movements, slower than a turtle, would likely result in his head being severed before he even completed the 3rd step. It was his first foray into these techniques, which could be forgiven. The art was profound. 1 foot had to land on a specific position within the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and the next step needed to be precisely placed on the sun position. Occasionally, missteps led to a stumble, and with a thud, he would fall. The ground was littered with small stones, which caused him to slip repeatedly. After an hour of practice, he found that his speed had not improved significantly. Rather, he spent most of the time tumbling down. This led him to ponder whether the essence of mastering the illusionary steps was less about agility and more about resilience against falls. Eventually, he became a lethargic figure, lying wherever he fell, sprawled out on the ground, gazing at the azure sky. He resembled a soldier lined up by the esteemed General Yuan, his expression vacant, his eyes devoid of life, and his body felt heavier by 5 pounds, lacking the strength to rise. How could it be that this practice of stepping was far more arduous than mastering sword techniques? Was this a mistake? Ye Feng's lament echoed through the small valley behind the mountain. Alas, no matter how exhausting or difficult the endeavor, he resolved to perceive himself as a fool. And no matter how challenging or perilous, he would regard himself as unyielding. As the saying goes, traversers encounter no ease. After resting for less than 10 minutes, Ye Feng struggled to rise once more, plunging back into his arduous training of falling resistance. Progress was evident. The frequency of his falls and the gradual increase in his speed were clear indicators. Around noon, he ceased his practice, shedding his garments before plunging into the adjacent cold pond. He dove in headfirst, relishing the refreshing embrace of the water. After luxuriating for half an hour, he finally emerged from the cold depths. In the afternoon, Ye Feng did not return to Fengling residence for lunch. He had arranged to meet Feng Tong and 2 others to collect debts, and after catching a large fish from the water and roasting it casually, they headed straight to Xianling Valley. The valley is not far from Handan, and they flew over the dense forest, arriving at the outskirts of Xianling Valley in less than 10 minutes. The operating hours of Xianling Valley differ from those of shops in mortal cities. Given that the clientele consists of cultivators who spend their mornings in training and outer disciples are occupied with work, most shops in Xianling Valley open only after the hour of C. By the time Ye Feng finished his meal and arrived, it was already late afternoon, and many disciples had gathered in the valley. In a modest tea house on the southern side of the valley, Ye Feng spotted Feng Tong and his 3 ruffians. "Boss, over here," Feng Tong called out to Ye Feng. Ye Feng approached, smiling. "You 3 are quite early." Feng Tong replied, "Of course, if we aren't proactive about making money, we must be out of our minds. Let's get moving." Ye Feng waved his hand, "No rush." Everyone was taken aback. The thin monk asked, "Boss, didn't Adapos, we agree on this yesterday? Are we backing out?" Ye Feng reassured them, "Not at all. I discussed this matter with my master yesterday, and he was very supportive. He even proposed an idea." Chi Yao inquired, "What idea did the fat master suggest?" Ye Feng whispered the suggestion to them. After hearing it, the 3 ruffians exchanged glances. Chi Yao remarked, "The fat master truly is a cunning individual. He can come up with such unscrupulous ideas." "Impressive," the stout monk added. "I think the fat master's suggestion is quite good." If we resort to force to collect debts, we certainly won't stand a chance. Therefore, we must adhere to the principle of harmony. The thin monk urged. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get ready. With the fat master's method, we can collect from many today. Ye Feng suggested. Before we act, I believe it's necessary for us to adjust our attire to present ourselves as legitimate debt collectors. Chi Yao nodded in agreement. I concur, but how should we change? The four ruffians lingered in the dilapidated tea house at the valley's entrance for quite a while, consuming little tea but wasting plenty of paper and ink. The tea house owner and passing disciples who stopped for a break observed the four's busy activities with puzzled expressions. Tianyu Silk Store, located in the heart of Xianling Valley, is a two-story wooden building, 8 zhang wide and 4 zhang deep, with a back hall connecting to a courtyard housing several rooms, including accommodations for staff and 2 large warehouses. The store is jointly funded by 3 prominent figures, Yunyuxian, Shichixian, and Yunmuxian. Among them, Yunyuxian holds the majority stake, accounting for 60%, while Shuchi and Yunmu each own 20%. As esteemed elders of Yunhai sect, they naturally do not involve themselves in mundane matters, hiring over a dozen outer female disciples to manage operations. The store manager is a named disciple of Yunyuxian, whose name is quite melodious, Su Yonglu. Women's money is the easiest to earn, and businesses like the silk store and rouge shop in Xianling Valley thrive exceptionally well. Tianyu Silk Store boasts a daily turnover exceeding 1,000 taels, with profits of at least 50%. Not to mention, Yunyuxian possesses a knack for business. The storefront is grand and spacious, with counters lining 3 sides. Due to the large area, a special exhibition cabinet displaying various fabrics and even finished garments has been set up in the middle. As afternoon approached, the store was bustling with customers, over 70% of whom were young maidens, with only a few gentlemen present. Several shop assistants eagerly explained the fabrics to each customer, and of course, haggling was essential, as women enjoy the process of negotiating prices. It was expected to be another profitable day. However, 4 uninvited guests arrived, the infamous Yunhai 4 bullies. Each of them wore a red sleeve with the words law enforcement written on it. The notoriety of the Yunhai 4 bullies is well known, and everyone recognizes them. The sales clerks at Tianyu Silk Store assumed the 4 were there to make a purchase, and one particularly beautiful young lady promptly approached them. Despite their infamous reputation, the 4 bullies were generous when shopping. The lovely lady said, Young Master Yi, Young Master Feng, Young Master Zhuge, Fairy Yao Yao, long time no see. Our store has just received some new fabrics. Would you like to take a look? Ye Feng replied, This young lady, we are not here to buy silk. By the way, is Manager Su available? We need to speak with her about something. Although surprised, the beautiful lady led the 4 to Su Yonglu. At that moment, Su Yonglu was engaged in selling fabrics to 2 inner disciples. The lovely lady whispered a few words to Su Yonglu. Su Yonglu paused, turned to look at the 4 bullies in their red sleeves, and chose to ignore them, continuing her conversation with the 2 inner disciples. After waiting for a moment and seeing Su Yongliu's indifference, the 4 felt a natural irritation. However, they were somewhat cultured bullies. Waiting until Su Yonglu dismissed the 2 inner disciples before stepping forward, Ye Feng clasped his hands in greeting. You must be Manager Su. Su Yonglu, in her 40s but appearing only in her early 20s, had striking features that conveyed warmth rather than the demeanor of a shrewd merchant. Although she had not yet become Yunyuxian's true disciple, she was a named disciple responsible for generating revenue for Yunyuxian. Su Yonglu regarded the 4 ruffians and asked, What do you want from me? I'm busy. Ye Feng smiled. The store is doing quite well. Manager Su is profiting. We won't take up your valuable time. With that, Ye Feng produced a contract from his pocket, saying, Take a look at this. Su Yonglu accepted it, her brow furrowing gradually. This is the land lease agreement signed over a decade ago between our store and Tianfeng Institute. How did it come into your possession? Ye Feng replied, Just acknowledge that this is your Tianyu Silk Store's contract. Check this. As he handed her another piece of paper detailing the overdue tribute owed by Tianyu Silk Store over the years, totaling 23,000 taels. Su Yonglu seemed to understand, smiling. So you are here to collect rent? Wasn't Sister Xiao here yesterday? Why are you back? Ye Feng explained. It's not that Sister Xiao failed to collect the rent. We are here to request Manager Su to settle it. What? Ye Feng, say that again. Ye Feng replied. Please settle the overdue rent owed by Tianyu Silk Store for over a decade, totaling 23,000 taels. Since we're familiar faces, I won't even round it up. Ye Feng wore a broad smile, appearing exceptionally polite. Su Yonglu scrutinized the 4, asking, "Are you sent by Tianfeng Institute?" Ye Feng replied, "Sort of, Manager Su. Will you be paying in cash or with silver notes? High-grade spirit crystals are also acceptable." Su Yonglu inquired, "Do you know whose store this is?" Ye Feng shook his head. "It makes no difference to me whose store it is. I am only responsible for collecting rent." "Collecting rent? Huh, there isn't any. But this silk store is quite prosperous. I have investigated. The daily turnover is at least 1,500 taels, and that is a conservative estimate. How could there be no money? We are all just workers. There is no need to make things difficult for one another. If you claim there is no money to pay rent, you should seek out my master, Yin Yuxian." "Ah, so this is Master Yin Yuxian's store. Oh dear. Why didn't you mention it sooner? My apologies." Seeing Ye Feng's feigned humility, Su Yonglio's expression turned somewhat triumphant. "Now you know, quickly leave. Don't delay our business." Ye Feng turned around and said, "Since we cannot disregard the shop of Uncle Yunyu, let us give Manager Su a stick of incense's worth of time to gather the funds. What do you think?" Fong Tong immediately replied, "Indeed, Uncle Yunyu is quite respectable. A stick of incense's time shall suffice." Ben Lei and Qi Yao concurred as well. Su Yonglu was taken aback. After years of running a shop, this was her first encounter with such a situation. She exclaimed furiously, "Ye Feng, Qi Yao, what are you two planning?" Qi Yao giggled. "We are here to collect debts. Manager Su, we have crossed paths many times, and I do not wish to make things difficult for you. If Uncle Yunyu were to learn that her shop has been incurring losses year after year, and that you owe over 20,000 taels in rent to the Tianfeng Institute, I wonder what her reaction would be." Ye Feng stated that you have a stick of incense's time. Or else, what will you do? Su Yonglu remained unfazed. She had submitted all her earnings to her master and had not embezzled a single coin. As for the overdue tribute, it had been a collective decision by her master and the other two proprietors. Even if this matter were to come to light, it would not implicate her. Qi Yao pointed to her sleeve and declared, "Do you see those two characters above? Enforcement. If your shop fails to make up the owed tribute today, the four of us will enforce the rules of the Yunhai sect and the laws of the court, sealing your silk store and confiscating your goods for public auction until the 23,000 taels in rent is recovered." "You wouldn't dare." The four exchanged glances, each shrugging their shoulders in response. Su Yonglio's expression darkened. Numerous customers and shop assistants, having heard the commotion, gathered around, pointing and whispering about the four. The four maintained an air of indifference, unbothered by the crowd's reaction. Time passed slowly, regardless of the shop assistants' shouts and curses. The four remained resolute and did not engage in any disputes. After a while, the lean monk said, "Boss, the stick of incense's time is up." Ye Feng immediately turned to Su Yonglu and asked, "Manager Su, have you prepared the funds?" Su Yonglu gritted her teeth and replied, No, I don't believe you four dare to cause a scene here." Ye Feng sighed, "Alas, I offered you a chance. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame us for being impolite. Seal the shop." With a grand gesture, he commanded. Qi Yao promptly produced numerous sealing strips from her storage pouch. Fong Tong and Zhuge Ben Lei shouted, "The shop is closed. We are no longer open for business. Everyone, please leave. This place is to be sealed." The Tianyu Silk Store, in operation for over a decade, owed the Tianfeng Institute 23,000 taels in tribute. And we are here under orders to seal the Tianyu Silk Store. Everyone, please exit and wait. We will inventory the goods shortly. All silk, fabrics, and ready-made garments will be sold at a 30% discount. Originally, 100 taels of silk fabric will now only cost 30 taels. First come, first served. Seeing the customers being expelled from her shop and the threat of a public auction at low prices, Su Yonglu was infuriated. She instructed her staff to drive the four so-called bullies out of the store. Ye Feng had anticipated this outcome. They had no intention of engaging in a physical confrontation with Su Yonglu and her associates. Once expelled from the store, Qi Yao and the others began affixing sealing strips and posters to the walls while distributing flyers to the onlookers. This was the fruit of their labor after an hour of hard work at the tea house outside the valley. It was also an insidious idea proposed by the rotund Yulong. In her youth, Fairy Yunyu was renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Yunhai sect, and her reputation in the mortal realm was immense. Yulong knew that Fairy Yunyu cherished her reputation dearly. Employing this method against her would be far more effective than threats, intimidation, or vandalism. The market in the Xianling Valley had existed for over a millennium, and a forced shop sealing had never occurred before. It immediately attracted a crowd of disciples. These individuals were aware of the formidable background of Ye Feng and his companions at that moment. with red enforcement armbands adorning their arms. The outer disciples felt too intimidated to intervene, although the inner disciples held higher status. Ye Feng's teachers and elders were even more powerful. Moreover, these four were infamous bullies. The onlookers could only whisper and point, no one daring to take a stand against them. Furthermore, from the content of the flyers and posters, they gathered the general outlines of the situation. It was evident that the Tianyu silk store bore responsibility. The Xianling Valley was filled with silk shops and rouge stores, all quite profitable. Yet it was simply unacceptable for one to owe tribute for such an extended period. The four of them, banging drums and gongs at the store's entrance, loudly proclaimed the Tianyu silk store's deliberate delay in paying rent, asserting that they were here today to collect the rent and were met with violent resistance. As the crowd outside grew ever larger, Su Yonglu had no choice but to temporarily close the shop. Witnessing the closure, Ye Feng and his companions felt invigorated. They plastered the entrance with posters and ceiling strips without any intention of leaving, all the while vociferously denouncing the Tianyu silk store for its lucrative earnings while willfully neglecting its tribute obligations, thus violating the spirit of integrity and righteousness. Come and see, the Tianyu silk store, relying on its connections with the elders, has owed rent for over 4 years. Su Yonglu, hearing the commotion outside, climbed to the second floor to investigate. She saw over 100 disciples gathered at the entrance, many of them examining the flyers while pointing at the silk store. They learned that this shop had been established over 10 years ago by Uncle Yunyu, Uncle Yunmu, and Shuqi as partners. It turned out that both Yunmu and Shuqi were also stakeholders in this store. She had initially thought that only Uncle Yunyu backed the Tianyu silk store. This explained why the three uncles opened the shop together and felt emboldened to neglect their tribute payments to the Tianfeng Institute. Oh, what is the big deal? In the Xianling Valley, among the many shops, only those under the jurisdiction of the 6 courtyards pay their tribute on time. How many others do? Indeed, those who could open shops in the Xianling Valley were all prominent elders of the Yunhai sect. Even the Grand Elder of the Tianfeng Institute, Shoujing, had to give these elders face. Many owed rent, but the commotion this time was unprecedented in 1,000 years. Uncle Yunyu had truly lost face. The 4 bullies of Yunhai were incredibly audacious. Weren't they slapping Uncle Yunyu in the face? You are too naive. Although they have committed numerous misdeeds, they typically only bully outer disciples. This time, they are directly targeting Uncle Yunyu, and surely someone is backing them. I heard that several of Uncle Yunyu's female disciples are quite close to Brother Changkong, and now Brother Jinghong controls the Tianfeng Institute. Just look at the background of the 4 bullies of Yunhai. Qi Yao is from the Transmission Institute. Currently, that's Brother Changkong's territory. This matter is definitely entangled with. Shoo, don't say it, don't say it. The discussions rose and fell. All were self-proclaimed geniuses, naturally skeptical that the 4 bullies of Yunhai would offend Fairy Yunyu without cause. The covert struggle between Changkong and Jinghong had nearly come to light. To these clever individuals, this was not merely a rent collection. It represented the escalation of a conflict between 2 factions. The 4 bullies of Yunhai were aligned with the faction of Fu Jinghong, while Fairy Yunyu represented the faction of Duga Changkong. Beyond this explanation, they could not conceive of a more fitting rationale. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Su Yongliu's expression turned grim. She too sensed an underlying complexity to the situation. Though the 4 bullies of Yunhai often acted tyrannically, they had never dared to provoke these shops before. Today's events were undoubtedly the result of some deeper cause. The beautiful young lady behind her asked, Sister Su, what should we do? If these 4 continue to cause such a commotion, we will find it impossible to conduct business. This is not merely a matter of trade. It likely involves. Su Yonglu had never encountered such a scene and felt momentarily flustered. However, she was not foolish. She understood that if this truly pertained to the power struggle between Duga Changkong and Fu Jinghong, it could be difficult to resolve. Yet, she had not heard that her senior sisters were supportive of Duga Changkong. Could it be that her status was not sufficiently elevated? That seemed unlikely. Her master had over 20 female disciples, among whom only 3 were true disciples, while the others were nominal disciples. Her position among these disciples was quite significant, or else she would not have been entrusted with managing the silk shop's affairs. Regardless of the truth, this matter needed to be settled swiftly. She inquired, How much cash do we have in the drawer? The attractive young lady replied, There should be around 20 to 30,000 taels. All right, immediately disperse this amount. Sister, you aren't planning to hand it to Ye Feng and the others, are you? Shouldn't we report this to Master? There's no time, Just do as I say. Soon, the closed shop door was reopened. A shop assistant stepped out, glanced at the seals and notices plastered on the walls and door, and frowned slightly. Then she said, Ye Feng, the shopkeeper requests your presence inside. Ye Feng grinned widely, knowing their plan had succeeded. After the four entered the shop, several female assistants emerged to begin removing the seals and notices from the walls and doors, attempting to minimize the incident's impact. Su Yonglu produced a stack of silver notes along with some gold and silver ingots. Ye Feng, here are 23,000 taels of silver, please count it. Ye Feng, beaming, replied, Su shopkeeper, you are too kind. If you had produced this sooner, we wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. Yao Yao, please tally the silver. Chi Yao nodded and began counting the stack of silver notes, while Fong Tong and Ben Lei assessed the quantity of gold and silver. During the counting, Su Yonglu spoke again, her tone calm. Ye Feng, I do not care who supports you from behind. Today's matter cannot be concluded. Ye Feng feigned innocence, asking, Why can it not be concluded? You have paid the rent, and our job is done. Today's affair is over. Of course, if your shop defaults again in the future, we will return. Ye Feng, at this point, stop pretending to be foolish. Just wait. You will regret this. Please, we are merely following orders. If you wish to retaliate, seek out the person behind us. We are merely errand runners. Ye Feng endeavored to maintain a humble demeanor. Su Yonglu inquired, Who is your backer? Ye Feng chuckled. Su shopkeeper, we are all intelligent individuals. There's no need to state everything too clearly. You understand. Earlier, upon hearing onlookers discuss their collection actions, Ye Feng had surmised that it was Fu Jinghong's retaliation against Dugu Chongkong. He then resolved to shift the blame onto the eccentric Dugu. Seeing Ye Feng's mysterious demeanor, Su Yonglu snorted but refrained from further comments. Given her position, even if she knew the identity of the person behind this, Fu Jinghong, who currently presided over the Tianfeng Institute, she would not dare to voice it. After all, no one could predict who would ultimately prevail in this struggle for the position of young master. Wise individuals now would refrain from taking sides to avoid offending either party. Boss, the amount is correct. It is indeed 23,000 taels, Fong Tong reported to Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded, inscribing 2 receipts, one for the records and one for Su Yonglu. Thank you, Su shopkeeper. Here is the receipt, and this is your shop's IOU. Please keep them safe. If there's nothing else, we shan't disturb you further. Under the watchful eyes of the young women, the four exited the shop, carrying the money box and humming a tune, striding confidently. Outside, a crowd of spectators had gathered, marveling at the fact that the Yunhai Four had indeed collected rent from the Tianyu silk shop, leading to renewed discussions among them. Boss, this job is incredibly easy. In such a short time, we've earned a substantial amount of silver. Chi Yao exclaimed joyfully. Ye Feng replied, After deducting the amount owed to the Tianfeng Institute and Miao Xiao's share, we four will each receive 5,750 taels. Haha, we've struck it rich. Had I known collecting debts was so lucrative, we should have pursued this line of work long ago. It's a guaranteed profit. No, we didn't invest any capital. We merely used some paper and ink. This is a risk-free venture. While the three were elated, Ye Feng did not share their exuberance. Although it was indeed a lucrative and swift enterprise, the risks were considerable. Just wait. By tonight at the earliest, or tomorrow morning at the latest, Yunyu Xinzi would surely come knocking. It remained to be seen whether his hefty master could withstand the pressure. Chi Yao remarked, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Shall we proceed to the next one? Yes, let us keep the momentum going and collect from 10 or 8 shops today, Shou Tuchuo concurred. Ye Feng, however, shook his head, stating, Let's call it a day. We should find a place to divide the money. I believe everyone in the entire Xianling Valley is already aware of the Tianyu silk shop's predicament. We shall return tomorrow. The Yunhai Four, under the gaze of countless onlookers, swaggered through the valley streets and arrived at a tea house at the valley's entrance. Chi Yao divided their earnings into 3 portions, one amounting to 11,500 taels, while the remaining 2 portions were each 5,750 taels. Ye Feng would not shortchange his brothers. It was agreed that they would split it evenly. Ultimately, each of the 4 received 1,437 taels. The remaining tael was set aside for miscellaneous expenses. After their division, dusk was fast approaching, and the 4 merrily made their way towards Xinglua Peak with their silver. Upon reaching the mountainside of Xinglua Peak, the 4 split up. Ye Feng did not hurry back to Fengling residence or the Tianfeng Institute. Instead, he headed to the residence of the sect leader to find Miao Xiaoro. The residence of the sect leader, known as Tianyun Residence, was quite expansive. Behind Tianyun Residence stood a 7-story pavilion called Zuanyik Pavilion, where the leaders of Yunhai sect had historically rested and conducted their affairs. Gazing upon the lavish estate of Tianyun Residence, Ye Feng felt a profound sense of awe. Indeed, it was the abode of the sect leader, exuding grandiosity. The sect leader had 7 true disciples, several nominal disciples, and dozens of outer disciples serving, which meant at least 60 to 70 individuals resided within Tianyun Residence. Upon entering the main gate, an outer disciple approached promptly. Ye Feng, what brings you here? I'm looking for Sister Xiaoro. Is she around? The disciple shook his head. Sister Miao just concluded her retreat a few days ago and has been busy at the Tianfeng Institute. She likely won't return for a while. That's fine. I will wait for her here. Ye Feng stepped back from Tianyun Residence and sat against the wall at the entrance with the silver, appearing as though he were idly lounging, drawing the frowns of the outer disciple. However, knowing Ye Feng's status, he refrained from commenting. People continued to come and go, and upon seeing Ye Feng in the corner, many wore curious expressions. As the sun set, Miao Xiaoro finally returned, accompanied by a remarkably handsome young man, her senior brother. Linny, Ye Feng, nearly dozing off against the wall, stirred at the sound of their voices. Linny, spotting Ye Feng squatting at the entrance, asked in surprise. Ye Feng, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the voice, Ye Feng opened his eyes and stood up. You're back? I've been waiting for quite a while. Linny replied, did you need to speak with me? Ye Feng shook his head and said, Brother Lin, I am here to find junior sister Xiaoro. Lin Yi displayed a look of confusion. Previously, Ye Feng had fervently professed his affection for Miao Xiaoro, yet she had paid him no heed. Over the past year, he had seemingly given up, so why had he returned now to play the role of a sycophant? Miao Xiaoro inquired, Ye Feng, what brings you to me? Ye Feng smiled and replied, of course, I am here to deliver silver. Deliver silver? Miao Xiaoro was momentarily taken aback. Oh, junior sister Xiaoro. How could you forget? Just yesterday, you asked me to help you collect debts. Indeed, you didn't receive all the silver in just one day, did you? Ye Feng chuckled. Today I collected from one establishment. Here is the receipt, and here is the silver. I have already divided it. This sum of 11,500 taels is to be submitted to the Tianfeng Institute. Yours amounts to 5,750 taels. As for my commission, I have already taken it. Please check it, senior sister. Upon seeing a large stack of banknotes in Ye Feng's small wooden box, Miao Xiaoro felt a sense of unreality. She quickly moved forward to take the receipt, which clearly stated that the Tianyu Silk Workshop owed 23,000 taels as a yearly tribute, now fully settled, with Ye Feng as the collector. I only managed to collect 20 to 30,000 taels in a month, and you managed to do so in a single day? Miao Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Feng scratched his head and replied, today, I only visited one place with Feng and the others. Tomorrow, I will visit several more establishments. Don't worry. Senior sister Xiaoro, I will certainly collect all the overdue rents from the shops of Xianling Valley within a month. Miao Xiaoro smiled broadly. You little rascal. Why didn't you say you had such talent earlier? I see you truly are a remarkable individual. At this moment, Lin Yi began to comprehend the situation. He took the receipt from Ye Feng, glanced over it, and remarked, Junior brother Yi, you collected all this silver from the Tianyu Silk Workshop? Indeed. Do you know who runs the Tianyu Silk Workshop? Of course, I heard it was opened by our esteemed Uncle Yunyu, Uncle Yunmu, and Uncle Shichi. What an opos, is the matter? Since you know, how could you dare to collect? Lin Yi felt as if the Ye Feng before him was a stranger. The last time this fellow had died, it was merely a case of amnesia, but now he seemed to have transformed into a complete fool. Ye Feng replied in astonishment. Why should I be afraid? They indeed owe tribute. I was entrusted by senior sister Xiaoro to collect on behalf of the Tianfeng Institute. You collected rent, and they just handed it over? Of course not. If they were willing to pay, they wouldn't and Opos. Have defaulted for so many years. Brother Lin, senior sister Xiaoro. Today was quite the spectacle. I brought along 3 good brothers and stormed into the Tianyu Silk Workshop to collect debts. That woman Su Yonglu adamantly refused to pay and even invoked Uncle Yunyu to intimidate me. I, Ye Feng, are one of the 4 dominators of Yunhai. How could I be intimidated? I immediately called my brothers to seal off the Tianyu Silk Workshop, intending to sell their expensive silks in a public clearance sale. Ye Feng animatedly recounted the day's thrilling events. However, Both Lin Yi and Miao Xiaorou had begun to massage their temples. Miao Xiaorou exclaimed, "You foolish Ye Feng. I asked you to collect debts, not to seal off Uncle Yun Yu and Apos as shop. You have put me in a perilous position." Ye Feng hurriedly reassured her, "It and Apos, it's all right. This matter won't implicate you, senior sister Xiaorou." Miao Xiaorou retorted, "Do you truly think you would be so kind as to shield me?" Ye Feng shook his head, "Not exactly. I don't know why, but after sealing the shop, many people said I was acting on behalf of Brother Jinghong. And some even mentioned that several of Uncle Yun Yu's disciples are close to the eldest senior brother. They claimed this was a contest between the two senior brothers. And it should have been a misunderstanding. Regardless, no one is saying this matter involves you, senior sister Xiaorou. So rest assured, this incident will definitely not implicate you." Ye Feng attempted to project an innocent and foolish demeanor. In reality, he was quite aware of his actions. Since the people of Yunhai sect had misunderstood, he would seize the opportunity to let the misconception persist, allowing everyone to believe he was acting under the orders of Fu Jinghong. This would not only divert blame, but also grant him a semblance of authority. After all, until the rivalry between Duga Changkong and Fu Jinghong was resolved, no one dared to easily offend either of these two princely figures. Originally, Miao Xiaorou and Lin Yi were merely rubbing their foreheads. Now, their expressions were nothing short of dramatic. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes, and then turned simultaneously to the incessantly chattering Ye Feng. Lin Yi clenched his fists, prepared to confront Ye Feng for his disruptive antics. Fortunately, at that moment, the flamboyant one-eyed Fu Jinghong stormed in from outside. The sky had darkened, and his singular eye seemed to struggle to focus until he approached the trio speaking at the entrance. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Fu Jinghong rolled up his sleeves, cursing, "Old Yi, how dare you show your face in front of me again? What in the world did you do this afternoon in Xianling Valley? I will pound you to the ground. Old Fu, what is going on? I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Senior sister Xiaorou, I will assist you with the debts tomorrow." As soon as Ye Feng caught sight of Fu Jinghong and Apos' expression, he realized the latter was already aware of the events that transpired in Xianling Valley that afternoon. Seeing the situation turn sour, he took off running. The flamboyant one-eyed figure would not easily let him escape and immediately pursued him. Lin Yi and Miao Xiaorou could only watch in bewilderment. Ye Feng's cultivation was vastly inferior to Fu Jinghong's, and his speed was even more lacking. Logically, Ye Feng should have been caught within a few strides. Yet he ran ahead while Fu Jinghong chased behind, both bounding along the cobblestone path outside Yunhai residence, quickly disappearing from sight. The passing disciples of Yunhai sect were left utterly perplexed. After running a considerable distance, Ye Feng, panting heavily, leaned against a gnarled old tree and called out, "Old Fu, why are you chasing me? What have I done to offend you? I've been running for 8 blocks. When will this end?" Fu Jinghong, unfazed and breathing steadily, rolled his eye and replied, "What do you think? You know full well what you did this afternoon at Xianling Valley." "Huff. I merely assisted senior sister Xiaorou in collecting a bad debt. The silver has just been handed over to her." Although in the Tianyu silk workshop, Ye Feng had hinted to Su Yonglu that he was acting on behalf of Fu Jinghong, he could never admit it directly in front of the man himself. Moreover, he had merely hinted. He never explicitly stated that he had been sent by Fu Jinghong to collect the debts. This served as a contingency plan for himself. "You dare to quibble? You went to collect debts while flying my flag. Do you understand how difficult it is for me to win over a disciple now?" The 3 esteemed elders of Yunyu, Yunmu, and Shuqi are renowned figures of our Yunhai sect. I have treated them with the utmost respect over the years. And you, in the blink of an eye, have managed to offend all 3. You little rascal, just wait until I break your legs. Fu Jinghong drew closer, rolling up his sleeves once more. "Unjust," Ye Feng cried out in protest. "What am I being accused of? Collecting debts is my responsibility. If anyone has offended the 3 esteemed elders, it is I, not you, brother. I never said it was you who sent me to collect the debts. Are you genuinely this naive, or merely pretending? I am truly bewildered. Please enlighten me, or even if you break both my legs, I would still not yield." "Fine. I will make you willingly extend your legs for me to break. Did you not proclaim that you were collecting rent on behalf of the Tianfeng Institute?" "Indeed. I speak nothing but the truth. Yesterday, junior sister Xiaorou approached me, handing me a commission document, instructing me to collect debts on behalf of the Tianfeng Institute at the Xianling Valley. Wherein lies my error?" Ye Feng displayed a look of confusion. Are you aware that I currently oversee the Tianfeng Institute? Fu Jinghong declared fiercely. Ye Feng was taken aback, his expression turning to one of surprise. Old Fu, what do you mean? Isn't the chief elder of the Tianfeng Institute Master Shoujing? When did it come under your control? Are you pretending to be unaware? Fu Jinghong, clearly exhibiting violent tendencies, spoke calmly until, without warning, he kicked Ye Feng and Appos behind. Stumbling, Ye Feng made intimate contact with the ground. Fu Jinghong attempted to continue the assault, but Ye Feng, quick-witted, managed to roll away, leaving Fu Jinghong no choice but to relent. In exasperation, he exclaimed, I have been in charge of the Tianfeng Institute for over a year now. Who in the Yunhai sect is unaware of this? If you dare to feign ignorance again, I shall kick you to death. Ye Feng merely sought a scapegoat, never anticipating Fu Jinghong and Appos' explosive temperament. Regret began to wash over him. I am wronged. I too collect debts for the Tianfeng Institute. Can one disregard a contract simply because the other party is an elder? How can our Yunhai sect claim to uphold righteousness? What is the purpose of our cultivation and study? Is it merely to attain high levels of prowess and enjoy an extraordinary status? I care not for the identity of the individual. As long as they violate principles and contracts, I shall not retreat an inch. If I shrink back due to their elevated status or strong backing, then what worth has my identity as a disciple of the Yunhai sect? I shall not coexist with evil. Ye Feng covered his rear, which had just been kicked, with his left hand, while raising his right hand high, his expression resolute, his voice ringing with conviction. He bore a resemblance to a youthful scholar, full of vigor, brimming with ambition, pointing out injustices and passionately proclaiming against the injustices of the world. Fu Jinghong stared blankly at the impassioned Ye Feng. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, Old Ye, you aren't ill, are you? A terminal illness? Don't give up. I will find the best doctor for you. You are the one who is terminally ill. Your entire family is doomed. Ye Feng rolled his eyes in irritation, exclaiming, to live as a hero and to die as a gallant spirit, if we, as young knights, simply drift with the tide, fearing the weak and bullying the strong, what future is there for this world? Old Fu, where is your fervor? Where is your ambition to slay dragons? Has your sense of justice and righteousness been extinguished? If we abandon justice and righteousness, even if you were to inherit the position of authority, where would you lead the Yunhai sect? Fu Jinghong's expression suddenly turned serious. He sat down dejectedly on a stone bench along the path, a resting place for disciples. Indeed, in his youth, he was filled with ambition, determined to vanquish demons and uphold the heavenly path. Yet now, he seemed to have gradually lost sight of those aspirations. Seeing Fu Jinghong's downcast demeanor, Ye Feng mustered his courage to approach, saying, Old Fu, are you all right? You are correct. In dealing with the Tianyu silk store issue, you have not erred. Ye Feng found this strange. This ruffian had been pursuing him. How could his attitude suddenly shift so dramatically after a few words? Ye Feng continued, Since I am not in the wrong, I shall take my leave. My master is waiting for me to have dinner. Fu Jinghong waved his hand dismissively. Just as Ye Feng turned to leave, Fu Jinghong called out, Wait. Ye Feng was startled, fearing Fu Jinghong intended to strike him again. He asked, Brother Fu, is there something else? Well done. Thank you, Brother Fu. I shall continue to strive. Ye Feng scratched his head, leaving with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Fairy Yunyu resided, Su Yonglu was reporting the events of the afternoon to her. After listening to the entire story, Fairy Yunyu surprisingly did not lose her temper, but instead sipped her tea quietly. This left Su Yonglu somewhat astonished. Master, Ye Feng and his companions caused quite a commotion at the silk store today. Many are discussing this matter, which has severely tarnished your reputation. This cannot simply be overlooked. Fairy Yunyu, once the most beautiful woman in the Yunhai sect, despite her advancing years, still exuded an alluring charm with every smile and frown. She gently replied, You should not have given Ye Feng the money. Su Yonglu froze momentarily, then knelt down, saying, Master, at the time, over 100 people had gathered outside the store to watch. That scoundrel Ye Feng not only plastered notice seals all over the door, but also handed out flyers to the onlookers. Fearing the repercussions, I did not promptly report to you, and instead gave Ye Feng the money. Please punish me. Fairy Yunyu glanced at her and said, Rise. My statement about you not giving Ye Feng money was not meant as a reproach. Yonglu, do you know why we consistently paid rent to the Tianfeng Institute in the initial years, yet halted in recent years? Su Yonglu shook her head in confusion. I am dull-witted, and do not comprehend your intentions, master. Fairy Yunyu chuckled lightly, saying, there are many complexities involved here. Not only our shop, but most others began delaying rent payments around 12 years ago and 5 years ago. Your lowly status renders it normal for you to be unaware of the underlying reasons. Since you have already paid, let it be. The waters of the Yunhai sect are somewhat clearer now, and the Xianling Valley is the crucial point that stirs these waters. Only by thoroughly muddying these waters can the interests of many be served. Hence the saying, to fish in troubled waters. Su Yonglu remained perplexed. However, she sensed that her master's words were likely connected to the power struggle between Duga Changkong and Fu Jinghong. Could it be that master has chosen a side? Su Yonglu silently speculated. At that moment, a female disciple entered, saying, Master, Uncle Yunmu and Uncle Shuchi have arrived, accompanied by several disciples. Fairy Yunyu smiled, saying, they arrived quite promptly. Gather the disciples in the courtyard, and let us depart. Where to? Naturally, we are going to confront that old lecher Yulong and settle accounts. This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. A confrontation is inevitable. A confrontation? Master, are you going to fight Uncle Yulong? Yes. I believe that Fatso is already waiting for us. Fengling residence. Ye Feng returned to Fengling residence as night enveloped the land. Xiaoman and Ling and Appos, had just finished preparing dinner, while his master lay in the courtyard and Appos' rocking chair, enjoying the cool evening air. You must be a dog, returning just as dinner is ready. The fat Yulong teased. Ye Feng laughed, asking, Master, what for dinner tonight? Yulong shook his head, saying, I don't know, but judging by the aroma, it should be your favorite braised pork. Master, are you also a dog? Your nose is quite keen. Yulong, enraged, jumped up to chase Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly rushed into the kitchen to assist Xiaoman in serving the dishes. The feast was lavish, with 6 dishes for the 4 of them. A delightful mix of meat and vegetables, accompanied by a meatball soup. This was considered a top-tier meal in the Yunhai sect, a luxury that ordinary elders could not enjoy. Yulong casually took his seat at the head of the table, while Ye Feng attentively poured wine for his master. Yulong asked, how was the debt collection today? Ye Feng nodded, replying, thanks to Master's suggestion last night, today went smoothly. Yulong nodded in approval, stating, as long as it went well. He raised his wine cup and downed it in one gulp. Then, rubbing his fingers together, his fingers nearly sparked from the friction. Noticing Ye Feng's lack of response, he asked, are you blind, boy? Ye Feng then noticed that his master had been rubbing his fingers together. Curiously, he asked, Master, what is the matter? What do you mean, what is the matter? The master retorted, you rascal, how can you say such a thing? I've contributed to this matter as well, and I will certainly help you clean up the mess. There's bound to be trouble tonight. Are you not going to give me something in return? Ye Feng realized that this rotund old man was seeking a share of the profits. Although he felt a surge of reluctance, he still took out the silver he had earned that day from his pocket. The sight of the bulging bag of silver and banknotes instantly brightened the face of the chubby old man. Not bad. You've earned quite a bit in a single day. You're still young. With some silver, you should indulge a little. I'll keep it safe for you. And later we can find you a master wife. Huh, why does that sound so awkward? Ye Feng frowned. At that moment, Huang Ling, and Xiao Man entered the dining hall. Upon seeing the bag of silver and banknotes on the table, Huang Ling exclaimed, Father, where did all this silver come from? Hee, your senior brother earned it today? The chubby old man replied, we're in a good mood today, so let us all sit down for dinner. He reached out to pocket all the silver. Ye Feng protested, Master, leave some for me. Don't take it all. After a moment's thought, the master withdrew 3 ingots of silver, each weighing 20 taels, but feeling it was too much, he put one back. Spend it wisely. Don't gamble, and don't seek out women at the pleasure houses. Ye Feng was speechless. Master, this is only 40 taels. I plan to exchange this silver for spirit crystals to aid in my cultivation. You only need to focus on mastering the sword control technique for now. Do you really need spirit crystals? Are you not aware of your own shortcomings? With money in hand, you'll surely lose it all by tomorrow. I'll keep it safe for you. He then handed each of the girls a silver ingot. Initially, Ye Feng felt a sense of imbalance, seeing Huang Linger receive only 20 taels while he had 40, but that feeling quickly vanished. Thank you, father. Thank you. Master Yulong. Huang Ling and Xiao Man gleefully accepted the silver, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to the chubby old man. Ye Feng cleared his throat and said, Aren't you going to thank me? Do you have any idea how much effort I put in to earn this silver? My backside still hurts. Huh, your backside? The 3 turned to look at Ye Feng. Xiao Man exclaimed, Senior brother Yi, you didn't go selling yourself, did you? You little girl, looking so demure. What are you thinking? How could I possibly sell myself? My backside was kicked by that scoundrel Fu Jinghong. Huang Ling asked curiously, Senior brother. Why did Fu Senior brother kick you? Hee, I went to collect debts under his name. And then he kicked me. Collect debts? The two girls exchanged puzzled glances. They had spent the entire day cultivating in the courtyard and were unaware of the events that transpired in Xianling Valley that afternoon. At that moment, the chubby old man had already put away the silver and said with a chuckle, collecting debts means asking for money. How can you not understand that? Hurry up and eat. If you don't, there might not be anything left. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. The atmosphere in the dining hall was warm and cheerful, filled with laughter, and even Xiao Man seemed to be in high spirits. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the courtyard door was kicked open, startling everyone at the table. A furious voice rang out, You fat pig. Old lecher. Get out here. Ye Feng's heart sank. He knew it was Yunyu, the fairy, bringing trouble. He quickly glanced at his master, only to see him sitting calmly, unperturbed, as if everything was well within this chubby man's expectations. Huang Ling's expression turned anxious as she asked, Father, who is it? Who else could it be? Of course, it's your Aunt Yunyu and her companions. Your senior brother sealed her shop today and took away several tens of thousands of taels, humiliating her, so she has surely come to reclaim her dignity. When the fight breaks out, you two little girls should stay out of the way. Huang Ling and Xiao Man exchanged strange looks. A fight? How could there possibly be a fight? They were incredulous. The chubby old man stood up and patted the trembling Ye Feng, saying, Don't worry, Fenger. Since Master has taken your silver, he will help you resolve this. You will soon realize just how valuable your silver is. Just don't speak. I will handle the negotiations. And if negotiations fail, then we'll have to fight. Fight. Master, you will win for sure. I believe in you. At that moment, a large group of people surged into the courtyard, nearly all of them women. At the forefront were Yunyu, Yunmu, and Shou Qi, whom Ye Feng had encountered when he apologized at Mo Zhu Xian last time. The three middle-aged women blocked the entrance to the dining hall, followed by more than a dozen young female disciples wielding swords. Shou Qi glanced at the dishes on the table and remarked, TSK, quite a splendid dinner. Yulong, it seems you've struck it rich. The chubby old man grinned and replied, Just a simple meal, merely home-cooked fare. Why have you three come here so late? Have you eaten yet? Would you like to join us? Yunmu scoffed, Don't play dumb with us. You know why we're here. With a feigned, innocent expression, the chubby old man said, I truly don't know. I haven't left the house all day. You didn't go out, but your disciple did, didn't he? Disciple? Fenger. The chubby old man turned to Ye Feng and sternly asked, You little rascal. Have you caused trouble again? Which girl have you insulted this time? His voice boomed like thunder, causing the eardrums to ring. Ye Feng was startled. Hadn't the fat master promised to bear the brunt of it for him? Why did it feel like this old man was merely collecting money without taking action? Ye Feng hurriedly approached the three uncles and bowed respectfully before saying, Master, I have already turned over a new leaf and I haven't insulted any girls in a long time. You dare to say you haven't? Yunyu interjected. If not, why would these three lovely and gentle uncles come looking for you in the dead of night? Really, I haven't. Ye Feng protested vehemently. The chubby old man feigned suspicion and turned to Yunyu and the others, saying, Sisters, Feng never lies to me. If he says he hasn't insulted any of your disciples, then he truly hasn't. Surely there must be some misunderstanding here. Yunyu replied coolly. Did we say we came here because Ye Feng insulted our female disciples? You didn't say he insulted anyone? Then what is it about? Could it be that this brat has been up to no good again? No, wait, judging by the atmosphere tonight, it can't just be petty theft. Yulong, you truly don't know? Yunyu said with a frosty expression. I genuinely don't. What on earth is going on? Can someone enlighten me? Yunyu waved her hand, and a young, beautiful woman stepped forward. It was Su Yonglu, aware of Yulong's high status. She slightly bowed to him upon entering the dining hall, then turned her gaze to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, I warned you that the matter from this afternoon is far from over. Yulong asked, Feng, what did you do this afternoon? You better come clean. Ye Feng replied, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary, just went to Xianling Valley to collect rents for the Tianfeng courtyard. Collect rents? You can do that? How rare. Finally, you're taking some responsibility for the sect. Yulong smiled broadly, looking quite pleased. Yunyu coldly interjected, Indeed, your precious disciple is now taking on responsibilities for the sect. This afternoon, he went to our joint silk shop to collect rents, not only sealing the shop, but also spreading rumors and slandering our reputation. Wait, Feng, is this true? Ye Feng nodded and remarked, I acknowledge the shop closure. However, I have never spread rumors or tarnished the reputations of our three esteemed masters. What is truly happening here? In recent years, many shops in the Immortal Spirit Valley have been severely delinquent in their rent payments. The Tianfeng Institute entrusted me to assist in rent collection. This afternoon, I went to the Tianyu Silk Store to collect several years' worth of arrears, amounting to 23,000 taels. Yet, this manager Sister Su, refused to pay the rent and insisted that I fetch the funds from Uncle Yunyu using the lease agreement. Uncle Yunyu, a person of high moral standing and renowned beauty, is known to all. How could he possibly be in arrears for such a trifling amount? Therefore, I cannot believe that Uncle Yunyu is aware of this matter. To protect the honor of Uncle Yunyu, Uncle Yunmu, and Uncle Shichi, I gathered a few companions and sealed off the Tianyu Silk Store. Ye Feng recounted the events of the afternoon succinctly. The three masters exchanged glances, as did the group of young disciples trailing behind them, their expressions equally peculiar. I see now what has transpired. Feng and Appos, you may withdraw for the time being. Ye Feng promptly stepped back behind his master. The plump Yulong exclaimed, it turns out to be a misunderstanding. Sisters, since you are here, please come in for a cup of tea. Ling and Appos, bring out the finest tea leaves. Our three masters enjoy the elegance of tea. No, they simply enjoy tea. Huang Yu interjected, we did not come here tonight with an army just for tea. If you do not provide us with a satisfactory explanation tonight, this matter will not pass. Fairy Shichi, over 300 years old, still had a fiery temper. Explanation? What explanation? We are all out here making a living. Who do we owe an explanation to? Offering you the finest tea is already giving you face. What more do you want? You three old maids are running a business and trying to make a living, which is understandable. However, your silk store has earned you quite a fortune over the years. How could you afford to be in arrears for such a paltry tribute? My disciple has done nothing wrong. He merely acted on orders. If my disciple were truly at fault, you need not come here to demand an explanation. I would personally bring him to apologize, just as I did last time. But he has done nothing wrong. The fault lies with you three old maids. What kind of skill is it to flaunt your authority here at Fengling residence? If you have the ability, go stir trouble at the Tianfeng Institute. Do you truly think I, Huang Yudao, am an easy target? Yulong was notorious for being unyielding. He feared nothing. Otherwise, when he first returned to the mountain, the chief elder of the Beast Spirit Institute, Yu Hong, would not have brought so many gifts to visit him personally, because Yulong was indeed capable of wreaking havoc at the Beast Spirit Institute. For so many years, only the venerable Xuanfu could manage him. Since Xuanfu ascended to the heavens over 200 years ago, who could control him? Even his sect leader, his second senior brother Yun Yi, was powerless against him. Yulong and Appos' words sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief. No one expected Yulong to show no regard for their dignity. Ye Feng silently gave his master a thumbs up, realizing he had misjudged the plump master. The plump master was not the kind of person to take money without delivering service. When faced with a situation, he truly acted. How dare you speak to me like that? What did I say wrong? Has your silk store not made a profit? Do you not owe the Tianfeng Institute several years' worth of rent? No matter how rogue I am, I never default on gambling debts or owe for lewd encounters. That is my line. And you three are esteemed elders of the Yunhai sect. Is this the example you set for your disciples? I genuinely feel ashamed for you. My face burns. You old lecher, are you tired of living? Do you want to fight? Sisters, attack. Fairy Yunmu was livid. Having lived for centuries without ever being publicly insulted in such a manner, Fairy Yunyu and Fairy Shuchi immediately lunged at the plump master. Wait. Yulong quickly shouted. If it's a fight, my disciple and I will gladly oblige. My daughter Linger is not a cultivator, and this little girl is injured. Do not lay a finger on them. Fairy Yunyu immediately responded. Yulong nodded and then said, Fenger, I shall handle these three old women. The rest of the minor characters are yours. Is that acceptable? Master, there is a problem. A significant problem. If there are no issues, then all is well. After finishing his words, Yulong suddenly overturned the dining table, sending bowls and leftover food flying toward Fairy Yunyu and the others. Amidst the startled cries of Huang Linger and the little girl, Yulong seized the opportunity to dash toward the door. With his formidable cultivation, he barreled through the three fairies like a cannonball. The three fairies chased after him. Master, what are you doing? Linger, little girl, quickly hide. Master, I'm coming. Seeing the plump master charge out of the dining hall, Ye Feng grabbed a long bench and prepared to follow. However, just as he took a couple of steps, 7 or 8 young maidens rushed in, blocking his path. Outside, the plump master was already embroiled in a chaotic fight with the 3 sisters, the sounds of fists and feet echoing continuously. Yet, the atmosphere in the dining hall grew increasingly awkward. Ye Feng observed the 7 or 8 beautiful maidens and clenched his fists, approaching cautiously. He chuckled nervously. Let us agree on one thing. Please do not strike this handsome face. I rely on it to make a living. Sisters, beat him. Several stunning young ladies pounced on him simultaneously. Ye Feng swung the long bench in an attempt to fend them off. Unfortunately, these maidens were no pushovers. They were all formidable cultivators. After a few swings, Ye Feng found himself disarmed. The long bench rested from his grip. He realized he was destined for a beating that night. As a man, one must accept the consequences of their actions. He shouted, "Heaven and earth, I stand unrivaled." The super invincible dragon claw technique. Sisters, take this. In a brawl, Ye Feng was undoubtedly an amateur. However, when it came to sneaking around, taking advantage, and making the most of situations, both he and the original host were experts. Since he was certain he would receive a beating tonight, he decided not to let it be in vain. After all, these were celestial beings in the eyes of mortals. If he could grab hold of one, he would take his chances. Ye Feng clawed forward, boldly lunging at the group of beautiful fairy maidens. The Yunhai sect did not prohibit disciples from engaging in private brawls, but there were certain rules in place. Aside from the arena at the mountain's summit, private duels elsewhere must not involve magical tools or true energy, nor should they cause harm to life or damage one's cultivation foundation. This was an ironclad rule. In other words, fighting mid-mountain meant that both parties could only use their fists and feet. Ye Feng dashed forward, then skillfully attempted to grab Su Yongliu's 2 delicate arms. Su Yonglu cursed. Shameless. She quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding Ye Feng's dragon claw technique. Just then, a girl beside her raised her long leg and kicked at Ye Feng. Although Ye Feng's current cultivation was at the skyward realm, he was far stronger than when he first traversed to this world. While his martial arts skills were still lacking, his speed and perception had improved significantly. Seeing the long leg approaching, he instinctively embraced it. Long and slender, just to my liking. Ye Feng laughed heartily, only to receive a punch to the face. Let go. Not a chance. Despite the excruciating pain, Ye Feng clung to the girl and Appo's leg and charged forward. The other beautiful maidens immediately swarmed him from both sides, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Ye Feng was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Yet he stubbornly clung to that long leg. Both fell onto the earth, with Ye Feng atop the young lady. This young woman was Shangwan Lan, the youngest among the 3 true disciples of the Cloud Feather Fairy. She appeared slightly older than Ye Feng, around 18 or 19 years of age. Her beauty bore a resemblance to that of the Cloud Feather Fairy in her youth, captivating and cherished by her master. Shangwan Lan and Appo's path in cultivation had been smooth. Upon her arrival at the Cloud Sea sect, she spent less than a year in the outer sect before being noticed for her striking appearance and subsequently accepted as a named disciple. A decade ago, after reaching the skyward realm, she was further elevated to the status of a true disciple. With over 20 named disciples under the Cloud Feather Fairy, only 3 were granted the title of true disciple, highlighting the rigorous standards for such a selection. Shangwan Lan possessed a gentle disposition and was inherently modest, never having experienced the indignity of being held down and rubbed against by a man. She cried out in alarm, "Ye Feng, I swear I will kill you. Get up." After practicing the illusory art for half a day, Ye Feng realized he was no match for any of these ladies. He was nothing but a scoundrel, clutching one and refusing to let go. Despite the relentless punches and kicks from the ladies raining down upon his back, he remained steadfast, akin to a certain master brother being ensnared by He Jin. Alas, without the presence of Wen Tai to mediate, no one could separate the two. Ye Feng, release me, you shameless scoundrel. No, let go of senior sister Shangwan. I won't. I will beat you to death, you disgrace. Even if you kill me, I will not let go. Ye Feng was indeed a shameless rogue, pressing Shangwan Lan beneath him, his head bobbing about like a pig foraging in a cabbage patch. His back was fully exposed. Regardless of how the ladies assaulted him, he clung tightly to the lovely maiden beneath him. Seeing Shangwan Lan being bullied, the other ladies struck with great force. Suddenly, Ye Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the panicked and furious neck of Shang Wanlan. "Stop hitting him!" Huang Linger cried out in distress upon witnessing her senior brother's injury. She attempted to intervene, but was firmly held back by the petite girl beside her. "Linger, you lack true essence protection. It is too dangerous. What should we do? Brother will be killed." The petite girl glanced at her left arm, still draped around her neck, and gritted her teeth, preparing to assist. Just then, several ladies finally pried Ye Feng off Shang Wanlan, tossing him into the courtyard. With a cry of despair, Ye Feng scrambled to his feet. Upon looking up, he saw his rotund master engaged in a heated battle with 3 uncles in the courtyard. In terms of cultivation, the gluttonous and indulgent Yulong was far superior to the trio of cloud feather fairies. However, in this chaotic melee, neither side employed magical artifacts, nor could they channel true essence or spiritual power, resulting in a contest of speed and physical prowess. This rendered Yulong's advantages null and void, as he was besieged by 3 elder women, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. The incessant exclamations from the cloud feather fairies about Yulong's lack of shame revealed the truth. Like master, like disciple, the ladies had helped Shang Wanlan to her feet. At this moment, she looked quite disheveled, her clothing in disarray, her top even having been pushed aside by Ye Feng's head, exposing her pale yellow undergarment. Blood from Ye Feng stained her neck, cheeks, and attire. Grasping her collar, she shouted, "Ye Feng, kill him for me. Master, save me. I am currently preoccupied. You young ones must learn to endure and persevere. Master, please help. I said to endure and persevere. Dragon claw. Monkey steals the peach, I steal." The irate Yulong exclaimed as he had already been robbed of 3 peaches. A crowd gathered at the entrance, drawn by the earlier arrival of the 3 fairies leading a furious mob. Now, the courtyard was a scene of chaos, with onlookers multiplying by the moment. Despite being at a disadvantage, Yulong, a 4th-tier elder, still managed to gain the upper hand against the 3 fairies. In stark contrast, Ye Feng found himself in dire straits. He sprinted across the courtyard, but was soon cornered by an overwhelming number of fairies. Although a few stood by watching, at least 7 or 8 ladies attacked. Before long, he was trapped in a corner of the courtyard. Grabbing a broom, he yelled wildly, swinging it about haphazardly. Within moments, he was kicked away, crashing heavily against the wall. Then, several ladies descended upon the fallen Ye Feng, unleashing a relentless barrage. Among them, Shang Wanlan, who had been so thoroughly manhandled by Ye Feng, was the most ferocious. Spare me." Hearing Ye Feng's pig-like screams, the gathered disciples looked on in horror, shuddering every time he cried out. Just then, reinforcements arrived. Feng Tong, Zhuge Benlei, and Qi Yao charged in. Upon seeing Ye Feng surrounded and beaten by the ladies, Feng Tong shouted, "Boss, we're here. What is loyalty? This is loyalty." An incense stick ago, they had learned that the 3 uncles, accompanied by a dozen female disciples, were heading towards Feng Ling residence in a fury, prompting them to rush over. The scene inside was complete pandemonium. Despite the overwhelming odds, the trio wasted no time and dove into the fray. Su Yonglu called out, "These 3 bullies are also involved." Thus, the courtyard erupted into a melee. Ye Feng attempted to rise, only to be kicked down once more by Shang Wanlan. At that moment, he was a pitiful sight, bloodied and battered. Observing the frail Zhuge Benlei being overwhelmed, despite his valiant struggle, he could not fend off the onslaught of 4 hands. A valiant warrior cannot triumph over sheer numbers. He could only curl up on the ground, protecting his head. Feng Tong fared better, towering over the 3 ladies, still able to hold his own. Meanwhile, Qi Yao engaged in a fierce tussle with one lady, both pulling hair and spitting at each other. Ye Feng was bewildered. Was this how cultivators fought? This resembled a street brawl among ruffians. There was no semblance of technique or strategy. Shang Wanlan rained down punches upon Ye Feng, who, witnessing Zhuge Benlei's plight, felt an eruption of primal power within him. With a forceful thrust, he unexpectedly flipped Shang Wanlan over. Whether it was his waist or some other part that did the flipping, only Shang Wanlan could know. "Do not harm my brother." Freed from her grasp, Ye Feng sprang to his feet and kicked a lady attacking Zhuge Benlei in the rear, giving Zhuge Benlei the chance to roll away and regain his footing. Just as Ye Feng was about to charge into the fray, he felt someone grasp the back of his collar. Turning to see Shang Wanlan, her face filled with fury, she yanked him backward with tremendous force, sending him sprawling once more. "Ye Feng, today, you shall meet your end." Normally, Shang Wanlan resembled a gentle older sister. exuding warmth and kindness. Yet now, she seemed possessed by madness, directing a kick at the downed Ye Feng. Quick on his feet, he rolled away, narrowly avoiding the blow. Shang Wanlan struck again, but Ye Feng evaded once more, and her kick collided with a water barrel against the wall. With a resounding crash, the barrel shattered, unleashing a torrent of water. Ye Feng's heart raced in alarm. If this kick were to strike oneself, would it not instantaneously shatter bones and sever tendons? One would cry out, "Master, save me." Yet, the rotund master merely reiterates, "I am quite occupied at the moment. The youth must learn patience and perseverance." Meanwhile, he flits about, evading the onslaught from his 3 junior sisters while shamelessly indulging in their vulnerabilities, giving off an air of indifference towards the well-being of his disciples. Lost in his own merriment, the Fengling residence suffers not only in the dining hall, but also finds its courtyard in utter disarray. As the chaos escalates, a sudden thunderous voice commands, "Cease at once." Though not particularly loud, the voice carries an undeniable authority, reverberating through the very souls of those present. Instantly, the scene falls silent. Everyone turns towards the source to behold an elder, his hair and beard tinged with white, exuding an ethereal presence, descending gracefully from the heavens. All heads bow in reverence. Even the rotund Yulong retracts his neck. The newcomer is none other than the esteemed Master Yuni, the leader of the Yunhai sect. Just as Master Yuni lands, several figures approach from outside the courtyard. The Grand Elder of the Discipline Hall, Yu Chenzi, the Grand Elder of the Tianfeng Hall, Shou Zheng, along with Dugachong Kong and Fu Jinghong. At the entrance, Lin Yi, Miao Xiao Rou, and a few other young disciples stand hesitantly, not daring to venture inside.